The girls are discussing the way the young gentleman smiled at them. One of them couldn't even believe her eyes. She rubbed them just in case, and looked again. But it was definitely young Mr. Earn. And they say the guy's been practicing hard lately, and it's unclear how long that's going to last because it's been a week. She's having a discussion about how it's a little early for him to get smart at his age, and it's kind of unexpected coming from a guy. They don't understand what happened to him. The guy realizes he's not going to let this tragedy happen again. This is the main character. His name is Earn, and he is 16 years old. At the age of 33, that's the age in which he died in a past life. The lad was born into the noble family of Steelguard, running the northern part of the muck for generations. His grandfather is a war hero who stopped the takeover of the Paver Empire. His name is Rebahan, and he is a knight of mythic rank. His father is a simply genius knight. His name is Rebadan, and he is a knight of heroic rank. The main character's ability would not be enough for the little finger of one of them, because he is a miserable simple knight of the third rank. Even though he wasn't good enough, he became an earl and lost everything in 3 years. People used to talk about how a lion could have a little dog. They were talking about a fool of an earl who'd lost everything the great Steelguard family had. And the guy's just a fool who's had his county completely taken away from him. The protagonist was treated worse than the town bums and bullied all the time. However, it's all true, though he couldn't compare to his father. But he tried to become at least a good earl, but he was screwed over and robbed of his warrant and property. Not only that, but Kuntz has wanted to hurt him since he was a kid, and eventually he died at the hands of the mercenaries sent by that scoundrel, because the sneaky Kuntz was jealous of the kid all along. And even after he took everything, it wasn't enough. The mercenaries found the book of measurements, but they were puzzled because the pages were blank. The beaten guy was covered in blood and could hardly breathe, but he still wouldn't give up. When he saw that the mercenaries had taken the book, he started yelling at them not to touch it. But that got him kicked in the stomach. After all, the Book of Dimensional Transactions is not simple paper. It is a family treasure that allows you to make trade deals with inhabitants of other dimensions. And if the protagonist had not been tricked, and he'd use it right, he could bring the family back from the dead. Rumor had it that the guy believed the pathetic book and gave away all his possessions. But suddenly, the guy saw, as something fell off the mercenary. He looked at the floor and saw that there was a wish bookmark lying there. It's one of his trinkets that the guy got in these other dimensional deals. The mercenary turns to the Lord. He says that it is certainly very expensive, but this item is capable of fulfilling one wish from the Lord's life. Earn realizes that it was a scammer. There can't be any desire at all. Since the guy lacked powers, he wanted to save the weakening families. If only through deals like this. He doubted there was anyone in the world more foolish and useless than he. But suddenly the gentleman starts to get potions into his mouth. The guy is puzzled because he was given a healing potion that gives temporary recovery. He asks the mercenary why they did it, but he is told that they were asked to play with the Lord for as long as possible, because you can't just kill him. And Kuntz told me to tell the kid that this is his last gift. Earn realizes that Kuntz has taken his title and his possessions, and it's still not enough because he's decided to take his life. The guy goes into a frenzy of panicked laughter. He says the last of the Steelguards will die just like a dog. The mercenary is puzzled. Is the guy at the end of his life crazy? But he understands. It's a good thing because you can't take it in your right mind. The gentleman was being bullied more and more by pouring the healing potion into him. Earn realized that if he hadn't been so stupid, he wouldn't have been treated like this and his family would have been fine. And if he only had one chance, he would be incredibly eager to right his wrongs. And if only he could turn back the clock. Suddenly, the bookmark begins to glow. For the will of the one who was facing death but was not broken to the end and dreamed of correction are the conditions that are fulfilled for the fulfillment of the wish. Earn hears that he needs to say his last wish. But there's been a system error because the wish holder is now unconscious and cannot make a wish. Therefore, the system searches for a solution and also analyzes the owner's wishes based on his memories, and 3 wishes were found. And now, the determination of the degree of desire is performed. No difference even initially detected, so all will be fulfilled. A guy wakes up and doesn't know what's going on, because he's in bed and sees the same view he's always had. Earn remembers that he's just been killed by a mercenary sent by Kuntz. Someone knocks on the guy's door. He realizes it's Izel, and it's his maid who took care of him over a decade ago. The girl enters the room and says that the young master is waiting for the head. The protagonist notices a familiar bedroom and jewelry from his memories. He asks the maid how old he is now, but the girl is puzzled as to why this is all of a sudden. The gentleman asks, "How old is he?" The girl replies that the boy turned 16 this year. Now Ern realizes that he had really gone back 17 years. Out of joy, he hugs Ezel. The boy can't believe what he hears and starts to cry. The maid is puzzled. Is the master having a nightmare? Ern realizes that Isel believed in him even when the whole family had given up hope. Isel is frightened. Is this a new form of harassment? The girl thinks she is guilty in front of the young master and falls on her knees in front of him. The girl says that if she is guilty of something, let the master only say it, and the girl is ready for any punishment, and surely she will improve. But the boy says that's not the point. Mr. Perplexed, has his life been wasted? A flashback flies past him, recalling that he treated the maid badly. He said she was stupid and couldn't do anything right. Ern asks the maid, why did she come to see him? Ezel replies that the Lord is waiting for the head. After all, the boy was also absent yesterday and the head was very angry. The girl is very surprised by what she hears. The guy doesn't understand what's wrong. Ern asks, is it better for him not to go? But Ezel replies in bewilderment that of course he should go. The master himself doesn't understand how, but he somehow managed and was given another chance. And the minor mistake that led to the destruction of his entire family, his horrible past is gone. And now he's Ern, who will try like crazy to change his future. Ern goes to the Steel Guard training grounds. He notices that the Steel Guard knights are all the same as before. He's puzzled that there's 10 of them. He didn't care about them before and just thought they were sweaty old men. He is approached by Raphael. He is a knight of the first rank and captain of the knights. He asks why the young lord only appeared. Ern apologizes. He asks if he's a little late. The guy realizes that the captain is still the same as before. The captain asks the gentleman if he hasn't forgotten his promise. After all, the guy wasn't here yesterday, so today he's going to work off 2 days' pay. He tells the boy to fulfill 50 laps around the field and 1,000 sword swings and as many jabs. And then Raphael wants to say that this time the boy won't get off easy before he has a chance to say it. As Ern replies that he'll do everything, the boy asks if he can start right away. The captain is puzzled. He doesn't understand what's wrong with the boy, because Raphael thought that the master would start to excuse himself again and wouldn't want to do anything. Ern realizes that he is the one who put everything on hold and disappeared. Everything has gone back 17 years and only he has changed. And now it's in Ern's hands. The guy knows the future, and so he'll try anything to make himself better. The captain sees the guy doing, and he realizes that Ern is serious. The Lord is going to stop the attacks that await him and protect the Steel Guard family legacy. The boy has performed 1,000 sword swings, and he just collapsed to the floor. After all, it was the first time he had done the entire training, and he realizes that it is hard, but in principle, it is real. I mean his strengths and weaknesses. And there's an upcoming event, and there's plenty of chances for success, but he needs to improve his fitness first. The guy gets a notification that a new user has been detected and is asked if he wants to start a transaction between dimensions. The guy goes into a frenzy and doesn't realize what is in front of him. The captain asks if the young gentleman is okay. Ern asks if Raphael can't see that scary scoreboard in the air. But the captain replies that he doesn't know what the master is talking about, because the boy is pointing in vain. Ern is puzzled. Does the captain really not see anything? Raphael begins to think that the gentleman is seeing things because of fatigue. Ern is puzzled. Does he see it alone? He doesn't understand why it's floating in the air. They're in the book, but he thinks he should try it and accepts the offer. Ern puzzled. Could this really be the real deal between dimensions? She was in the form of a book, doesn't understand how this is possible. The captain asks if Mr. Wake Up, because Ern was saying something strange. The captain thought that the gentleman was unwell and needed to see a doctor. But Ern replies that everything is fine. He is not the same as he used to be. Raphael realizes that he has not seen such determination in the young lord before, and that the influence of Steel Guard blood seems to have worked on the boy. Ern says that since he's finished his training, then he's free to go. The captain says goodbye to the master and tells the boy to rest. Ern realizes that Raphael was hardly lying to him, but the guy clearly saw everything too clearly to be a hallucination. The guy is greeted by a man with glasses. He wishes the gentleman good morning and asks if the gentleman wants to eat, because he must be back from training. Ern says that he is very tired and does not want to eat yet. The young master realizes that this thing in front of his face is not even visible to the butler. The man says that there are strange blue flames coming out of the young gentleman's eye. Ern guesses that the Book of Dimensional Transactions is right in his eye. But the guy replies to the butler that this is probably how his mana is displayed, and there's nothing wrong with it. The butler is not a knight and has no way of knowing. The man agrees with the young master. Ern can't believe it's all happening right in his own eye. But the boy realizes that if you think about it, it's even harder to believe that he died and went back 17 years in time. He realizes what a relief it is that the butler didn't notice anything. The guys come by to notify him again and ask him if he wants to continue under this account. But seeing this, Ern is puzzled because there is no reject button and only an accept button. He sees his old name there and he remembers what was there. Realizes that now all he has to do is accept. This is when the transaction across dimensions begins. Ern has to start from scratch, and supply and demand are nothing alike. The master thinks there's nothing he can do about it. They're in a channel about the system, but he notices he has coins in his account. He wonders if it's his old account. But the transaction level doesn't fit there because in his previous life he was level 2. Ern can't understand anything, but he decides to start with a warm-up. A week later, a gentleman asks to spar with one knight. One of the knights is asked to keep the young gentleman company, but one condition is that the knight uses only his left hand and no mana. The captain realizes that even though the boy has been working hard lately, but he's too young to spar with a real knight. Ern, you see this knight has the 6th rank. He doesn't understand. Does the captain think he's a vegetable? So the lord turns to the knight and tells him not to listen to the captain and just give it his best shot. Ern begins to attack. The knight is perplexed. He doesn't understand why there is so much strength in the guy because he thought to be with a softer guy. But the speed of the sense of attack and even the technique of his sword is beyond the knight's expectations. He's puzzled. Is he really the young gentleman he used to know? The other knights are puzzled. They could not even think that there would be such a hot battle, and yet the young lord is pushing the knight. But Knight Fry is puzzled. Has he become weaker? The captain says Ern is a bastard because you can't use Manu, young master. Blows the knight away at the end of the fight. He asks if he's won, but Fry is certain. That he used magic. He doesn't understand how that can be. The young lord says the knight should just admit defeat. The other knights don't believe what just happened either. Did the young lord win the duel? A week ago, a guy was holding his gold and rejoicing that luckily it was all there. He only thought that this time he would not be cheated, and he would spend everything properly, because now the most important way for him was to make transactions between dimensions. The guy uses an exchange where you can sell exchange, ask questions. Ern realizes that the most important thing now, of course, is the exchange. The estimated amount to be exchanged is 30 coins. The boy is surprised because it is more than he expected. The gentleman says he got quite a lot because he thought it would be about 25 coins. He ponders when he finally realized the true price of gold. And when he started making trades between dimensions, he realized the cardinal rule. That depending on the market situation and the value of the commodity changes, and in each world commodities have different value. So to maximize the benefit of it's best to buy cheap and sell high. However, the stock exchange is not stupid people either. So certain goods have taxes and commissions, and the level of the transaction, the more restrictions there are. And there must be real results to raise the level. And also to get real results, there must be a high level. He also realizes that finding a decent item at level 0 is like plucking a star from the sky. The guy has a 0-level dilemma. He finds an ad that someone is selling small and medium mana stones. The guy realizes that this is just the right thing for him. He writes to the seller and tells him that he saw selling mana stones. This guy's name is Heartstone, and he says that his mine produces excellent quality stones. Ern notices that this guy's name is glowing red. He decides to click there and sees the user information in front of him. Ern is incredibly surprised. For all the 3 years that he has been using transactions in his past life, he has never seen such reports. He decides that first he needs to research the price. He learns that the small stone costs 5 coins and the medium stone 20 coins apiece. Ern asks if that's really everyone's price. Hearthstone agrees with the guy and says that there are many who sell even more expensive, and now he doesn't have much product. So the gentleman should hurry up. The guy realizes that if the information is true, the seller wants twice as much money and says the price is market value. Ern realizes he's a crook. He doesn't understand how you can sell stones for so much more. The guy calls the seller a nasty crook, but Hearthstone is puzzled. He says his price is low enough. He asks on what basis the guy is telling him this. Ern sees that his interlocutor is confused. It looks like what he saw in the information window is true. The guy realizes that the seller is probably aware that he will be sanctioned by the exchange for the wrong price. So the gentleman writes to the seller that he'll file a complaint against him. But suddenly Hearthstone begins to apologize and says that the profitability of the mines has now fallen, and the workers are also asking for wages. So he didn't want to cheat the merchant on purpose. But Ern is furious because the merchant is lying to him again, because slaves are not paid wages. He writes to the merchant that he doesn't want that deal and he's going to file a complaint. But suddenly, Hearthstone offers him to buy the stones for half price just so that the guy doesn't file a complaint against him. Ern decides whether or not to try to knock down the price, because it seems to him that the seller will still be able to move. But in the end, he decides to make a deal. He gets a mana stone that has a small amount of mana in it and cannot be recycled. He also gets a medium mana stone with a certain amount of mana in it. Ern is puzzled because he spent 22 coins, but he put before it 25 coins. The guy realizes that it's getting stranger and stranger because there is information about the seller and the report, about the deal, and even the number of coins in the deal has decreased. Ern decides not to report the seller, but to keep him on the hook for a while. So he writes to the seller that if he keeps selling at that price, he won't get blocked. He ignores Hearthstone's next message and exits the correspondence. The gentleman receives a notice that he's getting cash back. He's surprised because it's a VIP privilege. He doesn't understand why he's getting these privileges. The guy decides to try to soak up the mana he feels. With what strength it comes, and the guy realizes that it's definitely not a fake. And after that, for several days, he diligently studied the special mana breathing technique of the Stilgard family. The breath of steel that his grandfather once perfected in order to master the breath of steel. He needs to fulfill 2 conditions. It is a strong body and a lot of mana at the beginning. It was impossible for Ern, who possessed nothing, but the former he got through endless effort and training, and the latter through the mana stones he bought. So he succeeded in breathing steel, and was able to score a glorious victory over the knight. Now the Lord realizes he's a real badass. The knights don't believe that Ern actually won. They say it was a setup drill, and Fry is a good man, who knows how to play along when he needs to. Because the knights don't believe him, he realizes he has to prove his strength one more time. He goes to a knight named Michael and tells him to compete with him. Ern realizes that this guy is perfect to show off his abilities. The knight is very frightened, but the girl standing next to them says it will be an interesting show. This girl is a mistress and the eldest daughter named Kieran. The captain says that this young master is still here, but before he can say anything, as the girl replies that she understands perfectly well what Captain Raphael is worried about. The girl asks the captain if he's worried about his mana status. Can we just have a sword fight? The captain agrees. After all, it's a continuous battle until someone admits defeat or can't continue fighting. Michael is a knight of the 6th rank, and in a normal sword fight is comparable to the 5th rank. Raphael realizes that the most important thing in a fight like this is juice distance, and his arms are long. So Michael will be comfortable, and the young master certainly doesn't stand a chance. But suddenly everyone notices a young gentleman pushing Michael. Well, the captain doesn't understand how this can be. A couple of days ago, the gentleman was blown away by the wind. Now he's fighting. The rest of the knights see Michael losing without even fighting back. So they rejoice with the young gentleman because he has really become very cool. A sister comes up to the gentleman and says her brother's good for him, and it looks like she's been thinking badly of him all this time. Rebadon regretted that Karen had been born a girl. She couldn't have learned the breath of steel, which was only passed on to the men of their kind. However, the girl's talent was visible to the naked eye. Breath of steel is the root and foundation of the Stilgard family, and is only passed down through the male lineage. No girl in the family can master it, and even if there is some talent because of this condition, the girls didn't even have a chance. So Kieran understood more than anyone the value of days of silent training. Kieran turns to Ern. She says her brother worked very hard to achieve this success, in a secret place where no one has seen him. The sister starts apologizing to her brother because she underestimated him. Kieran says she's his big sister, but not that she didn't support him at all. She still judged her brother. Ern could see her sister's conscience gnawing at her, because everything he'd done was really just for the purpose, to be recognized by her sister. After all, of all the siblings, she is the person who can see the situation more clearly without any prejudice, full of kindness and insight. Ern thought it was the older sister who would be the first to notice and recognize the new him. The boy tells his sister that he has no other choice now. He realizes that as long as everything goes as planned, but he wondered what would happen next. At dinner that day, the family gathers. The head of the household says that tonight's menu is particularly excellent. Kieran says she just asked the kitchen servants to do it because Ern has to leave for the academy soon. The head of the family is puzzled. Is his son really that old now? Everything turned out just as Ern thought it would, as soon as he drew his sister's attention to himself. She immediately started taking care of him. The father tells his son that Kieran told him that the boy defeated a knight in training. Ern rejoices because at last his father is interested in him. He realizes that he must not miss his chance. So the son replies that he is not yet good enough to defeat the knight. And this was just a little sword fight. Kieran says this knight was of the 6th rank. The older brother named Kieran says they didn't even use magic. Kieran says that brother Kieran also became a knight of the 5th rank, only at the age of 18. Ern is only 16 years old so far. An indignant Kieran says he became a knight of the 5th rank at 17 in the winter. And after that, he was officially ranked. The father praises his son, Ern. He says that the first time his grandfather went into the battlefield was around the boy's age. Rebadon asks his son what he's got, the reasons why he's suddenly taken up the mindset so abruptly. The father gets up from the table and walks over to shake his son's hand. Ern answers that all the reasons it's because he's already 16 years old. They do a combat handshake as a competitive action where people pass manu through each other's hands. Ern doesn't understand. Is this some kind of test? The boy sees that it is important that his father liked it, but to avoid unnecessary suspicion, it is necessary to hide his skills above the 3rd rank. Rebadon says that his son has grown up considerably because he was so worried that his youngest son was a troublemaker, but now he can relax a little. Kieran tells his younger brother that he thinks Eren will do well outside the walls of Stilgard. Now Kieran realizes that he really does seem to have paid too little attention to his youngest son. Of course you could say he's a late bloomer, but as a gift for entering the academy. He asks Ern if there's anything he wants to ask his father, but then the guy already wants to say he has something. Suddenly he replies that he doesn't need anything because he feels it's too much for him. But the father says not to worry because he will try to listen to everything and help in any way he can. Ern says he doesn't want to ask for something too global and is sure he'll get rejected. Rebadon says he didn't know that their youngest was also able to control people's souls. He says that if his son wants to, he can take an oath. Rebadon takes an oath. He says he's the head of the Stilgard family, and he swears on Mana that he will not break his promise and will do whatever his powers allow, to fulfill a request that his youngest son Ern will voice. Now Ern decides now to say, but he only replies that his request is impossible. Kieran gets angry with his brother because it's impossible to break family tradition, and no one but the head can enter the treasury. Kieran doesn't understand what kind of visit Ern is asking for. Rebadon says that the right to visit the treasury belongs entirely to the head of the family, to be precise. But he's been in there with his father before. Kieran says this is a different case. The father asks his son, does he have to break Mana's vow? Rebadon says to then let the son go about his business and he will go along with the younger one. When Ern sees this, he's glad they took his older brother with them. The older brother is angry with Ern because he wants the right to enter, which even he doesn't have. The father tells his son that the rules are simple. You can only enter the outer treasury, and to keep Ern out. And also Rebadan says that Ern can take anything but one. And he'll give his son as much time as he needs to do it, so that Ern can choose in peace. Now the guy's excited because he's finally going to get his hands on a real book. After all, the Book of Dimensional Transactions is the strongest weapon to ensure that nothing threatens his new life. This book must be owned by him alone. There have only been 2 traders from their planet who have died in the last few years. That's him and his grandfather. But unlike in his previous life when Ern found this book in the treasury, that in this one, he can see transactions in other dimensions in his eye, which means the real thing is probably still in the treasury. And that's why the guy wanted to please his older sister and get his father's attention. Ern realizes that it is impossible for someone else to find it. After all, it is he who must destroy the real book to make the measurements. The father asks if the son has chosen something for himself, and he sees that Ern has chosen a hero figure. A hero figure created to praise Rebahan, who defended Navarro from the Empire. Its price exceeds 1,000 gold coins at the rate of their state, the thing which is the easiest of all others to see the treasury. Rebadan sees that this is just a momentary gain. He doesn't understand why his son's eye fell on her. The father becomes angry with his son. He asks if he wanted to enter the treasury just to collect gold. Ern guesses what his father is thinking. So he says that this is the most valuable thing for him now, because with this figure he can buy a sword and a mana stone and still have money left over. Rebadan is angry because that time would be better spent not buying and selling things, but practicing hard. He thinks there's only one way to go, if he has an innate talent for the ball. Like his father says he's wasting his time. The son says that maybe for him the opposite would be the quickest way, says the son is not easy to understand. Right before this treasure, when the guy was looking for a book to make measurements, he didn't find it. He thinks maybe it wasn't in the treasure room. He searched every side of this room and didn't find it anywhere. He has 2 hypotheses. The first is that while he did not see somewhere moved, and the second that someone is now using the Book of Measurements transactions and not one of the hypotheses of the current moment cannot be confirmed. Ern thinks it's 17 more years. If you count the moment he became a count, then 14, he has no idea what happened to the book during that time. He can only hope that the book doesn't fall into anyone's hands. Now the guy realizes that it's a great achievement to find out that the Book of Measurement deals isn't in the treasury now. So of course he grabs the first thing that comes to hand. But a hero figurine can bring in a lot of money. He also has perks, privileges he unlocked during his deal with Hearthstone. It's a calculation that makes my head spin. He thinks he's seen it somewhere, but it's VIP privileges. He realizes it's impossible. Ern realizes that of course it cannot be, but for once, he decides to try to use the VIP clients function. And if there is nothing in the VIP category, it means that he is not. But suddenly the category of VIP clients appears in front of him, but he doesn't understand why he still has the maximum level. The guy is puzzled as to how this is even imaginable. Now he realizes that once he was given more money for the exchange and there was 0 commission. An eye-holding is presented information seller and transaction report, and all this recognition flow can learn the quantity of merchandise and the real price and the pleasure of discounts up to 10%. The guy realizes that it's all in the VIP client services. He also receives a notification that today is the presence check, and he is rewarded for the first day with 10 coins. The guy realizes that he started with 10 coins. Thanks to this privilege, the guy is happy that in such a case, he can also roll mountains. And also everything is going to happen even faster than he thought. It's time together. He's also ready for the fight now too. He has to get the money from the statue first. He finds out how much it will be worth and uses the effect. The boy is surprised because the statue is offered for only 115 coins. He realizes that it must be worth at least 140 or even 150 coins. It activates the VIP stream recognition privilege, and now the item for exchange at the 0 world price is worth 140 coins. Ern gets angry. He calls them beige and rats and asks where they divide 40 coins. After all, 40 coins is 400 gold pieces. The guy realizes he's lazy, of course, but needs to make some kind of deal. But even though he's pretty comfortable because he can make deals even lying down. And that's because now the Book of Measurements is in his eye. He's remembering exactly. She's right in front of his eyes right now. He doesn't understand. Did the book make the measurements in his eye? That's the real book, in which case it's a good thing he can walk around without his glasses. At this time, the guy activates his eye and sees that the transaction has been finalized on the hero figure and the guy has received 150 coins on account. Ern's glad it's selling fast enough. Now the guy's thinking what kind of to choose his next item. Monostones are the best option so far. That he gets a notice that someone is selling cheap and quality stones. Ern decides that today he can play together with the crook. The guy is already expecting a really interesting dialogue. The gray-haired man is angry at being called a crook. He doesn't understand who dares to call him that. Hearthstone writes a message asking Ern, is he the right buyer? The guy replies that it's him, and he also wants to buy more mana for me. He asks if he can buy it at the old price. Hearthstone replies that it was a special concession back then, so a little bit. Ern is puzzled. He says stop lying to him because the salesman himself knows it doesn't work. After all, their previous dialogue was also preserved. He asks the salesman, maybe they should play hard to get. This gray-haired man who is a salesman realizes that of course a complaint from this guy would temporarily block him. But if you think about the losses over these few days, it would probably be easy to just sell to him cheaper. Ern doesn't understand how someone with almost 10,000 coins can be so petty. Hearthstone doesn't understand what the buyer wants from him. He asks how many stones he wants to buy. Ern replies by asking how much they can give him. Hearthstone replies that 25 grand medium and 20 grand small, to which Ern wants to be loaded with all of them. The guy sees that he bought medium stones for 10 coins apiece and small stones for 2 coins apiece, and at the same time, he puts up an ad that he's selling mana stones and a medium stone is worth 12 coins and the small stone is worth 3 coins. The boy realizes that this is again a bargain. After all, it is very profitable when you buy for cheap and sell for more and make a profit. Meanwhile, the Hearthstone room. He's incredibly angry because he sold it to a guy for cheaper, and he should be grateful and keep his head down, and he could sell it in his own world too. He doesn't realize it's my business to upload my ad in the same channel. In the morning, Ern doesn't understand why he got so many messages. Ern has learned a thing or two in the 3 years he's been doing deals. He knows what to do if someone raises their voice at him. Ern, a bad, evil bad businessman, can raise his voice. Voice twice as big. Why would Hearthstone even think he could yell at him? The man who's talking to the guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I mean, did the guy get yelled at and take offense? Ern recalls that once in a past life, he had a confrontation with an unyielding salesman whose peculiar manner of speech had forever seared his soul. And he probably wasn't human. He was someone from Azeroth. Ern starts yelling that he didn't even start. Hearthstone realizes the guy's not exactly normal. He doesn't know who it is, but it doesn't feel good. But Ern realizes that if he had promised that he would not trade stones, he would not have traded them. Hearthstone writes that it's rude to sell at an undervalued price, because the guy could sell at the same price as him. But Ern replies that it's only because Hearthstone sells for too much. But Ern is already furious. He wants to stop it and offers to make a deal with the guy. But Hearthstone replies that he doesn't want anything and just won't sell anymore at that undervalued price. If the guy wants to, he can complain about it. Ern sees how touchy his interlocutor is. He realizes that for guys like Hearthstone, money is both religion and faith. Even if the appetite is properly aroused, they also quickly realize that there are things more important than emotions. And these are the ones who will do anything to make a profit. Simply put, they're the ones who are easily convinced by the word profit. Hearthstone says that prominent individuals like him. But of course you can't let your emotions get in the way. He asks his interlocutor what the market price is, but Ern replies that the market price is the same as his. The guy sees that he now has 455 coins in his account and can spend 30% more, so that the total becomes 657 coins. He orders the medium 55 pieces and the small 19. But Hearthstone says he doesn't have much product, but Ern asks didn't the seller say he had some. The vendor asks in response, does the guy think mana stones grow from the ground? Ern asks how many stones the vendor has then. He replies that he has 25 medium and 50 small. Ern agrees to this offer because it is good for him anyway. Guy puts up a new ad for mana stones, but he realizes he can sell them even cheaper. When he sees the ad, Hearthstone gets pissed off again because the guy discounted the price again and he doesn't think about the commission at all. But Earn says that if you look from the side of the average customer, Hearthstone All True says, but for the story changes. And if you use them, even if you reduce the price by 25%, the guy will still be in the plus, especially for mana stones besides the high demand. They have the added benefit of having a very loose sales limit. Earn says he has very little time to make money, and so he has no reason to chat with the salesman. And since he has time, he should drink Manu now, and now that he has, Earn will make a cool body wherever he goes. It'll be okay, but for now, he's only quick with the basics because he's not a real genius. And if things stay as they are, he'll have flaws and stagnation. Earn realizes that if he does, when he gets up there, he can't survive. And there's not much time left before he goes to that place. The guy realizes he has to start. He lowers the price of medium stones to 9 coins apiece. After all, in his previous life, he had to give himself entirely to the county for the first year to go there. But in this life, it's only been 8 days since he started transacting through dimensions. But when he owned the Pride, it took him a year to do it. And now he's done it. And he stepped up his game and the deal went up. He's using the relocation to System 1. And Earn realizes it's only just beginning. And here it all just begins. The skill sponge inside the head has been unlocked. The rate of skill mastery will be increased. Earn finally moved on to System 1. It's a system where even errand boys and restaurant workers become as strong as the knights or the world of Marim. That's what they call it. The guy gets notifications from Hugh. It says that he's been condescended to by God, and now he's got his own world, but he doesn't have the tools to express it. And if anyone, maybe he can be helped. Let them offer a proper price. Seeing this notice, Earn doesn't realize what a disgusting way to talk. This notice had angry comments. Earn is not surprised that people are reacting this way. Earn sees that the side effect of the sponge inside his head is absorption. It's reduced by 80%, and the absorption rate is increased by 300%. The guy doesn't understand why it's so sudden, and he wonders what it even takes to unlock the privileges, because the only thing he could do is activate the Eye of Insight. It shows information about who someone is trading with, as well as the Stock Exchange Center report. But the guy notices that the Eye of Insight isn't working. Earn is incredibly frustrated. After all, the guys at the center are useless. They should at least tell him why he got privileges or let him see the reason through the Eye of Insight. But Earn realizes that he can still guess it himself because they probably open with leveling up. Suddenly, the guy gets some event. He clicks on it, and an incredible number of different notifications come to him. He doesn't understand what it is or why there are so many of them. The guy wanted to say something, but he thought it would be too weird. But even if it is a special sale, discounts depends on the market price, so it will still be expensive, but also because of the level of his privilege. No commission does not play a role, and considering the payment for participation in events. Suddenly, the guy sees a notification that he is being congratulated for switching to System 1. Earn is a little puzzled. He doesn't understand. Is this really some kind of customer service? I mean, they didn't even give some cheapie as a reward. Suddenly, the guy in front of him is maxed out on body and ball concealment. He doesn't know what it is. To find out, he uses absorption. Earn's a little surprised because it's really absorbed, which means that the martial arts of this world use Manu as fuel, but in System 1 they use internal energy. And if someone were to ask him which is better, he would no doubt say that the martial arts system is one because of the strange sword technique that symbolizes Lazakan. And it seems to him as if it is not from this world, this technique of the sword, and from the world of martial arts, because martial arts are similar in that both there and there they use the power of nature. But mana is in a more responsible state, and internal energy is a refined version of mana. Guy realizes that even though this new privilege is compatible with the mana core, he still has to open his meridians and veins, because that's how the skill becomes more refined to create an instant dantian and learn a new ball technique. It's more amazing than he would have thought. The guy asks if there's a limit to this spatial trade because he can buy anything if he has money, even abstract values. But he has to be careful about using coins now. He's done with the preparations, and it's time to head to the first target. He's thinking of starting with this guy, another no-space exchange estate. The guy says he adores the customer. He asks how he can help, but he's told it's very rude by a stranger. The man says to think about it. As a love of the human species, rather than a love of dimension, He is told he needs martial arts scrolls. The buyer wants to see the entire assortment on the seller says that he sells too much and also asks him to refrain from such informality. The buyer asks, is it really that important? And maybe they will communicate normally too. The seller sees that there is another bad customer in front of him. He decides to look. This customer is named Earn, and he is a trained warrior. The seller says it looks like this guy from a small lower system bipod. He says he can't complain because he lives off these customers and he thinks he should thank them. So the seller asks what kind of martial arts the guy is interested in. The seller replies that he has a couple of sword techniques, including triple ball techniques in the ball balance technique and the crouching tiger technique. You realize that no matter how many times he listens, he still can't understand this strange way of speaking because this crook's repertoire. His specialty is selling random cheap, overpriced scrolls, and the triple sword technique is an unfathomable technique that contains all sword techniques, of course. In the beginning, progress will be slight. However, it has limitless potential, and if you succeed in mastering it, you can become the strongest in the world. Who dreams of a martial arts system? One, for example, he chooses people like Earn, who in a past life were real weaklings. Earn realizes that he has been tricked again. Because the triple sword technique is a normal technique containing 3 movements of slashing, cutting, and blocking. And if he's nowhere, the guy will be the strongest. Earn says it sounds ridiculous. He thinks this technique will only be useful if it is used in a shooting range. The seller says that if one technique is not enough, he has others. But Earn doesn't answer. The seller thinks that the buyer may not have made up his mind yet. Which art to choose? Then he can give some advice, if the buyer pays him another 20 coins. But the guy refuses in the 5th world of Marima Sector Mountain Bamboo Plant Leader. He asks, what is? They're talking about Hakcho Lee. The leader asks if they've found the guy yet. The sect leader of the mountain bamboo plant, Juseong Ha. He asks in a frenzy how they found it and in what source. The sect spatial trade manager says what the guy said. Earn wrote that he too has a lot of questions and can't answer them all at once, but he is being answered that he is pretty upset right now. Earn asks that if in any case he takes care of their enemy, will they be able to reward him? But the leader gets angry and yells that sweet words won't get him. And his trust as well. And if this guy is a common crook, he's in trouble. Earn replies that if they don't trust him, it's too bad because it's their enemy, not his. And he'll just let this Hakcho Lee go. But Yuseong Ha is just furious. He asks if he was called to make jokes, but Earn says no, and they also have to understand this. Looking at his information, the leader says the guy is from the lower system. The young gentleman says that is correct, and asks how they think he knows the secrets of their book of techniques. But Yuseong No answers that the guy told Hakcho Lee. The leader asks if Hakcho Lee is a traitor too. Earn says they are smart and probably for such a fugitive, as he has no backup and better than the measurement transaction book. About the guy received 200 coins from the leader of the mountain bamboo sect. They're asking if it's enough, but if it's too little, they ask to understand their position. But Earn realizes that this is too much, because he just wanted to get back the 20 coins he spent at the vendor's place. And Hakcho Lee will never know that those 20 coins were the point of no return for him. The leader tells the guy not to think he'll just walk away if he cheats him. However, if Earn can catch Hakcho Lee, he will get even more. Earn realizes that this is very unexpected luck for him. But the guy says this guy's real name is Su Hyeja, and in fact he would have just let him go. Guess this guy mutilated his face to hide his identity. Earn realizes that he lost nothing compared to this nasty guy. Was nothing his first reason for going to System 1. After all, this is Seok Hyun, the first-class seller of martial arts scrolls. He writes about that he has a lot of old books for those interested in abstract philosophy, and ideologies, also many books on Buddhism, Taoism, and fundamental Confucianism. Earn realizes he's not exaggerating if he says he became the Steelguard family's death bailiff. He met the guy while he was looking for martial arts scrolls to carry on his grandfather's legacy. And the one who tricked him and made him needlessly spend money and family finally fell when he bought a wish bookmark from a person in System 2. But that doesn't take away his resentment towards Seok Nutsup. And now Earn decides that the shame and pain he's been through will be returned to this guy. The guy sees a communication request from Seok-hyun. It asks if Earn is looking for something in particular. After all, the seller has a lot of different books. But Earn says that since he was found through Mu Hyekja, he must already know a lot of things. It is a library from the Library of 1,000 Swords. He copied information from many scrolls and stole them. Now he sells them at a low price to his acquaintances, and at a high price to himself. Just coming from System Zero, he made a fortune that way, but he's a cheapskate. Earn says that this Su Hyeja guy is tricking people with the triple technique and only complete dumbasses would fall for it. Earn thinks this guy is cheating people from the low system. Seok-hyun wonders if this guy will ever get rid of such a stupid habit. But Earn wonders what Seok-hyun is doing. Different from Su Hyeja, Seok-hyun starts to get angry because his group compares him to that guy and he talks to you. Earn was not out of line. Earn apologizes for his rudeness. He asks what he can see in Seok-hyun's range, and he also says he's looking for ball techniques. Seok-hyun offers the guy a plum blossom technique. This technique depletes the pleasant aroma of plum blossom, and they say, the higher the skill, the deeper the scent. Earn says it's a good technique and not a bad one. He asks what the price is. Earn sees that the market price for plum blossoms is 15 coins. But Seok-hyun tells him that the market price is 50 coins, but since it's Earn's first time at his shop, he will give it to him for 35 coins. Now Earn sees what kind of seller he is now. And if Su Hyeja was giving a triple technique that wasn't even worth half a coin for 5 coins, that Seok-hyun raised the price by 20 coins. Earn is incredibly angry and says the guy will pay for it. He decides to write to the seller and tell him that he'll take it because 35 coins isn't that much. And he wants to make the exchange immediately. Seok-hyun sees that this guy is not only rich, but also has a keen eye for technology. He asks the buyer how he makes his money. Earn asks if Su Hyeja didn't say anything to the salesman since Earn also works in the business. The guy also says that he thinks they'll be seeing Seok-hyun a lot. But Seok-hyun laughs because this guy talking about business doesn't even know the market price and grade of the tech. Seok-hyun replies that customers like this guy are always welcome, and he understands. He doesn't need to let this weakling get away, so he offers to be his friend because that sounds good. Sees that the salesman has taken the bait, so he decides to sell. His at a reasonable price, even if he loses a little. He tells Seok-hyun to laugh while he can. Suddenly, Isel knocks on the young master's door. She wants to go in and the guy lets her in. The girl apologizes, but when she sees the young gentleman, she is perplexed. Earn doesn't realize what's going on, but then he notices that his lust for killing has gotten out, and he can't control it after meeting Seok-hyun. The young master apologizes to the maid and says it wasn't her fault. Isel says the master even missed his morning workout. She asks if there's anything the guy needs, but Earn says he's in perfect condition. Isel thinks that the young master has made a lot of progress in a couple of days. Earn sees the look on the maid's face and doesn't understand why she is blushing. He realizes this is going to be tedious. But he wondered if Isel saw him as a man, and he hadn't even unlocked half of his potential yet, and the girl was already looking at him like that. Earn tells Isel not to be shy and to ask him for anything. Isel asks the young master what about the business with young master Kieran. Earn realizes that if he's not mistaken, he's unlocked with his brother. In the morning at the training ground, the younger brother was competing with the older brother. Earn asks what brought the brother to the training ground. After all, he doesn't usually train with knights because their skills are nothing compared to his. Kieran asks why his brother thinks that, but Earn replies that anyone would recognize it at a glance, because Kieran doesn't show up at the training ground, instead he trains in a corner by himself. Earn concludes that apparently his brother is still a child. Kieran starts to get angry. Has his younger brother gone mad? Earn apologizes to his brother and says it was just a joke. He asks what Kieran wanted to ask him. Kieran gets angry and says he wanted to, but first now he needs to teach his brother a lesson. He swings his fist to hit the younger Earn. The boy realized that Kieran had always been easy to hurt, but this was too much. The older brother swung his arm towards Earn's head and he managed to dodge. The younger guy bounces back and surprises Kieran. Earn doesn't understand why his older brother is so upset. Kieran says his brother's just trying to get his way and he wants to hit him again, and tells him not to think that he's knight just because his father praised him last time, at which point he uses magic and wants to strike again. But when he strikes, Ern uses his strength too and fights the guy off. They clash, fist to fist. Kieran is puzzled by what is happening, and by the younger brother's strength, he bounces to the side. He doesn't understand where the younger brother got his hands from. That's power. Isn't he supposed to be a simple knight of the 5th rank? Kieran realizes he's let his guard down and says he'll no longer hold back on the... To a junior, it is a test of the beginning of mana improvement techniques and the basic requirements of a 2nd-ranked knight. Ern asks, has brother gone crazy? And why would he go so far since he's still training to be a rank 5 knight, so he can't use the aura here? The younger brother says Kieran is out of line. But Kieran is full of anger and says he will take this opportunity to teach Junior a real lesson. He attacks him with all his strength, but Ern has no choice but to fight his brother. Kieran uses a rock-shattering punch, but Ern fights it off as well. The older brother is puzzled how Ern can be so strong and fend off his high-ranking punch. Their fight makes her fly off to the side, and a pit of magic appear between them. Kieran asks how his little brother managed to become so strong. Ern replies that he can't say that he and his brother get along well, but he asks if Kieran thinks he's gone far enough this time. Kieran asks, is this the power of the secret vault? He asks what brother got the secret vault. Ern realizes that Kieran was upset because he entered the secret vault. Now he understands why his brother is so angry. Ern says that Kieran should have been in the secret vault by now, and if not in the inner vault, at least in the outer one. But Kieran's getting angry. He asks what an outdoor vault is, and he thinks his brother's messing with him, because how would he get into a secret vault? The only person who went in there besides father is Ern. Younger brother is puzzled. Is he really the only person who went in there besides father? After all, his father must not even know the existence of the Book of Measurements, because in his life, he has not used it either. Ern realizes that, in any case, his father is not the kind of man, which are traded. Although the likelihood of someone actually using the measurement transaction book is small, since it has never been in the internal vault. And there are 2 options. Either it's in the inner vault, or it doesn't exist at all. But the inner vault is a lot harder to get into than the outer vault. Isel turns to the young master. Ern says that nothing much happened between him and his brother, and Ern just asked his brother to show him his aura. But Kieran lost control of his power in the process. Isel asks if the young master is hurt, and if he wants, she can put a bandage on the boy. But the girl remembers that the young gentleman is already an adult, so he probably won't like it. Ern replies that he's really fine, and he thanks the maid for bothering the guys, decides to take pills from behind the medicine cabinet. He tells the girl another part of him is lucky. Ern is glad his older brother didn't take his frustration out on him, so he tells Isel to take it easy and get some rest. Now the guy realizes that he needs to find a way to get into the inner vault. He has to get there before he goes to the academy, so he has only a little time left. He realizes it's the right time for that incident to happen. At the same time, it is impossible. Kieran sits at the table and thinks only that it is impossible. He does not understand how it can be that Ern has become so strong. The sister standing over her brother is a second daughter named Darren. She says it looks like Kieran just embarrassed himself. But his brother gets angry and says that Ern is a scoundrel, and he is obviously hiding something because he pretended to be weak for today. Darren asks who doesn't know about it. She is puzzled. Did her brother think Ern was a bear, but he turned out to be a cunning fox? She sees that her brother has hurt his arm badly. Darian says that even so, Ern is still just a child. She asks if her brother didn't hide his true identity because he was tired of putting up with Kieran's bones. Darren says if it were him, she'd have been hiding for at least another 10 years. But Kieran says his brother didn't even use his full power. You could feel it, how he holds himself back. Darren says that even if he is, he's probably just a fox, but stronger. But Kieran says his brother isn't a fox. He's a whole leopard. He could be a real tiger. The guy decides he needs to find out what Junior is hiding from them and what he's planning to do. Darren says that brother, it could provide her, and she'd totally figure out every last detail of his secret. The Mana Stone Merchant Alliance is getting angry because Ern is a new merchant and he took the entire market in 2 days. Heartstone gets angry. He asks why they should fight amongst themselves. After all, they must not forget that Ern is their common enemy. Heartstone also asks, are the merchants going to just sit back and watch this guy's arrogance? They decide to start creating a plan to eliminate this nasty guy. Ern notices that Mana Stones have started to get cheaper very quickly. Multiple reductions in value are happening faster. than he might have expected, for the mana stones he gave were worth 1 coin less than their market price. And the other merchants got angry with him because he reduced the average cost, and consequently their prices started to fall too. In other words, this is the beginning of destructive competition, which is not a problem. The guy is still profiting because of the privileges of his inventory and current items. There are 12 small stones and 22 medium stones. Ern sees that he should also start to level up his inventory, since he currently has 1,000 coins in his inventory. He thinks that he can sell medium stones cheaper than usual, and selling small stones for less than 2 coins is not profitable, and will have to stop selling for the time being because the profit from the middle stones of the variety, now probably 1 coin, although they are falling in value faster than he expected, but the guy can't really influence it. Because now he's worried about something else. The guy wants to system 1 to get revenge on Seok-hyun for his past life. Ern says he'll take everything in the guy. This is Chin Seng. He is the library in the library. 1,000 swords he is looking for, mid-ball techniques, and he shows a catalog in which they are arranged by power strength. Ern sees that they are quite expensive, but this is not a market stall product. Carefully selected by partner stores presented. Price is lower than market price. There is a quality guarantee. Ern says that's not enough. He asks the library if he has any. Something more expensive and powerful. Chin Seng asks, how about the unique primary skill of his library of 1,000 swords is a basic set of unique primary skills. The skills they sell, but Ern is puzzled by such high prices. Castle of 1,000 Swords is a sect with huge influence even in the 5th system of Murim. Its influence can't even be compared to the Mountain Bamboo sect. Besides, its unique primary skills are a martial art that can only be passed on. Within the Castle of 1,000 Swords, Ern realizes what it is, and he would like to check out. The librarian asks what it is. Seok-hyun greets the guy. He says he didn't think he'd come since he's been waiting for him all day, and he shows the guy. What Ern asked for yesterday is the 8th Cloud Dragon martial art and the Green Cloud Scarlet Dawn technique. Ern rejoices because he didn't think about it. That Seok-hyun can get. Both. The guy says Seok-hyun is really fast, but the seller says the whole team was looking for them. After all, they can't keep their dear customers waiting. He asks if Ern would like to buy something else, but what? Of course he wants. He remembers that Hip-Hail, the rich guy he serves, is the ultimate martial arts fanatic, and he's hard to please with a mid-level martial arts book, so he desperately needs Seok-hyun's help. The salesman replies that of course they'll help in any way they can. Ern says he was thinking of lending the boy something. One big one rather than very many small ones is what the mind means by anything one big one. The guy replies that he was thinking about the unique primary skill of 1,000 Swords Castle. He asks, is it too difficult even for Seok-hyun? The salesman replies that it's not. After all, the martial arts from the 3rd or 4th world of Murim are good too. Seok-hyun replies that he will try to find it. He realizes that everything will be fine, and the main thing is to get to the library. Ern sees that Seok-hyun has fallen for his ruse. The salesman says that, however, it looks pretty risky, so he'd like to take an upfront payment. Ern drops a down payment of 200 coins and says that the seller will get the rest of the coins in exchange for the book. Seok-hyun is incredibly surprised that 200 coins is a down payment. He says he'll contact the client in 5 days. He realizes that he and the librarian are the only ones in the library, and he just needs to avoid getting caught. A few hours later in the Library of Divine Swords, Ern approaches the librarian and says he wanted to try something. He asks what happens if someone tries to sell a unique primary skill somewhere else. But Chin Seng starts laughing and says there is no such thing. He asks what kind of crazy martial arts master is given to stealing from divine swords. The librarian is ready to swear his own, and if someone does something like this, he'll wish he'd died sooner. Ern is happy that step 1 is successfully completed, but the problem is that he needs to find the 1,000 coins that he promised for Seok-hyun. The guy decides that he is very tired and he should take a walk. He remembers that he still has a daily reward, so 5 days will be enough to collect the full amount. He sees that his supply of mana medium stones is rapidly dwindling. The boy decides to stock up on mana's middle stones. Ern writes to some vendor in the name of Mana Crystal Plus to see if he can purchase the stones in bulk. But immediately the seller agrees. But after a few minutes, he writes that he won't sell anything to the guy. After a while, he gets notifications that the seller is hoping. that Ern realizes he's finished. Mana Crystal Plus tells Ern not to even think about getting Mana Stones from the system. Ern sees that the answer is a little more aggressive than he thought, and it will affect his job a little. He doesn't see where that makes sense. Suddenly, he notices something going on behind the trees where Darren and Isel are standing. Darian yells for the maid to spit it out. The next thing she knows, she's punching her in the face. Ern sees this and he becomes furious. The maid's face is very red from the blow. The two daughters of the Stilgard family were complete opposites. Katya, the eldest daughter, possessed the warmth of a spring ray, and Darren's second daughter was cold and contemptuous. No wonder Dasha was feared by all the tutors and maids. She says that's not the answer she expected from the maid and asks again what Ern is keeping from them. But Isel says that she is a simple servant who takes care of the young master, and she can't know anything. She swings her hand at the maid once more, but suddenly her brother calls out to her. Ern asks why she shouldn't just fuck off. Darian notices her brother standing there. She asks, what brings her dear brother to that place? Ern says it is he who wants to ask his sister what she is doing with his maid. Darren says his brother treats that maid too well. She asks since when have they been so close. Darian asks that it's because the maid is in charge of him. Isel has been doing her job even below average. But the brother says the sister should just leave the girl alone. Darian is mad at the brother and tells him not to get involved because she's teaching the girl a lesson for being... She did wrong, and actually Ern should be grateful too since she's doing him a favor and training his maid instead. Darian swings at the maid again, and Ta is about to get hit when Ern stops her hand. The boy says that if his sister has a problem with his maid, she should report it to him personally. Darren becomes angry. She asks how dare her brother touch her at all. She orders him to let her go, but Ern repeats that he told her about her leaving the maid alone. He pushes his sister and Darien falls under a tree. The girl starts screaming and says that her brother is crazy. She asks, what's a lowly maid mean to a guy? Ern says that just like her, if her sister isn't crazy, she'd better not touch his people. He tells Darien to apologize to Isel. Before it's too late, Darien starts slapping his face with his hands. She tells her brother not to act as arrogant as he does. She asks her brother what he thinks. Who will the father favor if she comes running to him with those wounds on her face? The girl says it's interesting to see her father's face when she tells him that her brother raised his hand against her. Ern says his sister won't stop waiting for him. Darren doesn't know what his brother is talking about. But the boy leans over and tells his sister that he wants. The girl remembers once and for all what he won't say, and before he does what he wants. But Darren's getting angry. She says she has nothing to do with it. Ern says he'll just go tell his father now if it's okay with her. Darien is how Ern found out about it, but she admits she's guilty. Ern tells the maid that he will make sure it never happens again. He asks if Isel is all right. The maid says she doesn't deserve to be treated like that Ern would protect a ruined servant like her. The boy is angry and says that Isel is one of his men, and if anyone dares to touch one of his men, he will not forgive anyone. What he was is not what he was, and even if it is the Emperor himself, Ern says not to be too belittling. Darien notices something's not right here. Guy says the maid deserves better. Sister's wondering how brother knew about it. She speculates that maybe they've recast the information to her brother, since there's no way Ern could even know about her deal with Kieran. A few days later, the multi-union whose leader was Hearthstone were still arguing amongst themselves. They didn't understand where Ern was getting all these stones from, or how this was even possible. I mean, no merchant has ever been crazy enough to sell mana stones so cheap. One merchant has a proposition for me, he says. That maybe someone was desperate for coins. Hearthstone notices an unknown user. Could it be he was always in their group? He can't figure out who this stranger is. After all, his level and description make him look like an experienced merchant. The seller to me says that sometimes 10 coins present is more valuable than 100 coins in the future. Hearthstone sees that this guy's words make sense. He says he understands what the guy is getting at, and even he makes faster trades when he really needs coins. The stone dealer says that it's because of sellers like these that the whole order falls apart. Hearthstone asks what the stone dealer is suggesting. The guy says you have to choose one of two possible options. The first is to buy everything before the offender can get to it. But Hearthstone replies that this is not feasible. He asks what the second option is. And the second option is to lower the price of the mana stone more than he did. And that's why the multi-union significantly lowered the price of the mana stones, because of which the buyers bought them up like crazy. Ern is getting furious at these low prices. He realizes that it looks like there's going to be a bidding war, and the demand is insanely high. The guy realizes he's going to be even busier now. Hearthstone is getting angry because the stone dealer promised that lowering the price would have certain results. But the merchant tells me that he doesn't remember saying that. He writes that he simply said that in order to prevent the infringer from getting all the comments, and they need to lower the price. But Hearthstone is furious, and even if the stone seller says so, Ern won't stop selling stones. And the seller's word is not good. The seller says his predictions were wrong. And if they're planning on giving in to a trespasser like this, but Hearthstone's freaking out. How can he give in to a guy like this? It'll never happen. But the gem dealer says that in that case, Hearthstone must trust him again. He has a secret plan up his sleeve to stop this fearsome intruder. The rock salesman says the rookie is slowly losing momentum, but Hearthstone is pissed because he says he's the one losing momentum, and this guy doesn't even show any signs of it. But the stone seller recalls their agreement with the trespasser: if they lose 1 coin, he loses 2 coins. But Hearthstone says its price is the same as theirs. Since yesterday, the seller to me suggests that should be at the limit now. Hearthstone is trying to see if the guy is hiding something else, because he's the kind of guy who hides Trump until the last minute and then shows him. And this guy definitely still has them. Hearthstone says he doesn't get it. He just doesn't understand why Ern risks selling to me, and says the answer is there's only one guy here. Plans to overtake the entire mana stone business. But Hearthstone is desperate and says it's impossible. He asks what about sales limits. He can easily solve that problem by finding helpers. Who will sell instead of him, or by creating a union just like them? Hearthstone's guy asks if that's why the multi-union was created, to gather a few sellers. By increasing control over the mana stone market, and then becoming the one to control the price of mana stones, Hearthstone is asked if that's why he became the head of the multi-union. And to be fair, when they realized this is what they were planning to do, they felt Hearthstone had enlightened them. But Hearthstone never really thought of it. But it's a really good idea. He sighs and says that's right. Hearthstone planned it that way. Ern thinks about Hearthstone's further planning, because Hearthstone just wants to be called the head of the guy, and he sees right through him. Ern uses the special privilege of Chun Nuspal level guy, says he's been anticipating the formation of this union since he started selling mana stones. Though formed earlier than the guy thought, he had his privileges and the special privilege of the Chun Nupal level, which the people of the lower system were aware of. They don't even realize, and he seems pretty depressed. But information is an important aspect of commerce, so Ern can understand why controlling information. And a special privilege. But Ern says that if anyone is interested, when exactly he became a member of the multi-union, it was from the very beginning, even though he rarely wrote there. If a guy is asked why, he'll say that of course to organize a bloody competition for profit, and there are probably only 2 types of people who participated in these competitions. The first are those who can't live without instant gratification, or else, madmen, now that it's all worked out, we can all take a breath together. And they'll start by leaving Ern the intruder and showing everyone the power of the union. And Hearthstone is the union leader because he's waiting for the intruder to reach the limit so they can strike. So it's urgent to come to an agreement. Ern understands that Hearthstone must be thinking of something predictable, and if he successfully takes Ern out of the game and take the industry to me and my mom, he can control the price. And if a merchant comes along who will challenge the multi-union, then he will immediately get from the union. This is a great scenario in Hearthstone's mind, and Ern plans to lead it in that direction because the regular members of the multi-union haven't realized it yet. But within this competition, some will start to get defensive. And watch closely the battle between Eren and the multi-union. They will hire a third party to take all the mana stones for themselves, and the wise person to do so is this Eren. The guy realizes that holding on to them while they're cheap and selling them all when they go up in price is common practice, means now is the time for him to sit back and relax. Darian's room. The girl is there sitting at the table. She is puzzled how her younger brother knew about this. She doesn't understand. Because my brother said the name of the firm exactly, Damian's firm. Suddenly someone knocks on the door of the young mistress's room and she asks who is there. But she's angry because She'd told her before not to be disturbed, but she hears her brother standing outside the door, calling her big sister. Darren realizes it's Ern. She opens the door and asks why the guy's here. He thinks it's time for them to talk about something. The girl pretends she doesn't understand, but the guy reminds her that he wants to talk about Damian's firm. Darren lets his brother into the room. Damian's firm provides the houses with the right materials, and it's a relatively stable and respected firm. However, the problem is that they are in a close relationship with Darren. After Ern became a lord, the firm used the money to manipulate him, and he didn't know it before, but thought he could use it to play with Dasha. The sister asks her brother how he figured it out, but Ern says that the trading firm has changed considerably since sister started getting involved in the business, and it's pretty obvious. The girl gets furious. She starts screaming and asking how the brother will prove it, and where is his proof. But Ern tells the sister to calm down. After all, he's just here to understand her position, because he's the youngest child in the family, and even if he is a member of the Steelguard family, it looks like he's not getting anything from the family. But as the son mastered the breath of steel, he could probably make a living as a swordsman. He asks his sister what about her, because he clearly understands that Darren is trying to find a way to make a living. But Darren says Ern has been hiding the real him until now, and now he's trying to charge her with something else. She asks, what does her brother want? As expected of Dasha, she doesn't pay it off so easily. Ern tells his sister that there's only one thing, which he's interested in. He asks if she came to the firm or if they came to her. Darren replies that they came to her first and said they just wanted to do her a favor. But Darren will have to repay them for it. Ern sees that the sister is lying because it is impossible that such an influential firm would come to her. The sister asks if Ern is happy now. She says brother should have fun and criticize her as much as he wants to. But Ern has said from the beginning that's not why he's here. He asks his sister, how can he earn her trust? If you think about it, they really are alike. Darren asks what Ern wants from her. The brother sees that his sister has such a temper, but he asks Dasha why they shouldn't work together. It's a very tempting offer indeed, but the sister is surprised to hear it. Ern comes out of his sister's room and says that in that case he trusts it to her now, and his sister agrees, and says he'll tell his brother the specifics. Later, Ern realizes that even though it was a lie-filled argument, it's not such a bad idea right now. The guy understands that he's forced to work with his sister, but he has to see what happens in time. But right now, it's all about Hearthstone. Ern notices that he's received a message, but he sees that it's not a message but a money transfer. He received 800 coins from the Mountain Bamboo sect. It's a huge reward because it looks like they caught Hakchol Lee. As a reward, they also sent a gift of bamboo life pill, 10 pieces from the Mountain Bamboo sect. The guy was very interested in it because it was a pill of life in front of him. Measurement bargain book users hit a gold mine. Hearthstone decides to reduce the price by 4 coins on medium mana stones. Well, it's because of the bloody price war between Ern and the multi-union. However, the middle class is limited and you can only buy 5 pieces in a day. Well, of course, Hearthstone had a plan, and it looks like he's trying to minimize his losses. Ern realizes that he was wondering why Hearthstone threw away 4 coins, but still the head he uses about Ern there is an asymmetry of information. All he has to do is change his name to redeem them. Besides, if you factor in the price and the cashback, you get 3 coins per stone. Guy opens the inventory, the number of average mana stones. He's got 480 grand. When Ern saw that, he said he needed another 500. The multi-union's happy, isn't it? Looks like they're in the red. But in the future, they will be in the plus side and make a profit. But in the meantime, Ern is happy to be insanely rich. It's the night of Damian's firm. An unknown man in a hooded cloak approaches the guard. The guards tell him he can't just walk around. They ask the man to leave. But the guy with the scar on his face and the hoodie tells the guard to get out of here, and took the manager to him. The guy tells the guard to tell the manager that Yuluf is waiting for him. When the guard hears the guy's name, he starts smiling and says that they were just waiting for him. They tell the guy to come in because Mrs. Darren is waiting for the guy inside. The guard takes the boy inside and they go into the room, where Darren is sitting and the leader of the firm is standing next to her. The guard says Sir Yuluf has arrived. Firm leader Damian greets the dear guest. But when Darren sees him, she is puzzled. She doesn't realize who is here or what is going on, and Darren wonders how Junior knows someone like this guy. Darian wonders if this guy is definitely the supplier of the mana stones. She suspects it might be a trap, and they're trying to trick her. But this sir says that a rather powerful merchant is coming, and he must be trusted. So Darren needn't worry. They sit down at the table, and Sir says to get right to the point. He asks how much the firm will pay for his mana stones. The leader of the firm says he's scrutinized the samples, but he doesn't think it's hard to decide on one stone. The merchant said that's why he brought, and he also throws a bag of stones on the table and tells the leader to watch. For an hour earlier, Ern had looked at the stones and said that the partner markets were damn expensive. He was glad he had accumulated a lot of points. He bought the man mask for 100 coins. It's an exquisite mask made of human skin, and the person wearing it will look like a completely different person. And if you wear it, others will never recognize you, no matter how well you know them. He also bought a voice-changing pill that would change his voice for 30 minutes. Ern sees that he has about 5 voice-changer pills, but will try to complete the deal in 30 minutes. The leader of the firm looks at the stones, saying that they are incredibly delicate, and he also notices that these mana stones are of the highest quality. The merchant replies that he wants 100 gold for these stones. The leader of the firm says this price is a little high. He asks the seller, how about 90 gold? He swears that no one else in town will offer more for these stones. The merchant stands up and tells Miss to go with him. The guy takes the jacket and says he can't bargain with someone who doesn't know anything about things. He puts the jacket on the mistress, and Darian replies that she thought they could come to an agreement. After all, they trade with the nobles, but it turns out they don't. Ern is glad that the sister at least has a good sense of atmosphere. When Darren leaves, he says they'll contact another firm, because there's another good firm nearby. But as they leave, Damian, the firm's leader, asks them to wait. He calls the seller a fierce man and agrees to buy the stones for 100 gold. But now the seller wants 120 gold. When the leader of the firm heard this, he almost fainted from such a high price. The leader of the firm says that if he pays 120 gold pieces, then he won't make a profit. But the seller asks, does the leader think he came here don't even know the market price? The seller says it's called negotiating. The leader of the firm asks the salesman and mistress to sit down first. He asks them when exactly. He said he was backing out of the deal. He would consider a price of 120 gold. The seller asks, would he really only consider? The leader of the firm offers to make a deal, and he will pay 120 gold pieces. Darian doesn't understand whether this makes any sense at all. After all, they were arguing between 90 and 100 gold pieces. Now all of a sudden she thought her brother only looked scary. She doesn't understand. Is he really up to something? The farm leader says that if he is honest, he can get up to 130 gold coins for this quality. But then he will only be left with 10 gold pieces. The salesman asks, is the leader really joking? But the leader of the firm replies that he should at least make a profit on his payroll, and so far they present not enough to compensate for his low profits. But the salesman says it looks like he's been underestimated. He puts a huge bag of rocks on the table and says that this sack costs only 300 gold, and the labor cost of storage management and transportation costs, no matter what the seller does not think, that the leader will be at a loss. Firm leaders realize that this opportunity comes only once in a lifetime. The price of a mana stone depends on its availability, and even if someone has the money, it's still. He can't get them because they're usually always out of stock, so I don't get 30. And 300 of these stones? He realizes it doesn't matter, even if it was destroyed in the negotiations. So the leader of the firm tells the lady and the salesman that this trade will benefit them, and when he heard that there's a merchant willing to trade, he didn't expect so many stones. But the merchant completely exceeded his expectations, though he may have so many connections. But the leader knows pretty well how the market works, and he doesn't know why he hasn't heard from the seller before. The seller asks, does the leader mean to say that it's suspicious that someone's who he has never heard of or seen before sells expensive mana stones? But the leader says no way. He asks how could he suspect? The one Miss Darien herself promoted. After all, it's just pure curiosity asking if he can find out a little more from the salesman. Ern gets angry and thinks about how it pissed him off. but he hoped Darren would probably turn him down. But when he looked at his sister, he didn't understand why the girl seemed more interested than the leader. The salesman tells the leader that he doesn't need to know what kind of man he is. But when he said it, he was scared himself, and Darren was puzzled. Turns out it's been 30 minutes. To hide his voice, the salesman started coughing and swallowed a voice-altering pill. The leader of the firm is puzzled. He asks if the salesman is all right. The guy coughs and apologizes because he has to take the medicine because he's sick. The farm leader says that it's not worth delaying the seller and he'll take care of the payment right away. The guy's happy because, even though it wasn't planned, he managed to avoid the question. Now the guy and girl have gone home. Darren says they are finally alone. She starts to say she acted like she was on the seller's side because of the deal. But she asks in bewilderment how the salesperson knows their youngest young family member. But the salesman turns around and says it's none of her business. The lady gets angry and says she deserves to know. The salesman asks, "Does Darren think Damian's firm is her local convenience store?" He asks how she thinks why the firm bought me mana of unknown origin. But Darren says it's because of her and for the assurance of Darren of Steelguard. But the seller is puzzled. He asks what that assurance is. Mistress says it put her in a difficult position, and if something goes wrong, the firm will blame it on her. And it's strange behavior, she can't just turn a blind eye to it. She asks why the seller is trying to hide his identity. The girl asks if the seller's name is even real. Well, as expected of a sister, she is incredibly perceptive. Darren asks if it's her little brother Ern's trap. Unexpected Trade starts laughing, and the girl is angry. She asks what's wrong and why he's laughing so hard. The seller asks what kind of lunatic would burn 36,000 gold pieces to mess with some girl. He doesn't understand. Does Darren mean to say that these mana stones were stolen and he is some kind of criminal? But the mistress is puzzled. Is that not so? The merchant says that to get 300 stones, he would probably have to rob an Imperial vault. He asks if the girl thinks he's that talented. But the lady replies that if you think about it, she doesn't see how else the merchant could have gotten his hands on so much money. The peddler says he heard something earn, that they're siblings worse than enemies. The salesman put his hand on the girl's head, but it made her incredibly angry, and she told him to take his hands off. The seller says that growing up he realized that the only people he could lean on were his family. He says that Darren should get along with them so she won't regret it in the future. In his mind, Ern remembers how he made such a mistake in life. The merchant steps aside and tells the lady to wait for him in the carriage. As he left, he said he would send the compensation through Ern. Darren still didn't understand who this strange man was or how he had so much money. I wondered what the merchant had to do with her brother. Ern is now in his room. He realizes that the final price of the average mana stones for Damian's firm was 120 gold in coins. This is about 12. The having items of the guy are bamboo pill of life, 10 pieces, stones medium 690 pieces, pills interchangeable, voice 2 pieces, and a leather human mask. Ern rejoices because he bought for 3 coins, he sold for 12. Even considering his sister's share of 1%, he made an incredible profit. He remembered telling his sister that as he got older, he realized that the only thing he could really count on was family. So you better be on good terms with them before it's too late and you may regret it. The guy realizes he had to disguise himself as Yulaf. Since he had said this before, his true intentions probably never reached Dasha. Ern realizes it's rather ironic, but at least his present life is different from his past. Of course, Ern is not ready to take any action. No good intentions from his brother and sister toward him, but at least all the innocence and resentment he harbored toward them had long since faded away. Ern realizes that's not a bad place to start. It's not something he should be focusing on. The guy remembers that he's only a few steps away from Seok-hyun and wishes he'd just wait for him. The commonly accepted currency of the continent of Jaeon is gold coins, while in the world of Murim it is gold pieces. And basically, gold is a pretty rare metal that's often used as currency. Ern remembers that this night he sold a bunch of gold and thus the balance should be, he rejoices that the preparations have been completed. But he has one unread message. Seok-hyun sent him a message. He decides whether to accept the message or not, but he decides it's too early. After all, you can't give the appearance that Ern is desperate. He needs to look natural, and he takes a deep inhale and exhale. Now he is taking the message. He goes into the chat room and Seok-hyun thanks the guy for waiting. Earn writes that Seok-hyun is right on time. The merchant is happy that the buyer answered him. He says that of course he better be on time. Seok-hyun says that trust is what drives everything in this business. The merchant realizes he's been pushing himself too hard to acquire the secret arts of the heavenly sword. If he only mentions poison or the poison sect in passing, everyone just leaves the chat room. Seok-hyun says it wasn't easy for him, even with his connections. Earn realizes that the seller is trying to trick him again. He doesn't believe that Seok-hyun has any connections because all he does is copy books from the library, and that's it. The guy doesn't understand what other connections a merchant can have in principle, but Earn thanks Seok-hyun for his hard work. Guy asks the merchant if they've reached a consensus. Seok-hyun says that what he will show now is the chaos cultivation technique. Unlike the heavenly cultivation technique that can be mastered by anyone who is part of the heavenly castle, this technique is only allowed to be used by a select few and is a technique of inner cultivation that contains not only the primitive laws of the natural world, but also the laws of the entire universe. Earn sees that according to the description, the seller has the right equipment for him. The guy replies to the seller that it is great, and with this arrangement, Hefail will be satisfied. Seok-hyun is just thinking about this guy. He asks if Earn could give this to the customer under the name Hefail. The gentleman doesn't understand what the salesman means. But Seok-hyun writes that he will be honest with Earn. 2,100 coins is no doubt a huge sum. However, even such a sum is small for a chaos cultivation technique. On the official market, the heavenly cultivation technique costs 2,000 coins. Even if you consider it overpriced, it still can't be resold in channels and can be concluded that the chaos cultivation technique just has a mere value compared to the heavenly cultivation technique. Earn asks the vendor, is the market value? That's something like 5,000 coins. Now the guy's happy that this is what he needs. Earn realized that Seok-hyun's ability to sow doubt in the minds of buyers and push them to buy. His overpriced junk is great. The guy realizes that Seok-hyun has been scamming people out of money for years, and in his past life he has scammed the guy too many times. In the past, Seok-hyun wrote that he saw that Earn was in a pretty bad state. At that time, Earn realized that if he didn't become an expert, he would have to get in the loop. He asked Seok-hyun if he could do something about it. Then the salesman replied that saving human life was always his priority, telling the gentleman to trust him. He and Seok-hyun would surely be able to help. The salesman said he would provide Earn with everything he needed to become a true expert. After all, such encounters are called fate. Seok-hyun says that he is a merchant, so he can't afford to go broke from heavy losses. However, he will try to offer the best price for Earn. And also the master will be able to ask any questions that arise during the training, and Seok-hyun will answer everything that Earn is interested in. Then the boy would thank Seok-hyun. But now Earn realizes it was the stupidest decision he ever made. Now he asks Seok-hyun how much he wants to sell it for after all. But the seller says it's about 4,000 coins, and he's giving the guy a discount of 1,000 coins. And Seok-hyun says that no matter which way he looks at it, he still sees the benefit. Earn. Despite being short as much as 1,000 coins. However, using it, he should be happy with the inflated price, and very low prices, Earn can cover the remaining expenses. Then the guy says that in that case he only owes the seller 3,800 coins, considering that he gave the seller 200 coins as a deposit last time. Well, Seok-hyun says that is certainly not the case. He asks, is this apparently the first time he is involved in a major transaction in System 1? After all, Seok-hyun has already spent those 200 coins to buy this equipment. Earn says he's in a bit of shock now, because the seller is asking for not 1 or 2 coins, but 1,700. Artie asks that if you go into detail, you shouldn't think it's your client's coins. And since the man who calls himself Hefail will be the only one who pays Seok-hyun asks why they shouldn't take the easy way out in that case. Earn says that in that case, he will talk to his client first. The salesman replies that he'll wait to hear from the guy. The young gentleman realizes what this one is like, and he has always been like this. Earn is confused as to whether the salesman is trying to make him look. It's like he'll be the one to lose if Earn doesn't take the deal. The guy realizes that even if he uses all his special privileges, then he will still be short of 2.5 coins and would rather throw them on the ground than exchange them at the exchange center. And he doesn't have much time. Yeah, and it raises the sales limit. That's why he won't have another chance. Ern realizes that if you think about what his loss would be, he doesn't care anyway. He just needs to pick it up later and it will pay off hundreds of times over. So he writes to Artie that he's already consulted his clients about it. Ern realizes that 4,200 coins isn't such a bad deal after all, and it's far from an unorthodox secret arts technique. Seok-hyun says it's worth noting that he's extremely generous, then they will make a deal. Ern rejoices that the prey has finally taken the bait. The trade is complete, and the precious Ern trap has finally activated the results of the trade payment, 3,600 coins purchase, chaos cultivation technique. Ern sees that his score has gone negative, but now he knows what revenge tastes like. It looks exciting to him. He now understands why the mountain bamboo people and sects have been persecuting the Hakchol more is even more unbelievable. Ern is doing well thanks to someone like Seok-hyun. Now he will look forward to making new acquaintances. Ern gets a message thanking him for a quick deal. The guy sees someone cheering. He asks Seok-hyun, "Does this one look happy?" The merchant replies that naturally it's not every day that they manage to sell something for 4,000 coins. Ern wonders how long he's going to feel this good for. The salesman doesn't understand what the guy is talking about. Ern asks Seok-hyun what will happen next, but the merchant doesn't understand what the guy is talking about. Seok-hyun asks if the merchant ate something wrong. Ern tells the guy that the merchant is a fraud, but Seok-hyun is puzzled. Ern asks if librarian Chin Sang knows what Seok-hyun is doing here, and at that moment, he says the real name that belongs to the vendor. Seok-hyun jumps up from the table in surprise, and his chair even falls over. The clerk asks how Ern knew who he was, but the guy decides he needs to calm down. And he can't just confess, so he has to keep pretending. He asks the merchant who he's talking about. Seok-hyun has no idea what he's talking about. But Ern tells Chun-hyun not to embarrass himself. He suggests inviting a third party to check, and the Chin Sang library turns out to be online now too. And the salesman says his name is not Chun-hyun, but Seok-hyun. Ern asks, is there any reason why it might not be him? Ern is already excited that he has interesting news for the librarian. The merchant confesses that he is Chun-hyun. He asks the merchant to stop. Ern says the guy was just about to confess anyway. Chun-hyun doesn't understand. Who is this merchant anyway? Is he a rich employer and his hobby is martial arts, and the trade that looked like a joke was just a trap? Chun-hyun opens the information on Ern and sees that the guy is from System 0. The trader realizes that his eyes were not mistaken, and it says System 0. And the fact that he stole the library's martial arts, his nickname is Seok-hyun, and he didn't tell anyone he was dealing this book made to measurements was also stolen. So, there's no record of it. But Chun-nupa is only interested in how this unintelligent guy from a lower system could know everything. Ern says that he will now tell Chun-hyun some rules. The guy also says that if he were the merchant, he'd memorize them because as soon as he breaks them, he'll become the #1 enemy of Heavenly Sword Castle. But Chun-hyun isn't upset because he will become the enemy, but he says Ern will become an enemy too. He asks, does the guy really think he can be influenced by such threats? But Ern writes that he thinks it'll really work. Ern says it doesn't matter how majestic the castle of the Heavenly Sword is. But the guy asks, does the merchant really think they can travel across dimensions? Chun-hyun asks what about suspending trade since they won't be let through so easily. The young master says with a sneer that he'll soon begin to feel guilty. He asks the merchant what if he immediately returned the chaos cultivation technique to them, and says they have corrupt librarians. Ern asks if the library wouldn't appreciate it. The guy says a merchant should talk respectfully. Important people. After all, he had heard that the Heavenly Sword Castle treated people who leaked superior skills as #1 criminals. Ern says the one-way ticket will belong to Chun-hyun and a lifetime of torture to boot. The master says that Chun-hyun is certainly brave, but if it were him, he would never mess with a unique supreme skill. And Chun-hyun is a man and he's a real man, brave and ambitious. Ern realizes that the merchant must be trembling after hearing all this. Now he asks Chun-hyun what he has to say and if he wants to live. Chun-hyun replies that of course he wants to. The gentleman replies that the seller should not do anything stupid and remember the following. First, he will die if he doesn't reply for more than 5 seconds, and secondly, he will die if he closes the message tab, and thirdly, he will die if he doesn't follow his orders. And that's it. This applies today. Chun-hyun realizes he has no other choice. Earn says the guy answered him in 2 seconds and says he likes how the merchant is quick to grasp things. So the guy says fourth, the salesman will die if he treats informally and let him think before he speaks. Now Earn says to let the gathering time begin. Suddenly the Lord gets angry. He says to make the vendor spit out everything he ate, and he says that in fifths the vendor will die if he acts like he doesn't understand. 3,400 coins from Seok-yun comes for Earn. When the young master sees it, he gets angry because he gave the seller 4,000 coins. He asks if the cheater used the rest of the money to buy himself candy. Chun-hyun says it's because of the coin transfer fee, but the gentleman should know that it's 5%. Earn completely forgot about the commission during the transfers. It turns out that the exchange center stole 500 coins from him. Earn asks where his coins are not the money changer. He asks if lawful master librarian Chun-hyun will pay his student debt. But the merchant admits that he was the one who took the transfer fee. And about Earn, another 500 coins from Chun-hyun came in. Earn is glad that the merchant finally got through to him. But suddenly the gentleman saw that after returning the money, he had 1,000 coins on him. More than before he paid him, even including the transfer fee. If he repeats it, he'll have tons of coins. Earn doesn't understand. Isn't he right after all? There's no way the exchange center can be that stupid. They've probably already figured out how people can abuse the system. Earn still doesn't know why he gets max level privileges. If he does anything suspicious, he's gonna screw it up for himself. The guy decides to check it out a little later. Earn goes back into chat with Seok-hyun and asks, how about his 200 coins? After all, if he makes a deposit, it's only logical to return it. The gentleman does not understand what a labor fee is because he has never heard of such a thing. Chun-hyun says that he actually used all the money to get the chaos cultivation technique and he had to bribe the guards. But Earn is getting angry. Does Chun-hyun still see him as a stupid guy? The salesman got scared and started saying he didn't mean it. So about the guy came 200 more coins from Chun-hyun. Earn is happy because they're done with the chaos cultivation technique. He asks Seok-hyun if they can move on to the green and 8 martial arts techniques. Cloud Dragon. And about the gentleman, coins from Chun-hyun have started coming in. Earn says that now the time he spends on the vendor is also paid for. Earn decides that he will be kind and make it easy for Seok-hyun. The gentleman says that the seller should just send him 215 coins. Chun-hyun is already furious. He doesn't understand. How does Earn know how many coins he has left in his account? And then the guy has an epiphany. Is Mr. VIP a user? Chun-hyun doesn't understand why the VIP is doing this. Isn't Earn on a different level? Unlike him, Chun-hyun asks what the master wants from him. Earn says he thinks it would be appropriate to say that he's returning an old favor on Chun-hyun, doesn't understand what old pushover the guy is talking about. Mr. asks if Seok-hyun really doesn't understand the seriousness of this situation and he's not the one asking the questions. Chun-hyun asks what else this guy wants from him because he has no more coins left. Earn says that the seller should stop lying because he must have made a good fortune by cheating people and the system of zero. Earn asks what happened to all his coins. Chun-hyun says he spent it all on drinking bets and providing for his 2 wives. Mr. asks, is this guy and those who do everything at once? Seok-hyun apologizes. Earn says it's okay, but that doesn't mean that everything the seller has. They're just coins. Seok-hyun doesn't understand what the guy means by talking about martial arts. Chun-hyun interjects, is he talking about books with martial arts techniques? After all, he has a whole bunch of them, and he could make a decent amount of money selling them all. And getting 1,000 coins from selling them would be a piece of cake. The seller understands that it is shameful to realize that he has to get rid of them. However, at least in the future, he will be able to return most of them he does not understand. Indeed, Lee needs to sell them all. He'll sell enough to get him through this difficult month. Earn doesn't understand what other martial arts books we're talking about. After all, he's talking about the martial arts themselves. Seok-hyun doesn't understand what the gentleman means by martial arts itself. But the guy replies that internal energy technique, The inner cultivation technique of the body base is all Seok-hyun says it's fair to assume that the guy has studied a bunch of auxiliary techniques, and he suggests that Seok-hyun give them all up. But the merchant is furious. He doesn't understand if this gentleman is saying that he needs to die. But says it's not the same as death, but he still has the option of telling Chinseng the librarian about what Seok-hyun did. So he suggests that the merchant choose thoughtfully, because it's life or martial arts. Gives the guy 10 seconds. Had always wondered and been told that those who lived in System 1 lived and died with their martial arts, but he never knew if that was the case. This one incident was enough for him to realize that it's not true. The master realizes that there's nothing else of value left but Seok-nyung's life. The gentleman thinks that even System 1 won't change that. The guy asks Seok-nyung if the seller really doesn't have the basics. The seller says he doesn't. And the guy asks that if you think hard about it, realizes that if it were just about point techniques of the fist and fingers, they would of course be a level lower. So, how are not the main Seok-nyung mister asks why then the seller's body techniques are so weak. He doesn't know what's wrong and what else the guy wants from him. Seok-nyung is begging to get it over with because he has nothing left but his inner energy. All his money, all his martial arts, he's got nothing else. And I've got a minus sign on my balance due to transaction fees. Says the guy is done making a big deal out of it. And he knows that Seok-nyung is the type of person who, even in a situation like this, will apologize and deceive someone. He decides to take a look. Sees that the guy really has nothing left in his account. So he decides not to touch Seok-nyung for now, telling him to just do what he's always done before. The salesman is just furious. He doesn't understand what the young master means by the word, yet he asks, didn't the master promise to let him live? Says that there was just a misunderstanding, and he only told Seok-nyung to do as he says in order to survive. The young master realizes that, of course, that doesn't mean that he didn't consider killing the guy, but killing him once would end it. And when remembers his past life, realizes that she can't let it slide so easily, but has a point. What put into it. However, really needs this guy to feel all the consequences of his actions. Young master wants to make Seok-nyung suffer and beg for his life. Says he will be in touch with the merchant, and so he wants the merchant to make sure he checks his mail regularly. And he tells Seok-nyung not to forget that his whole life is now in the hands of the young master. The merchant wanted to say something, but at one moment decides to interrupt the conversation. He rejoices and he can taste revenge. After all, everything went according to the exact plan, and now Seok-nyung is in his hands, and his martial arts techniques that he longed for in his past life are now in his hands. Also in his possession, and all these techniques now belong to The guy decides now to study each one in detail. He absorbs all these techniques. Footwork 1,000 Wise Men, 6 stars body relief technique, which, according to many, brings 1,000 different changes, say, because of the constant changes of the user. Can begin to nauseate, nevertheless, technique lacks mobility. Compared to stride technique, and as with any body lightening techniques, not the best option for long distances. Feels it just like the description. There are advantages and disadvantages to this technique. However, fast running is not all. As it turns out, you can also make incredibly long runs with this technique. And high jumps, the guy feels like he's a bird. Says that everything. It was worth all the effort at that moment. He thought he was going to die because he was soaking up. This skill relying only on the special privilege of sponge inside the head. And without the privilege, his brain would just explode. Thinks that's enough tech. By lightening the body, the initial stance of the Xuantian sword technique is executed in the manner of a peaceful water wave. However, her power is incredibly large and skillful. The secret technique that turned the hero Rebahan Steel Guard into a knight of mythic rank mystic blade that was considered a lost technique. After the death of the owner after more than a decade, it was recreated in his native lands on the lands of the Steel Guards. Realizes it's a little over the top. He doesn't understand how Raphael can do this. Well, he is a knight of the first class after all. So he can. But the sword is no match for Aura in faith, only that a sword pacifist from System 1 will surpass the greatest knight in the land. But except for his father, doesn't understand. Is that why he considered him low system and ignored him? The guy's a little upset, but then he realizes he's only better off if he's trained while he's at it now. He decides he can check on the others. The heavenly saint technique is beautiful, compared to the technique of inner nurturing from the breath of steel seems so outdated. Zhuantian technique here. Ern can't say anything. He's just satisfied, and the legs are thousands of measurements. Maybe a little weak for System 1. But all in all, it's enough initial despair destruction. That's not a bad thing. And the golden wheel technique is probably the worst thing the guy got, but it involves a lot of pressure skills. So it may also be useful for him to have all 5 martial arts compatible with the continental arts. Suddenly realizes that it increases his physical strength, but he doesn't understand how they use the mana stones. After all, martial arts attracts a lot of attention, and right now you don't want to stand out, so it's best not to think about it yet. Inner nurturing Dandian mana heart in this situation, they will be useful. But then you have to practice twice as much. Mr. notices that they are slightly different. He doesn't understand if it's impossible because the pressure points are the same. He decides to try it, which is so close but so far away. In thousands and millions of trial and error, but he couldn't see that ridiculous light. He uses the silver aura. Guy comes home. He realizes that no matter how much he thinks about it, he still doesn't get it. He used to think it would work, but it was two together and content. It's the best option. A servant runs after him and he turns around. The man says he's been looking everywhere for the gentleman. He asks where the guy went so early in the morning. He says he went for a walk but doesn't understand why they were looking for him. Did something happen? The servant says that the Lord is looking for a young master and has been looking for him for quite some time, so the man asks Ern to go to his father as soon as possible. The guy doesn't understand what his father wants from him so early in the morning. He knocks on his father's room, and he says he came by. When the guy comes into the room, he turns to his father and says he heard he was looking for him. Ern notices that the strange guy next to his father is a probation worker named Kaloi. He's a useful man to keep an eye on the island. Although he's not a knight, but his ball control is pretty good. And if Raphael is his father's right hand, then Kaloi is his left hand and like a shadow of his father. Juma hasn't met him much, and it's hard for him to understand what this guy is thinking, so it's going to be hard to negotiate with him. Father says he wonders where his youngest son went. He assumes the boy has been practicing since the morning. Ern says he's putting his best foot forward, and he doesn't want to dishonor the Steel Guard name. The father says he likes his son's attitude. Ern sees the heroic rank, and just looking at it his body tenses up, but it's not as bad as before. This pyramid of ranks is a wall that Ern will probably never get over. The invisible wall called Awakened Heroic Wall crushed many knights in Acha. Yang, a weeping wall barrier that is even imaginable, is hard to stand right in front of. Ern realizes he's not so simple either. Father says it's unexpected, but Ern doesn't understand what the Lord is talking about. Rebadan asks, didn't his son tell him that he had other ways of training? Since Dawn seems a bit out of place, that it's just like there are different ways of doing things. You don't have to follow one, he goes through several at once. Father says it's not that easy to chase 2 birds with 1 stone, sword and trade. Ern is just shocked, and he is incredibly surprised. He doesn't realize how many more times his father will surprise him because he thought that only Darren is talented in trade. Does his father know his sister's secret? Rebadan asks why the son is hiding this talent. Ern says the nail may be sticking out of his pocket, but it is better hidden away. The father says that praise finished amazing things is one thing, and censure is another. The Lord asks if the son is aware of the mistake he made. Ern says he used their family's name for trade. Rebadan says the man's shop was under the protection of the Stilgard family, so the son must definitely know him, and today or maybe tomorrow the father meets Yulaf in person. And where does he ask why Ern is quiet at this moment? Because his son can contact this man. The guy realizes that either way, he needs to take care of it before he leaves his Earth, so he replies to his father that he understands. Ern says he'll contact him and make sure Yulaf meets his father tomorrow. Yet Rebadan remembers that his son said he was leaving in 3 days for the Knight Academy. He asks if the son is ready. Ern says the butler has already taken care of everything. Rebadan asks how he can help his son or if there is anything Ern wants himself. The boy realizes that his father can help, but he can't say so himself. So he tells his father that the fact that the Lord takes care of him is enough. The father tells the son to go and rest then, and he notices that the son has really changed over the days. Raphael comes out next to him. He asks why he and Dima shouldn't have a chat together. The boy doesn't understand. Is the warden starting a conversation something new? It's actually a first for him. But the boy replies to the master that there's no harm in talking. He asks what's wrong. Raphael asks, how did the young master find out about the relationship between Darren and Damian's firm? Now Ern knows who's on his tail, and if his father asks, even Darian won't get away with it. The young gentleman says that his father surprised him a lot. Raphael doesn't understand what the gentleman is talking about. The boy replies that he always thought he was the one who wouldn't let his sister play. Raphael says it seems like condoning it, because the Lord appreciates the young lord's sister's talent, and instead of warning and punishing her, he let her realize the consequences herself. Although Darian still doesn't understand it, that's what it means, because Darian's weak point just evaporated. Raphael insists that Ern answer him from the firm to tell him all this. But the guy replies that he just assumed that because on Earth of their size you need big customers. And the merchants would do anything to lure people like his sister, and he just threw the bait, and his sister fell for it, that's all. Raphael pretended to understand. Ern asks if Raphael has anything else to ask. If not, then he will be leaving because he is a bit busy now because of the meeting with Olaf. Ern realizes that this is starting to get annoying, and it's not long before something he has to do before he leaves for the academy. Something he has to do for the Steel Guards. Something dangerous. But he doesn't know exactly what he can do. Ern realizes he'll never know, so for now he'd better start investing. Ern enters the affiliate market. He's incredibly surprised he doesn't understand. If they've all gone crazy because the prices are incredibly high now, he understands why everyone's bad-mouthing him. About these markets, the average price is high, but a year of internal nurturing 3,000 coins, and the average salary of a first-class knight, in terms of man and System 1. The price for 1 year. Realization does not play a role, but it is important to remember that 1 year of internal nurturing is not a year of realization, and what the average martial arts user can gain. Practicing all year long using only martial nurturing techniques is what a year of inner nurturing is all about. And it's been a long time since how the people of System 1 stopped at this meaning, he does not understand. What is the meaning of the year of inner nurturing now? And if Raphael has been doing this for 50 years, even he has nothing to say. Ern realizes that there is no way a System 1 librarian can be trained for half a century straight. The young gentleman can't just say it's expensive, but he would buy. It's on the cheap and should be looked at partner with affiliate marketplace. In a search for a year of inner nurturing, the maximum price is 300 coins. He finds a girl's ad where she says her rabbit-like husband and chanterelle-like children are starving, and she wants to save them by selling inner nurturing that costs 250 coins for a year. Ern realizes that it is the cheapest. Although he will spend half of his coins, he buys it, and if you consider the price, it is better to buy potions or fermented brews and absorb them, but he doesn't have time for that. He decides whether to try and absorb. He's confused, but eventually he decides to try to absorb it, and realizes that so he missed a whole 60 years of inner nurturing to be exact. 63 years in System 1 is almost nothing, but it's still something. He unlocked the achievement for absorbing 60 years of inner nurturing, rewarding 5 years of inner nurturing. The guy realizes that now that he thinks about it. Transitioning to the second system is almost impossible. After all, in his past life, he had reached the second system. Only through luck did he plan to sell the martial arts and stop trading. But he decides he can't do that. In his previous life, he couldn't even dream of soul status. But in this life, he can achieve other statuses since he has unabashedly outdone himself in 2 weeks. Ern decides that he'll think about what he's going to do next, and now he has to get it. The guy swears he saw it at the partner store. He decides it's probably going to be expensive, but it's only sold here. He finds yin and yang beetles. Yin-yang bugs are a pair of well-compatible parasites. Their souls feeling thoughts, emotions, even life is connected to each other. Using this, you can control your target. Winter sees what it says here. He thinks it's better to learn more about it to do the right thing. Ern sends a dialogue request where it says, "Oh, interesting, exciting black magic workshop of a respected blood demon." But he sees that the person he is talking to is not online, and he wants to chat. Ern enters the conversation, and he writes that he wants to ask about the bugs in the list of items. The guy apologizes, and he wants to know more about their use he didn't really understand from the description. The merchant asks if Ern knows what the name means, and he doesn't happen to be from the system. One symbol of a bug in their names is actually a symbol of loneliness, some parasites living in people, and causing some entertaining symptoms. And this couple is particularly interesting. The salesman asks if the guy knows what the worst thing his rival can say. The gentleman realizes that something is wrong with this guy, but he replies that he doesn't quite know. The salesman replies that the guy just swallowed a Beetlejuice. Hearing this, the guy's heart begins to sink, he loses hope and thinks it's his end. If a guy uses these beetles, he easily turns from an honest and rich man into a lying and stingy one. And even people seeking revenge are instantly turned into cattle. The vendor says that if Ern had only seen their faces, he would have realized it. The guy doesn't understand what's wrong with this salesman. Is he really crazy or who he is? The young gentleman uses the eye of insight, and he learns all the information about this vendor and interest in black magic. Since birth, this guy's character has changed dramatically. His general information is that he is the founder of a demonic blood sect, sacrificed all believers to black magic, a common enemy in the world and relies on evil sects. It is the evil god of cruelty who has cast away humanity, the devil, with the face of man. Ern thinks that with earthly words he has turned into a black mage or already a demonic novice, and in general it makes him more trustworthy. However, the salesman would not recommend using beetles on his family or his mistress. Ern asks why that, but the salesman says, though it would give the guy total control. But there is no way to avoid side effects, because all the time there are people who ask about how to take them off, especially to those who use them to conquer a girl. He says the guy has no idea how the exchange center gets if people complain. The salesman says the main thing to remember is that once they get into the body, then remove they're virtually impossible, so they must be used with discretion from a fresh mind. Ern realizes that if you can't take them off at all, that's fine. It's a far cry from what he might even expect. If so, he needn't worry. He's deciding who's going to eat these beetles. He approaches Sir Havis. In front of him, the junior master. He greets him. Ern asks if the boy has finished his training because Captain Hafael's training is enough to make the knights collapse from fatigue. Havis is still on his feet. As expected of a knight's ace, the boy thanks the young master for such words. He says he is honored to hear it. Ern slips the knight a glass and asks him for a drink. He says he thinks the knight is thirsty after such a hard workout. The knight thanks the young lord, but he doesn't understand why he gave it to him, because he's never even spoken to him before. He's the son of a lord, and the knight thinks it would be a good thing if he'll be on the young master's side. Well, when Javi sees what's in the glass, he doesn't know what it is. And did the young master really let him drink it? He feels like his throat is going to feel bad after this. Javis doesn't understand why Ern is acting so strange and pressuring him. The knight can't even refuse while the young master looks at him like that. But the boy decides that be what it will, because the young master could not give him something bad. But when the knight drank it, he realized it was disgusting. Ern asks if he liked what he made especially for him. Javis replies that it feels great, and it's definitely good for his body. The young gentleman says it's an incredible relief for him. He asks if he can have the glass. Javis hands over the glass and thanks the young gentleman for his concern. The young gentleman took the glass. You see, it's empty. He says that's great. Javis thanks Ern and is glad to have him in his care. The boy asks if the knight is really grateful to him. But Javis replies, of course he's grateful. Ern says that if that's the case, he wants to ask the guy for a favor. After all, people always return good things. Javis asks, does the young gentleman have something to ask him? The knight thinks that the young lord might not have made him drink the liquor, but might have asked him to. Ern says they'd better back off. When they step back, Javis asks if the young gentleman wants to create an aura, and if the guy follows the instructions, he can create it. Ern asks the knight to show him his aura because he wants to see his aura. Javis understands now what the young lord wanted from him and why he gave him that thing to drink. The knight realizes that Ern is acting like a child, because usually, Javis doesn't show his aura to the others, but to the lord he must. Knight tells Ern to take a step back. Javis leaned her knife against the ground and it began to glow, lifting everything around it in the air. Javis understands that this is expected from a knight ace. After all, the quality of color and density of his aura is incomparable even to his older brother. However, about an aura of this caliber, Ern doesn't need to worry, and it seems to be going much better than he even expected. Ern says he expected nothing less from a knight. Javi says he is flattered by the young lord's words. He says that compared to the earl and even the captain, he is nothing at all. But the knight remembers what he wanted to ask Ern. He says there are many other aura users. He asks why the young lord chose him. Ern says he chose him because the younger guy asks when the knight got the aura. After all, if he did like everyone else, he probably took about 4 or 5 years, and even if he got it before anyone else in his 20s, it's not even 10 years from now. The young gentleman says the feelings of overcoming the wall of knowing how to surpass yourself. He asks, who besides this guy could have felt it? Now Havis understands why the young master chose him. The knight asks why he should come to such a place, since he should not be ashamed of his passion for aura. But Havis ponders that maybe teenagers feel differently than adults. Suddenly, Ern starts clapping, and Havis doesn't understand what's going on. The young lord asks if the knight has finally realized. But Ern asks, did Havis really catch him? But the knight doesn't understand what's going on at all, and he doesn't realize, is it really the young gentleman in front of him? Because the atmosphere has changed, and his calmness is gone. Ern asks if the knight has overcome the wall and surpassed himself. He says it's nonsense. The young master asks, does the knight think it will hurt him if everyone finds out about this? But Havis doesn't understand what the young master is talking about. But Ern replies that he is talking about the identity of the knight, and he also asks how the weather is in the south. Isn't Mr. It's an Imperial spy, but Havis says spy sounds too much. Ern asks why everyone acts like this when they're under pressure. The young gentleman asks the knight, does he really think he just called a knight spy? The boy says he's not a maniac. Harvey Duracall is standing in front of him, and his mission is a failure. And the young master said it would be bad if everyone knew about it, didn't he? He brought the knight to the quiet place on purpose, but he still suspects him. And this is a common spy. But Havis doesn't realize it could be a simple trap, so he asks him for the young master to stop, for even he has the pride of a knight. And if the lad had proof, they were standing there. Because if that were true, Ern would have told the count or the captain, and they would have looked into it. The young gentleman asks, does the knight admit that he is a spy? But Havis says no, and he explains that the gentleman is lucky he is not a spy, for Ern would not have left the forest if he were a spy. The master asks if that's a threat. But the knight replies that of course not. He's just saying that Ern wasn't careful. But Ern says that he's the only one who knows who the knight really is, and it's just the two of them. The young master asks if he could be killed. But Havis doesn't understand what the young gentleman is thinking. Is he stupid, or is he trying to frighten him? But he shouldn't. Worry about that, for Ern knows his real name, and that's enough. He swings his sword at him and swings it sideways. But suddenly he notices that Ern is missing. He starts to look around and remembers that he did cut him, but he's out of sight. But suddenly, Havis attacks him. The young lord also has aura from his aura. He slashed the sword of Knight Havis with his aura. Ern says that he obviously attacked and backstabbed him. He asks how Havis became a spy in the first place. Knight thinks about the fact that he has a troubled enemy in front of him, and he never worried about the younger son of Steelguard. After all, nothing changed when they found out he was hiding his talent because the island is full of geniuses and talents. But could it be aura at 16 is something else entirely? Havis doesn't understand has the blood of Rebadan and Rebahan awakened in the young lord. The knight realizes it looks frightening, but now is not the time to settle. His life is at stake. Ern sees that Havis wants to join him in a fistfight. But the knight sees the sword and the young master gone. He says he realizes this is foolish. Havis starts attacking Ern. Well, then stops his attack using the World Crusher. A huge ball of light emanates from their contact. After this blow, Havis opens his eyes and sees that a whole path of holes has formed in the distance, that he hit Havis and he rolled on the ground. This blow is much better than Ern thought it would be. Havis is puzzled. He doesn't understand what it is how a young master can hide such skills. Knight is bleeding from the mouth. Ern says he didn't think the guy would have internal injuries. He asks if the guy's mana heart is okay. Havis tries to get up, but the gentleman tells him not to try to resist because this time he won't get off that easy. Havis realizes that the guy is obviously not kidding. They have an obvious power differential. And now Havis realizes he's finished. He asks which puppy told the gentleman about it. Is it an inspector or a security agency? But Ern says the guy doesn't seem to understand the situation, and it's not his place to ask questions. Ern says he's always been curious about it. After all, this island is only known for being the land of Rebahan, who left the Empire and is not a research center, not a strategic point. Ern asks, does the information department have so much free time, and what do they want to accomplish sending the peons to the steel guards? Ern says tonight. Looked at himself, he says you have to choose a loyalist if you send him to a foreign country. Sir, you see this guy has all the skills of a spy. So he's also a knight with an aura, and he's a fifth-class spy. Ern realizes that the fact that they sent someone like this means they're worried about the steel guards. So he says to Havis that silence is far more suspicious. Ern says the knight is nothing more than a substitute tool. He asks, does the guy really think the Emperor will replace him because of this? But Havis replies that he doesn't care. And even if he doesn't care. Ern says the guy makes him cry. He asks if he knows he's the only one who feels worse. Havis says the guy can tear his fingernails limb from limb and do whatever he wants. But the gentleman is puzzled. He asks, what is he savage? And he hasn't even thought about it. Ern asks, does Havis think he doesn't know because the torture of a trained spy? It's a waste of time. But the guy asks what to do now. He shows the flask and says this one is a little different. Havis sees that there's a larva in there. Mr. says that someone freaked out hearing those words, but it's yin-yang beetles. He shows him the yin bug, and the one the guy already ate is the yang bug. But Havis is at a loss as to what he could have eaten. But Ern reminds him because the guy even said it looks safe to be healthy. Havis tries to vomit up what he ate, but the Lord says to calm down, because it's too late to do it anyway, and there's no point in doing it, because the bug has already gotten into his system. And it's probably possible he's already in the guy's brain. Havis asks what that could mean. Ern says that yin and yang beetles share feelings, and of course get sick too, because yang is especially worried about yin. And if yin dies, then yang will lose the will to live and start eating the guy's brain, and then the owner and the bug will die. Havis asks, does Mr. think he's stupid enough to believe this nonsense? After all, the guy's never even heard of such creatures. So Ern says he thinks it's better to try it once than to explain it 100 times. The guy pulls out a huge needle. He decides to try it out a little and starts piercing the bottle where the bug sits. He touches the beetle with his fingertips, and at that moment, Havis feels an incredible pain. The beetle hurts more than yin, and the owner feels several thousand times more painful. It's already a problem if the owner just dies. So the seller of those beetles then told Ern a few tricks. Step 1 is to lightly poke the bug, and the owner will then feel the pain as if from countless spear wounds. The second step is to throw the bug into cold water, and it will feel like its body is frozen, and it won't even be able to breathe. They say it's worse than naked torture on a snowy mountain. And step 3 is to put the bug next to the fire, as if the guy was thrown into a pit of hellfire, and then people can even feel their flesh burning. But it's all just imagination. But there are a couple more steps, but they are pure evil. So these 3 steps will be enough. Ern recalls the salesman's words and realizes that it seems he wasn't lying. He had reason to be sure. Now Havis tells him he's an agent in the name of Harvey Durakal. Havis asks why the boy came to Steelguard and what his empire wants. Havis tells us that the empire fears a second Rebahan, only the superior rank of Emperor Pavi, and since even the mythical ranks have been lost. In history, it was said that the legendary rank was the last in the level of swordsmanship, and the man who destroyed this faith knight stopped an empire from taking over an entire continent. The guardian of the Navarre Heart of Steel and his son became a knight of heroic rank. Ern says he didn't want to hear what he already knew because, of course, the heroic rank is amazing. But he asks that since the empire isn't too worried. Havis says that the young master is right, since the empire has a couple of heroic ranks and a legendary rank. But it is important that the heroic rank is the son of the mythical rank. Havis asks, is Mr. thinks it's just a coincidence because of course they started thinking about it, and it must be because of the Steelguard blood. Ern asks, is that really how the Emperor retold it? But Havis doesn't answer anything. The young gentleman realizes that silence says it all, so he asks what the spy introduced to them thinks. Havis says that of all his grandchildren, Kieran stands out the most. To reach second rank at his age is an achievement. So if he reaches his grandfather's level, or even if he reaches his father's level, he'd be happy for the guy to reach at least the awakened rank. But Ern says that's impossible. The knight replies that he does indeed think that power runs in the blood of Steelguard. However, it is weakening with each generation. But that's what he used to think before this day. And he can't think that Ern inherited most everything from his majestic grandfather, and the guy hides it very well. But Ern realizes that this knight is not just wrong, but he's completely wrong, because it's not that the force is weaker by a generation. After all, he can use the aura from the measurement book of transactions. It has nothing to do with inheritance. But more importantly, the Empire is still watching them. Maybe even his grandfather's disappearance. After all, the downfall of the Steelguards began with the disappearance of the father, became known about the missing hero, and it was called the biggest mystery of the swag. Ern realizes that he failed to learn the truth in his past life and to think that the purpose of the Empire. It's not just to keep an eye on them, but to prevent a second Rebahan from appearing. Ern didn't expect this, and it could be a new story. Kolya is now sitting meditating, and he says it's happening more and more often. He doesn't know when it started, but he's getting headaches when he's training. And that's dangerous because he can't get rid of it, and he doesn't recover while he's resting. Maybe it's an internal enemy he hasn't faced yet. But when he coughs, it leaves blood on his glove. Could this demon of the mind? Kaloi comes to the Lord's house and tells him to come in. Kaloi apologizes to the Lord for disturbing him during training because he thought the Lord needed to know about it right away. Rebadan asks what is the matter. The Lord's left hand replies that the youngest son has brought a merchant. But Rebadan asks, is this something to worry about? But Kaloi replies that it's because of the man who came with them, because Ern found an Imperial spy. When Rebadan came out, the first thing the Emperor realized was that the spy was dead. Ern apologizes because he tried to keep the guy alive but failed. The father replies that there is no need to apologize, and he tells his son to go and get better. But Ern replies that he is all right. Rebadan says that if he is all right, then let the son explain himself. First, the son introduces the seller of the mana stones. Father says he heard from the warden about him. Ern says he went to Lichet. To confront the salesman, he explained the whole situation to him, and the two of them left. But something was wrong on what was the point of following the salesman. So Ern lured the spy to the quiet place and asked him who the one was. But at that time, the spy pulled out a sword. Rebadan asks how the son realized this guy was a spy. But Ern provides his father with a sheet he asks that the butler hand it over. After reading this piece of paper, the father says it's just as the son said, and now Lord believes the guy was a spy. But Cyril is puzzled if it really says so. But Lord says that there's some cat Imperial Information Department often thinks like that. And Lord has seen a cat like this a couple times. But Cyril is outraged. Maybe it's even a copy. Father says it looks like the eldest son wants it sent to the Empire. But the son replies that of course not, because the Empire is a problem to be solved. Rebadan asks, is that the real reason? Because when something happens, there are people who believe in the best no matter what, and to think that tomorrow it will rain, because today it didn't rain always works out, which you could say is a bad way of thinking, but you could say that if he's a pawn. But that's not the way the lords think. Rebadan says, if it doesn't rain, we should prepare for a drought. That's how the Lord thinks. He asks his son if he understands. Cyril replies that he understands. At this time, the Lord praises his youngest son and says it's a good job. But Ern replies that there is nothing wrong with it, and he caught it by accident. The Lord orders the warden to get the doctor. Kirill is incredibly angry at his younger brother, because he has committed his father's attention to himself and in such a way to show himself on the good side. Yulaf asks if the guy is overreacting. Ern says he knows, but he didn't expect to be locked up in this place. Yulaf says the guy's only got a scratch, and they've been treating him with potions. He asks about the guy's health now, because the master ordered to check the guy after every meal. Ern realizes that they are really focusing on healing, although the regeneration rate of an aura wielder is much higher than that of a normal person. On the young gentleman asks anyway how long this will go on for. It is pathetic. Yulaf asks, is that a bad thing? But Ern asks, why doesn't the guy look in the mirror? After all, it was the master who told him not to take it off. Suddenly, Yulaf takes off his mask and it turns out to be Javis. Ern asks what his father said and if nothing is wrong. But the knight answered that the Lord was asking the usual things and seemed not to care about the stone seller and for the spy. The guy holds up the mask and says it's really well made because even the Lord can be fooled. Javi says he can tell he's wearing a wig because of the scar. The young master tells the boy to take care of the mask because he can't make that face again. Javi asks why that is, but Ern replies that it's because a good face can't be found anymore. The boy holds the mask in his hands and suddenly he throws it on the floor out of fright. But the young gentleman is angry because he says he cares about the mask because it is his salvation. Javi sees incredible skills and things, and he has no idea where the young gentleman got it all or who he is. But there's something more important that he dares to ask the young lord. So the knight asks why the lad is hiding his abilities. But Ern says he doesn't see what good it does to show them, since he's only 5th grade and people are already uncomfortable with it. Javi says there's a limit, to which a chisel can chisel a forgotten stone, and at the young lord's class, it will simply break. The lad realizes that Rebahan's descendant is a true steel guard. After all, he's incredibly strong-minded and can do a lot. The knight says that he doesn't think anyone would object to the young master, even if he told everyone. But Ern tells the knight to stop teasing him. If he wants Ern to be a walking billboard and attract the attention of the Empire, he's going to have a problem. But Havis says he hadn't thought of that. Ern pulls out a flask of bug and asks, doesn't Havis realize yet because he's in his non-imperial grip? Havis's look is very scared, and the guy is now perplexed. Ern asks and starts laughing, does the knight want to take that flask away from him? But the gentleman's mind is only on what does this guy think he can fool him twice with an innocent face. But Havis replies that not at all, for it seems he shouldn't have even asked. The young master says that since the knight has brought it up, he asks to see it. After all, the boy wrote the report. Havis hands the young gentleman a piece of paper and says, do as Ern says. There's a report on the Steel Guard progress. It says about Rebadan's Steel Guard. It doesn't have significant changes. It's hard to tell if he's actually hiding his real rank. It says about Cyril Steelguard that he's an average 2nd grader and probably has potential for a 1st grader as well as a guy who is unlikable. Jason Steelguard looks like a 3rd and 4th grader and is still trying to learn his body. Ern Steelguard absolutely 0 signs of advancement and the assumption that he's still nothing. Also, there are a couple of changes that Gilbert's communications manager died and it looks like he got caught. Still trying to figure out the real reason and it looks like they've upped the guard. So it would be best to refrain from further contact. Ern says he wrote fine, but being called a jerk makes him feel like this report is biased and it's pissing the guy off. But Havis is puzzled. He didn't say he was nothing. He just ordered him to belittle him as much as possible. Ern asks why the guy is apologizing so much. It makes him even more suspicious. Havis realizes that the gentleman is playing with him. The young master says the guy can't hide the lies inside the truth, and if he's too straightforward, he could get caught. And also, the boy has freedom for now. Javi says he will correct and write that Ern Steelguard is about 6th, 7th grade. Ern asks how the guy is going to contact him now without a communications manager. But the guy replies that he knows an agent in Acadeo. The guy is interested in this place. The young gentleman says it looks like they're going to have a new trip. He decides that Havis can go now, and he says to keep him out of sight. Ern only wonders if Havis will be a double good agent because the young gentleman, we need to keep an eye on the Empire and also find out their plans. And if this guy starts working with the Empire again, he might just kill him with a bug, and this case is worth the incredible risk. Suddenly there's a knock on the guy's room. It's his father, who comes in and asks how his son is feeling. When the boy sees his father, he starts to get out of bed, but the Lord tells the son not to get up. Ern says he's fine and healthy. His father can't believe his eyes. Is his son really healthy? Ern says it's all thanks to the care of their greatest lord. Because he's on the positive side with potions, so he's feeling much better now. Rebadan says it's nice to hear such words. He was thinking of postponing the trip. Ern says he's really fine and his father has a long way to go anyway. The boy realizes that now that he thinks about it, is he really? His father had come to his room in a previous life, for they had not had private conversations like this, and now Ern really can't get used to that. The father sat down next to him on the bed, and son Ern realizes he did nothing wrong. But he feels like he's being yelled at and doesn't know what to do in that situation. Suddenly, the Lord says the knights have found where the spy is staying. Ern is puzzled that they found it so quickly. Father says the knights searched all night, so it took longer than expected, and he was masquerading as a merchant and with Lichet. Now we must increase the number of guards and make sure there are no more spies. The hero rejoices because his father is different from his past life. Now his father knows that the Empire is targeting Steelguard. Rebadan says that it's all thanks to his youngest son. Ern says it's not true at all, but his father won't even listen to him and says that now he wants his son to be much more careful. After all, he's done his family a great favor, but that doesn't mean he's going to lose his precious son to some spy. The father whom Ern knew did not treat him so friendly, and in his past life, he had been a stern man with a cold heart and completely different. From the one he sees now, he doesn't understand. Is it really the same person, with everyone's future in the family and the collapse of the Steel Guards? He remembers the faces of all those who were there. However, his father was not there. The disappearance of the hero will happen 2 years later, when his father disappeared. When he was in the academy, and his memories are only from his childhood, he got his father right. The Lord says that judging by his son's behavior lately, he thinks the boy will be fine in the capital, but he asks that Ern always be careful. But the boy realizes that he can't tell his father because it's his father who has to be careful. He looks at his father like this. The father turns around and asks, "Is something wrong? Perhaps the son has struck out somewhere." But Ern replies that he was just listening to what his father was saying, and he will bear all his words in mind. The guy almost let his emotions get the best of him and tell everything. But if he told everything, he could prevent a worse future. But if he tries it, his father thinks he's crazy, so the guy decides he's going to change things on his own. The father asks his son, did he really want some free time to look around? But if so, he has an hour. Ern thanks his father. They're standing at the door to the inner vault, and the guy's excited that he's about to get into the inner secret vault. And really, he could get in there anyway. After all, his father wanted to reward the kid for his achievement and for getting into the academy. The father doesn't understand why his son likes this secret vault so much. If a guy needs an allowance, he can just ask for it. Ern looks at his father, and he doesn't understand why he looks disappointed. Considering that if the Knights of Navarre were given the same opportunity, they'd all sag just one thing to be a trained knight of heroic rank. And it seems the father wants his son to ask him for that. And Ern is asking for his time to go through the secret vault. But the son says he didn't want the gold. He just wanted to see what was in there, even though he already knows it from his past life. But it feels like everything he says to his dad is a lie. So mentally, the guy sincerely apologizes for it. The Lord decides he'll wait outside, and he wants his son to have a good look around. Ern says he'll be there on time. He goes into the vault and says he hasn't been there in a while. The outer secret vault is mostly emergency stockpiles that could go down at any time. Use an internal vault full of rare, unique items. Of course, just because they are rare doesn't mean they are expensive, and he needed to give something like that. Ern sees in front of him the commander's shield is a magical shield given to the family. The king says it is enchanted with morale-boosting magic, so it can keep the spirit of an entire army alive. Ern doesn't understand why a knight would need something like this, since even legendary or heroic rank won't be used. Such a king who grants such a thing clearly has ulterior motives, because the knights are his sword, not his shield, and when his motives are revealed. That his grandfather put the shield here and won the war in the first place. Ern says his grandfather could do anything, because he was a knight of mythical rank supported by society. And if he had wanted to, he could have taken over the entire kingdom of Navarro personally, but he chose to stay neutral until the last of and other rewards he received from the king. But these awards were not even close to his achievements, and the Stilgard family can't sell the shield because it was given to them by the king himself. Ern sees that there is a real treasure here and a copy of Grandpa E's. The best of her is his grandfather's comrade Dark Sky's huge sword. Ern decides to call up the inventory. The vault is still empty. A guy thinking of putting a sword in such an inventory would be disrespectful. But anyway, it's time for him to update his inventory from the last exchange he made. So 200 coins is chump change. He decides to upgrade, and the level was upgraded to level 2. The cost of the third level is 50 coins, and he is asked if he wants to upgrade further. Ern says it's no problem, and he raises more. But to level up to level 4, his cost is 1,200 coins. The boy realizes that, even though he only has coins, he shouldn't spend indiscriminately. The guy thinks he'll stop at level 3 for now, and he's not stopping because he doesn't have enough coins. The guy calls up his level 3 inventory again. He sees that it looks kind of cheap compared to the coins spent, and he needs thousands of coins. If he wants to set up here, he's going to just check. And if he puts this sword in his inventory and look at the item's characteristics, it's a dark, heavy sword. A sword of eternal dark steel. Dark steel cannot be cut even with improved aura. The blacksmith has been crafting this sword for hundreds of days. A great sword containing the spirit and tenacity of a master. Ern rejoices because he knew it, and he was right because this sword is different from all the other balls in this system. But his grandfather was good at martial arts. So, Ern assumed that his equipment from the first Dark Sky system had been with his grandfather since he was a child. So his grandfather had originally participated in the spatial trade. The guy puts the sword back down and realizes that he's put a damper on his curiosity anyway. The guy realizes he's too involved and doesn't have time for this, and the reason he's pulling it off is to find a book of measurements deals, which must be somewhere in this vault because their planet must have only one space trader. And if this book falls into the hands of his loved ones, he will repeat his mistakes from the past, and if this book really exists, he should be the one to get it first. After searching around, Ern realizes she's not here. She's not anywhere. Maybe she's hidden in a strange place. But if the guy tries to remember his past life, maybe it's just like he thought. But after searching all the shelves above and below the cabinets, it's still nowhere to be seen. But suddenly the guy notices something under the locker that's too far away but a little more. And he still can't do it. He doesn't understand what this strange thing is and why it's not too big. He pulls out, and an ostrich egg appears in front of him. He doesn't realize what it is. The guy feels like it's a metal egg. After examining it, the guy realizes it's not his thing, and he decides to throw the egg back in, just leaving it where he found it, because in any case, it only confirms the book of transactions of measurements not in the inner vault. And now Ern realizes that all he has to figure out is how he got to the past and how he started interacting with the spatial exchange system. Since the day he came back here, he's come up with only one possible explanation. It was a wish bookmark. He's trying to remember what he wished for before he died. He was in so much pain that he doesn't really remember anything. He thinks he was just asking for another chance, and also Ern wanted to monopolize space trade. But the bookmark only grants one wish. He doesn't understand how it happened, and nothing adds up in his head. The guy decides he can't come up with anything anyway. All he's interested in is if there's another book like it. Wouldn't it be nice if he left it in that vault out of ignorance? And now he has to take something else instead. Now the guys are confused about what to take because his father didn't set any limits. He decides what to take and his eyes fall on the sword of the dark sky. But the guy's really hard. He doubts it because it's too much, and also in the vault a lot of magical items that used to seem incredible, but now the guy simply does not need them. He's also thinking maybe he should take his grandfather's records. He already wanted to go over there. But suddenly the very same egg is pumped out at his feet. Ern doesn't understand what it's doing here again. He remembers that he put it back exactly where he got it from. The guy picks up the egg and sees that it doesn't look like it has legs. But the guy has a hunch that maybe it does, because in the inner vault. These are the personal vaults of his grandfather's greatest space trader, and strange things can happen, and a guy can't simply ignore them. Maybe this object is also something from another dimension. The guy wants to analyze it. After all, if he put this item in his inventory, he could check all the information. But the system couldn't tell the guy anything. Ern is angry. He might as well not have been shown anything at all. The guy doesn't understand why the system won't show it to the first level. After all, if most basic information servers don't work, means measurements. Maybe it's an orb not from the second or third system. The guy decides he has to deal with this object now. He activates the skill of the holding eye, and Ern doesn't realize if he can't find out anything. He remembers very well the day in his past when he went to the academy behind his back, talking and not believing that the guy can do anything. The girl said that Ern wasn't the type to change so easily, and Stilgard would only be better off if this guy didn't come back. But for the guy it felt like a celebration, but clearly not like being laughed at and worried about as a defenseless boy. Ern is now thinking about what he thought in his past life, because a couple of weeks ago he was the one everyone avoided, and now he's Hope Stilgard. The guy is approached by his sister. She asks him if he's happy to leave after 4 years. But the brother replies that he'll be going home for the vacations. Kieran asks that her brother remember to text her when he arrives. Also, the sister says that when the guy goes to foreign islands, that his health is first and foremost. She says that the brother should not forget to eat well and always wash his food well and do not throw his laundry. Also, the girl recalls, so that Ern will be nice to his friends and not hurt himself. Kieran says she knows her brother will be fine, but she can't help but worry about him. The sister assumes it's because he's the youngest. Kieran asks for her brother's hand and she gives him the bag of gold. Sister says it's a little gift from her. But the brother doesn't understand why he needs the money at the academy. Kieran says she overheard her brother saying he could use it there, but Ern says he has a good allowance. But if he exchanges all his coins for gold, he can hire a group of knights. So Ern replies to his sister that he will use her gift properly, but Ern is puzzled because his sister shouldn't have any money. But he notices that her ruby pendant, that her sister always wore around her neck, is missing. Ern gets into the carriage. He sits down and across from him is the bag of gold. He remembers that the ruby pendant is his sister's, and she had nothing to stop her from selling it, and it doesn't look like it. That it belonged to their mother, and was not handed down from generation to generation. But still the Lord knows how much the sister valued it. He suspects the girl felt the pressure, because the steel guards didn't have a mistress, so the older sister became one, and maybe she can't help but feel like it's her duty. The guy realizes it. Should be his feelings, not hers, but the guy has no time to grieve now, and should be as when ready before he leaves. The guy logs in alone. Suddenly he sees that he receives 30 coins from Seok-hyun. Then he receives another 22 coins from Seok-hyun. Ern texts the guy and asks if he thinks he's joking. After all, Winter said he didn't have time and asked to get it out as soon as possible, or he is working on it. The master is angry. He ironically says he's sure the guy is working, and Seok-hyun seems thrilled. But Ern asks the merchant if he found a useful guy. The seller replies that it's a misunderstanding, and it's an automatic exchange. Mr. asks, "Is that what scammers use?" The guy realizes that Seok-hyun is trying to scam him, and for such actions, he assigns a new interest rate. But suddenly, Seok-hyun has something to say. He says the truth is that he suddenly got a call from a customer. But that doesn't mean he's forgotten about the master's words, because Seok-hyun was watching him while he was at the front desk. Ern's sure he's already told the guy not to try to fool him. Ern changes the interest rates he had. 80% became 83%. The gentleman starts yelling. He says that if he said to do something, then the merchant should forget everything and fulfill it and he says to check immediately and will contact the master. Ern sees that of course it works, because the contract between dimensions is a guaranteed exchange center. It's a dimensional contract, a secret service contract. In exchange for protecting and keeping Seok-hyun's secret, he must keep and give back 80% of the profits, which is already like a slave contract, because it has to be done for 100 years, and in other words, Seok-hyun agreed to be his slave for 100 years. This merchant has already enjoyed luxury and fun, even if Ern takes 80% of the profits. The peddler won't stop because the regular wages won't satisfy him anymore. "Sir, you see this guy is like a candy that won't melt and he'll milk it forever." Seok-hyun sends a message that he's had enough. Ern says that the guy, after all, can when he wants. And it didn't take long. He decides to see what's up this Evangeline breath. This sword master from another planet is a breath created by the master who subjugated the world. She never liked that all martial arts are created after the fact. As she became a sword master and decided to create art for women, also creating it, she found something amazing. The attention realizes what she found and why the explanation is over. He uses the eye of insight, but no additional information can be found. The guy realizes that he can't even find it. Is it true that the system has found some information? But that's not what they need. And even if she was a sword master on another planet, Ern realizes that you can't say everything is working as it should, Seok-hyun says. He too has studied the book. He remembers that the master said that the person he wanted was a level 3, but Ern gets angry. He asks what level the merchant is. Seok-hyun says that if you don't use Shi's sword, it's probably level 3. But the master says to silence the merchant because his internal energy is level 3. Seok-hyun remembers who is to blame for his energy becoming level 3, but he pulls himself together and realizes that he can't risk his life over it. So the guy turns to the Lord and says that, theoretically, you could say it's the ultimate martial art. Ern asks what about stability. After all, this is far more important than anything else. Seok-hyun replies that she is pliable and delicate, so the likely risk of internal wounds is not great. Also, the merchant could barely get it when he wrote to his friends, and he's going to have a really hard time finding something better now. Asks why the art of the system is 0. If a gentleman needs methods of studying internal energy for women, the merchant has a couple of them. But Ern says it's none of his business. He asks, what about the other methods? The merchant replies that he is still waiting. After all, he has already found sellers, but he has not heard back yet. The young master tells the merchant, send them to him when you get a reply. Seok-hyun says he understands and agrees, but he reminds the gentleman about the interest rates. Well, at that moment, Ern walks out of the conversation room. Now the boy realizes that he was not spared for nothing. This merchant, because he can be useful. Ern starts reading a book. He says it's a good martial arts book, and the translation is excellent. He comes out with the carriage and presents the book to Sister Kieran, puzzled. Is it really for her? Ern says he thought it would be incredibly helpful to his sister. The older sister is a little embarrassed. She says she shouldn't have let the guy spend the money like that. But Ern says that maybe now this girl seems strange. But actually he has a reason why he's giving this book is. The sister doesn't understand what reason Ern is talking about. But the brother replies that Kieran will only know when he reads it, and he is grateful Kieran will read it at least once. The girl makes a promise to her brother that she will read it. The guy sees that his sister has talent and is definitely much better than the old him. Guy realizes that if his sister learns Iron Breath, it's an opportunity, the steel guards will not fall. He realizes it's impossible to be sure, because becoming a special knight is difficult. But one thing he is certain of is that his sister won't miss a chance to nurture her talent. And Martial Arts System 1 or Supreme Mana Stones, he can give her anything if he wants, but now is not the time, and now after that it's done. The guy was about to leave, but he remembered something he'd forgotten. Even though he's leaving, he's always watching Dasha. He wants his sister to behave. Ern remembers that in a previous life, going to the academy was the road to hell. But now, a lot of things have changed now that he's on good terms with people who hated him. And the positive views of those around him is exactly what is most unlike his past life, and it will create an even bigger difference in the future. Seok-hyun writes that the seller the owner was looking for answered him. Ern asks if they're selling. They are, but they need to discuss the details. The master tells the merchant to contact this new seller. Ern is excited because he's finally going to start figuring things out. He pulls out his magic orb. It's a Bulgasari egg, planted, and it's also a popular werewolf in System 4. At birth, it is incredibly weak, but later grows into an uncontrollable beast eating metal, and as an adult it is so strong it can cause natural disasters. But it is also recognized for its loyalty to its owner, so a well-trained Bulgasari is a great companion. Ern realizes this is a living disaster, and he never thought there could be a monster in this egg now. Seok-hyun sends the contact details of the vendor. The gentleman says it's a good job, and he promises to call the salesman if he needs him. He gave him Henry's merchant contacts. Ern sees that from System 4, he doesn't understand why someone from it is in the System 1 channel. Henry is a competitive warrior and a championship nut, and all his winnings are gambled away. When he learns this information, he realizes that it might be even better than he thought. After all, if the guy's a gambler, he'll be easier to deal with. Ern writes Henry and says he wants to buy the taming manual. Henry notices that this system guy is on his own. The gentleman asks if he can see the item he needs. The salesman shows the guy a legendary tamer, which is more monstrous than the monsters themselves, and the manual in which the stratagems and tricks of the Beast Emperor are specified. Part 214 is the hypnosis of the cyclone. Next part, 215 is a Bulgasari, and part 216 is a ghost raven. Ern confirms and says he wants to buy part 215. Henry is getting angry. He says he is sure he told the guy's slave he can't sell the beast. Ern asks, does the trader really want to sell all 14 at once? Henry says yes. He asks if 2,000 coins will do. The gentleman is puzzled. Is this merchant mad? Does he want Winter to throw away 2,000 coins for an allowance? On the egg drop, he replies to the merchant that he disagrees. Henry says that this book made the Beast Emperor one, and it's quite inexpensive compared to the others. But Ern replies that the salesman doesn't lie to him, After all, she didn't make him that way because she was written after he became emperor. The gentleman advances his offer. He offers 150 coins for a part of 215. The fellow says Henry can calculate for himself that he's giving even 8 coins more. Henry is angry. He tells the guy to use at least common sense when trading because a complete collection of all the pieces is worth over 300,000 coins. But Ern replies that they only cost that much when they're all together. But the salesman asks, doesn't the guy see a pattern, since 14 chapters in a row is a premium item? Henry asks if Ern can find this book in System 1. The gentleman realizes that this is true, and that he can't find one in his system. But that doesn't mean the seller can push him around. So Ern offers the merchant to sell him a copy of 215 pieces of A. He will pay 100 coins for it. But Henry, when he heard the word copy, he got very angry. I mean, how could a guy say that? The seller is furious that this guy wants to use a licensed item without paying the full amount. Henry tells Ern to think how much blood and sweat the author spilled creating it. Ern, when he saw all this, he was puzzled. Is this peddler on drugs, or what kind of sudden instruction he has? Well, the gentleman realizes it could have gone badly copyrighted. It's a tag on books managed directly by the exchange center, and if caught selling a copy. With such a tag, then they can block and take away all the coins now for the guy. No wonder the seller said such a thing. So Ern apologizes and says that he didn't see the mark at first. Henry tells Ern to be careful. He asks, doesn't Ern know they're crazy about these tags? The master realizes that copying won't work then, and he offers just the 215 part for 200 coins. The guy tells Henry to be wise. After all, it's his last offer at a very favorable price. Ern says that if the merchant doesn't want to accept the offer, let him not accept it. He closes the chat. The master realizes who is more desperate now. After a second, Ern sees that Henry texted him. The guy realizes that it was expected. The merchant wrote that 200 coins is not enough. He wants at least 250. But Ern asks, doesn't the merchant know what the last sentence means? He says the seller should think more rationally. But Henry's furious. He says the price will drop if he sells the middle piece. But after thinking it over, he decides to sell. He agrees to a trade. Ern realizes it was as easy as he thought it would be. Henry has only 400 coins and is so desperate that he comes into the system alone, it looks like he's trying to raise money, which he lost on gambling. So he had no choice. Now the guy wonders if he should watch what the emperor knew about Bulgasari. After all, it is a werewolf type. It is well-trained and can reach national level. There have been cases of continental level in the territory, depending on training. Could be planetary level. Ern realizes he thoughtlessly dragged the egg with him. But he didn't expect much from him, and even planet level. Now the guy is even getting scared. The system says the takeover is complete, and there are no more evil beasts. Ern says it's understandable since he wasn't just named an Imperial beast. This knowledge was worth it. Drop-off is just the beginning. Day and night parenting methods are different. In essence, someone in System 1 is almost impossible to raise it. Since Bulgasari is an imperfect organism, to breed it would require genetic information from another organism such as saliva mucus or other bodily secretions like blood. In the beginning, the most important thing is the potential for it to become bigger, so you need powerful genetic information as a basis and a strong organism. Before Ern could think about it, he realized that beasts exist even in the null and first systems, though it seems that martial arts users here call them spirits, and not a particle of them goes to waste, and they seem to be actively sold in the stores. The guy sees that the description of the order is so human, earthly, heavenly paradise, and what can he take? But he has. He remembers about Seok-hyun. He asks the salesman if he knows about the perfume. Seok-hyun replies that he does. But the boy goes into a frenzy. Does the master want him to? But before he can speak, Ern interrupts him. He asks, what exactly did the guy want to say? Ern asks, does Seok-hyun think he's going to get him to tame someone without internal nurturing? The master says he's not that stupid. He asks how much Seok-hyun knows about spirits. The salesman says he knows as much as anyone else. The gentleman sends a file for Seok-hyun, says to rate it. But the seller doesn't understand what he needs to appraise. Mr. says to have the guy appraise their fighting power. Because it seems that good healing skills, they mean high strength, Seok-hyun says that Mr. has gathered a good list and healing skills. and martial power as unbound blood, 10,000-year-old iron mouth good for nurturing. But in the end, it's just an old turtle with the blood of a bloody fire dragon from the bile of a 1,000-year-old bear, much harder to deal with. Earn asks, "Are these two the strongest?" he asks. "Which then is better?" Seok-hyun replies that of course. The bloody fire dragon becomes such only a serpent, which is trained for thousands of years. Although it is necessary to train a dragon is a dragon, and a big bear is no match for it. Earn asks how then art users hunt such beasts. Seok-hyun replies that incredible people live there. The gentleman is grateful to Guy for helping him. It was a great job. He was about to leave when Seok-hyun asks him to stop, and he says that the thing is that Seok-hyun bought him with his Evangeline breath coins, even though Seok-hyun is a gentleman and they made a contract. But Seok-hyun still. Once again, the gentleman doesn't let the salesman speak. He asks, did it really hit the guy's wallet? But the seller says that's not what he meant by how much it cost. The seller replies that he bought it for 30 coins. Earn is surprised that Evangeline's breath cost so much. Seok-hyun says he was just in a hurry, so he couldn't bargain. The gentleman decides to see if the salesman is lying to him this time, but of course he has already used flow recognition to check the price. Well, Seok-hyun asks how he could lie under threat of death since Earn wouldn't buy it anyway. The master decides to reward the guy for his honesty. At this time, Earn changes the betting percentage and makes it as it was before the gentleman says he is so generous and asks Seok-hyun if they are now even now. But the seller feels like he got screwed. Earn says he'll call the guy if he needs him, so they're in touch, and if he doesn't answer within 10 minutes, Earn will issue a warning at which time the guy leaves the chat room. Now the guy decides to deal with the bloody fire dragon he buys, but doesn't know if it'll work because the egg's been in storage for maybe 10 years. He drops it on the egg and sees that it's pouring like a frying pan, but suddenly he notices that the egg has reacted, and he's called a beast for a reason. After all, the egg is alive. After all these years of neglect, Earn doesn't understand how it got into his grandfather's vault anyway. Did he trade with someone from System 4? Earn doesn't know anything about it, but suddenly the guy notices that the egg is fine, because Earn was afraid that the egg might not like someone else's blood, and all he has to do now is wait. During the trip, the guy is meditating because it's a long journey, and suddenly he notices that the egg starts to move. He looks closely and sees that cracks are starting to run down the egg. The guy doesn't understand. Does it hatch the infamous werewolf from the 4th system in the level theory Living Scourge of Bulgasari? It hatches, and the guy is in anticipation of seeing a huge, angry and ferocious beast in front of him. But when the beast hatches, an incredibly cute and wonderful animal appears in front of him. But Earn can't figure out what went wrong, because the beast hatched early, and maybe the kid in front of him, but it's still a beast. But the guy realizes there's no difference because he really liked the pet. Earn picks up a knife and cuts his palm, for since Bulgasari have no mammary glands, then they feed the babies blood instead of milk. The babies of these animals will remember the taste of blood and will treat this species as their own, and will follow the owner of the blood. As after their mother, their aggressive behavior will disappear, but it is best to feed them their own blood for easier control. Earn notices the beast actively drinking his blood, but it's enough because he laughs that he might die of blood loss. Earn says that he needs to find a way to feed the beast so that he can train it well to do so, and this all needs to be done before the beast sucks all his blood. The master remembers that he has to name the beast. He now does not know what to call it, since the beast is Bulgasari. Earn thinks of naming it Sari. The guy's happy. He asks if the animal likes it because the name just rolls right off the tongue. But Bulgasari is a little perplexed. He doesn't seem to like it. Havis is standing in front of the young gentleman, and he sees that the gentleman's hand is bandaged. But Earn replies that he's fine. Havis is puzzled as to how he can be fine if there is blood there. The master replies that he was just bored in the carriage, and he was playing with the ball, and this is what happened. But Havis doesn't believe the kid after he showed his real skills on him. Earn realizes that he really needs to try harder. Havis says he doesn't know what the young master is up to. But the boy asks that Earn be careful, because he's responsible for the young master's safety, and it's his job to protect the boy. Havis asks, "Did Earn stop the carriage to eat?" The young gentleman says to have a bite to eat, and then they will continue on until sunset. Havis asks what to bring the young gentleman, but Ern says for the lad to bring him something to eat in the carriage. Suddenly Havis notices something strange behind him. From behind, he turns and sees something glowing. He draws his sword to defend himself. But he's stopped by Ern. The young gentleman says it's all right, and in front of them, a little Bulgasari animal appears. Havis is puzzled. He doesn't know what it is. Is it a weasel? But Ern says it's his pet. Havis doesn't understand, since when the young gentleman replies that it's been quite some time. He makes a hurt face. And he says that Havis has no interest in his life at all. Ern, do you recall Jem following their family so closely? The gentleman wants his sorry animal to say hello to Jeeves. The boy wants to pet the young master's pet. This is just the right opportunity for Ern to test her beast. Havis reaches out his hand to pet the little beast, but it's sorry face. The boy sees this and says something tells him the beast hates him. Ern begins to laugh. Did Havis really expect the beast to wag its tail in front of him? Havis almost pointed his sword at the beast. But Havis realizes his mistake, and he says he only pulled him a little bit. The guy turns around and walks away, saying he'll bring the gentleman food as soon as it's ready. Bulgasari is a ferocious beast that grows stronger by eating metal. It can also take other forms, which can be useful but also dangerous. And if you don't control it, Ern can't keep it around if it gets mad at someone. The owner realizes that it seems his blood was worth it because the beast is so cute. Stopping at the Emperor's territory, the potential power of Bulgasari is the power and energy of the body given to the system, the first part of equalization. Ern decided when he chose a Bloodfire Dragon to solve the next, he needs sources of strong energy such as elixirs. The guy's problem is that they are damn expensive. Suddenly, Ern notices the beast eating something, and it was a bamboo life pill. The mountain bamboo sect leader gave him costs 150 coins, and he hasn't even eaten it yet. The guy decides that Seok-hyun's money, or even from selling cheap stuff. He still doesn't have enough money, so Ern must act because there are 53 days left before the mana stone limit resets, and he needs to choose the next product. He doesn't know what exactly it will be, perhaps something desirable in every system, one with a large margin of maintaining balance. But here's what's for sure. This base price has to be high to make a big profit. The guy decides that the best option is to internally nurture thee. Ern realizes that it sells well, also it is desired by every system one, and can be bought for a tidy sum of coins. Number shows the quality of the nurture. The guy realizes that even if he buys it for 250 coins and resells it, as much as 60 coins on top due to skills, and if he just resell like that, he can earn thousands or even tens of thousands, and it's hard for him to even imagine it. How much can he even get, but the exchange center won't allow it? Ern decides he can't wait, and will have to wait over a year to feel again. It's a buzzkill, but he feels better now that he's gotten the coins and completed the achievement. And now that he's got the money, he decides that maybe he should increase the price. And the next item, Elixir Guy starts doing a lot of shopping. These aren't as good as real internal nurturing, but they best improve it category. Not Elixir A is everyone's individual one. So there is no sell limit. And that means the guy just needs to prepare to earn the coins he completed the trade. And calling his beast, he tells it to open its mouth because he's giving it a new and useful elixir. He gives the beast the elixir and notices that. the sari has fangs. The guy sees that it seems to be working because the beast has changed a lot in a couple of days. The color of the Bulgasari's fur depends on the creature's first blood, when the beast grows its fangs and fur completely change and the baby stage ends. And now that he had reached his limit, there was no point in feeding the beast with elixirs because the coin-eater stage was over, and Ern had reinvested 30% of his profits into the exchange, and 50% went to the beast, and the remaining 20% for the internal nurturing and other necessary items for Ern and his most used item. It's the second round of daytime healing magic. Guy says if this breath is good for the soul, there's nothing like it for cleansing the outside. After all, he used to be called the star of the Navarro Society, although it wasn't that long. Ern realizes that looks are also power, and he will do anything in this life to look good. Suddenly, the carriage stops and the young gentleman is called by Michael. The boy does not understand what is happening. But Michael reports that Acadio is half a day away, and Sir Havis has asked to ask the Lord if they need a rest stop. But Ern replies that all is well and asks him to tell Havis to keep going, and they will rest when they arrive. The young gentleman thought about the fact. That while he's haggling, time is flying very fast with only half a day left. He decides he should continue. He doesn't go to the second city of Navarro Acadio. They go there, and they see a crowd of their family's knights near the door. Havis asks if it's too much. But Ern replies that there's nothing wrong with that. After all, they've come this far for them. The guy replies that it's true, but the famous hotel in Acadio isn't very good. But Ern replies that they need to rest and asks for Havis to watch the boys. The young gentleman doesn't realize what people will think of the steel guards when they see these guys. Since they are in town, Ern asks that Havis take the boys to wash up. The gentleman gives the guy 200 coins to use them all, because there's a hot bath and expensive food, so it should be enough. But Havis is puzzled. He says that's more than is required. Ern says there's gratitude for the guy, but they should enjoy it too. After all, they're not here to play games. Ern asks Havis, what about the meeting place? The guy replies that he left a mark near the castle walls and they'll get in touch with them as soon as they replace her. Ern says we'll just have to wait then. All the knights from the Steel Guard family are now eating and having fun. They approach Ern and Havis and asks what they are doing here. They call Captain Havis to them and tell them not to drink water, but to drink beer with them. The knights say that doesn't sound like the captain. One of the knights says he should try the drinks here too. With a look, the guy asks Ern if he can have just one drink. But the gentleman says to let the boy drink if he wants to die. So the captain refuses and tells the guys he can't have even just one drink with them. Knights ask why Havis is backing out. But the guy refuses. He says one will turn into two and three and on and on. He doesn't understand. The captain can't be fooled. But the knights step back and tell the boy to join. If he wants in, they're not sure what's left. Havis is ashamed, but he can't help it. He can't risk his life for liquor. As he turned to walk back to the table where the young gentleman was sitting, he bumped into the waitress. The girl apologizes. Havis tells her to be more careful. You could have gotten hurt. When a guy sits down on the table, a young gentleman looks at him. He turns to the guy and asks if he's lost the thing, but Havis responds by asking who the gentleman thinks he is. I mean, he only hiccuped because he was surprised. It's the first time Havis has ever seen someone deliberately bump into him. Havis and Ern discuss that they are filling out a map and dividing the city into sections. They read the note. It says Trespassing Zone 24 Red Roof. It's signed by a man named Trevor. This is the man that Havis was talking about. Ern asks if everything's going according to plan. Javi says luckily, yeah. This guy's an agent Havis used to work with, so he thinks everything's going to go smoothly, and decides to go to him right away. Ern asks if he's going to go to him alone, but the captain says he always has. Ern says they can go to the rendezvous point together, and there she will hide somewhere. He says the young master can. But there are too many eyes in Acadio, and if anyone sees them together, there will be trouble. Ern realizes the boy is right after all. The problem is, can he trust him even though they've become close while traveling? But it's not even close to mistrust. Mr. asking for the captain to show him that. What's written on the paper, Havis wonders. Doesn't the master believe him, but Ern says not to let the lad misunderstand him. But he asks, does Havis think there can be anything resembling trust between them? Ern reads what's written, and he realizes that Havis wasn't lying. The guy changed the part he told him. Javi says that if the gentleman has finished reading, he may as well search him, for he may have given a forgery. Ern notices that his comrade is offended, but Havis is disappointed. He asks how he could. After all, he knows his place and his life is important to him. The captain says he doesn't want to go through that hell again, and for some residual suspicion. Ern hands the piece of paper with the information back to the captain and tells him to go. Havis is evasive and says he'll be back soon. Ern doesn't know if this guy is trustworthy or not. After all, it has always been difficult to understand someone's real intentions, and so there is a process they have to go through, especially if they find out his secret. The guy using invisibility is the third circle of transparency magic. He stands completely invisible. When Ern went through the whole process, he realized that it was even better than he thought it would be. I wonder what if he used the skill to make the body light, and that way, he could easily become the stealthiest person in the world. The guy jumps over rooftops. He's just floating in the air. The Herns realize that Havis. It's true that the pro is not going fast, but immediately and completely adapted to his surroundings, and he doesn't look like an outsider at all. And yet the gentleman doesn't understand why there are so many people following this guy. It would be bad if he went with him. The guy suspects the professionals are different than Javis. The guy goes to the door and starts knocking. Someone comes out to see Javis. They look around and close the door. They don't see anyone, because Ern was standing over the very door on the roof. Ern remembers that they're doing everything that Javis told him to do. And now the Lord decides that he should try out a new martial arts ability. He uses perception at 100 paces, and he will be able to hear footsteps. It was a lie, but the guy actually hears soft sounds, and anyone involved in information gathering learns this skill. Ern hears Javis and Trevor talking. The guys are discussing something they haven't seen in a while. Trevor asks Javis what weights he came to him with. The captain replies that Junior got into the academy and he became his bodyguard, but Trevor asks why the kid wanted to see him. Javis tells them Gilbert's dead. Puzzled, they ask how this could have happened, but Javis asks them how they think the guy died of an illness or an accident. They ask what about Javis. The guy responds by asking, isn't it obvious he says he owes him his life? The guy that Javis came in with is very sorry and talks about how poor Gilbert is. They assume this guy was silent until the very end. But suddenly one of the guys remembers that the academy is in the capital, which is quite far from Acadio. They're starting to suspect the guy. They ask if it's possible he's a traitor. Javis realizes something may have gone wrong. He asks, are they having fun? But Trevor starts laughing and responds to get his friend to relax because he doesn't need to get so mad about the joke. Trevor says he's sorry about what happened to Gilbert, but there's nothing they can do because that's their life. Ern hears them discussing that they can't do the job of regretting every death. Now the Lord realizes that it seems to be okay. Trevor asks Javis again how he got here since the others didn't suspect anything, and the trip would have taken much longer. Javis replies that he used Junior because he mentioned the visit to Acadio and he happily agreed. Ern hears the guy talking about how the gentleman is pretty stupid, and it wasn't hard to do that to him. But Ern doesn't understand why he's so hurt by Javis's words. Trevor says he understands. He asks what he can do. Javis puts a piece of paper on the table saying it's a progress report, so he asks them to encrypt it and send it to the Empire. Trevor doesn't understand what else Javis wants him to do, but the guy just turns around and says he's leaving. Now Ern realizes what the life of a spy is like. To the guy, it's a shame he didn't get any useful information. After all, they were talking business and were already done, and yet he congratulates the guy he did well. Now Ern realizes it's his turn to start. He hears a conversation in the house where his friend had just been talking about whether it is strange that the agent is alive and the liaison is dead. Trevor doesn't understand what the guys are telling him. I can't believe Javis would switch sides. One of his friends says he thinks he did because technically, he's been demoted too, and he's not the kind of man to betray them. They discuss how Javis values his family and would rather die than cause them trouble. But the guy replies that you can never say something for sure and be sure of something. Puzzled. I don't know if this guy doesn't like Javis or something. Travis gets mad and he says stop making a big deal out of it, and that they needed to focus on their work, and everything would be decided by upper management, and they would just pass the information they got to them. Ern still heard it. He looks after the guy and now he realizes that Javis has his own reasons for helping him. Ern says invisibility and perception at 100 paces suited him just fine. And it was definitely worth its coins, and also he'll be using it many more times. Suddenly, he hears some argument about social hierarchy. The guy assumes it could be a fight, because why else would he make a fuss in the middle of the night? He turns around and sees a crowd of people shouting that, how dare a common knight of the barony? Ern sees his guys standing there, and he remembers that he also gave them alcohol. One of the knights who belongs to Ern yells to the other crowd that, if there were no steel guards, there would be no Marquis Baron. Ern doesn't know who he's talking about, who is Marquis Albert, but he doesn't realize, is it really the same person? The Knights of Steelguard are still angry. They say they're stupid if they thought they could communicate with the stupid Northerners. But they get mad at them and say they're going to show the village slaves what dignity is. He says that the Knights should just stay back and defend the Steelguard honor. Crowd upon crowd are pitted against each other. But suddenly, they are interrupted, and they start yelling at them, asking what they're doing here. That was the second captain. Seeing it even now, Ern feels as if his body is torn. As he closes his eyes, he remembers all the horrible torture and pain he endured. For the man who took everything from him in his past life is the same Captain Kunz Albrecht. Ern never thought he'd meet him here. Seeing this, Captain Ern is just furious. He wants to kill him. He starts to get angry. His face veins from anger and teeth grit from the thirst for the death of this man. But the guy pulls himself together and decides that it's better not to do it now. After all, you can't kill him faster and without pain just to satisfy a sudden desire. Ern decides to give this man back the pain, or even more than what he has experienced. This captain approaches his knights. They see that he is incredibly large. Kuntz reminds them that he already kind of told them not to make a fuss. His knights bow and apologize. They say it won't happen again. Suddenly notices other knights appear and says he is the second Captain Albert. He asks where the knights are from. The guys reply that they're Steel Guardians. Kuntz asks what the Steel Guards are doing in Acadio. Suddenly, Ern bursts into the conversation and says he will answer that question. Ern sees that the guy's gaze is very calm, but it is sharp as a dagger. The young master sees that the captain is surprised, but he realizes that it must be because this is probably the first time Kuntz has heard the voice caused by internal cultivation. And anyway, he intimidated the captain. The captain sees a kid in front of him. He asks him who he is. The young gentleman replies that his name is Ern Stilgard to be exact. The captain is baffled. He never thought a family member could be in this town. Kuntz realizes things could get even more complicated. Ern asks if the captain said he was Derek. He also recalls the captain asking why the Steelguard family is here. So the young master asks if there is any reason why the forces of pride cannot be in Acadio. But the captain realizes his mistake and says that's not what he meant. Ern replies that he just wanted to stop by on his way to the academy and was curious about the place, since it is the second city of Navarre. He asks why Albert is in Acadio. The captain replies that he has the same reason, because young Mr. Kuntz wanted it, and they'd like to apologize for the last time they were in trouble. But the captain's son doesn't understand why they should apologize. In fact, he asks them directly. He says that the Knights of Steelguard are the reason for everything. Kuntz realizes that the Steelguard family can't be crushed by the title of Marquis if you do such a mean thing to them. There will be a backlash. The captain tells the gentlemen that it's getting late and they should finish up here and go back. But young Mr. Kuntz says he doesn't want to. He asks why they have to leave. But Captain Kuntz replies that he thinks there's been a misunderstanding and they can discuss it in the morning. But Ern replies that there is no point in waiting. He asks permission to ask because he doesn't understand something. The young Mr. Steelguard asks if they know what even happened. After all, they just got here. The young master of the Kuntz family asks. Doesn't matter because a baron is lower than a marquis. The Knights of the Steelguard family are getting angry. Ern replies that the guy is talking, so if his title is higher, it's them to blame. Young Mr. Kuntz expected just that. He says you have to explain every detail so they northerners will understand. But Ern talks about the nonsense this guy's talking. He starts laughing hard and waving his arms. In response, the young gentleman becomes incredibly angry and orders Ern to take back what he said. The boy replies that of course he will, but only if he's wrong. He turns to the knights who belong to the Kuntz family and says, "To the one who yelled something about the title." Ern asks them to tell him exactly what happened. The knight replies that it was the Steelguards who started it, because they shouted at them and started the fight. Mr. Kuntz becomes furious and says that Ern heard the knight. He extorts Steelguard to get on his knees and apologize, but Ern tells the boy not to rush because he is not a child and both sides should be heard. He turns to his knights and asks Michael if this is true. The knight replies that this is true, but those knights were the first to make fun of the Steelguard family. They mocked them. Also, the knights asked how much longer they would give the achievements of Rebahan Steelguard. Michael says the knights told him to give him his former glory. They act too proud and think they're someone important, and apologize for making a fuss, but he's not the least bit sorry for his actions. They will lazily sit and listen to such a thing, then they can never be called the Knights of Steelguard. Ern is once again addressing the Kuntz family army. He asks them if it's true, but the knight replies that they didn't say so. At this time, Derek is just puzzled. He doesn't understand what's going on, and realizes that this knight is a complete fool. Ern. Asking for Michael to raise his head, he praises the knight and says it's a great job. And Ern, as a member of the family that inherited the Heart of Steel, doesn't think he can ignore what happened. The Steelguard family is a heart of steel that protects the Navarro they have protected and will continue to protect and fight for those who remember them and will shed blood. The ones who laugh at them, Neem says he'll ask again, do they all think the Steel Guard family means nothing? Captain Kuntz can't believe his eyes. Is this kid really Mr. Kuntz's age? Kuntz thought this kid was just using Glory Grandpa. To say the standard political nonsense, however, the captain had no idea the guy could stand up for himself, and even with such elegance. His anger is matched by the power of his family. Now Kuntz sees it for what it is, the Steel Guard blood that runs in the veins of this family. Young Mr. Kuntz is incredibly angry. He calls Ern a petty and nasty guy. The captain realizes that the young gentleman's provocations will only get the situation out of control. He doesn't know what to do. Suddenly, the captain slaps one of his knights in the face with his fist. Everyone is puzzled and doesn't understand what's going on. Step by step, he hits each of the knights, who falls to the floor with a thud. The captain says the knights have done a good job of defaming Albrecht's name. The knights apologize on their knees, but the captain tells the knights to say it not to him, but to the young master, for they started the whole thing and embarrassed Albrecht. The Kunz family knights offer their huge apologies to Mr. Ern and his army. Ern sees that the man is no joke and has created an atmosphere in which calmly can be replaced that mock them unprovoked and forcing the knights to ask for forgiveness. Captain pretended to quarrel. Just between the knights reducing the size of the situation, he backed off, but didn't ruin his reputation. Guy realizes he needs to keep an eye on this Derek. The young master of the Kunz family starts freaking out and says he's going to bed. Ern says it feels like the young master didn't get anything, but he says he accepts the Marquis Albrecht's apology. When the young gentleman hears this, he turns around and gets angry. Their gazes cross, and they look each other straight in the eye, but the young gentleman do nothing, just turns around and walks away. Suddenly, from the whole crowd you can see Havis. He asks what they're doing here, and if there was something without fun and without him. All the knights of the Steel Guard family look at the guy with a despising gaze. At that moment, Havis apologizes. He says he doesn't know why, but he wants to be forgiven. The next day, the young gentleman of the Kuntz family is having breakfast. He turns to the captains and asks if this Ern child is unknown as the worst of the worst. The captain confirms the rumors that the young master has heard it all. Kuntz says the sons are nothing compared to their father, and the youngest can't even catch up to his brothers. That's what he heard, but realized the rumors were just rumors. Young Mr. Kuntz is puzzled. He asks, "What do you mean, just rumors?" After all, they haven't even seen his mastery of the sword, and there is no need to exalt his sharp tongue. The young master doesn't like this impostor Ern one bit. He asks why. The captain tells the knights to apologize to the Steel Guards. Kuntz replies that retreating was the right thing to do, because there are still people who fear the Steel Guards, and continuing the situation could anger the Lord himself. The young lord says that in any case. The captain watched this guy because there was no choice but to back off. But he captained to pay for yesterday's embarrassment. The young gentleman remembers and says that thinking about it, he didn't see a single rat or Steel Guard. He asks the captain where they've gone. Kuntz replies that they left early in the morning. He, of course, offered to travel together. After all, they are also going to the capital, but the Steel Guard family replied that they can't be late and are urgently on their way. The young master doesn't understand why the captain does what he's not asked to do, so he made it look like they wanted him to. The captain replies that there's nothing wrong with increasing the number of defenses, and the young master's safety is his most important mission. Kuntz says it's too arrogant. The guy angrily jumps up from the table and says he's done eating and doesn't want any more. The young gentleman is now asleep in his room. Suddenly, the windows open, and someone with an invisible hand takes the guy by the face and starts throwing him against the bed, punching and choking him. But suddenly, a young gentleman of the Steel Guard family appears before him in the name of Aaron, and he puts his hand over his mouth so he can't scream anything. Ern orders the guy to be quiet. Young Kunz can't believe his eyes, can't believe it's Ern. He doesn't understand how he managed to get into his room and what kind of incredible power the guy has. Ern says he was looking for the best way to get revenge and wanted to return the guy's feelings, and now Ern will watch the young guy break down and finally dies. Ern asks if the boy knows it. The young lord of the Steel Guard family says that when he saw the pitiful face of this guy, Knight changed his mind. And young Kunz's eyes burned with envy. Then Ern realized that it would be the same in this life. Kuntz will go after the steel guards and try to take everything Ern has. The young master says it looks like Kuntz is going to die tonight. After all, in his previous life, Ern didn't understand why Kuntz was doing all this to him. But then Kuntz asked with a confident look on his face if Ern really didn't understand. Because he hated the guy from the first day they met. And he hated even the name Ern Steelguard. Ern then asked if Kuntz had taken over the Steelguard lands because of this. Then Kuntz would reply that Ern was not better for it at all, and though the guy had a steely breath, but he was just as good. But because of Ern's looks, he was greeted with a smile everywhere. Kuntz asked about Ern what now, because there's nothing about him that's better than he is, because now he's broken and pathetic. And he's now nothing but a failed lord of no man's land, and he's the Grand Marquis Albrecht. And in the end, he won. Now young Kuntz doesn't know what young Ern is even talking about. Master sees how serious Steelguard is. Is he really going to kill him now? But suddenly Ern drops his hand and Kuntz starts calling for his Captain Derek to save him. But suddenly he notices that his voice is gone. Ern says it's called a pressure point. He pressed one of them and blocked the guy's mouth so he couldn't talk. Until Ern unlocks it. The guy says unfortunately he can't put his face in a frame and hang it up. The young gentleman doesn't understand how this happened, because there are guards all around his room, and even Derek is in the next room. Suddenly the guy jumps out of bed and starts running towards the door, and he realizes that if he just opens that door, he will be saved. But no sooner does the guy get to the door than in an instant Ern attacks him and pushes him away with his knee and hits the guy right in the stomach. And the guy falls to the floor. Now Kuntz is helplessly crawling on the floor and has no other choice. Ern says the guy's trying, but he's using some kind of magic. And the young gentleman feels like he's drowning, and he can't feel his body, and he can't move. Ern says for Kuntz to just stay still because you don't want to cause any big problems. The master promises that if the boy just listens to him, it won't hurt him. Ern takes the guy by the shirt and drags him to the table. He sits him on the table and Kuntz realizes he can move. Ern puts a piece of paper on his desk and tells him to write. Young Steelguard orders the boy to take a pen. But Kuntz is puzzled. Does this guy think he'll listen to him? Apparently Ern will kill him when he's done. Because the guy wouldn't take the pen, Ern pulls out the sword and with one swing of his weapon. He cuts the guy's arm off, which flies off in the other direction. Young Steelguard tells the guy to take the pen again. In incredible pain and agony, the guy falls on the table. Ern reminds me that he told Kuntz not to complicate the situation. He asks why the guy continues. Make trouble for him. Young Steelguard approaches the master and tells him to listen. Ern says the right-footed Kuntz will be next. The boy's already confused, he's in tears. He doesn't believe that Ern has an aura. But when Steelguard swung his sword, Kuntz said he'd do it and write it up. He sits down at the table and asks what he has to write. Nima tells the gentleman to be more careful. And don't get blood on the paper, and if a drop falls on the paper, the guy's head hits the floor. Ern holds up his sword and tells the guy to write a leaf to his father, that his pathetic son. But mentally, Kuntz tries to reassure himself that everything is fine, and he can get a prosthetic arm and still have the servants take care of everything. And what's most important to him now is staying alive. He remembers that he made a splash when he fell. And Derek is a master of the first rank, so the captain must have realized something was wrong. Young Kuntz doesn't understand why no one still comes to his room. He is only interested in what the captain is doing. I mean, he's already on the last sentence. Kuntz decides he needs to buy some time. He's thinking about whether he could make a mistake on purpose and could try a drop of ink. But suddenly Ern appears in front of his face and says that he has heard all the guy's thoughts from the beginning. He asks why Kuntz is trying to buy himself time. Young Steelguard tells the kid to hurry up and finish that last sentence. When Kuntz finished writing, Steelguard picked up the paper to look at after he read everything he says. Kuntz did a good job. At this time, the young gentleman is just confused. He doesn't understand what will happen next. After all, he won't last long, and for the bleeding, he needs Derek to figure it out. Suddenly, a hand touches the guy's throat, and his voice comes back. It was unpleasant, but he could talk now. And as soon as the guy had a voice, he started calling his captain and asking for help, because there was an intruder in front of him. But he starts laughing. Is that all the young gentleman on the verge of death came up with? He tells the boy to shout louder then. Kuntz doesn't understand why Ern is so calm because he gets beaten up if the guards come. But when Ern stops laughing, he asks the guy, did he think he didn't see it coming? After all, Ern had used a scroll of silence before sneaking into the room, and not a single peep would come out of this room, and not just sounds but vibrations. Guy asks why Ern took his vote then. But Ern asks if Guy would have written this letter if he had no chance of surviving. Kuntz realizes that now he's lost to Steelguard. Ern says he's the reason for all this. But still, Steelguard goes on to say that Kuntz doesn't deserve the power and wealth he dreams of. But Kuntz doesn't understand what Steelguard is saying, or what he's already done. Ern replies that it's because of the guy's inferiority complex. He's already swinging his sword. But young Mr. Kuntz asks Steelguard to wait and spare him, for he will never forget this night. Kuntz asks Ern if he knows about his family. And they're incredibly rich. He asks that Ern just tell him what he wants, and then he'll give him whatever the guy wants. And the guy shouldn't kill him. After hearing all this and thinking it over, he takes his sword and with a single swing throws the guy's head off his shoulders. Ern says that was the best look on young Mr. Kunz's face ever. Ern says he'd congratulate him, but he's got things to do. Ern uses bone acid to melt the body. When it comes into contact with blood, it easily melts hard substances like bones, teeth, and fingernails. So good for a cover-up. The guy realizes he needs to make it look like Kuntz is missing, not dead, and to get him out of the Marquis's reach. Ern pours all this liquid over the young lord's body, and the guy just vaporized, leaving only one garment on the floor. Steelguard realizes it's terrible. But in any case, the vendor who sold him the potion often gives out something unimaginable. And even though he got his revenge so easily thanks to him, Ern realizes that now he can move on to things that belong to Kuntz. He opens the inventory and throws in the clothes that were left on the floor. After all, the Steelguard knights are traveling on horseback and are in a city a day's journey away from here. And it's impossible to get back here in one night. So the Albrits might have suspected Ern, but he has a great alibi. The guy's done. All he has to do now is get away. He's using invisibility and stealth again and time reduction speeds. He just disappears from the room that belongs to Kuntz, takes with him a piece of paper with a letter written on it to his dear father. It says that his pathetic son has been thinking for a long time, and he realized he couldn't lead. If he was given responsibility for the family, their family would be lost, and that's what he came to after years of reflection. Plus, he plans to run away to a place where he can live no Kuntz Albrecht A as Kuntz. In the letter, he asks his father not to look for him. After all, he still can't find this letter written sincerely from his pathetic son. Ern already in his carriage on his way to the academy. The revenge he had longed for had finally come to fruition. But even if he raises his glasses to wash up the victory, it won't be enough. The guy doesn't understand what's bothering him so much, because the satisfaction and the accompanying depression would be different. If the guy had planned his revenge a little more carefully and paid him back to the same extent Ern himself had suffered at the hands of this guy. But Ern realizes that all in good time, he thinks the best chance to exact revenge, he wouldn't have any more. And it's enough that he regrets countless things that he made in a past life. But still he can't control the feelings that are overwhelming him. He doesn't understand what Steelguard is doing. He also doesn't understand what it's about. The fall of the family happened regardless of this guy and his father's disappearance. That was the deciding factor. The Steel Guardian who once ruled the northern Navarras. And a pack of wolves roaming around a declining family. And this Kuntz was just one of that huge pack. The guy realizes he's got a long way to go. Just as Ern thought precious metals and jewelry quite expensive, it was a family with gold rotting away in their cellars. Ern means that there is only one thing left to do now. He might suggest that the exchange attach the name because it wasn't on the channel. It's a magic item, multi-purpose magic sword, Kuntz. Ern doesn't realize isn't the description too crudely done, and the title isn't the wittiest. Guy gets messages from the ubiquitous beach lobster. It says that someone has seen the sale of a magic sword and it is ready to be bought for 1,500 coins. Ern realizes that it's not bad enough, even though he's low class, but it's magic that can be used to a knight's advantage. Moreover, this is not some disposable trinket, but a sword that can be used repeatedly. Ern says that if they are fighting against a knight with similar abilities, it will be enough to affect the outcome of the fight. Now young Steelguard wonders if he can win, because Havis said that only special knights are stronger than Direk. And when you consider the boy's strength, then now he will have no problem dealing with the first class. He can be proud to be the best at this level of Mystic Blade, improving the profound. Ern's inner nurturing had already surpassed 1 year out of 60. This level 2 mana surrounds the heart, and considering the guy's age, he has made crazy achievements. The boy realizes it's not enough to engage in a duel with a special knight, and if there's anything that can help, he'd rather use it. That maybe he should use the sword himself for now, but that's definitely not an option. I mean, if he's going to carry it around for nothing, it'll only bring unnecessary suspicion upon himself. Still, the best solution for the boy would be to sell the sword. He was about to accept the merchant's offer, but suddenly wondered what if it was a magic sword. He turns to his beast and asks if Sari is curious about its potential value. The master gives this magic sword to the beast, and the beast begins to eat it. Ern says that the beast eats the sword with both cheeks, and he realizes that the beast has no idea how many coins are in that one bite. 500 coins is not a small sum, but compared to the coins invested in the beast, it seems like a small thing in between. If there is no way to use coins for now, the guy still has to try to raise the one who was tamed by the beast Emperor Grandwit. Divided the potential value of Bulgasari into 5 levels. The lowest level is absorbing some type of metal and transformed into a simple form. The lowest level. This absorption of a variety of metals increases slightly, and transfiguration frequent shape changes. Medium level is the absorption of almost all known metals, and transfiguration into various forms. The highest level is the absorption of magic and the power of all metals, as well as objects. Transfiguration of very diverse forms, and the highest level. This absorption is excellent absorption and growth rate, and Transfiguration Beast can produce all absorbed objects. Ern realizes that since the beast does not refuse metal, he is sure that the beast is of average level or higher, but if it reaches the highest level, how many? The beast will reproduce the coins it ate. The boy notices that the beast has already eaten the sword. Ern turns to the beast and asks if it has already absorbed the magic and if it can use it. But Ern doesn't understand the beast has succeeded, or he's just purring a song to us this stomach. Suddenly the boy notices that the beast is completely confident. He asks him to show what he can do, but Ern tells the beast not to rush to demonstrate the lightning strike. In the carriage, if the carriage blows up, they'll be in big trouble. With the version now wanting to show his strength, Ern sits in wait, and the beast uses the shield and the master rejoices, for he has indeed succeeded. The potential value of the beast is at least top tier. The master wants the beast to take the form of the sword he ate. The Bulgasari that the boy had received turned into a sword which he absorbed. And now Ern has raised the Bulgasari to his fullest potential. Ern can't believe what he hears. His beast has the highest level. Suddenly, he notices a wagging tail that is instead of a sword handle. The beast turns back into its form. Ern praises Bulgasari and says that the beast did a good job. After all, this is the first time the beast has ever done such a thing. He wants Sarapo to try and do it one more time. When the beast turned back into a sword, you could still see its tail. But Ern says it was only second try, so the beast can make a mistake. Guy wants the beast to relax and try again, but he still couldn't make it work. Mr. asks to make really tried one last time, and when he turned, nothing changed. After all, there was no such Bulgasari until now. Ern does not understand which is the highest or highest level. Little Beast is desperate that he's failing, but the master praises Sari. He says that the beast is doing well, and can be taken at least for the fact that it has already been able to absorb sword magic. The guy realizes that before the beast goes down, he needs to comfort it somehow. For such an incident has not been described in the complete collection of the Emperor of Beasts. He invented, he says to the beast, that Sari has the highest level, and in the highest class, it is the best. Ern says the beast doesn't need to be killed because he is number 1. This calms the beast, and with tears in his eyes he begins to smile. Ern says his Sari is the best in the world. When the owner has calmed his beast, he realizes that he can now breathe easy, because he was very worried that the beast could become completely disintegrated. Ern resolutely gave up the valuables from the inner vault and chose this particular beast. Though the eye of carrying him out helped him a lot, but the truth lies in that the outcome was close to a gamble with no guarantees. The guy was trying to paint a pretty big picture, and while it's not flawless, he still came back with a good result and well prepared for it. As he thought in this life, everything is different, and he has a good premonition. And the guy's already got 5 figures in his account. It's not a level that can be ignored at first. Ern doesn't realize that if things are going so well, he shouldn't stop there. The guy was missing Earth level and immediately started selling heaven level elixirs. The guy does a registration at the post office selling sky level elixirs. Energy Restorer, Energy Enhancer, Mandrake Root. If it is good for inner nurturing, then there is no need to talk and you can just contact Steelguard. They arrive in the city of Midian. The knights discuss that although the forced route was difficult, but now they are close to the gate leading to the capital. If they work hard beforehand, then it will be easier for them to do exactly as he said. Michael wonders what the young gentleman is doing, because as soon as they arrived at this place, he immediately went to his room and has never come out with it yet. One of the knights replies that he thinks the Lord is a bit worried because tomorrow they will be in the capital. But Michael says it makes perfect sense. After all, the gentleman had a very gloomy face, and even though he looks bright beyond his years, it looks like he's still worried about the academy guys are discussing. That such a thing is possible, and it's the academy, and very important. However, they don't understand whether it makes sense for a young gentleman to worry too much about it. With his incredibly powerful abilities, Michael and Havis respond at the same time that the Master has nothing to worry about. Michael is the one the Master has officially fought, and Havis is the one the gentleman fought unofficially. The boys are discussing exactly when they fought the gentleman, and Michael doesn't realize when Havis has had his time. No one saw the fight. Michael says the young Master hit him first, and Havis replies that he didn't have a fight with Ern. Michael replies that Havis was late in answering, but the guy says that he's just in a mood today. They decide to forget about the bad stuff and have a beer next. Havis doesn't understand. Is Ern really acting so strange because of the academy? But something about the situation keeps him on edge. But Ern has a nervous breakdown, and no elixirs are for sale because so much time has passed and no changes the guy doesn't realize. Is it all because the heavenly level elixir is an expensive item that costs around 2,000 coins each? However, this was not part of the young lord's calculations. It was a whopping 100 coins less than the average transaction price. But not even talking about the flow because there is not a single request to buy a product. And Ern realizes that it's not just weird, it's extremely weird. And no matter how many times he looks at whoever sells elixir and cheaper than him, and no problem with the refresh function every hour. The guy suspects that there might be something in the words where he wrote that there is no need to talk to him, and he is asking to be contacted. He sees some very angry comments. Someone asks not to buy elixirs in Ern because the effect of them is zero and money thrown away. Ern doesn't understand what kind of despicable people would write that because he hasn't sold anything yet. It's already happening. But suddenly the guy remembered that he thought he'd heard about it before. To mislead public opinion, but the guy doesn't know where the term came from, but these guys are definitely part-time workers. Ern studies information about those people who wrote him one angry comments. Most of all, he is interested in information about trading. The guy realizes what this means as he just decided to check, just in case. But it turned out exactly as he thought it would. Bad reviews were written by people from Great Mountain Healthcare Center, Heavenly River Clinic, North Star Healthcare Center, and Taoist Temple. From the Body Care Center, great luck. These 5 stores are all first-tier partner stores. These are the 5 major elixir manufacturers who are the epitome of the every world of Murim. Seems to have united against young Master Steelguard. Ern doesn't understand why they did that since he didn't start selling elixirs yesterday or today. He doesn't understand. Did they think the guy was out of line? He only dealt with payroll and deposits, so he wasn't touched. And if you think about it, because of one pesky little dwarf, big players like Ern. I don't think they're going to act. A little annoying gnome selling heavenly-level goods is something that can't be ignored. We need to crush a possible competitor beforehand. That's why they're pouncing on him. Ern realizes this is new, because he's never been so pissed off before. He sees that these 5 stores are behaving like true gentlemen. The young gentleman says that if they are ensconced at the top of the system, they sling mud at others as a special favor. Ern starts to get angry and he says he's accepting their challenge and will mix muddy water with slop and stuff, with filth, and then pour it on their heads. The Master says these people have messed with the wrong person. Great Mountain Healthcare Center. They're now discussing the fact that they can't figure out what is going on with this crazy man and how dare he complain about them. The man with the nickname Heavenly River Clinic replies that he'd rather be told what to do, and he says stop wasting time with useless chatter, because they were bitten by a rabid dog. The man with the nickname Taoist Temple replies that he asked them not to do that. It was obvious that they were using part-time workers. But the Great Mountain says they made these decisions unanimously was a common choice. The Taoist Temple says it never thought anyone would complain about such a thing. The man with the nickname North Star Healthcare Center says that as far as he is concerned, he agreed to it. The owner of the nickname Body Care Center. Great Luck says he agreed too, but it didn't say what they agreed on. One of them gets angry and says that no one knew that this could happen, but if they have already done it, now they have to decide how to handle the problem. Heavenly River said that it would be of no benefit to either of them if they were to break up because there would be a gathering soon, so they should immediately take countermeasures. Great Mountain asks what action they should take against this scumbag, but he decides that he will handle it himself, and the other stores should just play along. The man says he'll show this low-level guy what the general state of affairs is in the first system. They created a general chat room with 5 of the greatest stores. They write that they don't know why they give people so much trouble, and they don't understand why. They must be wasting time on some crazy guy. Great Mountain asks what the guy is going to do by calling busy people like them, since all 5 of them are gathered. He asks Ern if the guy can be held accountable for what he did. Ern asks why all of a sudden this man is calling him friend. He laughs and asks, next question to him, I wonder how these store reps would act if Ern said he was much older than them. Great Mountain doesn't understand how this guy. He dares to disparage them because he is 67 years old. Ern says he's embarrassed to listen to this man. He asks, is age the same thing? What a man can brag about. The reps get angry. They say this guy is ignorant because he's from a lower system, and he's mean. And ignorant of basic manners, Great Mountain says it's terribly unpleasant. Everything about members of the lower system is evident in this guy. Ern asks, did they decide to attack him altogether since he is offended, and so he will deal with the measurement deals alone? Suddenly, total silence mode is used with this. He blocked the chat room. Everyone is puzzled. Ern does not understand. Is this one of the controls of the Channel Master? This is Channel Master Mayam. He thanks everyone for joining this conversation. Even though they are busy, this meeting was prepared for the purpose of to hear explanations from the 5 of them about the suspicions expressed by the trader on the Ern exchange. And they are not here to argue and therefore Mayam from sarcasm or profanity. And if silence is invoked again, in that case, they will lose the right to speak out. He asked if everyone in the group understood him. The Channel Master removes the complete silence mode and the chat was resumed. Store representatives decide that they need to get to the point as soon as possible and end it there. The Channel Master asks if they have anything to say about their accusations. Great Mountain starts to protest. He says he wants to speak out. After all, Ern claims they've mobilized part-time workers, and the man has heard this nonsense so many times that he's tired of it. And those who jump in over their heads and then take offense are bound to do something similar. He says that if this guy's product was of good quality, would he really have gotten that grade? Great Mountain says to make the guy realize that they have everything different there from the lower system and in the first system quality. It equals trust. And instead of wasting time on pointless complaints, the guy would be better off improving the quality of his store. This is the relationship of a true merchant. Ern is attaching a document that has the content of the transactions. The young gentleman wants this document to be checked and verified. It's because there's no record of any heaven-level elixir being sold. And people who haven't bought anything are complaining that he has a bad product. Ern asks that if it's not part-time employees, then who is? Great Mountain responds that this may be an altered document by the owner. The channel wizard says that a transaction history query has confirmed that the document does indeed contain information. Then the man from Great Mountain suggests that in that case there may indeed have been part-time workers, but he asks if there's proof that they're the ones who bribed them. Ern says the channel master will confirm that too. Mayam says mere suspicion alone can't reveal other exchanges' information. The young gentleman doesn't understand why, because he is simply asking for confirmation of their affiliation with organizations. The channel master replies that this is impossible because the buyer's personal information is very valuable. Ern doesn't understand how in such a case, Mayam is going to grab part-time workers. He doesn't realize if that doesn't mean the channel master will just watch and do nothing. Mayam says he doesn't even know what to say to him because he's just in charge of the channel, and so justice is not his job. Earn realizes that he was aware of the dark collusion between the master and the partner store, but he had a little hope. Because the channel master seemed legally neutral, but it turns out they're all in the same boat. Everyone is interested in how the Punishers unite, but the answer is simple because it's asking influential people to help in order to acquire benefits. Affiliate stores offer bonuses, and the channel master provides them with a comfortable environment, despite the on what Earn has learned of the close relations between those who follow this scheme were essentially no different from the transactions of measurement. The guy realizes he was an idiot who expected some kind of justice after all. The channel master asks if anyone else has anything to say. The partner stores reply that they need to finish the meeting quickly because they have a lot of things to do. Miem says that in that case they can call it a day. Suddenly, they are interrupted by Earn. He doesn't understand. Does the channel master mean to say that they should? Be some hard evidence, they're just suspicions. I have an answer that he doesn't understand what's wrong with it, but Earn asks what if he has it. The Great Mountain doesn't realize what a bluff it is. He's asking the guy from Ground Zero to listen to him because he's interested in what he might have a man wants there, so that the guy doesn't make up problems out of nothing, but rather tries to find his own way. Earn says that after he doesn't see it, will he be able to do it for sure? Also lecturing him, he attaches a file. The partner stores are puzzled, and Miem can't understand how this is possible. There's a file with a 4-person exchange report. Earn says he's kept reports of exchanges that have left bad reviews on his product. After all, they belong to the healthcare center in turn. Great Mountain, Heaven River Clinic, North Star Healthcare Center to the Taoist Temple, and to the Great Fortune Body Care Center. A man from the Great Mountain Center. He says it's a forgery, and he doesn't understand why the guy would take such nonsense. But Earn wonders what the channel master thinks about this document. Is it really true? He thinks it's a fabrication, too. Mayam doesn't understand what it is in front of him and where the guy got a report like that. Earn says the channel master has activated the silence mode again. But the guy replies that no. And nothing like that, he panics and says that the save screen content submitted to the exchange cannot be edited, and the attached file is real. Earn says that if the channel master said so. He thinks the suspicion level's been raised. Mayam says it's true that the elixir companies used part-time workers. The Great Mountain becomes angry and turns to the master of the channels. He asks, can't he do his job properly because they gave him so much money until today? The channel master uses complete silence on the Great Mountain Healthcare Center. Man does not understand what the channel master is doing. Mayam uses complete silence on each of these 5 great stores in turn. At that, the Taoist temple didn't even have time to say anything. Earn asked if the channel master had gotten too heated, because part-time workers are actions forbidden by the exchange. Guy asks what sanctions will follow for these stores. The channel master says that, at the first detection of a violation, trading is suspended for 30 days, the same with exchanges that have made a similar order. Earn says that's enough. Mayam replies that if that's the case, then they're processing reports from the stock exchange that Earn owns. And 5 companies have used employees. Part-time, since this is the first such case, they will only be penalized with a 30-day suspension of trading. But Earn tells the channel master to take his time. After all, they can make a deal. The guy's not really interested in pursuing justice either. Mayam doesn't believe what she's hearing. Earn asks, what is the most important thing for someone who deals with the exchange is not the coins he says that important guests choose. If they just want to be suspended from bidding, or they decide to pay compensation and offer to do business, they realize that a 30-day postponement is a very long time, and most likely they will lose a huge amount of coin. They would not want to do such a good favor to this scumbag. And if an agreement can be reached at a reasonable level, then that side benefits. Earn requests that the channel master lift the silence from those people. And the total silence mode was lifted, and the chat resumed. The Great Mountain says that in the end the guy reveals his true nature he doesn't realize. Did the guy set this whole thing up for compensation? Compensation is not profitable for them. The young gentleman doesn't realize that if they twist things so much, they can just accept the suspension of their activities. The important guests are angry. They don't understand. Do you think they won't be able to trade if they lose the ability to deal with the measurements? The Great Mountain is at the top of the peak, Yet it is crowded with members of the Murima world who buy their elixir and restrictions are not for a year. And just for 1 month just to wait, Ern says to do exactly what they want. He asks the other guests. Perhaps they are unanimous together. With the Great Mountain Healthcare Center, Man thinks they're called the top 5 elixir makers for a reason. Man is puzzled. Does this guy really think that such a joke would shake their solidarity? But most of them say they think differently. The Taoist temple says it's applauding the company to the center of care. About Health Great Mountain, but he disagrees with him. The North Star Care Center says that, of course, that doesn't mean he will unconditionally pay. Because first, they need to find out the exact amount of compensation and how much the guy wants to get. Ern understands that with the Act of conducting, it's impossible to determine the damages, which will be brought to him during the suspension period. And in short, if you name too high a settlement amount, the guests will simply say they are ready to suspend the activity. And if you call it too low, it'll be caught by the tail and they'll take it like they can't help it and scream in pain. But in reality, their kind will stretch out in a half-faced smile, and they will be inwardly rejoicing. Ern realizes that this will only happen over his dead body. So the guy tells the gentleman that he saved up something, and the problem is, it's not that he won't be able to sell elixirs, it's that his reputation has been damaged and they've branded him as a low-quality vendor. And just thinking about it makes the guy furious. Ern says that apparently he can't get rid of the feeling of anger that oppresses him if they don't get punished in the end. The gentlemen become angry that the guy suddenly changes his mind. They ask, what is he going to do after all? Ern realizes that in any case, the monthly income, each major company will be different, and it would be foolish for him to assume a settlement in such a situation, in which case he would agree to resolve the matter. With only 3 companies and 2 will be penalized, 1 company has already refused to settle. So out of the remaining 4 companies, they need to eliminate 1 more. Ern says you can already start the auction for the settlement amount. Ern says the rules of the auction are very simple, and there is no limit to the number of bids, so whoever offers the lowest bid gets a card to suspend trading. But store representatives get angry. They don't understand what kind of nonsense this is. They turn to the channel master and ask if this is acceptable. Mayam realizes that he has the authority of a master. He can press the stop button and end this argument. But if he gets in the way, he may find himself in an even more difficult position. And now with the best solution would be to just play the role of an observer. So he says there's really no problem, and the method of agreement remains, at the discretion of the applicant. Ern says since the guests have heard everything, they can start. After all, they're all busy people and don't have much time. The guy asks who's going to place the first bet. Since the Punisher is a group that only came together for profit, they can and stick knives in each other's backs for profit. They offer bets from 1,000 to 3,000. Ern understands that this is a good start. He wants the reps to keep raising the stakes. They begin to raise the amount to 9,000 coins. The young gentleman is starting to feel like that they are slowly approaching the estimated amount of damage that would be done at a trading halt, and the upward trend has been powerful. Suddenly, they stopped raising the amount of memory bewilderment. Is this the end of the auction? They begin to argue among themselves. They're getting pissed that they have to wrap things up by upping the ante to 10 grand. Representative Great Mountain says that if that's the case, they're all going to die, and we should just get it over with. The Taoist temple is getting angry. Is it really just him being asked to suspend his activities because this is simply unacceptable? The North Star says the man is a monk, and if so, why is he so greedy? The Taoist temple responds that a selfless life of no property is how a monk should live, because if property sucks, then they can give it to him. The monk asks the man where he has seen a merchant who doesn't know what greed is, and they begin to argue amongst themselves. The monk calls the man from the clinic an empty-headed charlatan. After all, the medicine man must first think of saving a life. But the man from the Heavenly River Clinic replies that the monk is a quack, and he doesn't understand how the man says it, who fills his stomach at the expense of the faithful. Ern is happy that he has quarreled with the 5 main stores. He is interested to see it, and this is the first time he has heard such a scolding. The guy realizes that even if there is only a small crack in the cartel, it can already be called a success. But what he sees is that he is shattered into small shards. The Taoist temple offers 10,000. He asks if the other stores are satisfied, but they start to get angry. Does the monk suggest they all die together? But suddenly the North Star offers 10,010 coins. He says he's just afraid of falling behind. The stores are angry that another man has decided to up the ante. A representative of the Heavenly River store says it's kind of crazy, so he's refusing because if this keeps happening. He refuses and simply suspends trading for 1 month. Mayam says that eventually the decision was made, and the exchanges that suspended their activities, but no sooner has he finished speaking than he is interrupted. A man from the Great Mountain Health Care Center says he's betting 12,000 coins. Everyone's just baffled. Body Care Center. Great Luck doesn't understand why this man is betting all of a sudden. Great Mountain replies that he's given it a lot of thought and has come to the conclusion that it will be the right decision because he can't think about the monthly income so lightly. He means that the position of their outlet will drop a lot. During the downtime and considering the time and cost of recovery, he decided to go for a settlement. At this time, the Great Mountain Body Care Center realizes that he would then be the one who would have to suspend trading. Therefore, he asked, is the Great Mountain Healthcare Center really eligible to participate in the auction? Earn says it won't make any difference. And if they want a bargain, then let them bid higher. The guy realizes that the one who gives a lot of coins is the best of the best. Great Luck realizing that when the amount went over 9,000, he was already at a loss. But 10,000 coins, that's definitely too much for him. Earn says it seems the decision has been made. The Channel Master announces that in such a case, a 30-day work stoppage is given to Great Luck Body Care Center and Heavenly River Clinic. And in that case, the two exchanges would be banned from all channels for the next month and should pay special attention to future trades, since the punishment will get tougher as disciplinary utterances accumulate. The two stores leave the conversation. Earn says those who should have left have already done so, and those who should pay him back. There's 10,000 coins from the Taoist temple about the boy, from the North Star Healthcare Center. 10,010 coins come in. Also, the guy gets 12,000 coins from the Great Mountain Healthcare Center. The spokesman from Great Mountain says the guy made a mistake and he'll remember the name Earn. The guy says a man can do as he pleases, and since it's a guy, already realized something thanks to the situation that has arisen, then yes to stores one advice. If they have time for stupid antics, it is better to spend it on improving the quality of goods. This makes the Great Mountain incredibly angry. After all, how can this little brat teach him anything? It didn't take long before all the other stores, having paid their debt, left the conversation. Earn sees that they've taken off in a flash, for they must have tasted the bitter taste of defeat. The guy sees that they don't seem the least bit ashamed of what they've done. The guy thinks he needs to go away too. But suddenly the Channel Master asks Earn to have a little chat with him. The young gentleman doesn't understand why a friend would make such an offer to talk to him. He suspects that Mayam has figured out that giving coins legally is not a privilege, but he realizes that's just not possible because he's already checked this aspect before rolling a complaint against the Big Five, as well as he cannot verify the Channel Master's information with his top-class eye of insight. The Channel Master says that Earn is a rich zero-system man and has lots of coin. He asks why the guy would mess around with the elixir industry. But Earn knows that the Channel Master can't see his data that has been changed either. Then it appears that the topic of conversation must be related to the disclosure of the report. About the exchange, Earn has no choice but to avoid mentioning the eye of insight and look around carefully. After a moment's thought, the young one, the master, replies that he is listening to the Channel Master. Mayam tells the guy that he knows he has been condescending to him, so he decides to ask him directly. The Channel Master asks, "Is it really true that the master is an auditor?" Earn is puzzled, but Mayam says it's useless for the guys to pretend they don't know anything because the Channel Master is very perceptive. Though he made the decision to care for the convenience of the exchanges, went out to local outlets, but he was very conscientious and moderate in his actions. The Channel Master says that even if one single manager is fed, he still eats a little. Mayam says that Mr. Inspector already knows everything, but Earn doesn't understand what's going on at all. The Channel Master asks, is the guy really going to report to his superiors about this incident that happened to the stores? But the young gentleman is puzzled. He doesn't know what that means. After a little thought, The boy realizes that this is his chance, and he smells his chance. So he tells the channel master that he got caught. He asks that the channel masters have good taste anyway. Ern understands that a crisis is an opportunity, and in this situation, he doesn't realize if there isn't an even more appropriate expression. He won a confrontation with the top 5 producers of the first, and the channel master takes him for a revisionist, and actually he was a bit hesitant about it, in whether he should file a complaint at all because the maximum level privileges which were granted to him are of such good fortune. He's opening up his privileges. Ern is always worried that they could be taken from him at any moment. The guy thinks about what if he sends a useless complaint only to start doubting the channel master and his privileges. These disturbing thoughts constantly haunt the guy. But he realizes that it's foolish to refuse honey for fear of being stung by a bee. At this point, the guy's current coin value is 29,000. He has closed all his debts, and this is his balance. The guy realizes that a little more, and it will be a huge sum of 30,000 coins. The kid can't believe he made a year's profit for the Steel Guard family overnight, and now he's had a spoonful of honey. Ern realizes it was easy money that came to him. The boy wonders if he should bet on something. After a little rest, they set off again on the road to the academy. In the carriage, Guy opens the system and sees that he has gotten a lot of messages. Ern realizes that all he had to do was post an ad to buy the techniques. Increasing the technique of inner nurturing as he already has Valya on messages, Guy sees that he feels like things are not going right for him. The guy's thinking about that maybe he should have changed his profile to the first system first and then posted the question. He doesn't realize if people see him as a simpleton when it says he's from System 0. Ern realizes that's not going to work, and he'd rather find what he needs in person. He enters the search with an internal nurturing technique. Salesman first class with no search restriction. Limit the search to less than 10,000 coins. The guy realizes that even though he's got easy money, that doesn't mean the young master has to spend it. They are left and right, because in fact there was an unpleasant situation because of those recent restrictions, and even if it absorbs energy at a certain point, the amount of energy absorbed is still not the same as before, and whatever he does, his combat skills do not increase. That this is what's called the saturation phase. Young Master's inner strength had reached the maximum that an 8-star heavenly cultivation technique could hold. And now he can raise his achievement level and nurture his inner energy. But the first-class wall is not so malleable that it can be climbed in one fell swoop. And immediately study, because the only way to think is to practice leisurely until he can and move forward slowly but steadily. Ern realizes that this was the case before the measurement deals, and after that he will be able to save them a lot of time, which is the special beauty of measurement deals. I don't understand that, of course, provided the buyer has a fat wallet. The guy has already roughly chosen. He does not understand if it would not be better to check with a professional. Which technique is better? So he sends the file to Seok-hyun and asks him to check it. The salesman says that the young master has chosen good techniques and the achievement is also high. Even though the young master made a good choice, he needs to get the magic equipment out of here. Ern asks why he needs to do this. Is it really because of the extraction? Seok-hyun says it's such a policy to internally standardize the exchange, the more power there is. The greater the loss in the purification process, and of course this is also an important reason. The seller says the big problem is that if the master absorbs the magic power, above the ability to diminish. Ern asks, if the deeper one delves into magic, the harder it is to master martial arts. Seok-hyun says, that is exactly what it is, right? The principle is the same as the difficulty of purifying water that has become cloudy. From ink times have changed since the active trade between dimensions became active. And in the past, choices and opportunities were limited, but now is the age where everyone can learn and master the martial arts. And because of that, perceptions have changed a lot. The salesman asks, does a young gentleman really need to learn magic techniques with obvious weaknesses? A similar question arose because naturally the amount of mana also decreases, so there are great limitations in improving the achievement. Ern said he understood everything. Seok-hyun says that if a guy wants to reach a high level, he should empower himself with pure martial arts. The guy realizes that then his magic techniques are out. He realizes that the psychic, a unique martial art that allows you to extract spiritual energy from the body, is also out. Ern realizes that it looks like it would be fun to strike someone with lightning instead of aura. But if a mere knight starts throwing lightning, he will attract the attention of the entire continent, even if it's a magical swordsman. The guy realizes that, moreover, the fact that an 8-star martial art was on the same page as a 7-star martial art, which means that his limit is extremely low, and then the guy has to choose one of the two between the Northern Radiance technique and the Spiritual Yang technique. The guy decides that he will opt for the Spiritual Yang. Seok-hyun doesn't understand why the master chose it. Ern notices something strange about the salesman's behavior, but Seok-hyun says it's nothing special. If I were the young master, I would have made the opposite choice, because the Northern Lights technique was the essence of the purest martial art. Ern asks, is it even more than the heavenly cultivation technique he has? Seok-hyun says that of course this technique is much higher in frequency because the heavenly cultivation technique is known for its quick gains and gentleness. But if you look closely, you will realize that this martial art is just a common technique of the Heavenly Sword Castle sect. Ern realized that there was some truth in the seller's words, and he even began to doubt a little. The guy says that as he thought he should choose Spiritual Yang because it says that as an additional service, secret records will be sent. Well, Seok-hyun says that if it's because of the secret records, he can provide them to the gentleman. After all, they are in the library, so he can take charge and copy them. He will send them to the master. These secret records of the Northern Lights technique. Now young Mr. Steelguard understands. What under this condition, the Northern Lights technique is much more profitable because the Spiritual Yang technique is a method of raising extreme intelligence, and having chosen this path, one day he won't even be able to look toward the highest point, darkness earth energy, and if the price is the same, it is better to choose the option that he will get more benefit from. But the gentleman doesn't understand why that nasty man is acting so strangely, because he would never try for him. So Ern turns to Seok-hyun and asks that since the guy knows his character, if Ern decides to do something, he'll follow through. Salesman Seok-hyun says he knows this as well as anyone, so the gentleman says that if the guy doesn't want the profit share cut in half, then he needs to quickly answer his questions while he's talking nicely. Ern asks why Seok-hyun is so desperate to recommend the Northern Lights technique. The young master sees that Seok-hyun is thinking about something. Perhaps he's up to something. Suddenly, Seok-hyun gets up from the table and falls to his knees, asking the young master to spare him. Ern doesn't understand why the boy is acting like this. He asks, is someone going to kill him? The young master says he won't kill him. They signed a contract. Ern realizes that this merchant has confused him. Well, Seok-hyun realizes that, sir, he doesn't need to kill, and so surviving doesn't mean he will live. The salesman says that if Ern helps him just once, then he would be devoted to him with all his heart for the rest of his life. Because of his martial art, he asked him to pass back the heavenly cultivation technique. Mareem, it's a twisted world that's crazy about martial arts, and a dumpling vendor, and beggar boys and boys with ruddy cheeks, and even an old man with a bent back. They each have at least one or two low-level talents. The young gentleman doesn't understand. What's life like in a place like this for a first-class warrior who's suddenly a rookie? It's obvious without any words. Seok-hyun says he has no more excuses, and if he makes one wrong move, his wife will beat him to death. Ern realizes the situation he's in. This guy, so he says that if he extracts, his status goes down. So he asks from Seok-hyun why he has to bear such a loss. The seller says that is why he does not recommend the Northern Lights technique, because it is similar to the heavenly cultivation technique and has the same direction, and though there will be some losses for the young master, that he will quickly cover them, and when Seok-hyun presents the secret records to the master, that Ern will be able to reach an even higher level. The guy realizes that without a doubt, Seok-hyun's words are true, but he doesn't realize whether it's not too appetizing for a quick snack to him. You don't have to follow this normal guy, but he decides to take a chance once. Ern turns to Seok-hyun. He doesn't understand. Does the salesman think he doesn't know what's inside the guy? The young gentleman says he knows Seok-hyun more than the guy can. To imagine that. So he asks, does the seller now also feel a certain inner discomfort? He means that it is difficult to pretend to be vulnerable in front of by someone from the lower system. Ern asks, is Seok-hyun waiting for him to let his guard down? Well, Seok-hyun apologizes. He says it's not what the master said. The salesman says that Ern is wrong, and he knows exactly what will happen if he behaves wrongly, because then the master can do something. Earn says he asked, just in case. But apparently his hunch was right. Seok-hyun says there was a misunderstanding, and he's really sincere and serious. Young Mr. Stilgard says it was an expected reaction he would make. Pretend he didn't hear anything and will be lenient. For that, Seok-hyun is very grateful. Now Earn is wondering what he should do. He proposes to make it so that if Seok-hyun also deals with the exchange, then he should not appeal to his emotions, but only observe the basics. The salesman doesn't understand what the young master is getting at, but Earn replies that if the heavenly cultivation technique has 8 stars, so it's worth in the neighborhood of 5,000 or 6,000 coins, and then Seok-hyun shouldn't have a conversation with assigning at least a minimum price. And if he wants to bring back the technique of nurturing inner energy, Seok-hyun has to come to him with an offer Earn gives him one day to do it. But the seller is perplexed by this very little in one day. He will not be able to do anything. But Earn says the guy should have expected something like this when he said he'd be really loyal to him. The Albrecht family residence. Captain Dirk is there. He delivers a letter from his son. The father asks why young Kuntz ran away from home. The captain replies that it was too presumptuous, and he is sure that the young gentleman did the right thing in leaving home. The Marquis sees that this letter was written in his son's hand. But the captain replies that just because this letter is handwritten doesn't mean that the Marquis can believe whatever is written on it. The gentleman is puzzled. His son has been threatened, but the captain lowers his head. The Marquis says that indeed. He doesn't understand. Wasn't his eldest son too greedy to take it all in one day and give it up? Even with the young master's lack of talent. Dirk says he didn't mean it, and if young Kuntz really did run away, there should have been some trace of him, but there are no eyewitnesses. Who would have seen the young master, and none of the servants noticed the lad getting ready to ride that day. The Marquis says that in such a case, does the captain think that either his son was aided or abducted? The captain says that either may also wish to take revenge on the young master. The Marquis is puzzled. He asks, I mean revenge. He doesn't know what Derek means, but the captain says that 4 days ago at the arcade. He was shouted at by a young gentleman. He was very aggressive and asked if the captain had any brains at all or if his head was just for decoration. Then he said he realized why their knights were rated as a pointless squad of spenders. He asked if the captain had no dignity at all, if they even wanted to hurt someone, why they had to get involved with the steel guards. The captain apologized for what happened, but the young Kun was angry and didn't understand. Why is he even paying money to the night squad? If they've priced someone out, they should keep them alone. And if you keep evaluating, you're only going to mess things up, and now the knights are about to hit rock bottom. Then the young master was incredibly angry and threw things on the floor. Young Kun said that the younger Stilgard family was a surprise, and Captain Dirk replied to the gentleman that Earn was totally different from what the report he had received said about him, and the lad might be the true successor to Rebahan. The young master was angry, calling the lad a heart of steel, defending the Navaras after all. At a time when if they hadn't continued to deliver, there would have been cardiac arrest, and thanks to them it's still beating. In any case, for the young lord it was strange that Steelguard had appeared in this city. He says that nevertheless, the captain was overreacting when he said it could have been revenge, because the Steel Guards have no reason to hurt Kuntz. Dirk says that while that's true, the situation was too sudden. The captain remembers the cold stare that young Master Steelguard cast at that time and realizes that it may not have been their knights who insulted Steelguard. But as soon as he left, the young gentleman disappeared, and the captain is sure there is some definite connection. The captain stands in front of Marquis and says that he believes there is good reason to investigate. The master sees that Captain Dirk seems to be troubled by something. He suggests that the captain try to investigate, because the Marquis must do whatever it takes to find his son, but not to do anything. No rash actions because Steelguard himself is present. Captain Dirk says he's putting his whole life on the line. Seok-hyun is running down the street, and he realizes that he's doing something really crazy. He thinks he's crazy and that he's lost his mind. But he realizes that, in any case, it's been a long time since the situation became irreversible, and whether or not it's the right thing to do, he realizes it's the right thing to do. Earn has a full 32-tooth smile, but he realizes he can't laugh. But it's incredibly funny because how can he hold back when he looks at the picture where it says, Heavenly Sword of the Lost Soul? It says that the secret legacy of the Heavenly Sword Castle sect in the fifth world of Murim is a martial art ranked among the top 3 ball techniques of his art. Ascension contains the secret to reaching the highest peak, and if someone achieves great success in mastering this technique, he will not be inferior to the so-called great masters. Ern realized that the official #1 technique that led the Heavenly Sword Castle to his current position, he now holds the martial art of ball possession, which even in the fifth world of Murima, even babies know about. Seok-hyun realizes that he really put his life on the line by choosing her. At this time, Ern estimates it at 5,000 coins. Well, Seok-hyun says you should give much more than that. After all, it's an item that the young master can't find anywhere else. Ern realizes that the seller is right, but it's not for sale in the first place, and if he gets the chance, whatever the price is, it's worth it. Ern says that in any case, Seok-hyun did a good job and proved that he was speaking sincerely, that he will be loyal to him, and the heavenly cultivation technique has already been retrieved, and Ern will deliver it immediately to the guy as soon as he gets the Northern Lights technique. Seok-hyun says that he thinks he'll be right by tomorrow night, so that the guy will contact him as soon as he can. Ern says it looks like Seok-hyun is in a big hurry to do such a thing. Reckless things. This is completely different from the situation of rewriting the chaos cultivation technique. Ern says that he's finished preparing the contents of the purchase. Is the Northern Lights technique a secret art of the Forgotten Clan? Also, the guy uses weed removal energy. Healing removes dirty energy from the body by taking the inner hole outside. Ern sees that he even earned an achievement. As a bonus of achievement is a King of Gold reward of 5,000 coins. The young master says that after the settlement money auction, he feels more and more relaxed because the 7 stars Northern Lights technique is 1 level higher than the 8 stars Celestial Cultivation technique. If the guy overestimates himself again, maybe he'll get sick and tie up for a very long time, although it could take a long time. But he has no choice but to deal with everything by absorption. The guy doesn't know how to cultivate inner strength, so his lower abdominal energy has become the 5th wheel in the cart, and for a while he should rely only on the mana of Ern's heart, says he should try to spend a few days peacefully. Suddenly, Michael Ern knocks on the carriage and asks what happened, that they'll be there soon. After all, they're already moving into Tiaros. Ern says he and Sir Havis are going straight to the academy, and Michael and his knights will go to the inn and get some rest. The knight accepts the young lord's order and says it will be carried out. The Royal Knights Academy. Ern realizes that he is here again after 15 years. Javi speaks of what a majestic appearance, for this was to be expected from the academy from whose walls Rebahan Steelguard came. Ern asks the guy, is this the first time he's been here? Javi says yes, because he used to want to be in this place at least once, but he had to serve somewhere else. However, thanks to the young master, he still made it to this place too. Ern asks how the guy here if compared to the Imperial Academy. Javi says that he thinks it is not so imposing, and in the first place much different in their scale. The young gentleman looks contemptuously at the captain, but Javi says it's just a casual comparison, and he genuinely thinks the Royal Academy is majestic. For it is not the great empire but the Nawara that makes this place a knightly power. The captain says that symbolically, this nuance means much more than the Imperial Academy as a whole. The gentleman says he's afraid the boy's a long way from being a spy because speaking well is an art. Havis is already running and wants to know where the admissions office is at this academy. They walk through some doors and see a bald man behind a desk. Havis asks if the admissions office. The man replies that they got in right, and he asks where the guy's letters of recommendation are. Ern puts the letter on the table, and the man sees the seal in bewilderment. He doesn't understand. Are these guys from the Steelguard residence? It's a great honor for their academy, for he had also taken bids from the 2 elder brothers of the young master, and as he thought their blood was strong, for he recognized him from the first. But the guys realize that this man has never even looked at them once. The man asks how the Count is doing now, and the accomplishments during that time. Ern says his father is one of the masters representing Noir. However, despite the remarkable achievement of heroic rank, his father is always compared to his grandfather, who had reached the mythical rank and were judged as not living up to expectations, and they were constantly asked the same question, if the Count should not at least rise to the legendary rank. Ern wondered what about him and his brothers then. After all, let alone the heroic rank, they couldn't even reach the awakened rank. The man apologizes that he has shown impermissible tactlessness. He says that the boys will be enrolled on the basis of a letter of recommendation. He says if the guys go to the next building, there's a small training area. Havis is puzzled. He asks, didn't he hear the training ground? He's interested in Didn't the entrance exams end months ago, so he knows the Steel Guards are eligible for special selection. But Man says it's just an entrance test, and their academy doesn't grant special privileges just because they're a powerful family. Ern asks that isn't special screening a privilege. The man replies that they see it as a simplified process, because a member of the Steel Guard family can't fail the entrance exams. However, group assignment is no exception. Havis wondered what the test was all about. The boys have already arrived at the training ground. There's an instructor named Sirkal standing in front of them. He says that the first test is to leave a palm print on the back of the stone wall. The boy must not strike, but only feel that he is pushing the stone. The instructor says that the young master should not think about to flaunt his power because the instructor wants to see overall mana control true unless the guy wants to get the lowest score. Ern asks to what extent he needs to push the stone through to get the highest score. The instructor is surprised because ordinary children of famous families only wrinkle their faces when they hear that they are addressed as a simple guy. And so were the gentleman's brothers. The inspector sees that an interesting specimen has appeared. Circle says he can't make out the boundary clearly. But the guy just needs to show as much as he can to the best of his ability. Ern recalls that in a previous life he didn't know what the test meant. Because depth is mana output and brightness is mana control. The guy's looking at the wall of trials and doesn't understand why all the prints look bad and none of them are good. But he notices one of the prints. He realizes it looks good. He wondered who left it, since the mystery man was among the entrants. The inspector asks why the guy is stupidly staring at the wall. He tells the gentleman to get on with the task. Havis doesn't understand. Doesn't the Lord care? With Stilgard's abilities, it's easy to accomplish these tasks. Touches the wall and begins to pass the tests. He uses mana. The instructor looks at this guy's assignment and he doesn't get it. Is the guy definitely from the Stilgard family because the print is indistinct and not blurred and not deep and not superficial? He doesn't understand why the brothers are one by one. The instructor says that Ern is earning 5 points. Ern asks if he has the highest score. But Circle say that 5 points and with a maximum of 10. Havis video, all of this is just perplexing. The next test is fencing. The inspector sees that the guy's fencing is weird too. He does not understand why the guy has no talent, tries to look like a professional in the eyes of others, because the future of Steelguard is not as indifferent as it seems at first glance. After the test, the instructor says that's enough. He calls the guy a 73-year-old cadet named Ern Stilgard. The inspector says the guy's mana control is ordinary, and his ball handling is ordinary too. It's middle grade. Ern and Havis are leaving the training ground. Havis is just puzzled. He doesn't understand what middle class is. He asks if this means the plan that the young master was talking about yesterday is blown. They said Ern would graduate early in 2 years. Ern says that Havis reported to the Empire that the guy's about 6th or 7th rank and needs to match the information first. Havis says the guy's great because if he were in the master's shoes, he'd have snapped out of anger long ago. He asks how long Ern is going to hide his abilities. Ern says that he'll do it until he's sure he can handle the Empire. Havis realizes that this doesn't sound like idle chatter because the Lord's potential is no less than Rebahan Steel Guards. Havis realizes that the Steel Guards may once again be able to bind the Empire. The young gentleman looks at the guy. He asks why Havis has such a distrustful look on his face. But the boy replies that it's nothing like that, because at that age, it's common to get your heart racing in anticipation of what's to come. Ern says they'll have to invest the next 2 years without any respite. He tells Havis to keep reporting on the state of the Empire and the position of the Steel Guards, then disguised as a merchant. He asks the guy to keep a hold on him. Strongholds around the Steelguard property, and if he is able to accomplish his tasks, after 2 years, he will be free from a life of forced solitude. Havis realizes that this is his hope, and he says that the young gentleman can rely on him. Ern says he's looking forward to it and holds out a sack to the boy, and tells Havis to have a good rest with the members of the knight's troop and careful going back. The boy doesn't understand. Will the young master not go with them? Because the admission ceremony isn't until the day after tomorrow. But Ern says he can't keep wasting time on fun and needs to cut the semester in half. Javi says that would make everyone very upset, but Ern says it's not like they're breaking up for good anyway. Just need to ignore him and enjoy a well-deserved vacation. Javi agrees with the young gentleman and gratefully accepts the money from the guy. Guy wishes the young gentleman much success and that he will always be in good health and good health. Javi leaves. Ern realizes he's made all the preparations he can right now. And now he has to prepare for the family collapse that will begin 2 years from now. A guy is walking around the academy area. He sees the Knight Academy of Theoros. Ern realizes that he's back on the path of a cadet within these walls. He doesn't know if he should try to do his best. The school term began the day after the admission ceremony. At the same time, the academy's curriculum called Hell Race began. One of the students asks Ern if he's heard that first class is a contractual duel against each other. This is Dmitry Tolobrimin, son of Viscount Tolobrimin. He said it was called an inner-rank battle. Ern realizes that this pissed him off in his past lives, even though he was at the lowest level even in the lowest class. Dmitry further tells that as for the internal rank battle, all cadets have the right to apply for a duel with any other student, and it is impossible to refuse a duel. But it is possible to participate in a maximum of 3 fights with the same opponent. And if you manage to keep a victory over him twice, there may be an opportunity to change places. In rank with this man, Ern realizes it's Dmitry Tolobrimin, a guy who can't perceive details even if he tries to jog his memory. Ern really doesn't want to not get close to this guy, pay attention to him at all. But for 2 days now, the guy has not thought of closing his mouth. The young gentleman realizes that he screwed up with the choice of a deskmate. He does not understand why there is still no instructor in the classroom. Perhaps his appearance will silence Dmitry. Suddenly, the instructor bursts into the classroom. He asks why it is so noisy. Ern is happy that the instructor has finally arrived. Circle tells everyone to quickly take their seats and settle into their desks. The instructor says he's the man who will be in charge of their class from now on. And what kind of man he is, the students will find out step by step. But first of all, we must begin the duel. The instructor says that the format is a full-fledged tournament in which the entire class participates, and the opponents will be determined by drawing lots. He tells the students not to even think that the purpose of the fight is to scout the situation if they drop out. In the first round, they're guaranteed to drop down a rank. Circle tells all the students to assemble on the training ground. Students fight each other. Instructor says Holland wins. Circle announces the following students numbered 33 and 34. The instructor sees Steelguard coming out. He realizes the guy's out of luck. After all, his opponent's overall grade for the name Franz is above average. However, when it comes to the business of fencing, the guy's doing so well that he's in line with the top tier, and he will only be able to increase his level of mana control, his ability, and will be quite enough to advance to the top class. But Circle realized that on the other hand, Ern is at an average level, no more and no less. The instructor doesn't understand how the hero's family can be on the lower middle class level. He realizes that it looks like they're about to see an extremely pathetic sight. The instructor sees that everything is just as he thought it would be because his expectations can't be wrong. The boys fight. Sir Carl sees that the guy is good at blocking the opponent's strong attacks, but struggles to find strength in defense for counterattacks. Ern is puzzled. He realizes it's a fiasco because he never imagined that middle class. The guy is not just weak, he's not weak at all. Ern realizes that pretending isn't easy because he has to accidentally win without it looking embarrassing. Franz says his opponent is a fool. He wants Ern to try and fend off the blow he's about to throw. When the young master saw this, he knew it was his chance. Franz swings his sword, but Ern dodges, and in an instant he swings his sword and strikes his opponent. The instructor is puzzled because it was an incredibly clean attack, he realizes. That's pretty good, and Ern is aiming for something more. Steelguard thuds his opponent right on the knee. Flooring doesn't get it. The instructor announces that Ern Steelguard has won. Franz is incredibly angry with the young master, and he promises to take revenge on him. But Ern realizes that this is incredibly funny, and mentally he says he's shaking, out of fear, because the 6th grade tells the 1st that it can beat him. Ern realizes that the lower class is too annoying since the lower status students continue to challenge, so it's best to just stick to the middle. Ern realizes that all he needs to do is win round 2, in which case round 3 can be safely abandoned. Young Steelguard in waiting for him, I wonder who will be the next couple of the tournament. It's Baran Darius and Dmitri Tolobriman. Ern realizes that the outcome is pretty obvious from the start. Baran strikes Dmitri with his first blow. He stabs his opponent in the arm and raises his sword to strike again. But the instructor says that's enough to declare the guy a winner. But Baran doesn't listen to what he's being told and in an instant wants to strike the boy. But suddenly, his sword is stopped. He turns around and the instructor is standing behind him. Circle is incredibly angry. He doesn't understand whether what he said seemed funny to the student. Baran apologizes to the instructor. He says he was just excited and didn't hear the words Circle said to him. The instructor replies that this is a training match, not a death match, and now he's giving the guy his first and last warning. Baran says he'll take it under advisement. The instructor turns to Dmitri and tells the guy to go to the hospital immediately and get some rest. Baran walks past Ern and tells the guy to relax and not worry about his hide. Baran says it's over for Ern with one punch. He walks away from the guy and laughs from the fact that it looks like Steelguard is already incredibly scared. Seeing Dmitri beaten, Ern suddenly remembered the past. He sees that very same himself. From a past life who was angry at his own incompetence. Ern realizes that it's not that he's choosing to do this for his roommate, but he decided to call it payback for the guy making him remember the moment that he wants to forget. Ern decides he's got to get his ass kicked tonight. The instructor announces round 2, and it's Ern Steelguard versus Baran Darius. Baran strikes first. He makes a sword sign, but Ern dodges. When the guy's opponent backs off a bit, Ern starts to attack. But his rival Baran is already incredibly angry because he says that Ern is pissing him off. Baran tries to strike again, but Ern turns out to be already posati and beats the ball to his back. Baran is angry because the duel is just child's play for Ern. Steelguard thanks his opponent for the compliment. Baran swings again on his rival and says he'll see how long the guy's tricks work. But no sooner has he finished speaking than suddenly Ern, with the handle of his wooden sword, pushes his opponent's belly away. The young gentleman asks, did he really have to wait for Baran to finish his sentence? Ern says the guy was so lucky to open up that he unknowingly lunged. The instructor can't believe his eyes. He doesn't understand. Do they not deceive him because as a mid-ranked Ern defeated the top guy? Circle doesn't realize if this was a fortitude victory after a fierce fight. But from the outside, it looked like Ern was just having fun with his opponent. The instructor announces that Ern has won, but Baran waits, for he can still continue the duel. He gets up off his knees and pounces on Ern. He says the guy fought improperly and stopped using cheap tricks. Baran announces to the instructor that he will reapply for the duel. But Circle says that the guys are messing with him because there can't be any duel in the middle of a tournament, and you can't challenge the same person to a duel 2 times in a row. Instructor says the kid won't be able to apply until next week. Baran is angry. He asks Steelguard how he dared to lower his rank. The boy promises that he and Ern will see each other in a week and see who will have the last laugh. Ern realizes that everyone can watch as long as they like, but Baran starts yelling. He says he's the son of Count Darius named Baran Darius. He wants Ern to remember his name properly, but already even the instructor has started laughing at the guy. Baran turns to the instructor and doesn't understand why the instructor is mocking his family. But the instructor says there's no way he can raise a laughingstock against the Earl family. He says he just thought it was funny that Darius was trying to rise at the expense of the Steelguard family. Suddenly, all the students just froze. Could it be that in front of them was Steelguard himself belonging to the Steelheart family? At least that much? Also an Earl family. But unlike the Darius family, this family is on a whole other level, because it's a family of heroes. Baran himself is puzzled. He asks, does the reality guy he doesn't understand why Ern didn't tell him about it from the beginning? Young Mr. Ern says he's never been asked about such things before. Ern notices that his roommate has already gone out this early. It's like losing in the first round was good motivation for his roommate. Even Ern doesn't remember him, though, because he thought he was just an annoying guy who talked too much. But Dmitri is much better than he was in his previous life. Because after Ern got the last place in the lower class, he cried for 3 days. The young master realizes that he too needs to move up slowly, because there's nothing complicated about it. He gives his beast a shield to eat, and he wants Bulgasari to sit quietly. He says, I believe he can't eat anything else. Ern promises that he will come back soon and play with his beast. First day of the Academy Cadet and climbing the Rocky Mountain, this training is also called Hell Race because of the peak covered in fog and steep slope. A guy decides to practice. He's trying to climb this mountain and doesn't realize has it always been so easy to climb here? He hasn't even broken a sweat, and the guy feels like he's running on a plane, but suddenly he stops and sees the guy in front of him. He doesn't realize if it's the same guy who was his opponent in the first round. He doesn't remember his name, but the guy himself turns to Ern. The guy says he was waiting for him, but the young gentleman doesn't understand why the guy was waiting for him. A classmate says that he thinks Ern should go somewhere with him because it concerns his friend Dimitri. But Ern says that Dimitri is not his friend but just a roommate. The guy replies that it doesn't make any difference anyway. Dimitri got hit by the rockfall, and he thinks Ern should rush to the rescue. But young Stilgard says that if there is an accident, they should call an instructor. The guy replies that someone's already gone after him, but Dimitri keeps calling for Ern. The guy says that if the young gentleman goes to Dimitri now, it's sure to give the guy strength, but Ern is puzzled. He doesn't understand. Is this guy laughing at him? Because in setting a trap, the guy should have dug a little deeper, and all his words are pretty lame. Ern realizes that if he ignores it, he's probably going to get more harassed by the guys, and it's probably better to get rid of them all now. That's why Ern says to let Franz go ahead. Now the guy's happy that stupid Ern took their bait. Baron says it's a great job. At that time, the guy kicks Dimitri to the ground. Franz says that now also Ern is finished. And like he said, they'll see who wins. Barand asks Ern what it feels like to be seen by the guy. That his friend is being beaten like a weakling. Ern says he's really interested in something. So he asks the guys just one question. The young gentleman asks, did something so serious happen yesterday that Baron decided to let himself go to that level? Baran is incredibly pissed off. He wondered what the guy had just said, since he had caused Baran to drop in the rankings yesterday. The boy asks Ern if he knows what pissed him off the most, that the young gentleman beat him with a nasty punch and voluntarily withdrew from the next rank. He asks if Ern has just avenged his friend and decided to wash his hands of it. But Ern repeats again that Dimitri is not his friend. Baran starts yelling at the guy. He says not to make him laugh. The witch is fighting out of resentment. Ern says that's a given. Of course it is. Of course it is. They gather in a group of 5, including Barand. They feel more confident. Barand is puzzled. He does not understand how Ern knew that there are 5 of them. But the young gentleman replies that it would probably be even more surprising if he didn't know that. Ern says that if they decide to hide, they should do it more carefully. 2 guys come out behind the protagonist. Ern says they should have made at least some effort. He asks can Barand deal with the consequences if he touches him. But a cocky Barand asks does Ern think he is afraid of his famous family. Barand says that he has heard from his older brothers, who are very familiar with Stilgard's brother who is second in command. Then he asks does Ern think that he has any right to be called Stilgard at all. Ern remembers that his brother is also at the academy, but his brother doesn't know what Ern is like now. Baran says that the elder Stilgard was telling how he didn't consider Ern his little brother, and he was saying that whoever Ern is, he lets you do whatever you want to him. And no one in their Stilgard family would care about someone like Ern. Ern doesn't understand why something like that would even be said. The boy says he beat Barand yesterday, but he'd rather lie in bed than persevere. Barand gets mad at the guy and yells that he's the one who's about to lay down. He asks what his friends are standing around for, and he orders them to attack Ern immediately. But Ern only one moment of handing out a punch to everyone, and everyone flies off in different directions. When the guy defeats everyone, he says that maybe the place where Barand can lie down will be his coffin. Now Barand himself comes at Ern and says to shut his mouth, but Ern stops the guy's punch with one hand. Barand is puzzled as his opponent blocks his blow with one hand with maximum mana. In one move, Ern twists the guy's arm. The young master says he thinks maximum mana that he could pull out is a bit of a disappointment to him. Ern says that if he had used Manu more. He stabs his opponent in the forehead with his finger, and he just falls over in bewilderment. Dimitri sees that Ern has beaten everyone. Ern asks the guy to keep quiet and says that if anything, Dimitri didn't see anything. Ern realizes that after a good lesson on Rocky Mountain, life in middle school has become very easy, except for just one problem. The level of teaching in the Academy's middle school is completely inadequate. He wonders if he really should have gone to a higher class, But he realizes there's not much difference between chicken and chicken. He realizes he needs to graduate from the academy as soon as possible. And to do that, he needs to get his energy back first. The guy's use of weed removal, which is fully completed, and the absorption of heavenly radiance technique is also completed. Ern rejoices at the timing of all this. The capital of Navarro is Theros. Like any great city, there is light and darkness in this magnificent city. And what Ern wants is on his dark side. The guy realizes that. To get guaranteed freedom of action at the academy, he just needs to get his hands on the right man. It finally appeared before his eyes for this day, earned countless times for the sake of this day. Watching him, and if a guy gets a glimpse of him behind his back, he can tell right away this is the man. After all, he has the same height and the same gait without a doubt in front of him instructor Serkal. The guy realizes he should probably move out slowly too. He uses a human mask and voices. He doesn't understand until when he has to do this, but he has no way to change it. Instructor Serkal suddenly feels a killer energy. He turns around and sees an angry face that stares right back at him. But in an instant, the man just vanished. Serkal doesn't understand how this could have happened in such a short period of time. He doesn't realize who this man is. He definitely had that look in his eye, like he knew him. The instructor has a bad feeling he needs to get out of this place. As he walks behind the yard, the same man is standing in front of him. The instructor asks what the guy wants from him. But this man replies that the academy instructor, who is supposed to be a role model, is into alcohol and women. And of course this happens too. But he says love between a knight and a waitress is a bit much. Guy asks if Serkal will become the most talked about person in the capital. And if the truth comes out, the inspector asks the guy who he is. But Tot replies to have Serkal call his fateful meetings in a good place. The inspector notices that nearby. He no longer feels any energy. He doesn't realize to what extent this guy is aware of his personal life and what his goals are. The inspector decides he's going to catch this guy and find out what's going on. He attacks him, but the stranger dodges. Serkal realizes this guy isn't as easy as he thought he was, but a prolonged fight can be dangerous, in which case he uses his mana and attacks thinking he's going to tear this guy apart. But when the smoke clears, you can see that nothing happened to the guy. The stranger says it was a pretty massive hit with Class 2 power and very close to borderline Class 1. Serkal realizes that a user who is at the level of enveloping the upper body with aura is pure first class. The inspector asks the stranger who he is, because the guy doesn't look like a passerby. The stranger asks the name of the waitress. Is her name really Sylvia? Serkal is puzzled how this guy even knows such details. The instructor asks the stranger if he's from the Knight's inspection squad, but the stranger replies that it's not a test. He's telling Serkal to relax, because the guy's not here to embarrass him, but to help him keep his secret. The instructor doesn't know what the guy means. Suddenly they hear some people discussing about the rumbling noise that came from one of the courtyards, and people think that something exploded there. So the stranger suggests that the instructor go with him to another place. He wants Serkal to follow him. They go into some house. The stranger says that it turns out that Sylvia is the daughter of the instructor's ex-lover. Serkal says it's not the kind of relationship you'd think it would be. The stranger says life has its challenges, but he sees that life is especially cruel to the instructor, because such sacrifices for the daughter of the first love of a guy they haven't even met. Serkal says that Sylvia is now doing a job she doesn't like at all, but at least a few hours a week. The instructor says that when he's around the girl, she feels a little relief. Stranger says it's probably a mirror image. Has spent a decent amount of gold coins so far, if he's going to keep it up. So the guy asks, why doesn't the instructor just lay out to buy the girl's freedom? But Serkal says that with his salary it is impossible, because the girl is demanded 10,000 gold pieces. The stranger asks why the instructor doesn't just ruin her owner's business. After all, isn't that a trifling matter for someone with the power of a knight? Serkal asks if the stranger knows the Black Mamba, for it is a huge group that controls the entire dark side of this city. The stranger says he knows, and the city guard is in no hurry to deal with them. The instructor says that Sylvia works in a drinking establishment run by this group, and Serkal doesn't even know what he can do. Ern, in the guise of another man, is surprised that the situation is different from what he knew. After all, he thought it was just an instructor who ruined his life by falling in love with a waitress. But now it looks like pure love that brings tears to his eyes. Earn understands that he was originally going to use this trump as pressure on the instructor, but he chose the wrong move and would be better off doing a favor for Sir Cal and leave an unpayable debt to him. The stranger replies to the instructor that he thinks he can help him, so he suggests that Sir Cal make a deal with him. Circle asks that the stranger tell him exactly what he has to do in order to make a deal. The stranger asks the instructor if he knows a guy named Earn Stilgard. Circle replies that of course he knows because he is the instructor in charge of him. Says the guy has to give the guy all the help he can. Instructor suspects the stranger is coming from the Stilgard residence as well. He asks if this is Master Rebadon's instruction. The stranger says that the man would not do such a thing. Circle asks, "Is this stranger then the young master's man?" But whoever sent him there is nothing good in his offer. After all, a cadet's achievements are also evaluated by other instructors and manipulations, with his subject will have no effect on his overall grade. But the stranger says that the instructor seems to have misunderstood him, because there is no need to manipulate the grades. After all, he just asked for attention to the guy's comfort during the interruptions at the academy. But Circle is getting angry. He asks the stranger, does he think he's the first person to ask an instructor for something like this? There's always been bribery of instructors from powerful families, but the stranger picked the wrong person. There's no such thing as falsification in his vocabulary, but the stranger says he clearly said the instructor didn't need to care about the guy's grades. But only to give him a free hand and his payment, the stranger summoned Sylvia. The stranger says that if Earn gets his freedom, then Sylvia will be free too. Circle doesn't understand. How is this guy going to do? Does he really want to organize? The Black Mamba are stubborn people, and Sylvia will have a chance to escape from them. But the stranger says that nothing like that will happen, and the girl won't have to leave town. The instructor says that nevertheless fudging grades is unacceptable, but the stranger is starting to get angry. He asks how many times he has to repeat that there's no need for it. He asks, maybe the instructor needs to prove it. Sir Cal doesn't understand what this guy is saying. The stranger says the allotted time is running out. Suddenly the guy's voice changes. The instructor notices a familiar voice. At this time, the stranger removes his mask and Earn appears in front of the instructor. Circle can't believe his eyes. Can it really be magic? The instructor says the guy's aura was flawless. How can he use magic? But Earn replies that he was originally faster than the others. The instructor is surprised. He says that this is an astonishing growth rate. And if the guy's a freshman, he's not going to have that kind of aura. And the guy's a genius who's going to make history. But Earn, in his 16 years, not even second grade, but already first grade. A guy asks the instructor if he can get a high score. The circle replies that with these capabilities, the guy will definitely get a high score. Earn asks why then the instructor should change the grades. Sir Cal sees that there is really no need for that. The young gentleman says he has only one request. He says that the instructor should simply allow him to skip lessons from time to time, and legally, of course. The instructor says if that's the guy's condition, he can help with that. However, Sir Cal asks why Earn is hiding his abilities, and he also wonders how the guy knew about Sylvia. The young gentleman replies that if the instructor gets too nosy, he'll get insomnia, and that's not the most important thing right now. The guy asks the instructor for a good to think and give an answer. He asks if Sir Cal is willing to make a deal with him. Now Earn puts his mask back on and goes to the group to get the girl. The head of the group asks if the guy wants to take Sylvia with him. The stranger replies that he wants to do it right now. The guy from the gang asks the girl if she knows this guy. The girl says that it is a guy named Flip who often comes to her. At this time, the girl remembers that this stranger told her that he came at Circle's request. To get her out of here! This guy says the stranger has a wonderful name. Earn admits it, because he remembers saying the first thing that popped into his head when Sylvia asked him for his name. The head of the group asks if it's worth. He starts taking care of the girl, and some guys show up to take her away. The guy says he'll only let him take the girl if he gets 10,000 coins. At that moment, Earn throws a bag of gold on the guy's table and says that there are exactly 10,000 gold pieces in there. The faction guy is confused. He doesn't understand. I mean, seriously, there are people out there who can bring in that kind of money. Earn starts to leave and says he's taking the girl but is stopped. A guy from the group asks, is it possible to leave like that without listening to your interlocutor to the end? Earn says he's already given the guy exactly 10,000 gold pieces, there's no problem. The guy replies that he says it's just to weed out the scumbags, because he's a businessman and never does anything at a loss. He suggests weighing things up again. He asks Ern how much he thinks Sylvia, a professional in their business, earns in a year. Ern guesses that for some ordinary cafe, her earnings would be about 8,000 gold pieces. But the guy replies that he can earn up to 12,000 gold on a girl. So he asks Ern if it makes sense for him to give up a useful man who for money can rebuild in just a year. Ern asks how much this guy wants. But Toth replies that the girl will be quite usable for the next 10 years. And when Sylvia is old enough, she will no longer be in demand, and then she can be sent away. As a concubine to some local rich man, will at least be able to get about 20,000 gold. And in total, he'll make about 140,000 gold pieces. The gang guy says he's going to be a little generous and will give the girl for 130,000 gold pieces. He asks how a stranger can get such an extreme price. He asks the stranger to answer faster because he thought the guy had money. The guy from the faction drops the money Ern gave for the girl and says that if the stranger doesn't agree, then let him take his change and leaves. Ern says he'll be generous too and give the guy another chance. He says the guy will take it, and they're done, or the faction guy will have to fight Ern. The guy in the gang says he's speechless. He asks, where is it seen that everyone around here does, or what this guy likes? He replies that he knew it would be like this, and that's why everyone in the underworld acts this way. Although he's not a kind man either, he still feels the guys need to be taught a lesson. Sylvia is puzzled. She asks what Mr. Flip is going to do. After all, people in Red Cobra. But the guy replies so Sylvia doesn't worry and just stands behind his back. The Red Cobra guy says his blood pressure is slowly reaching its limit. He wants the stranger to finish faster. But he doesn't notice how at one point, the guy who was standing next to him flies off to the side. Ern, in the guise of another man, says that the guys could just take the 10,000 gold and end this tedious conversation. He threw a coin at the guy with one finger, and he fell. Flip asks why the gang guy is mad at him. Ern starts spreading the coins around more, killing one guy at a time. Who served this faction? The head guy from Red Cobra stands up from his chair and asks who this crazy guy is. He pulls out his sword. The guy uses the hellfire of their enemies and sends him to the underworld. With one swipe of his hand, Flip fends off the blow, and the guy's sword falls to the floor. Now this guy can't even move his arm. Flip gets angry. He asks who the guy is. Wants to attack with his dark magic. He asks the guy if he should talk to him in the language of the underworld. But this gang guy doesn't know what Flip means. Philip goes after him, and he says if the guy doesn't understand, he should punch him at least once. When he hits the guy bounces off the other side of the room, and now Flip approaches him again and says that man is indeed a complex creature. But now the guys in the gang says he's going to give the guy double the size. Flip doesn't know what the guy's talking about. But the man from the Red Sky Band suspects that Flip is a troublemaker. And this is a gang or group of people who solve hard-to-solve problems or issues of taking violence. He asks how much Flip paid for it, and he offers to pay twice as much or even 3 times as much, just so he doesn't get beaten up. But Flip is surprised. Is the guy really serious about paying him 3 times as much? This young man tells Flip not to worry. He has a lot of money and says that Flip has just heard how smart he really is. He says if Flip reveals who his client is, he'll pay 4 times as much. Flip says he doesn't know what to do, but the guy asks what there is to think about if he can make a recommendation for a job in their organization. Flip says that's not the point because if 0 times 4, then either way. He gets 0, he says he probably should have gotten the order and then come here. The guy is surprised. Did Flip come here without any order? He doesn't understand why. Flip says he came here to take Sylvia with him. The guy's surprised. Is that what this is all about? Ern says that's why the guy should have jumped at the opportunity when he offered it to him. Flip single-handedly pulls out the coin again and does something irreparable to this man and in different directions. He turns to the girl and sees that she is surprised. Flip says that. The girl witnessed too violent a scene, but when he heard the guy's words, he got all boiled up inside. Sylvia asks the guy who he even is and how single-handedly he was able to handle all those guys. The girl says that he is the man who was sent by Sir Cal, and he is also the one who will give the girl freedom. They arrive at the hotel and Ern says he wants to rent the top floor in its entirety, and they don't even think of approaching him until he calls. The guy at the hotel, when he saw the money, he said everything would be done, and he'd arrange it so that not even a mouse could get into the guy's room. They go up to the top floor. Flip tells Sylvia that he will be in the room across the hall, so the girl has nothing to worry about and just needs a good night's rest. She thanks the guy and wishes him a good night. Ern remembers that he wiped off all traces with fissile acid, and they got out of there undetected, but at least this night will be safe. In which case, he goes into the room and drops the mask. The guy starts meditating when confronted with Circle's aura, the ascending method by which the guy channeled energy into the gold coins and the footwork technique of the thousands of measurements he used to get to the hotel with Sylvia on his back as he unleashed his skills without any secrecy. Then the boy realized what a necessary foundation for comprehending the Northern Lights technique. Heavenly cultivation technique and Northern Lights technique have the same root, however. Ern missed the basic principle that exists in the heavenly cultivation technique, but which is absent in the Northern Lights technique. For the intersection of the two celestial arts that will connect the scattered threads, Ern realized that he must understand the basis. The guy realizes that he has finally pulled together all the scattered threads and cleaned up the space by removing weeds, and also planted the seed of the Northern Lights technique. With the 7 stars, and now it's finally starting to bear fruit. The only superior rank of mankind is the special rank that Emperor Founder has achieved, at the age of 17 years and 89 days. And Ern was now at the age of 16 years and 225 days. Thus, the immortal record has been updated. A thunder sword whose hilt is made of wood struck by lightning, and whose blade is made of wrought iron smelted in a 1,000-year-old thunder mine. The ball has a lightning bolt embedded inside it. Therefore, it emits soft electrical energy even at ordinary times. And this electrical energy can be amplified by introducing internal force. Ern looks at it and realizes that it is not bad. Because there are no excesses, he thinks that with such characteristics it can be considered a magic sword. The boy adds it to his shopping list. He bought the Thunder Sword cast iron ghost bullets, secret notes, and distortion techniques. Ern is glad he hasn't had such a good time in a long time, and the cast iron ghost bullets. It is food for his beast. And the way of dominion is exalted dignity and laws adapted to the rank of awakening, and it was indeed an impulsive purchase. After all, this technique of changing the face to the desired face by fine-tuning the muscles of the face and bones with internal energy. Ern thinks he might be able to use it. Because fiddling with human skin is a bit of a pain, that's the rationalization behind the purchase. The guy decides he should already test the efficacy of this thing. Now Sylvia is sitting in her room on her bed, and someone is knocking on her door. She opens the door, and there is an unknown guy standing in front of her, but the girl out of fright tries to close the door, but the guy puts his foot in the door so the girl can't close. The guy explains to the girl that he said he was Flip, but the girl sees a completely different guy in front of her. Flip says that's his real face now, and yesterday he used reincarnation magic and couldn't let himself be exposed. The girl apologizes to the guy because she thought someone from the Red Cobra had come. Ern asks why Sylvia looks so tired. Did she not get enough sleep? The girl replies that she couldn't even close her eyes for a second, and she was anxious. Flip says she should have gone to his room then, but Sylvia replies that the guy himself said not to go near him. Flip replies that those words were said to the owner of the place, not Sylvia. The guy presents the girl with different things to change her image, because now she can't walk like that in the city either. Flip suggests that Sylvia's changing appearance should be the first thing to deal with. Flip changed her entire look and hairstyle. When Circle saw it, he didn't recognize the girl. When the instructor came in, he started apologizing because apparently he had the wrong room. Sylvia appeals to Uncle Circle that it's really her. After all, she had just dyed and cut her hair. The instructor is puzzled if the girl in front of them is really Sylvia. I mean, it's like he's looking at a complete stranger. The clip says it's just the magic of disguise. After all, the guy gave her a pendant which is a magical artifact, and with its help you can avoid being chased by black mambas. Circle doesn't understand where Ern got such a thing. He also notices that Ern has also changed his face. As they stood suddenly, something began to burst out of the instructor's clothes, all standing up. Puzzled, but suddenly the sweater rips. Sylvia is very frightened, but his beast jumps to Ern. The guy asks if the Sari is surprised that the master did not show up at home without any warning. He asks his beast to apologize. But all of Circle's clothes are torn to shreds. Ern doesn't understand how the beast, he recognizes him. Even though his appearance has changed, he suspects it may be instinct. Now Sylvia starts to show interest in the beast. Ern wants them to meet. He turns to Sari and says that the girl in front of them is called Sylvia. Bulgasari analyzes whether this man is hostile to her master, but it seems not. And the relationship with the owner of this girl looks benevolent. That's why the Sari is smiling. To the girl in return, Ern tells the beast to play with Sylvia a bit. Ern asks what about his request. The instructor says he's signed the kid up for private training, and a closed training session is a training room prepared with accomplished geniuses in mind. Ern realizes that's great, because it could be a good excuse. On many aspects, he asks the instructor how long it will take. The circle says it's until the next full moon. But Ern is angry, because it's too short a period. The instructor says that the number of days which the middle class can get at the same time is very limited, and however, according to the rules, closed training can be done up to 3 times. Ern realizes there's nothing to be done, and he has to think of other options. He decides to stop with what he already has, and now Ern suggests we make an accurate calculation. Guy pulls out the coins and tells Sylvia it's her share. Ern tells the girl to consider that she has been compensated for the exploitation so far, and when I covered my tracks, I also cleaned out their safe. Sylvia says there's too much in there. But Ern holds out a sack of gold, and for the instructor he says it is his share. Circle says he can't accept it. But Ern says to make the instructor think he's getting back the money he flushed down the Black Mamba joint. It's a little embarrassing for the instructor to appropriate the entire amount for himself alone. After all, so easily resolved, and the shackles that seemed to bind him forever were broken in just 24 hours. Kirkle promises the guy to be sure to repay him in any way he can, whatever it costs him. Ern says that he hopes they'll still work together. He asks the server what the girl is going to do and if she has any thoughts on the matter. The girl replies that right now she has no thoughts, because everything happened very suddenly. Ern asks the girl what about the fact that, to help him out for a while. He suggests that Sylvia work for him officially and do some business with him. 2 guys from Black Mamba open a briefcase. They don't understand whether one of the guys pushed back the date of the bribe because he was going to pull a similar trick, because the case was empty. They think it's actually incredibly awful, but in a way they understand it, and after that, Guy Kamazan overpowered his older brother to take over the boss. He often had to blackmail and rob. One of the Black Mamba guys is named Bass. He says Gabe wasn't the type to break the safe. The other guy named Titan is starting to get pissed off because Bass is starting to pretend to be reasonable again. I mean, one look is enough to know that this guy's got all the gold in his coffin. Bass asks, does it really look to Titan's eyes as if the safe was opened with a key because the door was broken open with force? Then, Titan assumes the safe was broken into by Gabe's underlings. The guy doesn't realize if there was anyone on Gabe's staff who could have, to carefully cut through the iron plates. Bass says he has no doubt there's no aura missing. But Titan is perplexed. He asks why an aura wielder would rob Gabe. Bass realizes there's definitely something wrong, and it's incredibly clean everywhere. He assumes that Gabe must have been attacked because this room was visited by a character unknown to them. Titan doesn't know what his friend means. Bass finds a coin. He asks Titan how many aura wielders there are who can kill people with the flip of a gold coin and more. It's such a classified place that they have no outsiders. They can't figure out who it could be. Bass says it doesn't matter who it is because the most important thing is that this guy dared to disturb them. Ern realized that to expand the area of concentration of energy was a residual departure. The elixir of 1,000 levels, and if he can gather the 100-year energy and Northern Lights technique, he will become incredibly strong. But he's only gotten to this point so far. But the guy says that at this point he's made so much progress. It's enough for him. He's hoping to peak right now, and thus showing excessive greed, he has reached certain goals and he should take some time off. The master thought that he might have to live as Flip longer than he planned, so he decided to get a mansion for 50,000 gold coins. Considering it sells in the capital, it is a reasonable scene they are neither overpriced nor underpriced. When a guy walks through that house, he realizes it was worth the money spent. The young gentleman also realizes that after observing Sylvia for a few days, who has come to the conclusion that she turns out to be much more capable than he might have thought. Up to the fact that the girl brought to the end of all the work assigned to them. And in addition, the girl can read and write, and also trained in etiquette. Ern assumed that Sylvia must belong to some fallen aristocratic family, but Ern decided he shouldn't ask about it. But if his hunch is correct, then perhaps he might touch on some painful memories with his questioning, like he's been through in his past life. He realizes he has no need to get involved with this girl. And Ern only had 10 days of closed practice left, and you can't waste a minute on useless stuff. He summons a comprehension of flow and a mid-level mana stone. Suddenly, he notices that Garrick has grown up considerably. Ern realizes that no matter how much the Alliance promoted their high price policy, the guy still thought that she'll limit herself to 20 coins. And as it turns out, they're more sneaky than he thought. Ern says it's wonderful, and it's time for him to cast his line. He advertises that he's selling a mana stone for 20 coins in the description. He writes that the icon of mutually beneficial growth who cares about consumers is the same salesman back. Buyers start to rejoice that the price has finally gone down because paying 25 coins is unthinkable. They say that if an item doesn't sell, the Alliance had no choice but to lower the price, but they notice it's not the Alliance, it's that salesman guy who's back, who had a conflict with the Alliance. They notice that the number of stones is limited, so they can't miss the chance. Now Ern is resting and eating pie while he sees his profits grow. After all, they buy monostones from him. The guy says it's great as he thought it was the perfect time to sell. But then, he gets a notification that Mr. Garrick sent the guy a message. Ern notices that this is an incredibly fast reaction. Garrick is getting angry. He asks what this Ern is up to again. The boy replies that he too is happy to talk to the master again. Young Steelguard sees that the Alliance's business is booming, so he was able to sell monostones that are worth 4 coins for as much as 20. Garrick recognizes this guy, the same unscrupulous guy he had a conflict with. The master is furious. He asks how the guy did it again, but Ern says it's a trade secret. Garrick starts yelling at him and calling him names, but Ern says he's not here to fight, and he's not mad at Garrick. Ern says he's just here to make money. 10,000 coins and he's gone. But Garrick tells the boy not to talk nonsense. Doesn't Ern realize he won't sit idly by? The master says that the guy slandered their alliances with his ad and created a bad reputation. He asks if the guy knows that's a great reason to file a complaint. Harry tells the guy to just wait and he'll make a formal protest soon. Ern thinks about the fact that he went a little overboard in writing his ad, but he doesn't realize does Garrick think he did it without a ready-made plan. Channel Master says this is the Mana Stone trading restriction everyone has been asking about among the Zero System Channel Masters. Miam has a younger comrade, so he's going to put him in charge of this case, and in the future, they will give everyone a more comfortable environment for their activities in the Zero-based system. Ern turns to the Channel Master and says he won't stay in the guy's debt. Miam says that they can't have debts of their relationship, and if the young master continues to say so, then he will be upset. I mean, there's even a phrase, that how one treats a person is how one should treat people in return. Ern says that this is definitely the case, and he doesn't doubt the Channel Master one bit. Miam rejoices and says that the boy can always count on him. Mentally, Ern wishes good luck to Garrick. The guy doesn't know whether it's necessary to say such a thing in such situations. He's thinking of another gift to give this gentleman, but suddenly the guy notices that he's already received an official protest. Reading this protest, Ern thinks it's a teenager after all had he been sent by the 5 major elixir manufacturers. The guy uses his eyes to find out he doesn't understand where this man came from because he's a very powerful man. This person's nickname is Golden Dragon with Jade Face. The phase of this guy's soul is that he is a person possessing transcendent hatred. This is the owner of a trade guild, the only grandson of the King of Commerce, Zhou Guillaume Hui, and even the Golden Dragon envies this guy's wealth skills, and the Jade Beauties admire him. The Golden Dragon with Jade Face is a combination of beauty and wealth, a level of inactivity threatened super advanced players. And because of his desire to avenge his parents, the guy doesn't hide his abilities. Even from the briefest of glimpses, you can see he's a brilliant man. He notices that it says, Revenge of the Parents. The guy doesn't realize, does it have anything to do with part-time workers? Golden Dragon with a Jade Face, Zhou Gum Hui. He writes that it's about a dispute over the hourly rate. So he takes a chance and sends the guy another note, because the detailed terms will be announced later. But the guy guarantees it will be very profitable for Ern. The young master doesn't understand why this guy goes around in circles and says nothing, because just by looking at his report, Ern can a man who doesn't seem to regret anything. The guy decides to play innocent with him. Earn realizes that it's been 4 hours since he got the note, and he thinks he's stalled long enough. And he can now slowly get in touch with this guy. The guy uses the login and makes a request to talk to the Golden Dragon with the jade-faced Jo Hui. He texts the guy that he just checked his email and asks, "What's his business?" thanking the guy for the answer. But Earn notices that his interlocutor replied to him in a second. It looks like he's really in a hurry. The guy writes to his interlocutor that he had some business to attend to, but he is free now. Jo Hui replies that it's okay. He apologizes for disturbing the guy during business hours. Earn says they need to get right to the point. He asks how Jo Hui knew about the part-time job. The guy replies that he was in a hurry, so he just demonstrated. He apologizes for the urgency of the case without much preparation. Jo Hui says he heard that Earn had a conflict with the elixir merchants and says that the head of the Great Mountain Healthcare Center in the name of Yang was severely insulted. Earn asks, does Jo Hui know the head of the Great Mountain Healthcare Center well? The guy assumes that this Yang is a sociable guy. Earn assumes that consequently the man couldn't handle it on his own, and so you dragged Jo Hui into the case. But the guy replies that he and his head have only crossed paths a couple times and are just acquaintances, because the story was passed on by word of mouth, and so it was his turn. He says it doesn't matter, and he asks what the guy's business is with him. Jo Hui says that he heard that Earn has 10 tickets to give reports. Earn sees that the channel master's words carry some weight with them. The guy didn't even think anyone would believe such nonsense. After all, he remembers that Miam had promised to tell everyone that the stock report had fallen out through a raffle and a random box. Earn realizes that even if he sticks to this legend, he has nothing to lose. But he wonders if he should add something interesting to the story. The young gentleman decides to ask the guy how he found out about it, because Earn didn't seem to share this information with anyone. Jo Hui writes that sometimes you happen to get the information you need. He asks if the guy still has those tickets. But Earn replies that he had them, but he had already used them all up. Jo Hui says there's nothing to be done, and he thanks the guy for his time despite his busy schedule. Suddenly Earn replies that he doesn't have 10 tickets, but the right to report remains. Jo Hui asks how many pieces the guy has. Earn replies that since he used the others to catch part-time workers, he has 5 grand left. Jo Hui doesn't believe him, but the guy replies that there's no point in him cheating. Jo Hui begins to laugh and rejoice because he finally has a chance for revenge, and these guys will burn in hell, and today heaven has turned its back on them. When Earn sees it, he doesn't realize if it's the same person, because he feels like he's talking to a bloodthirsty demon. Jo Hui apologizes to the guy for his stupidity because he was too excited. Earn replies that it's okay because he's met all kinds of people. George tells me that there are those in this world with whom he cannot live under the same sky. It's the enemies who killed his parents. He's lived his whole life thinking of a place, and today he finally saw a ray of hope. Earn says it seems to him that Jo Hui wants the right to file a report researching the guy's enemies are those involved in the exchange. Jo Hui says that Earn said all the right things and is the one he suspects the most. He says he understands the guy's circumstances, but he doesn't know what to do. Can't cede the guy the right to file reports, but Jo Hui says that it's all right with him if Earn just hands him the contents. The guy wants to buy 5 pieces for 50,000 coins. Earn realizes that the guy's grandfather is named Jo Hui, and he can't judge how great a man the king of trade Jo Hui is. But Earn has never heard his name in his past life. Seeing the lack of information about him on the exchange, one can conclude that the guy doesn't do transactions. And the fact that the guy has exactly 50,000 coins in his account. They must have thought that would be enough. Earn decides to make his next move because he's not an ordinary guy. So Earn asks Jo Hui if that is all he can offer him. Jo Hui replies that 50,000 coins is more than 200 grams of gold, and that's a stockpile that won't run out even after 3 generations. Jo Hui says he knows the guy made 30,000 coins when he used the report 5 times, and he thinks he's made the guy a pretty good offer. But Earn says that the amount he earned with the 5 tickets is exactly 32,000 coins. And in fact, it has benefited from this far more than it might seem at first glance. Because thanks to the month-long suspension of 2 of the top 5 companies, Earn's main elixir producers were able to consolidate their position in the elixir market and considering the coins that were earned by him after such an incident, and one cannot say that it's only 30,000 coins. Earn says that although he can't say that the report made it all happen, it made his chances of success better. However, depending on how and who uses the report, its value will vary greatly. After all, Earn was also taking revenge. He was filled with emotions that could not possibly be. To put into words the golden dragon with a jade face, Jo Geum Nam, he asks, does the seats for him cost only 50,000 coins? The young gentleman says that if this is really true, it means that Guy's words that he has lived his whole life with the thought of a place, it's a lie. Jo Gum Hui gets angry. He says this is the day he's been waiting for a long time. The reaction he expected, he decides to push the guy a little more. Suddenly, Earn notices something strange and asks to continue their conversation later. Jo Gum Hui doesn't understand why it happened so suddenly. Earn realized that a suspicious energy was gathering outside, now outside his house. Some guys have gathered and they're sure that Earn lives here. It's the same group, Black Mamba, and they decide to launch an invasion in a second. Black Mamba sneak into the guy's house. They do it stealthily and quietly. They get to the room where the light is coming from. One of the guys walks up to open the door and go in there, but as soon as he opens it, lightning strikes the guy with incredible force. From such a hard blow, he falls to the floor and flies backwards. They don't realize what kind of madness this is and how this happened. But just in an instant, Earn runs out of the room and he's quick as a flash. He's angry and ready to fight. The guys realize that Earn knew they were coming to him, so they decide to go on the attack. But one by one, Earn defeats the guys. His enemies fall to the floor. One of the guys Earn stabs through with his lightning sword. He asks a guy if he's in pain and says if he answers his question, Earn will send him to the afterlife without further agony. The young gentleman asks if he is their target or him. At this time, Bass and Titan are left waiting outside. Titan turns to his boss. They see the blue color of one of the windows. The boss says he doesn't like it and thinks the guys are in trouble. Titan asks, did Earn really know they were coming to him? But Boss replies that he doesn't think so because that horrible guy has an aura. And Bass thinks there's no point in splitting up the powers at his disposal now. And in that case, go all in. He says they'll kill this guy in one fell swoop. The rest of the group enters the house, analyzes that the house is completely silent, which gives him the creeps, and orders all the guys to be on guard. I mean, you never know where that guy's gonna come from all of a sudden. One of the guys shows the commander looking over there. Earn comes down the stairs. He's used the disguise again. The guy says there's too many of them here, but because they've gone head-on, Earn is even more puzzled. Titan asks the guy who he is. Earn says if anyone hears the guy asking him who he is, they'll think it was Earn who broke into his house. Boss asks Earn if he killed Gabe. Earn says the other guys called him Big Brother Gabe, so Earn assumes the guy in front of him is the boss of the Black Mamba. Bass becomes angry and asks in his subordinates why are they standing and sends them on the attack. Earn says it turns out this boss is in an incredible hurry. The young gentleman. He says if that's the case, they'll have to save getting to know each other for later. The first one to attack the guy is Titan. He swings his sword, but the guy dodges. Earn sees that the guy's not bad, but it's a shame that a guy with that kind of ability is stuck in a criminal organization. Earn is already being attacked by other guys, but the young gentleman manages to dodge and still strike his opponents. The Titan there is incredibly angry, and now next he pulls out his huge sword. The boss sees that this guy is stronger than he thought because the subordinates he brought with him are the selected elite, and moreover even Titan joined the fight. As the leader of their organization's advance team, Bass is pissed because he didn't think he'd have to use it, and it's going to make the guy pass out if he doesn't die. He's signaling. The guys in the organization are noticing. Bass is telling everyone to leave and save their lives. Because the boss uses an ice blast, he directs the whole attack at the guy. Bass yells that he's blowing up and tells everyone to take cover. All the guys hide. His icy blast goes off all over the house. Titan says that it was amazing, but he asks if the boss was sorry to use it that way because the scroll cost 1,000 gold coins. The boss replies that he's sorry because it's defeat magic that could have been used on the battlefield. But that guy is an aura wielder. And no sooner had he agreed than he hears the voice of the guy he wanted to kill. Earn is angry because he bought the mansion less than a week ago, and now it will cost him a fortune to renovate it. He asks if the organization is willing to reimburse him. Titan can't believe his eyes. Can't believe the guy didn't take a single injury. The boss doesn't understand how this is possible because he's sure the guy was at the center of the explosion. Ern realizes that the highest limit is great, and he can block with magic. In self-defense, of course. Too bad he didn't get to completely negate all the cold energy. After all, his hair is icy and so are his clothes. The guy gets incredibly angry. After all, he puts a lot of effort into daily hair care. He says that the organization will be responsible for his damaged hair. The boss doesn't understand. Did the guy get so furious over some hair and not something else? Ern uses all his mana to punish his abusers. The boss of the organization is covered in wounds and torn clothes, and the blow was so strong that the light shone in all the rooms on their floor. Ern says that if he didn't hold back, he'd tear the whole house apart, but he doesn't back down from his action because his hair was at stake. But Ern notices that there are fewer people now than there were originally, and he realizes that he may have overlooked a couple of those creeps when he was dodging the ice blast. He turns around and sees the doors open. He realizes the guys are definitely in there. He goes in, and he sees guys who have puncture wounds. And these punctures don't look like sword marks. He doesn't know who did it. He turns around and sees something that looks like a horse, but with a big horn. He doesn't understand. Is it a sari? Ern can't believe his eyes. Can't believe his beast has changed. The guy says it's incredibly awesome. He asks the beast, did he himself deal with all those guys? The boy notices Sylvia peering out of the room. She calls out for Mr. Flip. Guy asks if the girl is okay or not, but she says she is okay, but more importantly, sorry. Flip asks, didn't the girl know it was a transformation? The girl doesn't know what the guy's talking about. But Flip says that there is no point in him carrying around a regular Martin. And Sari can take on other guises. The girl will now often see this kind of thing in the future, so she'd soon get used to it. Now the girl realized why the beast had always seemed unusual to her. The girl remembers that she wanted to ask Flip what happened in the first place, because she heard a lot of noise and explosions. Also, Sylvia asks who are the suspicious individuals that the beast killed. Flip says there's been a black mamba invasion. From what she heard, the girl was very scared. But Flip told her not to worry, because he had already dealt with them. Flip says that anyway, he is happy to see that Sylvia is safe and sound. He asks that the girl be in her room with her sari for the time being, and he's going to do some more interrogation. He's got a lot of questions for these guys. The boss opens his eyes. He can't believe he's alive because he's sure he's been stabbed. Right in the stomach, but he doesn't realize what's happening to his arms and legs. Suddenly, Ern appears in front of him. He asks if the guy is awake and is also interested in how the boss feels. Bass starts getting angry and yelling. He asks what this guy did to his body. But Ern is puzzled. Isn't that what someone he left alive should say? At this point, Titan opens his eyes and he can't believe he survived. But he can't feel his hands at all either. The boss tells the guy not to waste his strength, and it must be some kind of magic. Titan sees that the boss is alive too. But Ern says he has to cut the sentimental scene short, and he wants the guys to introduce themselves to each other. He says his name is Flip. He says this in advance because he's afraid the guys will keep their mouths shut and waste his time. Flip says it's in his power to bring guys back to life again and burn and revive, and he can do it multiple times throughout the night. The guys introduce themselves. One's name is Bass and the other is Titan. The clip says it's a good start, and if you think about it, it's not the kind of incident where the boss would get personally involved. So he suspects Bass isn't in charge and is somewhere in the middle. But the Titan chuckles at these words. He asks, will the top leadership behave like a hunting dog? And whether it would risk its life in a duel with an aura wielder. He says they're the group the new boss threw out. Flip says that he thinks Titan is well up to 3rd class, and those who came with them are definitely 4th class. And he asks, is Titan talking about how a group of 3rd and 4th grade guys were just thrown out? The guy doesn't understand. Do they mean to say that their organization has suddenly become a royal knighthood? Titan says if that were the case, they'd at least understand why something like this happened. And Kamazan is just a despicable person. He throws talented people to the bottom just because they didn't take his side. Flip says that apparently a guy named Kamazan is their new boss. He asks if these guys are having a strained relationship with their new boss because they've taken the other side. Titan replies that in general terms, that's exactly what it is. Flip suggests that these guys are just expendable. If they win, good. If they lose, they're not worth it, but this new boss will benefit. Both their deaths and their returns with the stolen money. Flip decides to ask the next question. He wonders how the guys found it. The boss replies that when everyone was saying that other organizations did it, he pointed out one nuance. That one of the waitresses went missing that day, and if someone took her and ran away. There were only two options. Either the two of them had not left the capitals, or they were hiding somewhere in this city. Bass said he looked at several possible routes and even looked at real estate deals, and that's how he came to this location. Flip asks how the guy recognized Sylvia. The boss replies that even if there were changes in voice and appearance, it is very difficult to get rid of old habits or gestures because the girl was the main ace of their establishment. Now I didn't look that closely. Ern realizes that the guy in front of him is a professional because he is very shrewd and meticulous for a member of a criminal organization. And one of the guys is a strong body, and the other is a head, and they make a good combination. The young master assumes these boys will be useful to him. Clip says he's figured out everything he wants, and now he has to decide what to do with these guys. He says killing them is probably the most prudent option. He asks in parody if that's the case. On Bass asks what benefit the guy will get from their death. Flip says that at least he will be relieved of troubling thoughts in the future, although he won't be able to get compensation to renovate the mansion. Bass says that regardless of the fact that they are outcasts, the organization still won't turn a blind eye to the incident, and they have connections all over the capital, and there's no place that won't feed them. He asks if Flip can withstand the storm that disturbed the Black Mamba. Flip says that the guy's words make some sense, even though their organization doesn't pose much of a threat to the guy, but the possible consequences shouldn't be ignored. He says guys want to live, and he wants to get rid of the worry about the future. And maybe there's some way all three of them can get what they want. Bass doesn't understand. Does the guy ask if they have such a perfect way to solve problems? Titan says for the boss to try a little brainstorming. And if the boss doesn't know, he can't possibly know. Flip says there is one way. The boss offers the guys who work for Black Mamba to get rid of their new boss, Kamazan. Bass suggests the guys take over the Black Mamba. After all, they failed their mission and won't be able to kill this man even if they make another attempt. Flip sees it all from the outside and realizes that there's still a lot of booty left he's thinking about. Maybe he should roast everyone over a slow fire. The guys tell the boss that it's going to be complicated. But Bass says it's not just complicated, it's almost impossible. Even if all the people who toe their line show up, one of the guys is getting angry. He asks nevertheless how they can even take that man's word for it. But Bass says the guy brought them back to life when they were at death's door. What will they then order to do if they can't even believe Flip? He asks, didn't the guys see that Flip was able to resist the ice blast with his bare hands? Bass says that even though it seems a little strange, that man was the first person to make them. An offer like that, and maybe they'll never get another chance like that again. The boss admits that they're lucky to end their discrimination, and if Kamazan remains at the helm of the organization, they will continue to be used. They're expendable, and he's going to try to get them out of the game slowly. Titan says if they've already died and come back to life once, he's asking, is it worth trying to do something great with their lives? Because death is the same thing here. Flip sees that those two guys have great teamwork, just like he thought they had good cohesion. One of the guys the organization say he can't risk his life for someone he doesn't know, but he believes in commanders and agrees to do it. The guys discuss that the commanders are absolutely right. They were ordered to capture the aura wielder whose abilities were completely unknown to them, and if it's not outright death, what else is? They also say that if you look at it from another angle, they are the most important link of the most important, and as long as their big brother like Rascal is alive and well, who can't utter a word of protest can call himself a boss. They decide they need a change in power. Bass turns to Flip, and Flip says that Theros' host for the night will change tonight. At this time, the main boss of the organization named Kamazan is informed that the guy has been captured and he is now on the first floor. The boss can't believe what he's hearing, because bastards are like cockroaches, because no matter how much pressure they are given, they live on. The boss asks what the aura's condition is now. But the guy replies that the owner of the aura is now on the verge of life and death and has been made into a bloody mess. The boss realizes that if this guy managed to beat up the weaker kids, he's about rank 3. Boss orders the use of chain restraints and handcuffs. Also a good tie-up and bring this guy with the aura here, and just in case we need to bring a couple guys with good skills with us. The guy who serves the boss will be executed. He's leaving. Kamazan thinks it would be nice if they all died together, but there's nothing to be done if this scoundrel. The guy who robbed their company wasn't so professional. The guy is taken to the boss's room, and he is handcuffed and chained. Boss says he doesn't know the guy's face. He asks who he is. Guy in handcuffs pretends his name is Flip. Boss asks the guy where his money is. But Flip asks why the boss thinks it's his money. It belongs to Gabe. Although they belong to him now, Kamazan says it's Black Mamba's property and Black Mamba belongs to him. He turns to Bass and asks what's up with the money and if the guy took it with him. Bass waves his head that they didn't take the money. Kamazan gets angry. He asks, "I can't believe the guy's crazy enough to swing his head around." He starts screaming and doesn't realize. Can't guys stand at attention and report properly? Well, Bass replies that it's because he never does anything that would make no sense, and there's no just talking to a corpse. Boss starts to get angry, he asks. Ugly Guy said. Bass waves with his knight's head for them to attack Kamazan. Bass says there's no one in this room who needs to stay alive. Flip says it's very happy news he's using his aura, and breaks the chains that were on him. This surprised everyone, both the knights and the main boss. Flip tells Bass and Titan to get out of this room if they don't want to die. Ern starts swinging the chain he ripped off his body and kills each person one by one. Kamazan is getting angry. He realizes that for some reason he's had some strange premonition from the beginning. He doesn't realize who's in front of him with that aura. He's angry that Titan and Bass joined this guy and planned this whole thing together. Kamazan attacks the guy from behind and pulls out his sword. But at the last moment, Flip dodges and entangles the boss with his chains. He ties his neck and pulls him back. Flip says he's grateful because now he's going to devour the Black Mamba. He pulls the chains that were tied around the boss's neck and pulls them off, killing the guy. This is the kind of action that surprised even Bass and Titan. Meanwhile, Flip was wiping from his face the blood of his opponents that had gotten on him during the massacre. Flip asks the guys, why are they frozen on together? He tells the guys to go inside. The master asks the guys what's wrong with the downstairs. Bass replies that they've handled all the gang members who are loyal to Kamazan, and the servants and ambiguous members of the gang are tied up and thrown under lock and key. Bread says this is good work because now speed is life and must be finished before the sun rises. Flip says brothels and mountain establishments, your association and smuggling organization. I mean, that's what Bass said was most important. Thinks he's done enough work dealing with upper management that now the boys can bend to side with the remaining opponents. Bass replies that the smuggling organization still holds the line of the previous boss and Titan once stood in their ranks. So most likely the negotiations will go favorably for them, unkind to Kamazan and trade associations because of the unreasonable demand for debt repayment. Flip realizes that this means half of them are already on their side. Bass replies that they are, but their biggest problem is the basis for their actions, because otherwise it would be considered cheating. Flip, you're saying you can just make up a rumor to spread a rumor. That Kamazan is responsible for Gabe's murder, and that Kamazan hired the aura wielder. Flip says the guys knew about it when they were investigating and found the sword. Bass replies that it's not a bad version, and in that case they might even be able to get the brothels on their side. Flip says that in that case, the gambling establishments seem to be in lockdown and they'll have no choice but to put up the white flag. Titan interrupts the guys. He asks, do those really think the organizations would believe a story like that? But Flip responds by asking, do the guys really think that's the reason he was caught by them in this way? Because there are probably people who saw the whole thing and started spreading rumors, like that Bass and Titan captured the aura wielder who is responsible for the incident in a brothel. So they have no reason not to believe what the guys say. Flip says, if it's as they say, they're the basis of the Black Mamba. And he's just a shadow, which is why Titan and Bass. The two must come to the forefront when it comes to dealing with other organizations. Flip asks that the guys take this opportunity to properly influence the public opinion of the crime neighborhood. Bass responds that they're happy to try to do it. Flip says he'll listen to the guys' report at his mansion and for the guys to come there when they're done. Ern was finally home. He was able to take off his mask and take a shower. He talks about the mutiny that was set up in the middle of the night, but nevertheless, he now has the Black Mamba. Now he says we can see what decision the Golden Dragon made. He writes to the guy and asks if he can talk. The guy answers at the same moment. He says he's been waiting for the master all this time. Earn sees that the guy answers him again in less than a second, and apparently Zhou Gumhui is all fired up with impatience. Zhou Gumhui writes that his grandfather has something to say to the Lord, and he will speak to him now. They believe that he will now speak to the King of Commerce himself. Grandpa greets the guy and says he is the king of the trade in the name of Zhou Guillaume Nam. Earn realizes that this is not a good sign, and it's not that he doesn't know what to expect at all. And all because now he has to deal with an experienced merchant. Besides, the King of Trade does not conduct interdimensional transactions directly so. He can't see the information on him with his carrying eye. Earn doesn't realize whether he should negotiate with extreme caution. But after a moment's thought, Earn greets the head of the Gold Trade Association. The grandfather replies that he thought the guy knew him. The young gentleman says it's because Zhou Guillaume Nam is famous all over the world. Zhou Gumhui says he investigated the background of the grandson of the head of the Golden Tor Trade Association, and Zhou Gumhui says he knows the head of the healthcare center. The Great Mountain. Grandpa replies that he has avoided interdimensional transactions all his life, but he never thought that a person from the Zero System would be aware of him. He says that as the young gentleman and knows he is a merchant, and he is an expert in both buying and selling, and from his point of view, the young gentleman's request seems somewhat excessive. Zhou Gumhui writes about what Earn said, that if you add up the profit made so far from the 32,000 gold coins he received for settling the conflict, that amount would be more than 50,000 gold coins. And heaven-level elixirs are expensive because their production cost is also considerable. Grandpa asks, does the young master mean to say that the guy had earned about 20,000 gold coins in the entire time? Zhou Guillaume Nam, saying that it is quite difficult because even the head of the Great Mountain in the name N could not earn so much. And let Zhou Guillaume Hui know nothing, then trade in measurements but to the young gentleman that he is somewhat over the top. Earn realizes that the head has calculated everything, and he can't even argue with him on that score. But he writes that he thinks he's overreacting just such a chapter of the association because he underestimates the value of 5 tickets too much. The head of the association replies that he too recognizes their value, saying that their value together is only 50,000 coins. When he heard this from his grandson, he was astonished. Earn writes that they are right, but he doesn't understand how they can set a price for avenging parents. The head of the organization says he's a merchant, so revenge too he will consider from a merchant's point of view, and he thinks that 50,000 gold coins is enough. Earn realizes that Grandpa is definitely different from Zhou Guillaume Hui. Maybe it's all about the pressing experience. After all, it is difficult to get him out of his mind, and he knows how to calmly assess the whole situation. But Earn realized that the King of Trade has made a huge mistake, and he decides now to play one game of chess with him. Dima says that he is also a merchant. Perhaps they consider this price of 50,000 coins reasonable, and while it's also quite a bit, he asks the King of Commerce if he is sure that he will not regret it. The King of Commerce doesn't understand what he should regret. Dima talks about what they say, children bury their parents in the ground, and parents bury their children in their hearts. He asks how the head of the association will live out his last years after the revenge attempt failed, because he himself said that he is a merchant and must take revenge as a merchant. Dima asks, can a man find comfort in such words? Earn realizes that with the King of Commerce in the conversation, it has become clear to him that revenge is far greater, and is the cherished wish of the whole family, not just Zhou Gumhui, and the party that might regret anything is them, not him. Earn writes that he is the only one who can give. They have what they need. The head of the association asks, what are the guy's conditions? The young gentleman rejoices because it is a commonly used trade phrase to hold on until the end. He realizes that if he continues to stand his ground, he will one day, and there's going to be a party on his street. So he says what he wants is not coins or objects, but trust. The head thinks that the guy seemed like a mediocre, profit-hungry kid, so he was going to listen to what he had to say. But this boy keeps making exaggerated demands. The head turns to his grandson and asks for the boy to relay his words. Zhou Guillaume Nam says, about the fact that the Gold Trade Association is not in the measurement trade, and he won't start a new business for report tickets. They realize that this one, the young stock trader, is too greedy, but he doesn't realize, couldn't the guy just be satisfied with a sky-high deal? But Jo Gyum-nam realizes that dreaming is not a bad thing. And how dare the guy even suggest a contract for exclusive trade with the Gold Trade Association if they enter into a measurement trade? This fact alone causes a huge commotion in the world of Marima. But this guy wants to be the only middleman and profit from the deals. The head of the organization says that it is simply unheard of impudence. He can't even imagine how influential he would then become. Jo Gum-hui tells Grandpa that stock trader Earn has made another offer, and if this condition is also rejected, there will be something irreparable. The grandfather tells his grandson to explain everything to him already. Jo Gum-hui says that Earn asked to invest 200,000 coins. The head of the organization is puzzled. It's an incredibly huge amount of money. Jo Gum-hui says that there is one condition, because the guy said he would pay back the whole amount and even with interest. But the head of the organization doesn't see how he can take this guy at his word. But Earn says that the head of the organization simply has to sign a contract that provides a guarantee to the exchange. Jo Gyum-nam says he doesn't even know what this Earn's trading ability is, and if he blindly invests in any business, they could lose everything. But Earn says there is a way to solve the problem here too, how to completely eliminate such a risk. Dumas starts the absorption and applies the sponge effect in his head. The guy uses the absorption process of different skills and abilities. The young gentleman realizes that no matter how much he does it, he still can't get used to it. It's like someone's cut his head open and forcibly shoved the knowledge into his brain and then put it back the way it was. The time of absorption was complete. Dima says that he is finished, and the person from whom this knowledge was extracted will not be able to continue working with them in this field from now on. The head of the organization says it was one of his subordinates who had been by his side since he was just taking his first steps in the trade. Earn says we should at least give the guy a thank you note. The head of the organization says there's no need because he's been forcibly restrained. Him by his side, while he wished to move from the capital to the countryside and look after his grandchildren. And now this guy will do just that. Jo Gyum-nam says that of course he's sorry, that he will become an ordinary villager. But if his abilities persist in other dimensions, he will only be grateful and happy about it. But in any case, Jo Gyum-nam, he'll take care of his own people. He tells Earn not to worry, because he will treat him with respect so that he will never feel bitter regret. But Earn recalls that the gentleman said that the Gold Trade Association is not in the business of trading measurements. He asks, how then did the head of the organization immediately was able to organize the shipment? Jo Gum-hui writes that they only do not transact on behalf of the company, but there are no restrictions for individual transactions. Now Earn does not understand because, in other words, any deal is possible if the name of the Golden Trade Association is not at stake, but it is a real jackpot. Because the knowledge of a subordinate, having spent 50 years of his career alongside the King of Commerce, the boy understands that the knowledge that he needed was directly supplied by the King of Commerce. And a huge investment and a coveted contract are provided. At that moment, they conclude the deal. Jo Gyum-nam says that he has satisfied all the guy's demands and requests, so that he doesn't forget that the head of the organization made all the concessions on the condition that the guy would definitely help Jo Gum-hui. Earn says he understands that and promises to provide the goods necessary for revenge over the next 3 years. The head of the organization understands that Earn as a stock trader is therefore a highly unusual bet, and no one would even consider it. There's no way the head of the organization they call the King of Trade would make a deal with such concessions. Jo Gyum-nam says that in this case, they will consider it a deal. Jo Gyum-nam realizes that he has no doubt that the contract will greatly help his grandson if used carefully. Dima says he hopes to continue working with them. Jo Gyum-nam doesn't understand. Is this the so-called hope for good luck? He says that someday there will be a good day for them too. Jo Gum-hui decides that in that case, he will immediately provide him with a list. He provided the young master with 5 characters from the 5th world of Murim. Dumas realizes that the number of coins available in the account and the level of transactions are different, but they have one thing in common. The young master sees that it says their soul phase is a martial arts possessor. Although Jo Gum-hui has also reached a high level, but he doesn't realize if such a guy can confront him. But Earn decides it's none of his business, and decides to send the guy a report. Earn says that he sent the report to Joe Gum Hui, and he asks them to check it out. Joe Gum Hui writes to him and asks how Mr. Earn dares to joke like that now. The young master is puzzled. He doesn't understand what is going on. Joe Gum Hui says that to get something more. And to add any more conditions, Earn has to admit, honestly, did the guy now fabricate the data? The young master answers that the head of the Great Mountain told him, same thing. But he knows for a fact that the report can't be faked. Earn sees that something's gone wrong. The guy thinks that maybe there's no enemy among these people, which belongs to Joe Gum Hui. But Joe Gum Hui replies that that's not true at all. There are two people there, but the main culprit is missing. Joe Gum Hui apologizes, but he dares to ask. Once again, did Earn really not make any changes? But the guy says it better be so, no matter how much they ask him. His answer remains exactly the same. Joe Gum Hui thanks the guy for the data and bids him farewell. He leaves the conversation. The young gentleman thinks about that feeling of losing that makes him feel anger and frustration, even though he is in another dimension. It's pouring out very clearly. The guy doesn't realize if the disappointment is as great as his despair. It's sad, but there's nothing he can do about it. The young gentleman remembers that if there are two enemies among the five, they have something in common. Their nicknames are Rootweed Whacker and Storm Girl. Aaron reads from them the information that currently an eliminator of weeds and roots in the name of Jung Ho-gyun is laying the iron blood gate of the first sect in the city and ruling the... There is a local underdog, and a storm girl named Lee Nan-hee played the lead role in Blood Massacre. She's also always struggling to hide her ugly past. Dima sees what these enemies have in common is that they played a major role in the bloody massacre in the city of Nianzhou. Meanwhile, Titan and Bass discuss that they don't believe it wasn't a dream, because they still can't believe what happened. Bass says that when he first heard the night host Theros' proposal, I wondered what the hell this guy was talking about, but it was just like Flip said. Titan says it's Bass who should take the job. He's the one who does the paperwork. And as for him, he only knows how to use the power. They say that if he settles in this office, it will be no different from the existing furniture. Bass thanks his friend Titan. At this time, Titan asks if his friend has already found out about it. But Bass says he's been told that no healer or mage has the guts to go for such a thing, and if there is no mage who has never seen them, then they should not even try. Titan asks if his friend will leave things as they are, but Bass replies that he has no other choice at the moment. He says that Titan endured the pain and worked through it too. I mean, for some reason when Flip told them to drink slowly, then Bass got a bad feeling. Then Flip gave them 2 glasses and said they were a team, and that's why. They need to raise their glasses once for it, with cocktails he made especially for the guys. And Flip also added that they should drink the whole thing down. Dumas puts his mask back on and turns into Flip. He asks how the guys are doing and he wants them to share their feelings with him. Bass replies that the mood is much worse than he thought it would be because they have no idea what the guys' demands will be. Flip asks is Bass so concerned because he's about to take the reins of the organization. Flip tells the guy not to worry because he's a sensible man and he'll try to provide if possible. To them, as much freedom as possible in their actions because he is not interested in doing business in the underworld. Flip gives the guys a piece of paper and says that these are his terms, and if the guys abide by them, they will never suffer the fate of Kamazan. Guys start reading these terms. The first condition is that trying to get rid of the bugs will be considered cheating. The second is that revealing his identity. It would be considered treason. The third condition is a monthly payment of 15% of the organization's net income. The fourth condition is that all materials needed for the organization will be purchased from Flipa Trading Company. The fifth condition is that Black Mamba, including the trade association, commits to actively cooperate with Flip's trading company. The sixth condition is that all organizational aspects should be decided in consultation with the management. The guys don't realize whether they're holding a sheet with conditions or threats. Bass says that to some extent, these conditions are acceptable. But Flip gets angry. He doesn't know what the phrase, to some extent, means. The guy apologizes and says it's a very generous offer. Flip reminds the guys what he said about being a sensible man. Bass realizes that nevertheless, this is not the worst-case scenario. He even wondered what exactly Flip would do if he decided to secretly control the organization on the outside. Such a great, but they can meet these requirements. Bass asks what Flip's trading company is, since this is the first he's heard of it. Flip says it's his personal trading company. The boys are puzzled. Does a peddler stand before them? A young gentleman says he's not just a salesman, he's a salesman with 50 years' experience. Now Ern is sneaking into the academy. He doesn't understand if there was a need to use the invisibility techniques because security at the academy isn't as strict as he thought. But the guy realizes that there's nothing wrong with being overly cautious, and if he gets caught, he'll be expelled immediately. The guy realizes that 15 days may be a very short time, but he has already done a lot. After all he had achieved by making a pact with the king of trade, he had acquired the knowledge of a skilled merchant for life, and an investment of 200,000 gold coins, so he was able to buy out a bankrupt guild and start a trading company. Plus, he put his own man in the place of the Black Mamba boss and even managed to sketch a sketch. The young gentleman realizes he did the right thing by not skipping out on academics. After all, if you go outside and look around, you can see that the world is simply woven of different possibilities. And at the end of the day, even the measurement trade exists to improve reality. Guy realizes he'll need to ask Circle for another private training session. An instructor walks into the classroom where Ern is sitting. Circle is happy that the boy is back on time. Dumas says they haven't seen each other in a while and he was just about to visit the instructor. The guy gets up and reminds the instructor about the closed practice. But Circle tells the boy to listen to him because there are more serious problems now. Kirkle asks if by any chance the young gentleman got into any trouble before entering the academy. For yesterday a man came to see him from the prosecutor's night corps and said he had to see Mr. Ern. The young master can't believe what he heard. Did a man from the prosecutor's night corps really come? He asks what the instructor said. Sir Carl says that since the private training session is over, only today then he asked him to come back next time and maybe Ern has some clue. But the guy really doesn't understand why they were looking for him. The instructor says, it doesn't seem like a small thing since a man from the prosecutor's chivalry corps is here. And with him was a companion in the name of Derek of Albert Manor. When Ern heard this, then he realized that he was absolutely sure what this was all about. For it seemed that the Marquis Dorian now suspected him. The young gentleman now sits in the interrogation room and realizes that it is impossible to punish a murderer who didn't leave a single piece of evidence. Plus, he's got a solid alibi. And even if the guy's a prosecutor's knight, there's no way he can disprove it. A young man approaches him and says he is the commander of the prosecutor's night corps in the name of Zenitz. Dumas asks what business he's being approached about, but Zenitz replies that the guy doesn't need to be intimidated. After all, he just wants to ask the guy a few questions. The commander of the prosecutor's night corps sits down at the table across from the guy and asks if Ern is okay with him starting right away. Zenitz says that the situation is such that they still haven't been able to find Kuntz. Ern is surprised. He says he understands what has happened now. Zenitz asks, didn't the guy know? But Ern nods his head in the negative. Zenitz says that the boy really had no way of knowing since the Steelguard guards had left the day before, and the incident happened between midnight and dawn the next day. Zenitz asks the boy if he thought it was strange that Kuntz was absent from the academy. Dumas replies that at first he just thought he and the guy were in different classes, yet the young gentleman was a little puzzled that he had never seen him once in all that time. Dima says that first of all, however, they don't even know each other because Kuntz has always done as he pleases. And so Ern decided that he had returned to the Albert residence. Zenitz says he has no more questions now. Ern doesn't understand. Is this really the end of it? If so, why was he called to the interrogation room? Dumas thought there would be some sort of intense interrogation. Ern asks if he can go now. Well, Zenitz asks the guy to wait because there's another person who's wants to ask the guy a question. Zenitz turns around and says the guy can come in now. Just as Ern expected, the real interrogation begins now. Captain Derek appears before him. The captain sits down at the guy's table and says they haven't seen each other in a while. Ern replies that the captain's face is very gaunt. Derek says that in such, there is no other way to handle the situation. At this time, Zenitz is standing near the wall, listening to the whole conversation. The captain asks the guy why he did it. Ern can't believe what he hears. He doesn't understand why the captain skipped all the foreplay and hits him right in the forehead. So the boy asks the captain what he's talking about. The captain replies that only 24 hours later on the next day, young Mr. Steelguard leaves. Young Kunz has disappeared without a trace, and the day before there was even a fight between the knights. Dirk asks if this is too much of a coincidence. Ern realizes that this foundation is too weak and he has been preparing up to something more serious. So the guy responds that he's only being suspected, that he just happened to be there at that moment. The captain replies that to date he has thought about it 1,000 or even tens of thousands of times, but it's been over a month. Since young Mr. Kunz had disappeared, and if the lad had gone of his own free will, they would have had plenty of time to have already discovered it. And if the young gentleman had been kidnapped for the sake of knifing into this one, the perpetrator would have already had to demand a ransom. But there is no trace anywhere, and no one is making any demands, and hence it is not an escape or a kidnapping. The captain says that finally, when all impossible possibilities are erased, the last thing left is the truth. Dirk says he believes it. He had the motive and the opportunity to set the plans in motion. Zenitz goes to the captain and says this guy is the son of an earl and a descendant of a hero. He asks that Dirk show respect. The captain apologizes. Dima turns to Xena and asks if this man has the right to interrogate him. After all, he's not a prosecutor. The commander of the prosecutor's chivalry corps responds that the captain came with him because the Marquis Dorian asked him to. And he asks that young Ern show understanding. Also, Zenitz says that if there are any objections, they can stop the questioning there for now. But Ern refuses because he's curious now too. He turns to the captain and asks him what his motive was for doing so. That they live in a world where even murder sometimes happens just because someone looked the wrong way. The young gentleman asks that the captain substantiate his conjectures with his arguments. Dirk says that on the night of the young Lord of the Guard's disappearance, and a squad of steel guards stopped at the village of Tain. And the carriage is only a day's ride to Acadio, for it had been a very busy day. The captain asks if it wasn't strange, for it looked like, so it's as if the steel guards are anxious to get to the village. Ern replies that it's because it's extremely uncomfortable to sleep without a roof over your head. Zenitz enters the conversation saying that sleeping on the ground is not the most pleasant pleasure after all. A soft bed is, of course, much better, and he would do the same. Captain Dirk says they can let that happen, but now he starts with the most interesting part. That the villagers testified that the arriving security detachment remained in the village from nightfall until the following morning. Zenitz says it's not enough for the prosecution because there are dozens of similar testimonies. The captain says they're standing firm, but there's a crucial gap in the eyewitness testimony. After all, the man who used the room alone, who didn't leave until dawn, is Ern Steelguard. The guy sees that Ka has prepared, but he would like to even applaud him because the information provided, and still not enough to sink him. Zenitz says that the captain's words imply that Ern Steelguard returned to Acadio and made Kunz disappear, and then headed back to the village. The captain says that's what he thinks. Zenitz tells Dirk to listen to him because Juma is a middle-class cadet. Zenitz doesn't even know if it's possible for him or the captain. But the captain replies that he's already done the experiment and he barely managed to pull it off. Zenitz says that even if it is physically possible, he asks how it is possible to deceive the guards. The captain replies that Acadio has a low fortress wall, and it is not difficult to get in and out after midnight. Zenitz says it turns out the guy even managed to get Kunz's subordinates in the next room. Dina says it's just a set of speculations and assumptions, and the captain should take some time off because he seems to have gotten too carried away. The captain asks why Ern didn't ask for a favor, since they only need to check once to see if Ern Steelguard is hiding his true abilities or not. The captain realizes that having first rank at 16 is a complete nonsense. But from the first time they met, he himself sensed some unique energy from the guy, and besides, if the opponent is Steelguard, you can't make a conclusion. That it is only speculation because Ern Steelguard must have the first rank, and then all their questions will be answered. Zenitz says he doesn't know if he's the prime suspect because his accusations are really absurd. And besides, the captain chose not just any average family, but the Steelguard family. And even if the captain is unstoppable, then of course, in the end, this situation could escalate into a conflict between two noble houses. Zenitz says that the captain has no discretion to put Manu in someone else's body. Dumas says there's nothing wrong here and they can try to check it out. But the guy only wants to make one thing clear. Since the captain says that Dumas was involved in Kunz's disappearance, then that's a bit insulting and seems like falsifying data. Ern asks what they will do if it turns out that he had nothing to do with the incident. The captain says he'll do anything. Then he asks me to finish this quickly. They hold hands, and the captain checks the guy's rank. The captain sees that the guy is rank 4. He doesn't understand how that can even be. There's nothing he doesn't understand why there's nothing and where the guy's excess mana went. Ern realizes that if you don't know about the existence of the first system of various martial arts techniques, the ones that are used there can never find his manu because it's on the first rank. Blocked in certain blood vessels, A accumulated in the lower abdomen. 100 years of internal energy is no match for the mana of the heart. The captain lets go of the young man's hand, and he is completely bewildered. Zenitz asks, what are the results of the test that Derek did? Captain says the kid's a 4th grader, close to a 3rd grader. Zenitz asks how the guys even managed to get into the middle-class academy with a 4th grade class. Dumas replies that he has been able to gain a few accomplishments lately. The commander of the prosecutor's Chivalry Corps says he was initially puzzled by the fact that the freshman middle schooler had a closed training session. But apparently there's a reason for that. Zenitz thinks the kid's dad is going to be the town for him. He tells Ern to do his best from now on. The captain apologizes to the boy for his mistake. Zenitz says that he hopes the guy understands because Captain Derek is desperate, and that's why he acted the way he did. Young Mr. Stilgard replies that everything is fine, and he is glad that the doubts that have arisen, now dispelled though they from the beginning were groundless. The captain says that he's very ashamed of what he did. He says it's like he was possessed without someone controlling him and apologizes to the guy again. Ern says that although he knew young Kuntz poorly, they knew each other, so he's hoping the captain will find the guy. Dima says he's got to get going. He's got class soon. The commander of the prosecutor's Chivalry Corps thanks the kid for his cooperation. Dumas comes out of the interrogation room and realizes that the Kuntz case has been completely closed. Dima is back in the classroom preparing for class. Dmitri is very angry with him. He asks how the guy could do such a thing to him. The young gentleman doesn't understand why this guy is so mad at him. He asks what he's done so far. Dmitri asks the guy, how could you leave for a closed practice and not say a word to him about it? It's Ern who knows how much he worries about him. The young master doesn't understand. What is this nonsense? He tells Dmitri to ask the instructor, and then he'll get an immediate answer as to his whereabouts. Dmitri says he's been up nights waiting for the guy. Dima notices that the students are whispering and discussing how a middle-class student managed to get into a private training session, thanks to his family's influence, and don't realize how is that possible in the academy. Ern is surprised at the level of thinking of his classmates. A guy with blue hair comes up behind young Steelguard. Ern recognizes this guy as the one guy who's the only student to have distinguished himself on the placement test. This guy is a professional who never went from top to bottom and whose very existence was a kind of amplifier. Ern's inferiority complex from a previous life. It's a guy named Cassian Traus. The young master doesn't understand why this guy is talking to him. Cassian Traus says he wants to challenge the boy to a duel. All the students are shocked. Do Cassian Traus challenge Ern to a duel? They don't understand how this is even possible, and if it makes sense. After all, why would a first place from a top class challenge a middleman from an intermediate class to a duel? It should be the other way around. Ern replies that he doesn't want to take part in the fight. Cassian Traus doesn't understand why the guy has that response. Ern says he just doesn't want to, but the guy is angry because that's not the reason. The young Steelguard asks why Cassian Traus has suddenly decided to challenge him to a duel. Cassian Traus says it's impossible to refuse a fight because those are the rules. Ern asks the guy if he knows what the rule was created for. I mean, it was designed for when the guy at the top is obsessed with his rank. He needs to take up the challenge of its wires on lower-class students. Cassian Traus says he can use it too. Ern replies that this rule, Dano doesn't kill other people to feel superior. And if Cassian Traus is of the upper class, then let him have fun with those who are his equals. Cassian Traus says that the instructor gave his consent and they agreed that Sir Kal would be the observer. Dima realizes that if it's the instructor's decision, it means that he can't refuse. Besides, there's talk everywhere about a closed training session he participated in. Therefore, he has no other choice. The young master agrees and asks when the duel will be. Cassian Traus replies that the duel will be right now. Dima gets up from his seat and says it won't take long anyway. He wants the guy in paces. The guy's classmates are ready to freak out. It's a duel between freshmen ranked 1st and 72nd. They're deciding that maybe they should go and see Cassian Traus's skills, because they wonder how talented the kid is. Everyone goes to watch the fight. Instructor is already waiting for the start, and the guys are ready and drew their wooden swords. Aaron looks at the instructor. The instructor realizes that these are the rules at the academy, and there was nothing he could do about it. Before the fight, Ern wants to know the reason for his opponent's actions. Cassian Traus says he heard that Ern was in special training before today, and among the freshmen, no one had ever gotten on it before him. Ern realizes that it's only been a week since he entered the academy, and you could say it's an absolute record. Cassian Traus says he doesn't understand how that's possible because his application was rejected. Dumas suspects that the guy is acting like this because he stole the opportunity to be first from him. Cassian Traus gets angry and says, so the guy doesn't talk nonsense, because he's just wondering why Ern was able to get a permit, and he wasn't. Young Stilgard realizes that the opponent was really hurt by it. Ern replies that it was some lame argument. The value in the training room is based on potential, not the rankings. Young Stilgard says that there was a wall in front of him, and thanks to the closed training, he was able to cross it. And this is the purpose of special training. Cassian Traus replies that he knows about it too. Ern says that he doesn't know what the problem is, because the boy thinks that since he entered the academy with the highest grades, you have to be first in everything now. Cassian Traus gets angry at the boy again and asks him what the hell he's talking about. Dumas notices that the boy has a sharp reaction to such a petty provocation. Cassian Traus, who shone so brilliantly in his former life, is also a child. Cassian Traus begins to shout and tells Ern not to think that he is the only one who has run into the wall and he is just like Ern. The young lord replies he hopes Cassian Traus will work hard and get over the wall somehow. Cassian Traus tells Stilgard not to overreach, doesn't he? He will test himself to see how strong he is. At this point, the middle-class students have improved their skills. Cassian Traus gets angry and says he's about to find out if the guy even has the right to attend a private training session. He swings his sword at Ern. Cassian Traus attacks Ern. But at that moment, Winter fights off all expectations of who will win this round. Ern realizes that without a doubt, he has a true genius in front of him. After all, in his previous life, this guy walked around with his head held high for the rest of his life. But what Ern doesn't realize is that if today the guy chose to compete with him, who is not his match? After all, Ern has fought James, the Titan, and even the instructor. That is the minor stain on his path. Cassian Traus sees that his opponent has a solid defense. He asks, how long will the guy continue to only defend? Dumas is angry that Cassian Traus only does things that annoy him. Ern realizes that he's very sorry that he can't take the guy down with a single blow, because in the eyes of others, his level is not high enough to defeat Cassian Traus. The guy doesn't know how he should lose. He thinks to make the guy smash win it completely or arrange a draw. Dima sees his opponent release mana, but his control skills are noticeably lame. Cassian Traus swings his sword and Ern flies off in the other direction. Cassian Traus asks what Ern is doing, but the fellow replies that the knight who has reached the heights controls strength by gentleness and overcoming gravity by lightness and speed by slowness. He says those were his father's words. The students don't understand why these two guys started talking instead of fighting. They don't understand how that's even possible. They're wondering if it's better to be heavy, strong, and also fast. Cassian Traus asks Ern what was the continuation of this instruction. The boy replies that his father said nothing more to him, for his father in return demonstrated everything by example. Dima points his sword at the guy's face. Cassian Traus gets angry and asks what kind of setup this is. He wrestles his opponent's sword away and doesn't understand what happened, because he definitely touched the guy, but for some reason he doesn't feel the blow. Cassian Traus takes another swing at Ern and tells him to get it, but suddenly Ern dodges again. The young gentleman asks Cassian Traus, doesn't he still have the right to? The instructor yells that he doesn't see the guy's desire to fight, so he declares a draw. The students start to resent why a draw, because it's some kind of nonsense. They want to continue the fight because all the most interesting has just begun. The instructor tells everyone to shut up because the fight is over and to go back to class. Students don't understand what nonsense. Do these two really hit it off? And how could the duel even end? And it's a draw. So the expression on Cassian Traus's face was also dumbfounded. The classmates are reflecting. that if the first place bout ended in a tie, then Ern really deserves to attend closed practice. Cassian Traus approaches the instructor, dodges, and walks away. Ern turns to the instructor and says that this is a perfect ending to the duel. Kirkle asks if that was the guy's plan. Ern replies that he just thought it was the best option. The instructor asks Ern if he doesn't think he's overdoing it a bit, because it's an art that even he can't comprehend. Dumas thinks it is. He says it's like leaving a special rank door open after it's all been mastered. Dima says that what he just demonstrated was the magic technique of the mosque having 8 stars. After all this enlightenment of first class or higher, of course, Winter has only shown the tip of the iceberg. Circle says that a child who aspires to reach 2nd grade must be confused by the demonstration of higher-level skills. Ern replies that this is why he did it, because thanks to the instructor, the fight had such an outcome. Circle says that the young master could have just lost. And not to overreact, but anyway, Ern's gonna hide his skills. Ern says he was just trying to set this guy up a little bit, and he didn't want to, just losing to that despicable man. The young master also reminds that after the classes, he will have to leave the academy for a while. He asks the instructor to prepare a pass for him. The instructor doesn't understand where the guy is going this time, and he's wondering why he even joined the academy. Dima puts on the mask again and turns into Flip. He comes to the guild building, which is bankrupt. After all, the guy made a trading company out of it. He's glad he owns it now. He looks up at the building and talks about what a beautiful view he has in front of him. Suddenly, the guy hears someone shouting that the head of the trading company has come. It was Deputy Ern asking if there's been any accidents. The deputy says there was no such thing. He also says that things are certainly going well. The deputy's name is Marcus. He's the head of Marcus's former trading company, and the deputy to Flip's current trading company. Marcus says that the head of the company has come just in time because they need to approve an urgent decision. Flip asks to see the new employees. He sees that there are 15 porters, 10 merchants, and 3 carriers. The head replies that this is too few and should be doubled. But the deputy is perplexed. He doesn't understand if that's too much. But Flip says no, and even so, it won't be enough. He says from now on, as deals are made, they'll be increase the staff. Marcus is just puzzled by the fact that there will be even more staff. He still can't believe the amount of deals that the head has asked for. A trading company. Flip asks why the deputy is so surprised, because in fact, he would like to triple or even quadruple the staff. But the head thinks that right now, there's no hurry, and he'd better pick up the pace, because from now on, he'll have a lot to do. And because in a few years, Flip will be the biggest retailer in the city. Flip says Marcus is the deputy head of a big trading company and it's good for him to be careful. But first you have to grow the company to that size, which will be matched in the chapter. Marcus says he'll keep that in mind. Flip says it's too old. That's why we need to call in the carpenters to renovate the building and expand the warehouse. Marcus apologizes for his impertinence, but he says he feels it's unnecessary now. After all, the head had just opened his business, and there was still plenty of space in the warehouse. Flip interjects, "Didn't he just say what he was thinking?" Marcus asks, "Does the chapter really talk about size?" Flip confirms this, because if the trading company, Flip will use a shabby building. They'll be looked at badly by their customers. The head says the deputy shouldn't even try to save money and should spend as much as necessary. Marcus says that everything will be done in the best possible way. Ern realizes that when viewed through the eyes of an old man who has been in the trade for half a century, Marcus is a pretty good option for the position of deputy, because he is reliable, diligent, and has good practical skills, but that he is too phlegmatic and robotic in making some decision is his greatest flaw. Ern realizes that at least he is sure that the deputy will not stab him in the back when the need arises, of course. If someone is appointed to a senior position, his first choice is someone trustworthy. Flip asks where the secretary is, and I tell him that the secretary is inside the building. The head walks into the building and knocks on the office. He goes in, and there is Sylvia along with Asari. The guy asks if the girl has any complaints about the secretary's office. Sylvia and Bulgasari are happy that Mr. Flip is here. The beast pounces on his master and starts licking him. Flip says that he and the beast haven't seen each other for a day and he misses him so much. Dumas says that he may have piled too much work on Sylvia's fragile shoulders because she has to do the counting and keep an eye on the beast. But the girl replies that she's only too happy to help. After all, under Flip's guidance, the girl has easily gotten the hang of it. The guy says Sylvia picks things up very quickly. He says she's doing better than he expected, and if she has any difficulties, he says he wants her to tell him right away. Sylvia thanks the master. The girl recalls that she has just been informed by the workshop that the chapter's order has been fulfilled. And this afternoon, the deputy personally picked up Flip's order, and now it's in the backyard. Flip says he didn't have to go to all that trouble because he could have gone there himself. The girl asks where Flip is going to use it, but the guy replies that it's an order for a sari. They go out to the backyard, and there is a huge metal carriage standing there. Flip says it's exclusive to the beast. He asks if she can eat it all. The beast pounces on this carriage, and Flip wishes it a bon appetit. Flip says it's unbelievable because in human terms it's the same thing. To see a carriage made out of candy, the guy says the carriage is really huge, so sorry won't eat it. Oka moment. The young gentleman says that if you think about it, there should already be some result, and he decides to check the mail. He logs into the first system. It congratulates the trader of the stock exchange. Also that the guy passed the entrance exam, and from now on he can manage the affiliate store menu. The guy's surprised it actually works. I mean, this is a real place. For the investment of coins received from the king of trade, and compared to that, the money he spends on Flip's trading company is a mere penny. After all, he only paid 100,000 coins for the entry fee. Although the price is an astronomical amount of 1 million gold coins, and it is worth it. The guy is grateful to Miam because as a channel master he is very useful in many ways, and from now on, Ern will try his best to capitalize on their partnership while the opportunity presents itself because the channel master still thinks that Ern is Mr. Inspector. The guy decides whether he should change the name of the store first. After all, his store name is all kinds of goods, Murima Store Ern. But the guy says there's nothing wrong with that, and that's the concept here. But he realizes he should have written something like this. Guy understands that affiliate stores have one specialty field since the number of locations is limited. However, specialty stores are already overflowing with representatives of the first system, and Ern is not a representative. And the middleman and whatever ruse he uses, but the guy can't sell a better quality product in bulk than they are, and under this arrangement he will favor diversity as the main advantage of his store. But he realizes that many items are not yet in stock, and he's embarrassed to call it a store of all possible products based only on what's in his inventory. And for starters, he decides he should restock his martial arts record. He sends a request to speak to Mr. Seok-hyun. The guy answers him incredibly quickly. Ern asks how the situation is. Seok-hyun replies that everything is just fine because thanks to the young master's help, he is already buying and gathering internal energy little by little. But Ern replies that he's not interested in that, and he asks about the security of the library because the vendor said that security has been beefed up lately. The guy replies that library security, it's no joke now, and it's hard to pick up even one single tom. The boy thinks that this practice will continue for some time. The young gentleman replies that there is nothing to be done about it, and he was just about to provide Seok-hyun with a reliable business partner. The salesman doesn't understand what the young master is saying, but Ern says there's no point telling a guy about it if he can't do anything because of the increased security at the library. Seok-hyun says his words don't mean it's impossible for security. Make a breach because he's the legend who still lives, even after putting his whole life on the line at the Castle of the Heavenly Sword. Ern says the guy talks too much. He asks, does Seok-hyun really have a way to bypass the guards? The salesman asks how much the guy needs. Ern replies that the more the better. And for the first time, the payment will be about 3,000 coins a month. Seok-hyun realizes that this works out to 600 coins even if you discount 80%. And he can get back half the inner energy he had in the past in just 1 year. Who is his business partner? Ern says it's a partnership store. Seok-hyun is happy. He says it's not bad because now the money won't fly away. He asks Mr. What's the name of this partner store? The guy replies that the name of the store is probably Ern's store. Seok-hyun is puzzled, but Ern starts yelling at him not to laugh otherwise. He'll destroy it because that's the concept. Seok-hyun says that's not it. He asks, did the gentleman open a partnership store? He asks if the guy knows that he'll have to undergo a brutal test. The young master replies that he can deal with it himself, But Seo-kyun better prepare martial arts records. After all, the bid price will be 10% lower than the average price. Seo-kyun says that 10% is not much, but he realizes that his income will be less. But Earn answers that the guy should think with his brain. He asks the salesman what is the problem, that the records are left, or that there are not enough of them among the stock traders. Ready to make a deal, he picked the stupidest lousy guy and started laying the groundwork. He asked if it wasn't better to sell his goods in full at a discounted price, rather than waiting for the weather to clear. Seo-kyun realizes that the gentleman is right, because there's no doubt that big sales are always profitable. Earn says that if Seo-kyun has figured it out, he'll request. Prepare his martial arts records and send them to him. Seo-kyun says everything will be done. The young master rejoices, as he has the martial arts records sorted out. Now it's time for him to stock up on other products. The guy returns to the academy and realizes that the outing was useful, albeit short-lived. He opened an affiliate store and filled a commodity purchase and even made progress on the necessary connections. In addition, the ability of the Sari to transform, which until now had been questioned, has been confirmed. After eating a metal carriage, he was able to pretend to be a carriage himself. Dumas saw it and said it was amazing, because the beast had taken into account even the smallest details. The reason why the magic sword transformation wasn't perfect was because the beast was still too small back then. And just as Earn thought the last transformation into a unicorn was no accident, so the boy was now convinced conclusively that Sari Bulgasari of the highest level also besides combat power. The beast has many other uses, and from now on the guy should feed the beast both. The guy walks into the room and sees that Dimitri is gone again. He suspects that the guy has gone to practice. He's excited and says he's just getting impatient to find out how things are going with the partner store. But suddenly, he notices that golden dragon with a jade face. Jo Gum-hui sent him a request to talk. He doesn't understand as the guy finally made a firm decision. Jo Gum-hui writes that they haven't contacted in a while. Earn asks how the guy is doing and how he's gotten his thoughts in order. Jo Gum-hui says that after much deliberation, he finally made up his mind. Even though revenge will be incomplete, he is willing to carry it out. Dima says the guy made the right decision. Jo Gum-hui says it took him a long time to think about it, though. He hates those two too, but not as much as the main culprit. But Jo Gum-hui decided that if he got rid of them, the main culprit would realize the Avenger existed. And if he hides, Jo Gum-hui will lose his chance for revenge forever. But Earn says that the three of them may no longer be in touch because it's been a long time. Jo Gum-hui answers that they are the masters of Murim, so even after decades. And some news from each other may reach their ears. Earn says these masters really special treatment because they are accomplices to the bloody massacre. Jo Gum-hui is surprised to hear that. Does the guy already know? Earn replies that he only knows in general terms. He sent Seo-kyun to Nyeonjo, and the guy had a hard time getting some information about the incident. The Nyeonjo massacre is a tragedy that occurred after the Murama World's measurement deals came into existence, a horrific case of abuse of the basic. The characteristics of the dimension transactions allowing the exchange of internal energy, and on that day, the internal energy of hundreds of people was drained out, after which they were all deprived of life. And among the victims were also Jo Gum-hui's parents. Jo Gum-hui says he was going to wait a while and find the main culprit and then grab the whole group. But when he finally managed to reach the enemy, he realized he couldn't wait any longer. I mean, the guy's burning inside to make them feel it. What he's been through, the guy wants to pay them the same price. Dima says that Jo Gum-hui is thinking in the right direction because according to their agreement, if the guy needs anything where there is little support, Jo Gum-hui can also contact him at any time. As a bonus, Earn is also willing to be his conversation partner. Jo Gum-hui thanks the guy and leaves the conversation. Dima realizes that revenge when both opponents are at their peak is difficult because he doesn't know if the guy will be able to get revenge easily. But he realizes that this is Jo Gum-hui's own concern. The young master says that he just needs to do his job well. He decides to see what the reaction is to the partner stores. When he sees this, he is very surprised because instead of opening a specialty store, a retail outlet with a diverse assortment of products was the right thing to do, and it even provoked a much bigger reaction than he had expected. Customers were happy that everything is available here, and of good quality, and now they don't have to search all over the channel looking for the right product, and don't have to deal with those who are not in the market for it. Scammers who try to cheat in every possible way. They say that of course some products are more expensive but compared to other affiliate stores. That's on the conscience. There's an incredible amount of positive comments. Earn sees that things are going very well, so he's already a little scared. After all, at this rate, everything will be sold out in a week, and there's no need to worry about leftovers. The guy realizes the minimum plan is to achieve heroic rank. And getting into the second system of measurement deals at the beginning, they were set a bar of 2 years. But with that said, he can already move on to the next step. A guy is sitting by the river and feels a very familiar energy he hears being addressed that he is still lazy. It's his older brother. He asks why Earn is here at this hour. The guy replies that his brother came to him pretty quickly. After all, it's only been a month of enrollment at the academy, and already so much has happened. Big brother says that if Earn had been quiet, they wouldn't have had any need to see each other for a year. Younger brother says it's real brotherly affection that brings tears to your eyes. This is Jason Stilgard, second son and third Earl of Stilgard Knight of the rank of 4th class. Jason asks what happened to his brother in the meantime because he was sure his brother would end up in the lower class, but he ended up in the middle class too. And 72nd in the rankings. He asks how that's even possible. Jason says it's amazing because it's about his brother and not someone else. Earn realizes that Jason should have expected this reaction because his brother only remembers him as he was in his previous life. Dima asks why his older brother is so worried, since he understands everything perfectly well. In retrospect, Earn can say that Jason too had failed to live up to the Earl of Stilgard's expectations, and even Kieran, who had graduated from the academy as a second-class knight, often heard cries of regret. And Jason only has a 4th rank at all, and luckily in his past life, Earn just didn't have any outstanding skills at all. And Jason wasn't completely broken when he couldn't overcome the wall of aura wielders. And that's why there was always a slight sense of unease in his gaze at Earn, because ironically, Jason was the one who ignored Earn the most and the one who watched him with the utmost wariness. I mean, Jason always said he could never beat Kieran, but if he tried hard enough, he could get in the middle. And then, no one will be too hard on him, because he just needs to be better than Earn. Duma didn't know it at the time, but now, looking at his brother, he realizes how pathetic he is. Earn doesn't think much of his older brother coming to this place for a tearful bonding session with his younger brother. He asks that Jason tell him if he has some business to attend to. Jason asks about the fight with Cassian Traus, his brother wondering how Earn did it. The younger brother replies that it's a stupid question, because it's all about calculation. Jason is angry at Earn and tells him not to make him laugh, because Earn Cassian Traus's fight could end in a draw. Earn asks if he shouldn't have done that, but the brother replies that that's not the point. He doesn't understand how 72nd and 1st place can fight. Earn replies that there is always a way. The older brother says that regarding the boy's way. They want to see him now. Earn asks who wants to see him. The older brother replies that it's a guy named Thane. The younger brother is incredibly surprised. He can't believe what he's hearing. Is it the same Thane Carson who wants to see him? Earn says it's ridiculous because why send Jason if this guy has something to say, then he could have come himself. Jason gets angry and tells his younger brother to watch his language. Earn is puzzled. He asks, is his words too rash, or is it possible that next to them, there is someone else besides the two of them? The younger brother asks if he needs to go with his brother now and where Thane wants to see him. Big brother is angry. He asks where the guy is going in such an outfit, and he is puzzled. Does Earn think he will go out with the guy personally? Jason hands his brother a letter and tells him to come to the designated address on the letter. The older brother throws the letter right under Earn's feet and says that if the brother has a parade suit, he should wear it. Jason says to let Earn know what an honor it is to be invited to the freshman club, because being invited to the freshman club is something out of the ordinary. The younger Steelguard laughs at what an honor it is since he was given a simple invitation to a puppet show. Jason doesn't understand why his brother makes him angrier and angrier with every word. He starts yelling and tells his brother not to be late under any circumstances. The protagonist wonders if he really should go if he gets the chance. For there will go with whom he in any case sooner or later will have to face, and those whose faces he sincerely wants to see. This is Club 21, the unofficial club of the High Society of Thearos Academy. And since the number of members is 21, Only students from high-ranking and noble families are invited to participate. And the connections made in this place last a lifetime. So many people strive to be among the chosen ones. Ern says that in a nutshell. It means a gathering of rising stars, of the current generation of Navarros who have high hopes. Ern enters the club. Everyone is very surprised because this is the first time they've seen this man here. So the guy is still a freshman, and the guests don't remember anyone standing out to them either. They thought it was Cassian Traus who was leading the freshman class. The kid realizes that these people's wariness, it's only natural, since the body in front of them is labeled Navarro's high society star. Suddenly, the guy notices a girl waving at him. It's Selena Lefebvre. He remembers that this girl was also in Club 21, and this fact is completely out of his head. The guy realizes he shouldn't get involved with her in this life, so he turns around and walks away. But her friends are furious. They don't understand who this guy thinks he is and how he could ignore Selena. They say the guy has disgusting manners. Selena is angry that the guy dared to humiliate her like that. Just because a guy has good looks doesn't mean he can get away with it. Ern remembers that in his previous life, he couldn't see Selena's true nature through her eyes and was just fascinated by her beauty, and there's no benefit to him being around her. The guy decides he'd rather avoid the girl. The guy walks further into the club and sees two tall guys, and they get angry and ask the guy if he's Ern Stilgard. These are the two brothers of the Darius family. The eldest son is called Hylan, and the second son of the family is called Duran. Hylan starts yelling at Ern. He says the guy is crazy if he can't tell who's on top and who's on the bottom. Duran says it's all because of Barand. After all, this Ern beat their brother, and now he dares to ignore them. Ern realizes that it turns out Barand's older brothers are standing in front of him. The guy assumes that apparently Barand complained about being beaten. Taking a closer look, Ern realizes that they do look alike, but he doesn't understand how he should be in this situation. There's too many eyes here to make a fuss. He's thinking about whether he should just politely ask the guys to get out of his way. Someone comes up from behind and tells the Darius brothers to stop arguing. It was an older Stilgard brother named Jason. The elder brother sees that Ern has come. Ern replies that he thought about his brother and therefore decided to come. Darius is angry and turns to Jason. He asks what exactly they need to stop, and does Jason have a problem with protecting his so-called little brother? Duran confirms Jason's words that he said he didn't think so, and then suddenly they have a brotherly affection. Jason tells the Darius brothers that he's not protecting Ern, he's just a guy here at Thane's invitation. When the Darius brothers hear this, they decide that in that case they should leave. Ern goes to get his brother. He asks where Thane is. The older brother replies that the boy is inside and he is alone now. Ern laughs because of the guy trying to make someone out of himself. Because why then does the future Duke not want to hang out with ordinary people? Jason is angry with his brother because he told him to watch his words. Because during the time they haven't seen each other, Ern has lost all sense of fear. Ern responds by asking if anyone is listening to them. Jason replies that whoever needs to hear will hear, saying that his brother was silent and followed him. Ern realizes that the brothers Darius and his brother Jason seem to be very afraid of this Thane, but Ern can understand that, since the eagle of a noble family has the eagle of a noble family under his belt. Unrivaled swordsmanship skills and icy charisma quality make not only students tremble with terror, but the teachers. Therefore, in his past life, Ern also tried his best not to go against that master. But right now, the guy was intensely curious as to what Tane would look like in his eyes right now. In Navarra, there are three nobles grouped under a similar moniker is Steel Count Rebadan, the spunky Marquis Dorian Albret, and the cold-blooded Duke Luther Carson. These are the so-called three main lords, all of whom represent the true power of Navarro, or the image of the great aristocrat who boasts of glory. At the continental level and among them, Carson's eldest son stands out, who is the epitome of unconditional all-around influence, and that's Thane Carson. Ern walks into his room and sees that the guy is sitting on the couch and has folded his legs over the guy who was kneeling under him. Thane says it's a pleasure to meet Ern Stilgard. Thane Carson says that the guy's looks are good enough, but unfortunately, he's not tall enough. However, Ern is still young, so maybe he will grow up. Ern is angry that this guy starts judging his looks right off the bat, so Ern replies that he'll probably grow up. Jason tells his brother to watch his back. Ern sees everything exactly as it was again and doesn't know if the man named Thane Carson is sane. Mr. Carson says he was extremely surprised and could not have imagined that steel guards were hiding the pearl. But Ern asks what other pearls there could be, since there's no shoal in the north. Thane Carson doesn't understand what a shoal has to do with it. He says the boy is quite cheerful. Thane Carson turns to Jason and asks if the guy should start getting nervous already. His little brother looks a lot better than he does. Jason gets angry and asks, "How is this weak guy better than him?" But Thane Carson replies that even if the weak one calls the other weak, he thinks the younger brother is better. With him as a decoration, Thane Carson, that's where they should end the idle chatter, and he wants to see the guy's abilities. Thane Carson pushes the guy who is under his feet and tells him to leave because he doesn't need a footrest anymore. This guy walks from his office and passes by a room of guests who are discussing that thanks to the arrival of a newcomer, this guy got a quick release today. And he must be over the moon. They don't understand. Does this guy want to live his whole life as an errand boy? One guy says that if he were in this pathetic guy's shoes, he'd already bite his tongue and die choking on blood. Thane Carson turns to Ern and asks, does the guy think he's overreacting? Ern is inhumane in treating people as foot supplies. Young Mr. Steelguard replies that to some extent he thinks so. Carson replies that he doesn't care what Ern's thoughts are on the matter anyway, because in the current situation, Ern may well see things that way, but he doesn't understand why Ern isn't being polite. But Ern asks if this was not originally the cultural level here, and the Darius brothers behaved as the... And Thane Carson is acting the same way. Carson's a third-year student, and he doesn't show any courtesy to Jason's senior year. Ern says he too has decided to follow a similar line of conduct. He asks Thane Carson if there is a problem. Thane Carson starts laughing. He says the guy's got a long tongue too, because the longer he looks at Ern, the more he thinks of him as a useful thing. Carson hopes Ern's skills aren't as good as his art of speaking. Young Stillguard realizes that as of late, Thane Carson has only been making talk about abilities. He doesn't understand whether the guy is going to have a duel with him. But at that moment, Thane Carson asks if Aaron had a bout with Cassian Traus, for after the bout with Cassian, Traus continues to be in such a state of mind. Thane Carson says it's pretty much known exactly what happened, but everyone's curious as to why Cassian Traus surrendered. After all, could this even happen because of a couple of thrown phrases? Because there should definitely be some other reason, and everyone asks such questions. Thane Carson says they are fools, and says there is nothing so important about winning or losing, and what truly matters are the words of enlightenment of the Steel Earl. Ern sees the guy throwing carp bait to catch Crucian carp. He doesn't understand. What if it's Thane Carson? He may well be interested in such a mystery because the third-year professional, if you consider the academy as a whole, he's among the best. Thane Carson asks the boy if Ern has heard anything else, for Thane Carson is at a crossroads now. But having heard the words spoken by the rest of the Earl, he thought that they could be the guiding light. Thane Carson says that if you think about it, Thane Carson can assume that there is something else out there, because this is a rare opportunity to leave Thane Carson in his debt. Ern realizes the guy is in the position of a petitioner, but speaks as if it's a gesture of goodwill. Ern is thinking about whether he can defeat him just as he defeated Cassian Traus. And even if it seems that an unfathomable mystery is now hidden, the more you try it, the more you get into the labyrinth. Ern says there's more, for the knight who has reached the heights controls strength with softness and the overcoming of gravity. By means of ease and overcoming speed, by means of slowness, these words were spoken by him for Cassian Traus, and the last filling in the void. Thane Carson doesn't know what that means. But Ern replies that you have to pretend there's nothing even if there is something, and Thane Carson must be full. But on the outside look empty, and condition even with outstanding achievements, a person should look like an ordinary more than anyone else. Thane Carson is surprised he can't believe this is the point. After all, it feels as if his consciousness has been instantly revealed. Ern realizes with a sneer that the guy has a lot of self-importance, and it seems that Thane Carson thinks he's going to be the founding emperor. And if enlightenment could be achieved with a couple of phrases, does Thane Carson really think that Ern would have to go through all her struggles? Thane Carson turns to Jason and asks why Ern's words are different from what she said. The guy told him earlier. The older Steelguard doesn't know what Carson's talking about. Thane Carson wonders who he should exclude if the third son knows more nuances of his father's training than the second, but he says, Which is surprising anyway, since Thane Carson thought Kieran was the only useful person in the Steelguard family, and earlier word that Jason should start getting nervous were a joke. Now Thane Carson is going to talk about it seriously. Carson says he likes Ern and he also likes him, but Thane Carson can't let him in. Ern to the club because all the seats are taken. And that's because they have the symbol and no one can just up the numbers, but at the same time, Thane Carson says he feels bad for just letting the guy go. He asks what Jason thinks about it, about making room for his little brother. Jason is puzzled. Is Thane Carson seriously telling him to leave the club right now? Carson asks what else is left of the Steelguard freak. Besides a big name, the guy says he doesn't have to have 2 members of the family with him at all. But Thane Carson says he's just kidding, and that Jason should make an easier face, because thanks to Sir Rebahan, Thane Carson can enjoy all these benefits too, in peace. And the guy should be thankful for such a hero. Ern realizes that every word this guy says sounds like something unpleasant. Thane Carson tells Jason not to worry because the boy will be a member of the club forever. The elder Steelguard thanks the young master for the opportunity. Carson says that if the guy is grateful to him, maybe Jason will deign to honor one of his requests. Jason replies that he would of course love to do that. Thane Carson says he's sensing something right now and suggests a trivia duel. He sees Jason cowering in fear, but Thane Carson reminds him. What did he say about the duel not meaning anything, and they're just a little show of strength because young Carson just wants to test something out? With a single punch, Thane Carson hits his opponent and Jason falls to the floor. Thane Carson doesn't realize if this is what's called overcoming speed with slowness. But Ern knows that Thane Carson is only demonstrating the difference in their abilities with Jason. Carson tells his opponent to try harder, because he has no idea if he's doing the right thing. The guys at the club are discussing that it was Jason Steelguard who got the punching bag roll today. Because this guy is weak and without a family, he's worthless. The guests are discussing what they knew something like this would happen someday. Thane Carson turns to his opponent and says, "Why is he frozen? He wants to fight." Jason gets up and goes on the offense. He wants to hit the guy, but he can't do it. Thane Carson recalls controlling strength with softness. He also overcomes gravity with lightness and elbows his opponent in the face. Thane Carson says it's harder than he thought it would be, and once again he gives Jason a checkup. But every time he realizes it's not what he needs. Carson turns to Jason and says he's only hit him a couple times, and the guy is already stamping his feet. He wants his opponent to stand up quickly, and now Thane Carson is slowly starting to get the gist of what he's saying. But suddenly, Ern stands in front of Jason and says they've had enough of fighting. All the guests in this club are surprised by what the guy said. Thane Carson is also surprised, and he asks what Ern just said. But Ern says that such a spectacle can't be called a fight at all, because all he sees is a one-sided beating. Thane Carson replies that he can't have her glow with one spoon. He must step by step comprehend the truth without stopping for a second. But Ern says that if it were a wall that could be overcome by doing this kind of nonsense, then a dog or a cow could use the aura. Thane Carson is angry at the word nonsense and says he hasn't seen anyone answer him so rudely in a long time, despite the condescension he's shown him. He doesn't understand if he thinks members of the Steelguard family are going to cause any trouble. Thane Carson asks, does Ern think he can prove himself with nothing? For how long is the Steelguard family going to brag about their grandfather's accomplishment? Carson asks what they have done for this town at all. Carson turns to all the guests and asks, would the ladies and gentlemen be interested in hearing the answer to that question? People call the Steelguards wimps and feel like they're just hanging on someone's neck. And Steelguard is just a hillbilly from the north who has no upbringing or practice skills. Ern realizes he knows it too. And though his blood boils in his veins, it's a reality he has to come to terms with, because their family is no longer the Steelguards who were revered as heroes. Ern gives his brother a hand and tells them to get out of here. Jason agrees and takes his brother's hand. But Thane Carson is perplexed. Are the guys just going to leave? Ern says they don't have to get Carson's permission to leave either. But Thane Carson says that's not what he means. He says the boys can leave. But they need to remember one thing firmly, that Carson always pays his bills to both benefactors and enemies, and in light of recent events, Steelguard belong to one or the other. Ern says that if it is a favor, no payment is required, and the young Steelguard sees no point in such help. Ern asks, didn't he give for Thane Carson what the guy so desperately wanted to gain this knowledge of the Steel Earl's enlightenment? But the guy says that even though Thane Carson knows the secret, but the guy still can't fathom the point. The guys start to leave, but Thane Carson follows them and says he's speechless. I mean, if the guys are scared, let's just say they're just cowardly northern rats. But Ern doesn't fall for the provocation. He knows they can laugh now at their own pleasure. But soon a lot of things are going to change so much that the entrenched denigration of the Steelguard family will shatter in huge chunks. Ern regrets that he held back for nothing, for he now has a bitter aftertaste. Jason tells his brother that it's all because of him, and Ern did the wrong thing because now he'll be kicked out of the club and made an outcast in the class. Ern asks, is the brother really that afraid of Thane Carson? Big Brother is getting angry. After all, Thane Carson is someone who doesn't pay attention to Steelguard OV or anyone else. Ern replies that it's tearful. He asks why such a fate befell the Steelguard family. The guy says it's all about them, and at least his older brother wouldn't have been treated that way. Ern see what I can tell from the look on Jason's face. That the guy thinks exactly the same way Ern doesn't know what he should do because, frankly, he's been holding himself back for a very long time, and he has enough, and witnesses. The guy realizes he can't be lenient and just goes and paints them good. Ern replies to his brother that he continued to have doubts, but thanks to Jason, he made a firm decision. Ern is going back to the club. Jason doesn't understand why his brother has gone that way again. Ern says that his brother knows that he doesn't have warm feelings for Jason, but he's still his big brother, and even though they pretend they don't know each other. But through his actions and words, Thane Carson has definitely offended the entire Steelguard family. Ern walks into the club, and the Darius brothers stand in front of him, and they ask, did Ern really show up again? They ask why he's here, and if the guys got any left. And there's some other stuff going on. Ern asks what's wrong with these guys and why they get in his way every time. The Darius brothers are starting to get angry. Does this guy not even see who's standing in front of him? The boys turn to young Mr. Carson. They ask if he has any more business with Steelguard. Thane Carson says guys can roast, braise, and do whatever they want. The Darius brothers ask why Ern came alone and without his brother. They assume that the younger one became uncomfortable because only his older brother was beaten. Ern asks the boys if Barand hasn't told them everything. But Durand replies that he told them everything because it was Ern who used it during the competition. Sneaky tricks, Ern asks. Is that really all that guy could tell them? He says all the Darius brothers are as pathetic as the youngest. This makes the older brothers incredibly angry. They're about to attack the guy, but before they can do anything, Ern punches them both at the same time in the stomach. Ern says that Helan and Durand suffered the same fate because their younger brother kept silent. Now young Steelguard turns to Thane Carson. He offers the lad a trifling duel. But the look on Thane Carson's face is frightened. Ern asks why the guy's so scared. After all, he said that the duel would be a trifle and that they would only have a slight contest of strength. The guests see that Ern provokes young Mr. Carson. They do not believe that the freshman of the middle class has challenged to a duel a mystery. And also Ern was drawn by Cassian Traus, so the guy apparently lost his fear altogether. But nevertheless, the Darius brothers are from the top class, and how Ern was able to defeat them with one punch. People are only interested in whether Thane Carson will accept the challenge, because even if he wins, he will not benefit from this fight. But if he refuses, his reputation will fall. Thane Carson thought Ern was a pretty strong guy, but he turns out to be a mean guy who has no concept of community relations. Carson asks if Ern has lost his mind at all, but Ern replies that he couldn't hear what the boy was muttering to himself because when he was talking to Jason, Thane Carson wasn't looking for excuses. Thane Carson is provocative and ready to make a fight, and if Ern wants him to beat him up, then the guy's wish will be granted in the best way possible. Ern says to have Thane Carson attack because what he talked about earlier will be shown as an incentive bonus. Thane Carson starts attacking Ern and says he sees that Ern has finally lost his mind. But Thane Carson strikes, and at that moment Ern simply vanishes into space. Carson can't find him, but suddenly Ern is behind his back. Thane Carson gets angry and asks what kind of stunt this is. He tries to attack the guy again, but Ern disappears again. Young Steelguard starts laughing with the guy, asks where his eyes are and why he can't see him. Ern wants his opponent to do his best, and young Steelguard starts a demonstration. Only when Thane Carson matches his tact. Thane Carson becomes incredibly angry. He says he was holding back as best he could, but Ern had it coming. Carson promises to knock the guy's jaw out. He starts to attack him, but Ern fights Taney Carson off with a single arm swing. Carson's just standing there, bewildered by what's happened, and now Ern's stabbing the guy over and over again. From the look on his face, he asks if the guy is starting to understand. The young steel guard says that Thane Carson has a look on his face like the guy still doesn't realize what's going on. Ern asks, maybe he should hit the guy a couple more times to finally feel something. Now Thane Carson realized that Ern Steelguard was the hawk who hid his claws. Thane Carson doesn't understand what's going on and how Ern dared to disturb the Carson family. Does the guy really think he's going to get away with it? In frenzy, Thane Carson calls 3 guys named William, Kaplan, and Hardin, and orders the boys to leave Ern in the lurch. The 3 guys come up to Ern and ask what crazy guy is up to muddying the waters. Hardin says one day the guy should teach him some sense, and apparently that day fell on today. But Ern asks if the fight wasn't one-on-one. He asks if the guys are ashamed to play 3-on-1 against a freshman. Ern realizes he can forget about the duel, but it's for the best. After all, he will be able to pobiat for glory. He thinks over whether he should look at the abilities of the future Night Squad of the royal family. Ern is attacked by the first guy. He takes a swing at the arm, but Ern dodges the punch, and then strikes the enemy back with a leg kick to the face. The enemy falls to the floor. Cassian Trouse doesn't understand how this is even possible. Thane Carson is puzzled. After all, Ern had single-handedly put down the most talented upper-class students personally selected by him. Ern turns toward Thane Carson. When the guy notices this, he starts calling the guy by the name Paris. He asks, is he really just going to stand there like a statue and not say anything? Paris comes out with pillars of people. He says that Ern is a funny guy. He asks, does Ern seek to reach the threshold of the 2nd level? Ern sees this guy and realizes he has an eye for this kind of thing. Young Stilgard realizes he wasn't supposed to kill anyone, so he let out just enough power. And how much corresponds to the end of sophomore year? I mean, they say if there's a Cassian Trouse freshman, there's a Paris sophomore. And eventually, this kid next year must graduate from the academy. Paris turns to Ern and says that with powers like this guy's, it's acceptable to act arrogant. Paris says that nevertheless, the boys should have held him back until they were out of the academy. But Ern asks if they weren't the first to go after a man who didn't hurt anyone. Paris says that frankly, Ern is better than Cassian Trouse. After all, the guy has a good family and outstanding abilities and a towerless self-confidence. Even so, they're not a club where a freshman can dictate the rules. All the students are incredibly surprised because Paris uses a red aura. Thane Carson realizes that Ern can't get away with a couple of injuries now. Ern sees the guy's abilities and realizes there's a lot to see here. After all, Paris used the famous spheres of light of the red moon. Ern decides to see how strong this guy is. Paris sees the look on Ern's face and he is angry because the guy is smiling at him. Paris replies that Ern will not be laughing now and he starts to attack. The guests of the club decide that they need to be careful because it could hurt them too. Meanwhile, Ern chooses a defensive position. Paris says the guy's tough, but he wonders how long he'll be able to resist this kind of pressure from Mana. But Ern realizes that Paris is far from being called a glorious warrior. Ern is thinking about what he should do, because if he uses his internal energy, it won't be difficult to suppress the enemy's attack. But if you win using it without using it, it would really shock everyone. Ern understands that if that's what happens, it's better to do the right thing. At this time, Paris wants to aim a killing blow at the guy, but at one point, the guy just disappears from sight. Thane Carson is starting to get excited that they're finally done with this guy. But suddenly he notices something invisible breaking Paris's arm. Everyone watching is dumbfounded. Everyone realizes that this is crazy because there is no way a freshman could use aura at this level. Now Ern strikes and Paris just falls over in pain from a broken arm. Ern doesn't realize isn't the guy overplaying it too much. After all, if he's an aura user, it's been weeks since all the bones will regrow back together. Ern turns to the people who were watching and he says that the way he looks at them makes Ern feel like the people. Everyone gets seasick. He tells them to stop looking at him like that. And at one point, all the people start pretending nothing is happening. Suddenly, Thane Carson starts clapping his hands. He says that even though he watched the whole process with his own eyes, he still can't believe what he saw. I mean, a freshman with aura is truly amazing. Thane Carson says that if Ern was able to defeat someone like Paris, they can already recognize the Stilgard family. There's still power left. Ern asks the guy why he's suddenly talking like that. The guy suspects he beat up Thane Carson too much. Thane Carson says he's utterly flabbergasted. He suggests Ern end this pointless psychological warfare on that note, and this time the guy offers to make a sincere. Thane Carson reaches out to Ern and asks for the boy to join their club. Carson says that Paris was right. After all, you only have to wait 2 years and Era Ern will come. Young and Steelguard doesn't understand what Thane Carson is talking about. He asks, why would he do such a thing? Thane Carson replies that it's all because the world is outside the academy, and they are here, talented people who will be at the helm in the future of Navarro's political life. He tells Ern to think hard about what's best for him. But Ern says it's just funny. But Thane Carson is puzzled by this. He asks what Ern just said. Ern asks what's so hard to understand about what he said. And Thane Carson is both funny and boring at the same time. Ern says that's good for the guy. Thane Carson is angry and says that Ern is being disgusting in spite of being favored. Ern laughs at the guy calling it a favor, because that's what the man says to him, who ends up hanging on to his father's pants. Ern says that in essence, Thane Carson can't even brag about anything but his family's position. Thane Carson gets angry and tells Ern to shut his mouth. He pulls out his dagger. He asks how Ern dares to talk as if he knows something about him. Thane Carson attacks Ern with a dagger. Young Steelguard says that Thane Carson has crossed the line. Ern uses his mana to knock the dagger out of the guy's hands and grabs him by the throat. Thane Carson says the guy can't get away with this because he's Thane Carson. Ern replies that the guy has always been special after all, and everywhere he goes from birth until today. But Ern asks if Thane Carson knows that to him he's nothing more than a worthless guy, and Ern doesn't see Thane Carson as anything special. Ern says that the fortress called Club 21 that Thane Carson built is really just a sandcastle. Thane Carson doesn't know what Ern is talking about. To the young Steelguard replies that Thane Carson should henceforth be careful that he has no thoughts of destroying this castle. Ern lifts the guy up by the neck and throws him to the other side of the room. Thane Carson flies off and falls face first to the floor. Ern turns to the men and tells them all not to give him any trouble either. He looks at them and says he is waiting for an answer. The club members reply that they will in no way cause trouble for the gentleman. Ern turns around and leaves the place. He walks out the door and looks for his brother. Ern turns his head and sees his brother standing there. The younger brother asks if Jason is going to pretend that he didn't see anything. Ern says the brother could have just left. He asks why he came back. Jason asks how he could just walk away, but Ern is puzzled. He asks why not. Or did his brother think that now that he's fallen out of favor with Thane Carson? His life at the academy will become unbearable. Ern doesn't understand. It's not enough that Jason was beaten up. He's going to apologize. Ern says his brother has changed a lot because the Jason he knew would never give up on him. The older brother gets angry and says that Ern doesn't understand anything at all. He asks, does little brother really think Jason bows his head to underclassmen because he likes it? Ern understands this as well as anyone, since Thane Carson's tentacles are destroying Steelguard OV with his suction cups. And it's all in the name of merit that no one, including the Carson family, could have earned. And it's him and Jason. The older brother says it's actually Ern who's really changed, not him. He asks what his brother has been doing and how he got aura. Ern replies that he's been practicing a little on the sly, but Jason doesn't understand what his brother is talking about. The younger Steelguard says that even if it's hard to believe, he's telling the truth. Jason has only one question to ask his brother. He asks why he did what he did. Jason wonders why Ern is pretending on purpose. He doesn't have to. It was to turn Thane Carson against him. Big Brother asks why Ern would go so far. Ern asks Jason how he and Jason got to this point as brothers, a brother who always shows only hostility at home and here. Jason recalled that he said that Ern was a disgrace to the House of Steelguard OV, and he didn't consider the guy for a little brother at all. He told the others to do whatever they wanted with Ern. Ern says that even though his older brother is like this, however, an older brother is still an older brother because it is his blood. But Ern says that if he's going to hit, he should punch his brother, but Thane Carson has no right to do that. Jason asks Ern to give him a good beating. Ern asks if the brother was really watching everything properly. But Jason replies that his brother should not hit him too hard, but just hit him so that Jason does not die from it. Ern exhales and smiles for this. Jason thanks his brother. Ern doesn't understand if Jason has really lost his mind. What is happening to him? The older brother asks Ern what he will do now, because Thane Carson is not the kind of person who would walk off the stage with his tail between his legs, and Paris will also try to repay the humiliation. Ern replied that he had an idea, but he didn't want to tell his brother. Jason is puzzled. He asks why. Is his brother afraid he's going to run to report it all to Thane Carson? But Ern asks his brother if it's interesting to watch a play when the ending is already known. Jason says of course it's not interesting, but he asks why all of a sudden the brother is talking about the play. Ern replies that that's what he's talking about. He wants his brother to just enjoy watching it. Thane Carson starts yelling that guys are useless lowlifes. After all, the three of them attacked, and none of them could beat this guy. He gets angry and asks, does the guys really think he's going to put them in his entourage after a prank like that? Afterward, Thane Carson turns to the crowd and says that they're all good too, because if someone dares to muddy the waters, they should unite and teach the insolent one a lesson. They were just watching from the sidelines. Paris asks Thane Carson to calm down, but the guy responds by yelling at him and telling him to shut his mouth, because he too has shown himself to be a bad guy. Thane Carson says being in the flow is better. Doesn't Paris feel a sense of shame about what happened? After calming down a bit, the guy asks how Paris's arm is. The guy replies that it hurts, but it's tolerable. Thane Carson asks, is that Ern how strong he is? Paris answers that he was just careless because caution is also a skill, and Ern was hiding. What possesses an aura, and a very powerful one at that, for even with such a flawless attack, Ern is only in the early stages of second class and next time around. Paris will be able to get a win against this guy. Thane Carson says that he's glad to hear that, and if Paris doesn't work out, he'll have to ask the upperclassmen for help. Carson says it's humiliating, but he wants people to remember that everyone here has to keep their mouths shut. Because if there's a leak about what happened today, Thane Carson is sure to find out exactly who told it. They should not tell it not to friends, no family, no distant relatives. No one should tell it to anyone, because it is a problem to be solved in a close circle. Ern is now on the roof, eavesdropping on everything that's going on inside. He doesn't understand how Carson's Thane managed to act according to his plan, because for a while, everyone will be as silent as if they had water in their mouths, so Ern has nothing to worry about. The guy decides that then maybe he should slowly move out with him, and it's time to move towards the true purpose of his visit to the 21st Club. Ern walks through the houses and follows one guy. The guy is crying at the same time. He pulled out a dagger and was ready to kill himself. But all of a sudden, the guy hears. As someone offers him a bet, the guy notices Ern standing behind him. Young Master Steelguard says the lad can't stab himself with a dagger. This is Thane Carson, the second son of the Carson family and half-younger brother of Carson. Ern asks the guy if he remembers him. Hune says Steelguard's name. Ern asks the guy, what does he do with suicide or self-torture? But whatever it is, Ern understands the guy perfectly well because his older brother is a bit over the top. Ern says that even though they have different mothers, Thane Carson has really given too much because using his little brother as a footstool is really over the top. Hune asks Ern how he knows this. Ern asks, is there any cadet who doesn't know that Hune and Thane Carson are brothers? But Hune answers that he did not ask about that, but about the fact that he is a bastard son, because the guy has never shared such information with anyone before. Ern realizes it's all due to knowing the future, but the guy is told he won't tell. Ern says that Hune can't stab himself anyway, so there's nothing for the guy to keep standing in that pose, and the guy asks for Hune to give him the dagger. But the boy doesn't listen to young Mr. Ern and raises his dagger upward. He was about ready to stab himself in the stomach, but at the last moment, Ern stops his hand. Ern says he was honestly a little surprised at Hune for a young gentleman to think. Couldn't that the guy would actually stab himself? But Hune asks if Ern is going to remove his hand. But Ern says that not having an older brother Hune named Thane Carson is the problem. And the fact that the younger brother is too weak is also a problem. I mean, it would be nice if the strength was moderately mixed. Ern says that, nevertheless, a second look at Hune suggests that the boy has quite a temper, so Ern can let him go. But Ern says that if he drops his hand, Hune will try to properly stab himself in the stomach this time too. But if the guy says he won't do it, Ern loosens his grip. He says he won't do it just so Ern will let him go. Ern lets go of his hand and Hune starts crying. The dagger falls to the floor, and the guy says he didn't really want to die. Ern doesn't understand why you can't just live, why then cry. Heen says that even if he continues to live, he will be no different from the deceased. Ern realized that this guy is right about something because that bad guy Tane Carson is good at bullying others. But Ern notices that there is no certainty, because the uncertain expression on his face and attitude is a weak impression without a drop of dignity. Ern realizes that if you're going to mold a guy into something worthwhile, he's probably going to have to sweat a lot. A young gentleman asks Huyn how the boy is treated by his family. Huyn says that his father does not belittle him in any way. Ern replies that it's like a duke to be cold. To all is to say that all are equal, he asks Huyn if that's why Thane Carson hates him so much. Carson replies that it's entirely possible. However, during their stay at the Duke's residence, Thane Carson to some extent adhered to certain boundaries. But after they were in the academy, in this place of Thane Carson built a kingdom of his own, and Huyn found himself a prisoner receiving the king's hatred. Ern asks if the boy was thinking of escaping, but Huyn says it can't happen. He's still not considered human. They're just pointing fingers saying the guy's no better than the beast. Huyn says his father left him too. Ern assumes that Thane Carson is messing with the guy because he knows all this. He asks, is that why he's going to take his own life? Young Master Steelguard says he still thinks Huyn is too young to die, and since they've met, so Ern's gonna help the kid. Ern turns to Huyn Carson and says he'll make the boy the head of the Carson ducal house. Huyn asks what Ern can help him with, unable to become head of the family. He gets angry and tells Ern not to talk nonsense, but Ern replies that he's quite serious. The guy replies that even if the young gentleman's words are serious, it's complete nonsense. Huyn turns around and leaves, but thanks Ern for saving the boy and promises to be sure to pay the young master back. Huyn doesn't understand how he can be a duke because it even sounds ridiculous. Ern says he'd like the guy to laugh when he finds out exactly what he did to Thane Carson. Huyn is puzzled. He asks what Ern did to his brother, but the young lord replies that if the boy hears it from him personally, he's not going to believe it anyway. Ern says Huyn should find out for himself exactly what happened at the club in his absence. Young Master Ern leaves and tells the boy to find him when he makes a decision. The boy realizes that, like it or not, Huyn has no choice but to become a duke. After all, a few years later, Thane Carson will die of a terminal illness, and Huyn will become the head of the Carson family. Ern realizes that he just needs to make a small adjustment to the process. Now Ern is at the academy. He is together in a room with Dimitri, who is asleep. But Ern is only thinking that the policy of the 21 Club is to form bonds with cadets who are most likely to succeed in the future. And the more Ern thinks about it, the more tempting the idea seems to him. But in all likelihood, this venture will be barely half successful. And he's not happy with that. The young gentleman realizes that he must choose. Only those who will succeed, and besides Huyn, there are many promising students who will turn from ugly ducklings into beautiful swans. Lead them will. The future head of the ducal family is the main character of National Song's Loser, who will make a good master of the magic tower and a brilliant official in the future. Ern was too unserious about the academy from setting up a trading company, and taking control of the underworld certainly could propel him forward. But the cadets gathered at the academy are the future of the whole town. Guy realizes he needs to take the diamonds and make them his own people. Ern decides that the first thing he needs to do is raise his own profile. When Ern walks into the upper-class classroom, the students see that Ern Steelguard himself, who fought Cassian Traus, is standing in front of them. Ern realizes that the atmosphere in the upper class is pretty fierce. Ern walks up to one of the guys, and the guy asks what business the middle-class cadets are here on. Ern realizes that he is sick of it, because wherever he goes there is a gatekeeper on his way. The guy starts yelling at Ern. He repeats that he asked the guy what he was doing here. Ern asks the aggressive guy what his name is. The guy doesn't understand why. That's for the young master to know. Ern replies that this is true because the name is of no use. He asks then what rank the lad has. The lad replies that he is ranked 30th, but Ern replies that it's too weak, and he's not right for him, and there's nothing he can do about it. This guy gets angry. He asks how dare someone who hangs out in middle school say something like this. Ern realized that if this guy's 30th in the rankings, that means he's in the last ranks of the top class, and if Ern beats him, then this guy will automatically be relegated to the middle class. The young gentleman realizes he feels sorry for the guy, so he'll show him leniency. He's looking for a suitable target now. Ern looks around the class and notices the look in Cassian Trouse's eyes. He sees what a scared look on the guy's face. The young master mentally tells the guy not to chicken out from fear. He realizes that if he defeats this guy, he will attract too much attention to his person. And that's unacceptable to him. He turns around and remembers there's another guy. Because of Cassian Trouse, this guy was in second place for 2 years. But then he graduated from the academy on an accelerated program and proved himself a talent. And a smart student. It's a guy named Max Jr. Ern goes to him and asks if it's true that the guy is the runner-up. Max asks what's wrong. Does Ern have something to do with him? Ern replies that he doesn't want anything from the guy. Max just looks too pathetic. After all, because of the high wall called Cassian Trouse, the guy is always in the second position. Ern asks if the guy is not bored with this arrangement. Max asks why the guy is messing with him now. Ern asks, the guy wouldn't want to try to fight someone of a different rank. Max is incredibly angry and says they need to have a duel now. The guys are already on the battleground, fighting over who will win. At this point, the instructor starts stopping the guys and declares that victory is for Ern Steelguard, at which point the young lord aims his sword at the lad's neck. The students discuss that this is unimaginable because how could 72nd place beat second place? And besides, it wasn't just victory, and on points, Ern took a big lead. The guys say they couldn't even see. What's the point? They don't understand why Ern, with such abilities, is in the middle class. Max Jr. kneeling in front of Ern Steelguard doesn't realize what this guy's true nature is. The students discuss the fact that it turns out Ern will now move up to the upper class, and that means that the 30th ranked student will end up in the middle class. Ern remembers this guy he talked to this morning in the name of Great ranked last in the top class rankings. He looks at him and says, the guy's no good now because he's going down in the rankings now. This guy's just perplexed. If he drops into the middle class, he'll get all the benefits of the upper class. The ones he's gotten so far will just disappear. Greiber remembers that it's necessary to win. 2 wins to move up a grade, and he now has more hope. I mean, Max can't lose twice, but the instructor is asking this guy if he's blind because how after what he's seen can a guy still stutter about Max winning a rematch? If there's a fight, the runner-up will be someone else. Grabe says that can't happen. Max is incredibly strong. It's not a difference that can be narrowed down in training, and Grab better prepare for the worst. After all, Max can't defend his place. The instructor realizes that, as expected, the stands still have strength. And he realizes that the Iron Guardian's power is concentrated in the youngest member of the family. He realizes it's for the best. Ern comes off the platform and asks why all the students are here. Did they hear there was some kind of a big fight? Did they hear there was some kind of a big fight? Ern turns around and sees Huyn standing in the distance. He walks over to him and says that the guy came to him sooner than expected. Ern asks how Huyn knew he was here, and he's also interested in what the others are doing here. Huyn says it's because they came here. It's Club 21. Ern says that if they were so interested, they could have gone inside, because what's the use of crowding around outside? Huyn says it's probably because everyone already knew what the outcome was going to be. And the guy was also told that Ern has an aura. Ern asks how Huyn managed to find out so quickly. He asks if that's why the guy decided to come to him. Huyn says that's not exactly true because actually, he carefully considered what the boy had told him earlier. Ern says this is not the best place to have this conversation. He wants Huyn to follow him. After all, Ern knows a quiet corner where no one will interfere. This is the same place where Ern talked to his older brother last time, a place by the water. Huyn says he heard about what happened yesterday. He asks what the young master's plan is, since Thane Carson won't turn a blind eye to what happened. Ern asks if the inside guy is happy. Huyn says he's overjoyed. After all, Ern had beaten his brother and even gave him a good shake, and on top of that, a good humiliation, and ignored more, and did it in front of everyone. Huyn wishes he had been there at that moment, for he should have seen everything with his own eyes. Huyn thanks the young master and says that he will never forget the kindness of the boy. Young Mr. Steelguard realizes that the family is a strange family. After all, the guy is more grateful to him for being Thane Carson than for Ern saving his own life. Huyn says that, however, it is foolish to assume that this is how Ern held up, because Thane Carson is the truest madman. And he even tried to poison Huyn once. Ern asks what the guy would have gotten out of it. He replies that he was about 5 years old at the time. Ern replies that he misspoke because Thane Carson has indeed lost his mind. He says that it turns out that Huyin is still. He's afraid of his older brother. Carson replies that naturally he's afraid, but even so, Huyin still came to see Ern because the boy said those words. Carson asks how serious Ern was then. The young gentleman replies that if it's about the next duke, then of course he was serious in his intentions. Huyin tells Ern to be quiet. Ern asks the boy why he is so agitated since they are not at a riot meeting. But Huyin thinks he'd be laughed at if anyone found out. The boy doesn't understand how someone like him could ever become a duke. Ern replies that it's only natural. It will be difficult, but since the guy has already decided to engage in self-defeating behavior, Ern realizes that he should list everything one by one. Ern says there's no legitimacy. I mean, the guy's some kind of bastard child. Fencing skills are way below Thane Carson's. There is also nothing like that about charisma being able to lead others or reputation. Young Mr. Stilgard says that then perhaps Huyin will receive special love from the Duke, but he assumes that's missing too. Huyin says it's just like Ern said, because the guy's got it right. That's why Carson doesn't understand how he can even claim the ducal title. Ern says there's no doubt that alone. It's going to be too hard, but that's why he said he'd pave the way for the guy. Ern calls it a kind of investment in an undervalued stock. Ern asks if this is not the basis of commercial activity. After all, of course, the first thing to do is to correct Huyin's thinking. The boy doesn't understand what the young master is talking about, but Ern wants Huyin to think twice, because even if things don't go the way they plan, the guy has nothing to lose. But Huyin says that if Thane Carson finds out about his younger brother teaming up with Ern, he definitely won't let it go unnoticed. He says even Ern can't stand up to the 21 Club. Ern asks, is this why they should now tolerate being treated as an inferior race? Huyin says that in that case, at least the situation won't get worse. Ern replies that he has a different point of view. After all, Thane Carson will graduate brilliantly from the academy, and thus absolutely solidify his position as successor. And then after a few years, he becomes a duke. Ern asks what will happen then. And won't Huyin be treated as nothing more than an ant? Ern says that in the end, the rest of Huyin's life will be filled with regret. And the memory of a guy who should have taken a risk back then, and maybe his life would have turned out differently in that case. Ern says that such regrets will haunt the boy for the rest of his life. Huyin replies that Ern was right. For up until now, he had only avoided his older brother and deferring to him in every way possible. And so Huyin had turned into such a lowlife. Carson, for the first time, thought he should try to do something. He asked the guy how he should go about it, and he will do whatever Ern tells him to do. Young Mr. Steelguard says the first thing to do is wait. But still, one thing Huyin has learned the hard way. It's that the boy can't beat. The club alone is 21, and more specifically those families that are included in the club. Huyin asks what he should do in this situation. Ern says to get the guy to try to start his own club too. The young gentleman says that he will soon give the boy the details, because he already has a list of potential candidates. 3 students bully one guy named Barian. One of the guys heard about Barian losing again, and he has no wins and 64 losses. The guys laugh that it's already a record, and yet until graduation from the academy, the Barian is at least once up. The other one of the offenders says that a guy with his grades won't graduate. Barian will leave the academy early. They hope that Barian will have 100 defeats before then. The guys say that whatever happens, they wish Barian good luck in the lower class. One of the boys, tell me that's why he said that no matter how talented a cadet candidate is, you shouldn't accept commoners. He heard that even the instructor, who recommended this guy, and he gave up. Because the instructor said the Barian has a fear of swords. They don't realize it makes sense that a cadet who's committed to swordsmanship would start shaking at the sight of the ball, because even the people who back the guy only believe in his talent and probably gave up on the idea long ago after seeing the Barian scores roll in. And if he's returned from the academy, Barian will be a homeless beggar again. I mean, people said the kid was an orphan. Barian gets angry and says he can't go back that way. Suddenly the guy gets a call. He turns around and there's Ern behind him. Young master. He talks about how fortunate it is that Ern was just about to meet him. Barian is surprised to hear that. Even though the guy followed Ern as charmed, He doesn't understand what this gathering is all about. Heen asks Ern if there will be anyone else. Ern replies that everyone is already here, because they're ugly ducklings that will later turn into beautiful swans and bring the whole town to heel. Knights who represent the next generations of Barian and Mita, the youngest mayor of Acadio, named Benjamin, who will be hailed as a genius in the administration. Also, the invincible business commander, in the name of Davin, who is said to have broadened the horizons of military science, and Benjamin and Davin are both geniuses who were overlooked at the academy because both have talents, which cannot be measured by this institution's rating system. Ern says it's a bit of a shame that no one followed this man. He is the second son of the Count Claus family of the famous Knight family with 100 years of history, and also a dissenter of the Count House Claus. It's a traveling magical genius named Chapelle Klaus. Hun asks that if everyone's here, maybe someone will say something. Ern says that everyone gathered in this place must have heard of the purpose of the meeting. Ern is going to create a prestigious club that will not be inferior in any way to the 21 Club. Everyone here is a butterfly chrysalis waiting to happen, but Ern is willing to bet that soon each of them would be fluttering about the city on beautiful wings. So their club will be named Takeoff. Barian asks you to wait. He says that, judging by the fact, from what he's heard, it sounds like a pretty good idea, but he's wondering whether the idea will succeed. Ern says of course it will, because he has both confidence in his abilities and a strong belief in success. Barian says he doesn't even know. All he's had trouble with in his life is his skills. That in the family, and frankly, there isn't a single person among them who's about themselves. Barian apologizes. After all, he didn't say it because he was trying to ruin everyone's mood, because he doesn't even have anything to take from him. He's the most hopeless case ever. Benjamin doesn't understand how saying something like that can ruin someone's life. There's a mood here because Barian was just stating the facts that Club 21. It's a dream club because that's where all the elite come together. Benjamin says that without any words there is a completely different association. There's nothing but opportunity to make connections with Steelguard to Carson. Ern asks, is that the only thing that makes them feel so insecure? All because the club doesn't have an advantage. Benjamin doesn't see if there's any point in focusing on that. Ern says that he would then show everyone the undoubted benefits. He asks to come into the room. That's Marcus coming in. He greets the honored gentlemen and ladies. He says his name is Marcus, and he's the deputy head of Flip's trading company. This is the first time the students have heard of such a trading company. The deputy says they're just a small company with a few businesses, but due to market conditions. Lately, business has suddenly gone well, and he has even had a chance to hold gold bars in his hands. Deputy says to get to the point he would like to sponsor students on a regular basis. Barian doesn't understand why anyone would even give monetary aid to a cadet like them. But Marcus says that's an easy question to answer, because that's what happens. Because their company is under the care of Mr. Dame, and the Takeoff Club is also owned by Mr. Ern. The young gentleman asks if the students are now satisfied with everything, and the series does not end there at all. What he can give them. Young Steelguard says he leaves the choice to them. Ern returns to his room at the academy and says that the club is settled and now all that's left is to get the thing. He's using the login to the first system, and he wants to see if a sidekick has appeared instead of the fakes that have been floating around lately. Ern, you see, he's done well because he gets a message from the Sun God that he had heard that Ern was going to buy the Art of Rebirth because it was quite expensive. The Sun God says he hates those who start bragging about their merits to impress. Ern replies that he is not going to do it. The Sun God replies then he will name his price. The Art of Prophecy is an item that transforms everything from the body and limbs to the individual cell into superhuman. At the same time being reborn into a new body, the musculature and core of internal energy is reconstructed into a form optimized for martial arts. Ern realizes that this is one of the best things he can get in the first system, so it is always in the top shadow ruler. But the Sun God is asking 150,000 gold coins for it. The Sun God asks Ern if he knows the Sun God most hates after the... Once the price has been quoted, he replies that those who start to wonder are trying to get the price down. The Sun God says to make Ern remember if he offers a lower price, he'll be screwed. But right now, the guy's current balance is 60,000 gold coins. He realizes he's decently short. Ern analyzes this guy's nickname Sun God to the guy. I wonder what this man is even doing. Ern is looking for a summary of the exchange report. The young master is incredibly surprised. Is it really someone who wields a divine weapon? The superior being above the first class, the looming limit of the soaring above the summit, the boundary having reached which looks down on everything equal to God. The sun god asks where the one who wants to make a deal has disappeared because he hates waiting the most. Asks the young master to wait for him. The young master doesn't understand. Why is it that a witch who is an equal of God is so poor? This is the first time a witch has ever seen someone who was going to make a deal not have a single citizen in his account. Realizes that a more thorough check needs to be made. Li Ji-hum is the sun god, the supreme ruler of the Sun Palace, the young master of the first world of Murim. He emerged victorious from a confrontation with the North Sea ice warrior Sol Jin Wook that lasted for 50 years. But with Li Ji-hum being honored as the winner, all was not well either, because the extremely strong ice energy that hit his body is destroying his blood vessels, so he's in critical condition. Realizes that the big picture is emerging, realizes for the sake of one battle the sun god has put everything on the line. To this, the young gentleman realizes that he lacks more than 90,000 coins, and even if he uses all the valuable privileges, he still needs more. 45,000 coins. Realizes that in order to create a body that supports reaching the awakening level, then he desperately needs the art of advancement. The sun god asks what thinks he hates about the fourth. Replies that he has no way of knowing, and the guy is also surprised that the list is so big. Although assumes he knows, maybe the sun god doesn't like to repeat himself twice. Li Ji-hum asks how the guy was able to guess that. The young master asks, "What's the big deal is the guy doesn't like it when others hit the target." Assumes it's number 5. Li Ji-hum replies that if Ern's not going to make a deal, then he walks out of the conversation. But says he's willing to make a deal. The guy realizes it's all or nothing. But he needs to try to capitalize on the information he's gotten. Says that the reason Li Ji-hum is in a hurry to reach an agreement is because, in that the sun god needs to extract the icy energy of his body as soon as possible. Li Ji-hum is surprised by what he hears. He asks the guy who he is and how he knows it. Answers that the sun god and the ice warrior of the North Sea. He asks if there is a man on the first system channel. Who wouldn't know about the battle between two such powerful titans? Li Ji-hum replies that of course everyone knows because there were quite a few observers. However, something is really weird. He asks how knew about the ice energy tormenting him. Replies that there are rumors that the Sun Palace has been turned into an ice residence. And they say it got as cold as the North Sea Ice Palace. And apparently Li Ji-hum knows how to listen to what's being said. Young Mr. Steelguard doesn't think the sun god is in a position to ask for double the price. Li Ji-hum is completely bewildered by what he hears. Realizing that the situation, so serious that the sun god even decided to sell the valuable art of rebirth. And it's pretty obvious. Asks that isn't Li Ji-hum completely struck by ice energy right now, and if the sun god wants to extract it from his body without any residue, then he would need a basic essence of high quality or a lot of heavenly level elixir. Assumes that the sun god is in a hurry, but he wonders if Li Ji-hum has enough coins, because he hates to see a palace lord trying to get money. Suggests that the giant clan bearing the name of the Sun Palace is now undergoing difficulties. Li Ji-hum starts yelling at the guy and asking in front of whom the guy is talking like that. Replies that the sun god does have an explosive temper. He asks if Li Ji-hum is shaking with anger over such a small thing. The young lord says that the sun god walks around with his head held up proudly, as lord day in and day out, and therefore looks upon those who make deals as his subordinates. And it seems to the guy that the sun god is deluded, because in interdimensional trade, none of that matters. The young master asks if the sun god can cross space being equal to God. Young Stilgard suggests that perhaps it is more to be deplored, about the second celestial pillar, and to a lesser extent, about the first celestial pillar. The hidden heavenly pillars are energies that are hidden in the earthly branches as believed in Batsu. Asks Li Ji-hum to tell him which of the two sides will regret the failure of the deal more. The sun god is getting angry. He asks which side, and is the guy now hinting at him? He's angry because says the sun god will be sorry. The young lord doesn't think he will die if he doesn't get the birth art. That said, Li Ji-hum is now on the verge of life and death. Now the sun god is apologizing to Ern, and it seems to him that the damn ice energy gave him a brain freeze. Ern says he accepts the guy's apology. Lee Ji-hum, asking what Ern wants from him, even though he's never in his entire life. Didn't drop the price, but willing to discount it by 10,000 coins. Young master. Ern replies that there is no need for that. He just wants to change the terms of the deal. Stilgard asks, isn't it ridiculous to evaluate the life of the sun god in sum? A miserable 150,000 coins. Ern says he needs a rebirth technique, and the sun god needs a way to get rid of the ice energy. So the young gentleman suggests that they satisfy each other's desire. And now Ern asks the customer how he can help him. After a while, Ern used the application of the sponge effect in his head, the process of loading the art of prophecy 1%. The young gentleman doesn't realize how long the absorption process can take because he spent several days removing weeds. A guy feels that suddenly he has an itch in the area of a molar. That's when the guy's tooth falls out. He doesn't understand. Is the process already underway? He's in unbelievable pain, and it feels like all his bones and muscles have been made into a flatbread. And internal organs are not excluded in this either. The young gentleman is now going crazy in incredible pain. He doesn't understand what kind of man the sun god is. If he's already been through all this, he should have warned Ern what awaits him. The process of downloading the art of rebirth. 35% already. The guy's hair and skin is starting to fall out of his face in sections. Ern realizes that if he loses consciousness, this is the unbearable pain, he will die. He needs to hold out because the rebirth art download process is already 63% complete. Ern realizes he has to endure this, but he's torn apart. Ern changed a lot in appearance after his rebirth. He became taller and the guy got incredibly big and strong muscles. Now the guy has a completely different and strong body. A guy walks into the academy courtyard. He walks and all the students start to wonder because this is the same freshman who rose in the rankings to 70th place. After only one fight, this is the same Ern Stilgard. The students sense a completely different energy coming from the guy now. But Ern realizes that it can't be otherwise, because even he wonders if it's really his body, because last night, after testing his new abilities, Ern was able to understand how born geniuses see the world. And if in his old body he had to exert 10 times the force to get 10 times the return, that ratio has changed to 1 to 10. Or even the efficiency is crazier and equals 20. The young gentleman realizes that if he had been born with such a body, he would have been given everything easy and simple. After all, this is a terrible injustice. But the boy realizes that at least from now on, born geniuses will look at him and think that fate has treated them unfairly. Ern Stilgard is now in his mansion meditating. He has unlocked the achievements and absorbed 120 years of inner nurturing and received that's the reward of 10 years of internal splicing. Ern realizes he's accomplished the final achievement to raise his rank in the transactional field. And all the achievements and required soul phases have been achieved. Now the guy has access to enter the channel of the second system. Ern says that from now on, he has access to a new channel that he himself doesn't know very well, and even in the first system, things weren't going too well. But from the contact with the second system, the guy has only bitter memories. A new privilege has also been discovered. The young master doesn't understand whether something else has happened. He opens, and their vibe privilege heart tone is the psychological state of the person he is talking to is displayed in detail, will show the whole essence of the interlocutor. The young gentleman suspects it's another fraudulent privilege and some kind of mind reading. Ern decides that he'll try to use it later, and then he'll know what's what. Ern realizes he has more important things to do right now. It activates the channel selection window and activates the second system. This is the magic world that started the magical enlightenment and collected a collection of magical countries. Ern decides he should check out the event page first. Guy gets a letter welcoming him as an Ern merchant. It says that only yesterday a congratulatory gift was sent for Ern in honor of entering the first system. Ern had already reached the borders of the second system. The young gentleman is congratulated on his rapid progress and sends him a small gift of prepared stock. Ern reads what it says about the gift and suspects that he's going to get some unnecessary coupon this time too. But he sees that he's been sent an ancient coupon, a mana booster, mana ring seal, and lightning massager. The guy is confused by the lightning massager. He doesn't realize if something like that was in the second system. He opens the inventory. The interior is new. There is a solid steel door, a special storage room with heating and cooling. Earn sees that the name is not changed at all here. Ancient mana enhancement coupon extracted from the ruins of Tephra, the birthplace of an ancient magical civilization, has the effect of enhancing the magic power of the wearer. Earn says it's like forming the core of an internal system, but Earn's glance at the lightning massager is quite sufficient. To understand exactly the utter nonsense, the guy realizes he doesn't like it all. He chooses to read more. It says that an invention developed by Atello, a monster in the field of magical engineering, say that there are about 1,500 symptoms, which can be cured and improved with this machine because the wizard's healers, afraid of being left without a piece of bread, have expressed fierce resistance. Therefore, mass production has never been finalized, and the product can only be found in the interspatial trade channel with a few entrepreneurs. After reading all this information, Earn says that his gut is not deceived, because it is some kind of nonsense. But the boy remarks that maybe it isn't, because the trade in measurements shouldn't be. After all, it's based on common sense, and besides, it's like a second system. The guy decides to leave it alone for now, and then he'll look at it over time. He decides to start with what he has right in front of his eyes. Guy starts absorbing the mana ring seal and introduction to hermeneutics. After all, knights accumulate mana in their hearts. The wizard creates a mana ring around the heart. After all, heart mana interferes with the setting of the ring, and ring of mana puts a hindrance in mana accumulation and a complicated process that requires 5 times the more effort than using something alone, so it's impossible to predict whether at least one such person will appear once every 100 years. Earn uses the magical Master Swordsman, and the absorption is complete, and the seal of the mana ring has been set. Earn says that he is now qualified as a magical sword master. He only has 1 ring, and is ashamed to call himself a magical sword master. With so little magic, the guy decides he should try to level up. Most of the people in the second system are scientists and explorers, but there are even people obsessed with magic. Earn has heard that wizards who have taken up the trade. The dimensions are the most sociable among them. Earn reads an ad that someone is selling 3 circles and an extended mana circuit. The guy says it's a pretty good deal. He writes to the guy and says he saw an ad for sale. He asks if the deal is still on. The seller responded very quickly, perhaps even expecting someone to write to him. Young Stilgard decides that he should look at the seller's profile and request a transaction report. This salesman is named Shirlene. After reading all the information about the guy, Earn concludes that the salesman is more of a theorist than a practitioner. Earn is using the heart tone privilege activation. Shirlene says that from his listing, the buyer must have realized his situation. The seller says he's going to quit and stop practicing magic. Therefore, Earn must realize that the seller will not sell anything individually. At this time, when the salesman was telling him his terms, the guy saw before him the emotions that Shirlene was feeling. But Earn is incredibly angry because it's a useless privilege. He doesn't understand. It's incomprehensible without any clues. The guy realizes that he has to start. We need to calm down. He says the ad only said to sell rings and extra circuits. Shirlene says he was originally going to sell only this, but in the end decided to sell all knowledge. However, he has not yet had time to edit the ad. Earn hopes there's something useful in there, because he wouldn't want to buy something completely unnecessary. On the list is the Rune expansion, single ring making scroll medium, illusionary technique level, and various other useful things. The seller realizes that selling all this is like throwing away 10 years of his life. I'm in desperate need of money right now, so there's nothing he can do about it. But it turns out that he can see everything that is going on in a person's soul. Earn wants to find out what kind of knowledge Shirlene is selling. The salesman replies that of course he's selling magical knowledge. Shirlene sends the guy the entire list that the guy was able to see with the privilege. Now he realizes that the privilege actually works, even though all VIP privileges are fraudulent. But it's incredibly awesome and is literally a shield. The psychological state of the person with whom the owner is talking is displayed in detail, and the whole essence of the interlocutor will be shown. Earn buys everything the merchant offered him. Shirlene says that thanks to Earn, he can now be treated as a human being. The young gentleman says that he too is fully satisfied with the bargain, and if fate wills it, they will meet again. Ern realized that heart tone is a really worthwhile privilege. Just because it's a second system doesn't mean that there are no liars. And if there is a Seok-hyun in the first system, then there will be a frame like that here too. And the moment he shows up his soul with a pair of daggers called eyes holding. And the tone of the heart, Ern wants Shylock just to wait a bit. Ern realizes that it's safe to say that this weekend was great for him. After all, 3 mana rings surrounding the heart, 1 expansion circuit, and 3 of the most important wizard's manuscripts are now. Ern is a full-fledged wizard of the 3 rings. He needs to finish his morning training soon and get to work on honing his new powers. He walks into the academy and doesn't realize if practice has already started. He sees a girl and asks, is there any diligence that she came early in the morning? It's the same Selena. She goes up to Ern and asks if the guy has a minute. She asks him to give her time. The guy is silent, and Selena asks Ern to tell her something. The guy asks what exactly he has to tell her. Ern doesn't understand what's going on with the girl because she's acting very strangely. Ern suspects that Selena has been waiting for him. Ern says that this time, the girl is all. She is neat and radiant, so no one guesses anything. Ern asks, is this really the style in fashion now? Selena replies that she doesn't understand what Ern means. Ern is talking about the true face of Selena Lefebvre. The girl realizes she's lost her touch and says she didn't think she'd be figured out by some young freshman. The girl asks how Ern knew. But the young gentleman could not help but know, for in his past life he had been able to please all these girls. After all, Selena is a woman like a drug, her beautiful appearance, impeccable pedigree, so the girl is not lacking in talents as a knight. In addition, Selena is cunning and has mastered the skill of manipulating other people's hearts. Ern remembers how many years he has spent in agony trying to get out from under these charms, dragging him down like a swamp. This is the true shameful page of his life. But the girl repeats that she asked how the guy knew. But the girl says she figured it out and she's the same person. Selena says that if the guy says no, then she doesn't understand where Ern is going to use his hidden talents in his club called Takeoff. Ern asks if the girl was sent by Artyom and ordered the girl to find out something about the club. Selena replies that if Artyom wants something, let him handle it himself. And she came to Ern with a different proposal. The girl says that she originally planned to probe the players amongst themselves. There's no point in stalling. So the girl asks how about a guy trying to date her once. But Ern turns around and walks away. He says he's wasting his time, definite for practicing for such a useless conversation. The girl asks for the guy to stop and say at least the reason for his refusal, because she is Selena. She is Selena Lefebvre. And if Ern starts dating her, everyone will be jealous. She asks if she needs any more arguments, and that's because she'll make Ern cry. Crawl to her on his knees. But Ern walks away, and all he thinks about is that the girl. Let her do what she wants, and he doesn't give a damn about it at all. But guys, I wonder how the girl knew his club was called Takeoff. Maybe there was a leak. Ern is holding a club meeting, at which time Hewin raises his hand and says it might have been him. After all, the guy had made Artyom aware of his departure from Club 21, and the name of the club and the list of members were already ready. He apologizes because Artyom kept asking him questions, and somehow the guy told his brother everything. Ern asks Hyun to go out with him to the courtyard. He asks why the boy acted the way he did. Hyun apologizes because he made a serious mistake. But Ern replies that he is not talking about that, for there is nothing secret about the name of the club in the membership lists. Then Hyun doesn't understand what Ern is talking about. The young gentleman replies that there's no higher name in town than royalty, and since Hyun is a member of the Carson family, he should behave accordingly. But Hyun replies that even though he's and Carson, he has no skills or talent anyway, and if you take away the name, he doesn't stand out from the crowd. Long realizes that if possible, he'd like for Hyun to realize the situation on his own and change. But there's nothing he can do about it, and he should start by taking care of the guy's equipment. Ern asks for Hyun to give it to him. Puzzled today, but the young master tells the boy not to waste time talking. Ern holds out a ring to Po Boy and puts it on Hyun. This ring is a ring that awakens courage, and once it is put on, fear and apprehension are suppressed, and the wearer, less embarrassed by this item, recommended for wizards going into their first battle. Ern asks if any of the guy's feelings have changed. He says he doesn't know because he suddenly feels better. Hyun asks what's wrong with it, but Ern says there's nothing, and he suggests to the boy Just go back inside the building. Ern realizes it's better to move Hyun slowly in the right direction, and if Ern presses the guy in vain, it will only hurt him more. And instead of trying to change him into his own hand, Ern realizes he'd better change for sure. He doesn't go to the room where the club members are sitting and hears them discussing that Hyun is a shallow guy. They don't understand if the guy can't figure out what to say and what not to say. It's a dialogue between Benjamin and Daven. Benjamin says that compared to what he's heard, Hyun seems even more weak-willed. Daven replies that it's hard to call it weakness because the problem lies in the level of intelligence. They don't understand how a cold-blooded duke could have such a son. Benjamin says that apparently all the best went to his older brother, and looks and abilities and intellect. Although Archim can't be called sane either, it's better to be cold-blooded. Hyun walks up to Benjamin and picks him up by his cape. The guy starts yelling at Benjamin and tells him to say it again. He doesn't understand. Did Benjamin really just say that Artyom had taken the best of everything? Ern was incredibly surprised at what he saw. Was it really that easy? Opponents Hyun feared, which means Artyom was the key to Hyun's transformation. If Ern uses it correctly, he may be able to get the highest effectiveness from the Ring of Courage. Ern realizes that Hyun is really losing steam too fast, because now the guy doesn't realize what he's done. He doesn't know what to do if his actions will cause all the members to leave. Ern says Benjamin and Daven bowed their heads and apologized, and Hyun, I also accepted their apology, realizing that there was a misunderstanding. And also, Hyun apologized for his outburst and says he momentarily lost control. Now the guy realizes it's about the ring. He got the exact same feeling when he first put it on. Thinks he shouldn't wear that ring after all. He feels like he's becoming someone he's not, and he's never been so angry in his life. Something like that. Ern says it's good, but the boy needs to wear the ring a little. There's some truth to what Benjamin said. After all, the guys in their club have changed a lot in their attitudes and manner of speech. Ern says that if it's so hard to accept what happened, Hyun should consider his opponent, Artyom. The young master asks if it is possible for Hyun to be harsh on his brother. Hyun replies that it is possible, and he'll do his best, because he's Carson, and he'll live up to his last name. Ern sees how easy it is to control this guy. The young gentleman, along with his club, says that although they have had some troubling moments, he proposes to put what happened in the past and take care of each other. He asks if the members are willing to do that. Everyone says yes. Ern turns to Barian and Mita. He holds out 2 sacks to them and says that although the smell of this is disgusting, but they need to eat 1 pill each after their workout. They ask what it is. Ern replies that they are green bamboo pills, a remedy for the fatigue of the first system. He says they should take it because it is good for the body. Now Ern turns to Benjamin and Daven. He presents them with a pass to the Royal Library. The boys don't understand how they can be given something so valuable. Ern says that if the books they want to read aren't there either, they should just send a request to Flip's sales company. After all, Ern has already given the appropriate order, so he will get them all the books that can be brought from abroad. Ern looks at Chappelle and sees that the lad has a trembling expectation. The young gentleman turns to him and asks why the boy is looking at him. But the guy says no, he'd just like to read some books too. He asks if he can get a pass. Ern replies that there's nothing complicated about it, but he assumes there's no need for a guy to do it. The 14th Magic Tower. Ern brought Chappelle there. The boy asks Ern why they suddenly went to the Magic Tower. Ern tells the kid not to worry because he's introducing him to a very good mentor. He's just about to walk out towards them. Chappelle realizes that from the first glance, he can see that he is a high-ranked mage. He turns to Ern and says they haven't seen each other in a while. Ern wants Chappelle to meet him, for before them is his uncle, Sir, in the name of Kendall Risker. The boy tilts his head in greeting and thinks about what he's heard. A few minutes and turns to Ern, and in a frenzy can't understand what Ern just said. Could it be that the youngest owner of the 6 rings is in front of them? And number 1 in the ranking of contenders to be the next Archmage, Chappelle can't figure out if the one in front of him is the same Sir Kendall Risker. Ern, Chappelle, and Sir Kendall set off to drink tea. At this point, the teapot of the moment hangs in the air and pours the tea. Sir Kendall can't believe his eyes. He doesn't understand how this is even possible. He asks if the boy is trying to become a wizard, even though he is a direct descendant of the Klaus family. Chappelle asks if that's strange, but Sir is puzzled. He asks how could he not, since Klaus, a direct descendant of the same family, wants to study magic under him. Ern says his request isn't really about, and Ern only asks that Sir Kendall Risker allow the boy to use the materials in the magic tower. Ern realizes that, although the guy didn't spend 20 years of his life, it's safe to say that Sir Kendall Risker has a talent worthy of the Archmage's chair. Ern realizes that if from this point on, Chappelle starts practicing in the magic tower, it's quite possible the guy will become the youngest hierarch in history. Sir Kendall Risker turns to Ern. He says that the magic tower is a haven of the true and a beacon of wisdom. It is not a place that opens its doors to everyone else. And Sir has to see if this guy's worthy of a place like this. Now turning to Chappelle, he says if Ern vouches for him, then Sir will give him a chance. Sir says that he is going to give Chappelle a little test, and so Ern has to step out for a while. Ern says that Chappelle has been introduced. It's a good opportunity, so he should try his best. Now Ern is thinking about what he should do. At this time, he walks by and he hears, as someone can't find the answer, there sits a man behind a desk. And he says he doesn't understand where the problem lies because he hasn't been home for a week. And if he fails to correct the mistake this time too, his mentor will eat him alive. Seeing this from the outside, Ern realizes it's not a complicated formula, but he wonders why the man is agonizing over it. Ern comes up behind the guy and the guy turns around and asks what's wrong. Ern wonders if he can get a closer look at this magic circle. The boy says that he saw Ern talking to the tutor recently. He asks if Ern is a wizard by any chance. The young gentleman replies that he is not. And you could say he just has a little bit of basic magical knowledge. But the guy in the lab says he's the senior magician and the second most important person here. He asks, does Ern think he can solve the problem that stumped even him? And that's all, just because somewhere Ern heard some magical knowledge. But Ern replies that if the guy increases the value a bit and expresses all the messy parts there, it would be a good magic formula. But when the lab guy hears this, he just gets angry. He asks, does Ern think he's going to put up with it just because Ern is a guest of the mentor? The guy says. For Ern to go away while he's being spoken to nicely. The young master feels as if he were not a wizard at all, for he is given an answer. And he gets angry. The only thing this guy has is pride and knowledge. Ern apologizes for disturbing the guy and leaves. He realizes that if this guy is a senior mage, he must have at least 4 rings. But what Ern doesn't understand is why this guy doesn't see what he sees as the owner of the 3 rings. Ern thinks he can do it. He decides to try the test problems available here. Standard wizard exam questions high difficulty and a time limit of 90 minutes. The task is to correct the wrong path. The next task is to find and mark all the disadvantages of the following magic circles. Ern solves it all and sees that it's very much. He just doesn't realize if these aren't easy tasks. And now, the young master. Convinced definitively, just as the released internal energy of the first system, crushes aura continent wielders. Then the third ring system should not be considered the same as the third ring continent mages. Suddenly that guy from the lab starts yelling at Ern and asking if what he said makes any sense. That guy starts asking how Ern dare lie to him. The witch told him he wasn't a wizard. Sir Kendall Risker enters the lab with Chappelle. Sir says he's finished training Ern's friend. When they go in, Sir sees the guy from the lab start yelling at Ern and asking who he even is and where the magic tower came from. The guy says that Ern enjoys picking on people in this way. The lab guy doesn't understand. Did Ern really have fun picking on him? Seeing all this, Sir starts yelling at a guy named Raphael, Sir Kendall Risker asks. What a mess Raphael made in the lab. The guy wants to file a complaint against Ern. But Sir doesn't let him say and a word, and asks, did Raphael fix all the magic formulas, and that's why the guy decided to put on this whole show? Sir Kendall says that in fact, if the senior wizard doesn't have an ounce of responsibility, then he should be thrown out of this building. Raphael starts yelling at his mentor and asking if he's overreacting. The guy wants Sir Kendall Risker to watch Raphael work hard. Up to this point and looked at his appearance. The guy doesn't even look human anymore. And because of this task, he can't even go home for a week. Because of the hard work on research, Raphael can not only sleep, he cannot even wash and eat properly. The mentor asks if Raphael didn't know this when he applied, because this is the senior wizard's destiny. Raphael says that he understands it all perfectly well. But if a mentor makes someone work up a sweat, they should be held accountable for that person to the very end. Raphael doesn't understand how a brilliant boy can be shamelessly recruited to give him a leadership position. The tutor is puzzled. Is this boy talking about Ern? For the young gentleman is only the son of his old friend, but not a wizard. Raphael says the mentor is lying to him. If the guy's not a magician, how can the mentor explain that the guy solved the problem? Mentor sees the magic formula and says that if Raphael fixed everything, he should have said so. After seeing the solution to the problem, the mentor says it's amazing. He asks how Raphael came to this conclusion. But the guy replies that it wasn't him, it was Ern. The mentor asks what kind of nonsense Raphael keeps saying as of late. The lab guy says it's not bullshit at all. He wants the tutor to look at the tests Ern just took. Every single one of those tests is of the highest difficulty. And Ern handled everything in only 5 minutes and didn't make a single mistake. Raphael doesn't understand how after that the mentor is still going to claim that this guy's not a wizard. Sir Kendall Risker asks if Raphael even knows the surname Ern, because the guy is a Stilgard. And if Raphael hasn't heard that last name, and shame on him. The guy in the lab is trying to remember that last name. But when he remembers, he has an epiphany because it's a heart of steel. The mentor asks if the boy needs any more explanations. Raphael is very frightened, and he is just perplexed. The mentor asks, does the boy still have something to say? But the boy has an incredible scare and is taken away. Sir Kendall Risker asks that Ern forgive this guy for his inappropriate behavior. After all, they are now working on a very important project and are therefore all very overworked. But Ern is not very interested in that. He asks how Chappelle passed the test. Chappelle pulls out a card and shows it. Also, the guy says he's accepted, so the guy tested positive. At this time in Club 21, Tane Carson pounces on a guy and starts beating him up. Asking how he dared to lose a duel to a guy as weak as a Barian, Tane Carson asks, does the guy have dog legs instead of hands? Paris asks Carson to calm down or he'll cause personal trouble. The guy Tane Carson beats up apologizes to him because the guy had no idea Orion had overcome his fear of swords. Tane Carson pins this guy's head to the floor with his foot and tells him to shut his mouth. Because to Tane Carson, it doesn't matter if this guy loses a Barian or not, but they are the 21 Club. This is a group of winners that the entire academy looks up to. And that's the way it's been, and that's the way it's going to be, because they're going to smash this club to smithereens and become the best of the best. Tane Carson asks that Jason challenge the club to a series of fights where they will win outright. He's in the aisle waiting for something. Suddenly, he hears someone say to him that the guy sighs loudly. He is asked if Jason has been having a hard time lately. Jason says it's a silly question because, of course, he's having a hard time, and it seems like the stress has aged him 10 years, and he's been treated like he used to be treated before. Not so much awe. And now they're looking at me like I'm some kind of spy. Jason says everything is going according to Ern's plan. Jason sees his little brother Ern and says that Tane Carson has decided to offer the kid in a series of fights. Jason asks Ern if everything is really going to be okay, because even though Ern tries not to show it, she must be worried about the other members of the club. His older brother tells Ern not to worry, because not only Barian and Huyn but others are also showing tremendous growth. Ern says that's absolutely right. And so Jason shouldn't worry too much about that either. Also, the guy tells his brother that he has to get ready for a series of fights, and so he has to leave. Ern says he will contact his brother later, and he wants Jason to be careful. The older brother replies that Ern should be careful too. Jason Stilgard doesn't understand. What a ridiculous situation he finds himself in, relying on his younger brother. Jason realizes that's pretty good too. Ern is holding a meeting at his club. The team doesn't understand what Ern is suggesting they do. They don't believe it can be. They question it, but it's not like that. As it was said and they just heard it. But Ern replies that they heard it right, and it was decided to hold a series of fights between clubs 21 and up. And the one who loses will close the doors of the club will disappear. Both the name of the club and the opportunity to hold meetings. Barian is perplexed. He says it's unacceptable. Why would they go to such an insane lengths? The boys don't want this club to cease to exist. Huyn tries to calm everyone down. He says it's the most important thing to start with. And Ern must have some kind of agenda, so what a move. Asks Ern when the fight series will take place. Huyn hopes it will be a year from now. Ern's palm shows that it's 5. Huyn sees this and says that 5 months is too short a time frame. But Ern replies that the fight will start in 5 days. The whole team is perplexed. They are very scared and worried. Ern asks what's wrong with them. since wouldn't it be better to deal with the problem as soon as possible? Hyun tells Earn not to talk nonsense. He starts calling Earn names and yelling at him and asking him what he has done. 5 days later, Club 21 gathers and Thane Carson says Earn is crazy. They do not realize what is in front of them. It is assumed that the club take off with their meticulousness approach to the preparation of fights. The guys who are watching all this are impressed by the size of the audience because the gathered are rich and noble people, whose names are on everyone's lips. The guys don't understand how they all got invited to this place. Paris turns to Thane Carson and says he thinks something is wrong here. But Thane Carson replies that nothing will change. And if they wish to be humiliated in front of everyone, they will give the club a good thrashing. Hyun asks Earn if it's really going to be all right, because the guy had no idea that so many nobles would be attending the duel. Earn tells the team not to worry because things are going very easily. And as everyone has been waiting for a long time today, Kendall Risker, the magician representing the 14th magical tower, will be in charge of live sound and broadcasting the match. And assisting him will be one commander of the second squad of Imperial Knights in the name of Melta Tanyan. The audience discusses the fact that the commentators will be a mage of the 6 rings and a knight of heroic rank. The audience does not understand why such an honor because it is not even a royal tournament. Sir Kendall Risker announces that we are about to begin a series of bouts between the 21 Club and the Rising Club. Sir Kendall Risker announces that they are starting the first duel between the clubs. He wonders who exactly has the part to open this competition. But as he spoke, the contestants of the first bout had already entered the arena from Club 21. A contestant by the name of Thane Carson entered the arena. This is the firstborn son of His Highness the Duke of Carson. The lad has been hailed as a talented young man who will be a pillar for the next generation. From the Takedown Club, Hyun Carson confronts him. Thane Carson is angry because of what Earn did, but the guy has to admit Earn has a great sense of humor anyway. The Carson brothers' fight is now on for all to see. The host asks if this isn't trying to get everyone interested right from the start. Right now, Hyun feels incredibly scared, even though the guy got here because he trusted Earn. But Hyun is still unable to put aside the fear of his big brother. Thane Carson says that seeing his brother's frightened face suggests that Hyun did not enter the arena willingly. Thane Carson asks how his brother feels. He asks if the kid likes feeling like a toy in Earn's hands. Thane Carson says he'll give the kid a chance this time, and if Hyun refuses to take the fight, and will return to his club, then Thane Carson promises that he will not retaliate against Hyun for his betrayal or impose any punishment. After all, Hyun just needs to get back on track. But Hyun realizes that if he goes back to square one, his older brother will bully him again. So he tells his brother to go far away and he'll fight. The brothers have entered the duel. They fight with swords. But Thane Carson, trying to pressure his brother and morally calling him a lowlife. Thane Carson punches Hyun right in the gut and the guy goes down. Thane Carson asks what Hyun was hoping for before going up against him. The hosts announce that Hyun is unable to get to his feet and apparently the guy is seriously injured. The host asks if this means that the winner of the first fight has already been decided. Thane Carson tells his brother that Hyun should have known his place. The instructor comes up to the kid and asks if Hyun admits defeat, and if he doesn't give an answer, he will automatically be counted out. But Hyun takes all his strength and jumps up and runs at his big brother. Thane Carson turns around, and Hyun punches his brother in the face with all his might. The announcers announce that Hyun is back in action. Cue. He can't believe this day is finally here, and he's loving it, watching his big brother bloodied. Thane Carson tells Hyun not to expect to leave the arena. On his 2 feet, as Thane Carson promises to count his brother's bones. But suddenly, Hyun raises his hand and tells the instructor that he admits defeat. The announcer announces that the winner is Thane Carson, congratulates his brother on his victory. But Thane Carson doesn't realize what's happening. He feels incredible shame as he looks toward the takeoff team and sees Earn laughing. Now Thane Carson realizes that the young master had planned this all along. Hyun is grateful that Earn gave him a chance, and now it's like a stone has fallen from his soul. Earn asks why the boy is thanking him at all, since he decided to get rid of Thane Carson himself. So the young gentleman congratulates Hyun on becoming a true Carson. The announcer announces that we are now in the second bout. He's prepared for the fight. Earn tells Mita and Chappelle to get ready. He asks if they have forgotten what Earn told them. Chappelle says they haven't forgotten, but he asks, Is it really permissible to do so? Ern answers that of course you can. The presenter asks if this isn't similar to the situation when she feasted. There is no food since both Mita and Chappelle lost. The presenter wonders if the two cadets were both too lethargic. Compared to the first bout, Sir Kendall Risker says that the fourth member of the Rising Club, sophomore Barian, is now entering the arena. Host asks, can the kid break the 21 Club's winning streak? This is the fourth bout. Barian battles Tane Carson. The host says it's a terrific bout and excellent striking that makes you forget that there have been 3 fights previously. The host says it's an intense fight without a single concession to the point where the huge difference in rankings turns to nothing. The captain realizes that an underclassman sophomore is fighting on equal footing with a third grader. Who's in a leadership position at the top of the class, Carson? And even though the captain might assume the guy's picked up his skills lately, but he doesn't realize, except that the situation still doesn't seem absurd. Now, Thane Carson understands why William didn't take action. Thane Carson doesn't understand how the situation came to be like this in the first place, and how a man can instant okay change so much. The boys fight, and in an instant the Barian gains the upper hand and pushes Thane Carson away with a swing of his sword. The referee says it's the first critical moment because the punch was great, but a dying Thane Carson can't get up. The host says it's awesome, and he thinks he should apologize for his earlier remark to the Barium. Thane Carson realizes that he wouldn't want to use such a method, but he has no other choice. The instructor asks Thane Carson if the guy can continue the fight. Thane Carson steps up and says of course he can. Barian looks at Thane Carson and realizes that he is frankly sincerely sorry. But Thane Carson says that if Barian wasn't a homeless orphan, he would have invited the guy to his 21 club a long time ago. And in an instant, the guy appears right in front of the Barian and strikes. Thane Carson says he'll show you where this little bug's place is. The boys start fighting. The announcer says that Thane Carson is running a series of furious attacks. Sir Kendall Risker thinks it's more accurate to say that earlier, Thane Carson only intimidated his opponent. Option: even though he has raised his mana level to max, then the shockwave knocks him down. After all, a person can't change that much in the blink of an eye. They continue to battle Thane Carson with each time he strikes his opponent, and the Barian has damaged internal organs and is bleeding from his mouth. Thane Carson sees that now the guy is definitely out of strength, because even when he was throwing punches, he was exhausted. But Barian gets up from his knees, and the announcer says that Barian is showing amazing fighting spirit. Ern was waiting for the Barian to show its full strength, for the day before he and the boy had fought. And the results of their training has led to success. Even the whole team is surprised from what is happening now. The captain says they all just witnessed this marvelous scene. So beautiful and so terrifying, for there has been the birth of a new aura user, this Barian. But suddenly the guy falls down without strength. The presenter says that the Barian spent all the forces to create a clot of aura, and the guy lacked only one step. The captain starts yelling and asking what the instructors are doing because they need to take the Barian to the healers immediately. After all, this student is the treasure of the city. The instructors reply that everything will be done, and they're already carrying a stretcher to pick up the guy. They slowly and carefully put the Barian on the stretcher. They ask, so Thane Carson can step aside and stay out of their way. Thane Carson realizes that even though he won, he's the one who's on the losing end of this situation. For now, he is a winner who is not a winner. The announcer says they have all witnessed a truly amazing event. And now it's time to get back to their competition as Ern Stilgard, who is the head of the Rise Club, enters the arena. The announcer says that as far as he's concerned. Recently, Cadet Ern has made significant progress. For example, in the freshman ranking, Ern managed to climb to second place. Also, Sir Kendall Risker telling everyone it's his nephew. Because Carson versus Stilgard is an entertaining spectacle. Thane Carson turns to Ern and says that the guy pitted Hewan against Thane Carson, and it was a funny joke from Ern. Thane Carson asks how the young Stilgard knew he would enter the arena first, but Ern replies that he must have been a complete fool not to have guessed it. I mean, it was obvious that Ern would be the last man out, and so Thane Carson calculated that he'd have at least 4 victories in his pocket. And on the one hand, it's not bad to attract. On the other hand, Thane Carson will have an excuse for losing to him. Like one of the excuses that if Thane Carson hadn't struck out, and Powers would surely have won Ern or something like that. Ern asks if what he says is true. Thane Carson replies that no matter what Ern says, nothing will change and the club will end today. But suddenly Ern raises his hand and throws the ball on the floor. The instructor asks, "What happened? And is there a problem?" But Ern replies that there's nothing like that. He just wants to be courteous to an opponent who has had 4 fights in a row. And Ern thinks that in this situation, it would be more appropriate to move on to a successful fight. To minimize. But the above is of course a joke because this way Ern will be able to beat Thane Carson with his hands for much longer. Ern breaks the sword that belongs to Thane Carson with a single hand and the boys engage in hand-to-hand combat. Ern's hand hits Thane Carson and the guy realizes he's losing his voice. And now Thane Carson feels something strange happening to his hands. Ern turns to Thane. Carson asks, "Isn't it true that the guy was planning to throw a couple of punches and give up?" But Thane Carson's voice is gone and her hands aren't working. Ern says it's Thane Carson. With all his will, he cannot refuse to participate in the duel. Ern asks what to do, so he decides all he has to do is beat Thane Carson to a pulp. He gives the guy blow after blow. The announcer says that Ern's attack is terrifying, but Thane Carson calmly withstands blow after blow. Thane Carson realizes that things are not going according to plan, and something is not right here because even if he tries to just drop his opponent, but his body is independent of his will. Ern uses the subjugation of air currents, and Thane Carson regains his fighting stance. The announcer says that Thane Carson is staying on his feet. He assumes the boy was impressed by the Barian's fighting spirit. Thane Carson realizes it's not like that and he begs them to stop. But he can't say anything. The announcer says that Thane Carson, though he lost, but the guy showed a truly amazing fight. Sir Kendall Risker says that this is a very valuable first win for the club is taking off. Sir is already burning with anticipation, hoping the tense atmosphere will last until the very end. But as he spoke, the next member from the 21 club entered the arena. It's a guy ranked #1 in the freshman class in the name of Cassian. The host thinks that this fight will also be extremely exciting for the audience, because the participants of today's fight will fight for the title of the best in the rankings, and tonight's star freshman will be him, Sir Kendall Risker. The host wonders who will come out on top among the freshmen today. Cassian says that what Ern did then, he wants the guy to do it again. Ern replies that there's nothing complicated about it. The anchor says that the guy already seems... They began to probe each other's fortitude. Is it really going to be a game of nerves of the first and second place? Cassian Traus takes a deep breath, raises his sword and points it at Ern. He takes a swing and uses tremendous wind pressure. It was a great response by Cassian Traus. On provocation from Ern, the anchor doesn't understand how a guy at the age of 16 even managed to reach such heights because of Cassian Traus has proven once again that you can't take first place. No wonder they call the guy a genius. Cassian Traus realizes he couldn't get within an inch of Ern. But young Steelguard says that Cassian Traus is talking nonsense, for he sees Cassian Traus showing considerable growth. And this time, the guy definitely felt the power in his hand. Cassian Traus says he was able to get some comfort from someone who is a real monster. Cassian Traus just turns around and walks away. The announcer doesn't understand what happened this time. Does Cadet Cassian Traus refuse to fight? Paris becomes angry and asks why Cassian Traus has suddenly decided to surrender. They're supposed to attack according to Thane Carson's strategy after all. Paris asks, how could Cassian Traus even do such a thing in a situation where he had the opportunity to force his opponent to use up a little more strength? But Cassian Traus replies that they too will soon realize the reason why he made such a decision, because that strategy will have absolutely no effect on Ern. Sir Kendall Risker says that Cassian's refusal to participate was a rather odd twist to the fight, or not even just odd. After all, everyone present in this place is extremely puzzled by the decision, led by students Harton and Rodiel, although they were only defensive. Both of them acknowledge their defeat, and from every angle it looks as if the 21 club's strategy is to knock out the head of the club's rise. Sir Kendall Risker doesn't understand. Does the best third-year cadets completely lack pride? He asks, what is the captain's thoughts on the matter? Sir Melta answers that there are times when for the sake of achieving victory you should forget about pride in this, and lies the special appeal of the series of fights where the main strategy plays a role. However, whether this method works or not is another matter. Sir Kendall Risker does not. The captain speaks, but Sir Melta replies that during the final fight, Sir will figure it all out for himself. After all, the club soars to its 4th victory, and the moment comes for the final fight confrontation of the best fighters from the two clubs from a minute to a minute will be the final battle. Everyone is interested in who will be the winner of the series of fights and need not miss the long-awaited fight. Paris wants to take all the power out of Ern. He says that now the guy is finished. The host says that, aside from the fourth-year students who went to knighthood practice, that Paris is by far the strongest among the remaining students of the academy. Everyone is interested in whether the starburst will end here. Paris says that just as he expected, he and Ern met in the finals. Ern sees that the boy's broken wrists have reattached. Paris tells Ern to wait a little longer, and he will soon wipe that unpleasant smile off Steelguard's face. He starts to get angry, uses an incredible aura, and also the guy has two swords. The host sees the guy using a red aura. He doesn't know if there's such a thing. After all, it is very rare, and the presenter also personally sees such auras for the first time. Ern uses his aura, and from this the presenter is also no less surprised because Steelguard uses a silver aura. Sir Kendall Risker is ready to go crazy. He asks how so Ern was an aura user, and none of the 20 club members knew that Ern really was an aura user. Heen says that although it was known to him, at that moment he didn't expect Aura Ern to turn out to be so awesome. These two guys are pitted against each other and ready to engage in a battle they fight, and it's really very exciting. The presenters are breathtaking to see because it's a fierce battle between two aura users. Paris doesn't understand how his rival managed to achieve such a result. Ern stands like an impregnable mountain and Paris can't even move an inch. From here, Paris attacks and Ern blocks the enemy's blow out of anger at Paris's nosebleed. Ern says that now the guy has finally lost. Ern says he suspected something was wrong during the Tane-Carson-Bryan fight, but he kept it to himself until the very end, because even if the guy's thoughts, clouded by the desire to win, there's a line that shouldn't be crossed, like, you shouldn't take illegal performance-enhancing drugs. All the stats needed for a fight, such as the explosive power concentration pills that Paris just drank before the competition. But Paris pretends not to understand and asks what lies Ern is telling now. But young Steelguard asks, doesn't Paris know that if the dosage is miscalculated, the guy will be in serious trouble? Paris wants Ern to shut his mouth. He asks who the guy even dares to bring up such words. Paris wants to hit Ern, but the guy backs off and says, which means Paris is going to fake it to the end. Ern swings his sword, and Paris flies off. Ern says he originally planned to fight at half strength, but Paris pissed him off. Ern is ready to attack. He jumps out at the guy and says he'll teach him to admit mistakes now. Young Steelguard smashing everything in his path is unbelievable. Big fire explosion and there's smoke everywhere. All the spectators are in smoke. Sir Kendall Risker says it seems the winner of the final bout has been decided. And the winner is Ern from the Takeoff Club. All the members of the club start to cheer, and the audience screams that it's awesome, and the club takeoff is the best. The team members run up to Ern and congratulate him on his victory. At this point, the announcer asks for silence and announces that the winner of the series of fights is Ern. That is, the entire club takes off. Thane Carson says Club 21 has disbanded, and members are banned from other private organizations. On the territory of the educational institution, as well as any acts of erection against the Flying Club, are prohibited. The guy swears that he will manage the members of the dissolved club, using Manu as a witness to enforce the above. After these words, he asks if Ern is satisfied. Ern replies that everything is in place now, because there is no room for trust in their relationship. As Ern promised, he would keep the 21 Club's use of illegal drugs a secret. Thane Carson says Ern is a walking thorn. Ern replies that he confirms the existence of the oath and leaves wishing all the good guy he wants not to meet him again. When Ern comes out of the room where Thane Carson was lying, he sees a man there, but Ern is puzzled because he doesn't remember inviting him. It's the commander of the prosecutor's night corps who says he and Ern haven't seen each other for a long time. Ern says he's glad to see the man. He asks why Zenitz is here. Well, Zenitz doesn't know what kind of stupid questions he's being asked. The guy heard there was a match of the century within the academy walls, so he couldn't help but come to watch. The birth of a new aura user, and the subsequent birth of another, or more correctly birthdays, and an open demonstration. Zenitz asks if it should be called, "It was a miracle that a student who had been a fourth-grade knight until recently had become an aura user in such a short period of time." Ern answers that the breath of steel is a method of concentrating mana that works wonders, and being a knight of the first class. Zenith should know that aura is not created, but given. The commander of the prosecutor's night corps doesn't realize if there's a special reason. Replies that these are strange feelings, desperate to protect the people he cares about. But Zenith doesn't believe a guy could have a desperate ambition. Young Steelguard says, "What viewers may not have known, but on this series of duels depended the survival of their club's rise." Xena replies that even if such conditions were imposed, the word despair doesn't seem to fit at all. The young boy doesn't realize Zenith thinks he's been hiding his abilities. Xena realizes that this is an even more absurd proposition to contemplate Sir Derek. One would have to reach one of the special ranks if he at that age had managed to. To reach a special rank, then, he shouldn't have been called a genius who broke the founding emperor's record. Says at least he knows what Xena is thinking. But he's not in first grade, he's in second grade. Zenith answers that such cases happen, but it's not from me that it looks suspicious because in such a short time. Has become an aura user, and also didn't send him an invitation to a series of fights. Starts laughing and asks if there's a single person who didn't know. As a busy inspector of the prosecutor's night corps, Zenith is also the commander of this unit, and just didn't want to distract him too much. Over something as trivial as that. Zenith replies that even the fact that cares for him so much seems too suspicious. Suspects that there is probably no end to it. Suddenly, Sir Kendall Risker comes out and says that he has been looking for for a long time, because the guy himself asked for mediation and disappeared without saying a word. Xena sees Sir and says that because of him, Zenith enjoyed watching the series of fights. Sir Kendall Risker responds that Zenith is flattering him, and he was only too happy to discover such a rare talent. Zenith asks who is standing next to Sir. The commander of the prosecutor's night corps notices the look, and he remembers and greets Miss Sierra. But even is puzzled and doesn't know who this woman is. Sir Kendall Risker says that should have been honored too. After all, the 14th head of the Magic Tower is the only Archmage of the 7 Rings of Navarras and the 7th mark of the continent of Sierra Pelgas. Realizes that Archmage Glory is standing before him, who is pierced to the heavens. Not that, but even the Imperial family dare not show her disdain, and in front of him is that crazy maiden from the south. Evades and says he is honored to meet the girl. He introduces that his name is Steelguard, and he is the 3rd son of House Steelguard. At this time, Sir Kendall Risker is giving Zenith a look that indicates that Zenith should leave. And suddenly, the commander of the prosecutor's night corps says he has an urgent matter to attend to, so he has to leave them. Sir wishes the guy a good journey. Asks his uncle what his business is. Sir Kendall Risker remembers giving Raphael advice about the magic circle. But doesn't understand if this incident is still not over, because this result was an accident, and it's better for the magician not to attach much importance to what happened. Sir Kendall Risker replies that he understands perfectly well, and he wants not to worry. After all, he had no intention of interfering with his nephew's bright future. It's just that today Sir saw an amazing sight in so many ways. However, the magic circle is an area that cannot be explained by the word random. To all this, Sir wonders if has ever heard of the gift of the beautiful eye, for it is a magical talent, which, as they say, is a 1 in a million eye able to see the beauty of the brevity and effectiveness of the magic formula's gift of the beautiful eye. Realizes that he certainly doesn't have anything like that, because it's just second system knowledge gained through interdimensional trade. And no, more importantly, he doesn't understand why he's in this carriage. Doesn't understand where they're going. Sierra sees that is very agitated. She asks what the guy keeps looking at without end. The young gentleman asks for an apology. The girl thinks is wondering how she can look like that. After all, when a girl reveals her true identity, everyone looks at her with eyes exactly like now. But realizes that he really wonders how a man who's over 50 years old can look like he's not even 30. Sierra says it's been a long time since her heart fluttered like this, puzzled at how creative and succinct and beautiful it is. A magic circle, because only someone like a genius could come up with such a formula. The girl says that if this topic has already been touched upon, she wants to make a small check. She says that if finds an inefficient section, she'll give him something very interesting. She shows the guy things and asks if he knows what she's holding right now. But doesn't understand. How can he not know that? It's a product of his store. He replies to the girl that of course he knows. But Sierra is puzzled. Is that all the guy will say? Ern replies that it is a pleasant color. The girl says that it is incredibly strange, for 100 out of 100 knights who see this crystal have eyes immediately filled with lust for possession. Ern doesn't understand why would he crave a thing that only costs 200 coins. Yes, and he has over 100 of them in stock. The guy realizes that if Sierra is going to give the crystal away for free, he sees no point in giving it up. Ern points to the circle and gives the girl answers to all her questions. Sir Kendall Risker, you say it's amazing because there's no doubt. Ern has the gift of the beautiful eye, and in the time that Ern has pointed out 4 inaccuracies, he has found only 1. But Sierra replies that it's not 4. The guy doesn't understand what the girl is saying. Sierra repeats that the inaccuracies are not 4. She points her finger at the circle and asks, Ern, why this section is ineffective? She says that of course this one. The part that reduces the effectiveness, however, to activate the magic circle, this ineffective partition is badly needed. Ern replies that whatever the fact is that it is ineffective remains unchanged and there's no point in leaving, as is what can be improved. Now the girl wants Ern to try and fix this flaw. She summons a glowing pencil. Ern realizes that continental magic is far behind in theory, but nevertheless, he is surprised that there are 7 archmages. Ern asks the girl what she thinks the magic circle looks better after he made the adjustments. Sierra replies that this circle is beautiful. She doesn't understand. Does the gift of the beautiful eye really hide in the guy's eyes? The girl presents the boy with 2 crystals. Ern realizes it's a savings of 400 coins. The girl wants this smart guy to try and improve another lap, but Ern wants the head of the magic tower to listen to him. After all, she said she wanted to talk in a quiet place, so Ern went with them. And in that case, he doesn't understand whether it would be wrong to say in the first place what the girl wants from him. Sierra replies that there is logic in what the guy says, and as expected. Ern is indeed a gifted young man. The girl has a very difficult problem to solve, for she has been dealing with it for a long time, but feels that she has reached her limit, and so she needs the help of the possessor of the gift of the beautiful eye, and perhaps then a breakthrough will be made in this area. The girl asks that Ern help her. She promises to reward the guy with a reward that will not disappoint. For she is the Archmage of Navarro, Sierra Pelgas. She will become the boy's guardian. Sir Kendall Risker just wants the master to listen to him because his nephew has chosen the path of the ball, and the man thinks there's no need to make a different decision here. The girl gets angry and asks why Sir thinks that. Is it because the boy is from the Stilgard family? If people born in this family are so good at fencing, should they all ignore magic? The girl says it looks like she'd blink an eye to see that Father Stilgard has brought along an entire knight squad with him. And although even if Ern's grandfather came back alive and unharmed, he might have made her a little nervous. Ern doesn't understand what's going on and why the atmosphere has suddenly become moved to kidnap. Are they now heading for the magic tower? Because the magic tower with virtually unlimited mana power is the wizard's ancestral home. And the moment a guy's foot steps on that ground, he'll never be able to get out of there on his own. And if a guy is dragged away like that, he can remain a slave to the magic. Magical tower formulas for the rest of your life. Ern asks for the Archmage to calm down. The boy says it's not that he didn't like the girl's wish, but that his uncle didn't give it to him either. A categorical refusal, as the girl knows very well that Ern of the Stilgard family. The girl is puzzled. Is there no point in paying attention since the guy is a Stilgard? His eyes are on the wizards. Ern replies that he doesn't mean that, because living as a member of the Stilgard family is not an easy thing to do. High interest and expectations, constant pressure on the outside, who react violently to any weakness. And even if, through extraordinary efforts, unprecedented growth is achieved, it's only a story about the thorny path of humiliation cloaked in the halo of family or bloodline. Sierra doesn't know what the guy's getting at, but the guy says it would be really cool if the Archmage became his patron because she is one of the 2 giants protecting the city. Also, Ern tells us that since the light doesn't penetrate the crown of the tree, the grass beneath it is hard to grow tall, and the boy is burdened by life under the name of Stilgard. But if he has to live under the shadow of someone who possesses a far more meaningful prestige. Sierra replies that whoever has more prestige than the Stilgard family. She doesn't understand. Does Ern really think it's her? The girl understands the boy perfectly well. For however clever Ern is, his prestige may indeed be burdensome to him. The girl wants Ern to tell her what he wants. After all, she's Navarro's guardian angel. Sierra Pelgas doesn't hire people for nothing. Ern replies that he doesn't even know what to say to him, because he's a nobleman too, after all, and so he doesn't lack for anything. Instead of all that, he asks that the Archmage just give him some time to think about the conversation. The girl agrees to give the guy 10 minutes to think it over. Ern is puzzled and replies that his life is at stake now, and he asks for time to think it over alone in a quiet and peaceful place. And in return, he'll improve on the formula the girl showed him earlier. Sierra replies that if Ern does improve that formula, she'll give the guy 2 whole hours. And she makes the promise on behalf of Sierra Pelgas, the 7th mage of the continent. Ern realizes that he must escape this woman's clutches, even if he faces the worst possible outcome of seeing battles with her. The guy gets out of the carriage and the girl reminds him that the guy only has 2 hours and she'll wait for him at this place until he'll think it over in the right place and come back, but if the guy suddenly breaks the deal, there'll be trouble. Ern replies that of course he will return because the promise made by the head of the magic tower is no joke. Ern realizes what a hard-won 2 hours it has been, that in that time he must find a way to get rid of this madwoman. Ern comes to his trading company and jumps on the window to his deputy. Marcus is puzzled. He asks why the head is on the window and, more importantly, that the guy must now engage in a series of fights. Ern answers that all the fights were completed with brilliance. After all, they have prepared perfectly for this confrontation. And the deputy was doing a good job too. Marcus says that Ern is exaggerating because he was only following orders from the master. But Ern thinks that the deputy should not be modest, and he asks that Marcus look after the sari for a while. And he gives a piece of paper and tells the deputy to take care of it too. He explains that there is a carriage at the crossroads near the market, and that in exactly 2 hours, this letter must be delivered there. Ern climbs up on the window again and wishes the deputy a good day's work, and the guy says he's later. With the help of the dream machine, the guy managed to find Sierra Pelgas's weak spot, and by making a deal, the guy is fully capable of turning the situation around. The guy's made quite a few purchases in the meantime. These are the outer hills of the city of Theros. Ern says he barely finished his allotted time. While in the carriage, a letter is read. It says that no matter how much Ern thinks, the path of magic is not for him. And his grandfather had reached the mythical rank and Miss Sierra only the legendary one. And the boy hopes he's made it clear which way he intends to go. No matter how great an archmage is, he's only truly great in a tower of magic. And if the girl doesn't think so, she can try once to prove otherwise. Ern says he'll wait for the girl in the higher hills outside the capital. And if she's not confident in her abilities, she can safely return to the magic tower. And the guy gives you something else. If a girl's appearance doesn't make her over 30, the guy wants her not to look at him like a child, because when the age difference is so small, he thinks using respectful language is a little inappropriate. Sierra is angry. Does this young guy dare to laugh at her like that? The girl comes into the hills to the place Ern indicated. She begins to shout and ask where Ern is hiding. She wants the guy out of his hole quickly while she talks to the guy nicely. After all, these cursed mountains every time crossing this terrain. On the carriage, the girl thought that this road is extremely inconvenient, and since things have turned out this way, the girl asks, can Ern turn this mountainous piece of land into a plain? The girl floats in space and uses the mountainside for 7 hours. She's got to stop looking around and comes down to earth, she asks. Could it be that Ern is using a message spell? Sierra is puzzled because the guy can do magic, and yet he was talking about the torment of time. The guy sends a message that it's not a spell at all, but a so-called whole tone, and if the girl wants to believe it's a spell, then so be it. But anyway, even if Ern descends into an explanation, the girl probably still doesn't understand anything. She starts to get angry, and in an instant she notices that Ern is standing on the ground. She comes down to him and says she's not just angry, but she's shaking with anger from head to toe and has even become curious about the creepy things she's interested in. What does this guy believe that he's gotten so cocky? The girl says that's the question that popped into her head. The guy doesn't even know what he's supposed to believe. He assumes the answer will come after a little checking. Sierra realizes that it's just some poor aura who's laughing herself to tears. But she sees that the flow of mana is not stable, and the magical power has weakened for unknown reasons. and unknown energy is obstructing the flow of mana. She sees that her mana is not circulating. Sierra uses the initial stage and a lightning strike, and when Ern sees it, he realizes that the girl has not been awarded the title of Archmage for nothing after all. For even despite the careful preparation of the girl's boyfriend, managed to complete the defense spell in a blink of an eye. Sierra says Ern did something even her father could handle. But Ern realizes that all jokes are over, and the girl promises not to leave from the guy in a wet spot. Sierra starts throwing fireballs everywhere, and the whole area starts to burn. The girl says that not only did Ern play with her, but he dared to hurt her. The girl says that she will never forgive it. She uses a fireball. Ern realizes that what's happening. This is a really impressive scale of attack. If he didn't have the scroll, he would really be in great danger. It is an improved magical barrier magic scroll of a high-level circle protecting against various attacks and spells. Ern realizes that in any case, he must do something about this madness that is going on since the girl is in the air. Then the items will also be ineffective. The guy realizes the girl is using air combat. He opens the inventory and realizes that in the end he has no choice but to use one thing. At this time, Sierra doesn't realize where the guy hid, but in the distance. She sees something flying towards her, this unknown lethal object approaching at tremendous speed. The girl sees the detection of supermassive energy. Sierra would understand if it was just a simple flight spell. However, she doesn't understand what the whole look of the guy means. She asks the guy what he's doing and what his armor is. Ern can see that even the Archmage is surprised by his appearance, but Ern says he won't tell the girl anything. Sierra is surprised to hear the answer. She says she'll have to get all the information out of the guy by force. And at that time, she uses a network of lightning bolts to direct them towards Ern. Well, she sees that the guy... From that, there is no reaction. She doesn't understand what's going on and why she keeps failing after failing. Ern is talking about the lightning bolt fiasco, and it looks like the performance. Magical armor is at the proper level, because magical armor is a type of magical armor that can be obtained in the second system. And as long as the armor is worn by even the weakest wizard, then his physical abilities, they will not be inferior to the best warriors of the first system. In addition, various conclusions and multi-conclusions are possible. After all, it is essentially an item in the theory called the strongest fighting weapon. Ern didn't buy the armor for use in battle, but he doesn't see why not. Now it's his turn to strike. The girl no longer uses the lightning bolt but goes on the defensive. She doesn't understand why things turned out the way they did. For she was overjoyed when she heard that Kendall had found the possessor of the gift of the beautiful eye. And of course she was a little confused by the fact that he was a member of the Steelguard family. But his the ability was undeniable, and so the only desire that the girl had no power to realize, because she only wanted to finally turn it into a life. Sierra doesn't understand why a guy would ever do that to her. She's only wanted to complete the spell in the magic tower. She does not understand. Was there something wrong in her actions, and why they are now fighting not for life, but for death? Guy asks. Does the girl still not realize what she has done? But Sierra is really perplexed, for it is his gift of the beautiful eye and his eyes. He asks why it is he who must complete the girl's magical spells, since her wish is not his concern. The girl doesn't understand. Does the guy talk about fighting with her for such a trifling reason, and if the guy had any objection to it? Ern could have said so in the carriage. Well, the young master doesn't understand. If he had broached the subject, the girl would have listened to him. If he had refused, Sierra would have grabbed him in a vice and taken him to the magic tower. Ern approaches the girl, takes the ball, and says she would do exactly as he said. But the girl doesn't think so because she, Sierra Pelgas, the 7th Archmage of this great continent, and also the invincible legend, she doesn't understand how she can lose to some child. It's unacceptable to her. She can't just let it happen. Ern sees how the girl again simply wastes mana, because in any case, she is powerless before the magic armor. Ern targets the girl with a special hero skill that counts as a positive effect of spells with the enemy, and negative spell effects with an ally, but he doesn't understand why this thing doesn't work. On the outskirts of Theoros, people are now seeing some kind of strange light. At this time in the trading company, Sylvia sees that last week everything was sold out, and now there are about 20 pieces left in stock. The only question she's interested in now is whether Mr. Flip is all right. I mean, from what the deputy said, You'd think the guy was in some kind of trouble. The girl turns to the beast and asks if the Sari is worried about Flip too. But the girl notices that the beast is not in that spot. Now Ern is falling from the top to the bottom. He doesn't understand why his item didn't work. Could it be the magic of the 7 rings? Ern has confirmed it several times. Through the dream machine that Sierra was defeated in a battle with the head of the 5th magical tower. Because the girl didn't use the magic of the 7 rings. The girl didn't have any limitations. Ern doesn't understand why then she didn't go further with the magic of the 6 rings. The guy's biggest fear is that at this rate, he'll fall on the burned-out ground that's still ablaze with fire and crash. But suddenly, the guy lands and hits his head. He doesn't realize what it is because he should have been flying for a couple more minutes before hitting the ground. Suddenly, the guy hears some voice that says the master's greeting and that he wanted to be addressed in this way. Ern does not understand what this voice is. Ern sees that blood-like scales cover the huge body and flames softly speaking seem to envelop it. If this is a creature Ern is familiar with, is it really a Sari? Since the beast was looking at Ern, the boy realized that it was indeed his Sari. He doesn't understand how he turned himself this way, and the beast turned into a scarlet fire beast and spoke. But the beast replies that she doesn't quite understand what happened either, because he just had a good night's sleep and felt that his body wasn't the same as usual. Ern had just lately been wondering why the beast was so sleepy. Ern clearly didn't expect this to be a prerequisite for the beast's awakening. And now Sari is all big. Beast asks, can they waste time on idle talk in this situation? Ern says no, and orders the beast to dodge the blow. The young lord realizes that if there were no barrier, they would be in big trouble. He praises the Sari for its excellent maneuver. The boy is surprised that although the beast's body is wrapped in flames, Ern does not feel the heat. Sari replies that it's because Ern is his master. Ern doesn't understand why he's surprised at all. After all, Sari is originally a monster from the interdimensional trade, and it's like everything is. It didn't look strange, but this situation is not something to be judged with common sense. But suddenly the guy notices someone incredibly strange in front of him. It's Sierra who asks Ern not to look. But in front of Ern is a gray-haired woman with torn clothes. The boy never imagined he'd encounter something much more shocking here. Now Ern realizes that the reason why the girl has never used magic until now. 7 rings. The girl interrupts the guy and says that because of Ern, she's lifted the restrictions for the first time in 20 years. But before that, Sierra went to incredible lengths to hide it. And Ern before that thought that the girl was hiding some outstanding secret. But in fact, Sierra was behaving like this only because she wanted to look young. Ern asks the woman, is that the only reason she didn't use the magic of the 7 rings? Sierra gets angry and tells the guy to stop laughing at her. Ern asks the girl, does she really think he wants so badly to keep one of his rings in the vice of restriction? I mean, she has no idea what was going on in the guy's heart before that day. Ern can't stop laughing. He apologizes, but it's just nervous laughter. After all, anti-age care, it's a serious problem. He suggests, however, that they continue their conversation downstairs. Ern has something to say about what happened earlier, but Sierra tells the guy not to make fun of her. She doesn't understand. Does the guy think she'll let him live after seeing her true colors? Ern sees that Sierra wants to fight to the death. Ern orders Sari, and the beast begins to surround the girl. Ern says that even though she's an archmage, her mom's not unlimited. He asks the girl if she wants to fight again. They get down on the ground and the guy gives Sierra a cloak because her clothes are torn, and so the guy wants her to put the cloak on. The girl thanks him. But Ern thinks that it is the other way around. He should be thankful. After all, if they had a second fight, he might have to use another expensive magical armor. Sierra asks the guy to ask him another question. She asks why he is suddenly so caring towards her. Ern replies that it's all because he's lost his reason for confronting him. Sierra doesn't know what Ern's talking about, but the guy says, that girl doesn't really want her secret to be revealed, but Ern isn't eager to reveal all his secrets either. Sierra realizes that indeed an unknown Transformer monster gear, and to top it all off, the guy has reached the awakened rank at such an age. And in terms of speed, it's even faster than the founder Emperor Payway. The girl asks if all of the guy's abilities came from the same Rebahan. Ern sees that he and the girl have a lot of questions for each other, but he suggests putting it all on top of the table. But the girl doesn't understand what on top of the table means. And what table is the guy even talking about? Ern reminds me that he recently said he had something to say to Sierra. And now they're on equal footing, so there's no reason for them to fight like before. And so, Ern wants to reveal all the secrets to each other and talk about it in general. Stretches his hand and offers to start negotiations. At this time, the 14th magical tower, Sir Kendall Risker is thinking about the fact that he suspects that Ern is the boy who got into trouble. Suddenly he hears someone say that the head of the magic tower has returned. Sir Kendall Risker walks up to them and is pleased that the master has returned. She asks nothing lazy happened her absence of the magic tower. Sir, see that if the girl is so calm, then they managed to solve everything safely. He says it's okay, but he doesn't realize who it is with the girl. Sierra takes this guy into a room and says from now on, the guy can use it, because this room has everything you need. So the guy won't be inconvenienced, that no one can go to the top floor of the tower without her permission, so the guy has nothing to worry about. The guy says that in that case he can safely assume his original appearance. Suddenly the guy starts to grab his face and takes off the mask, and it turns out to be Ern. The girl says she's amazed every time she sees. This ability is an information spell that can be cast without wasting magic rings. Ern thinks that girls can do the same thing. However, there is more than just mana involved, so the training takes several years. The girl refuses and says she'll save that option for last resort. She tells me that the common room is at the end of the hallway, and besides her, the guy can use any room he wants. Sierra leaves and says that now the guy can do his indoor workouts or something. Ern looks around the room and sees that it's pretty good. Ern is helping Sierra with her research on reverse aging magic, and in return between them, a contract for the supply of magical items was signed between the Mage Tower and the Ern Trading Company. The negotiations culminated in an agreement to provide various amenities, such as a place for indoor training. Ern was somewhat uncomfortable at Steelguard Castle and at the Academy because he had to constantly worry about other people's eyes. But here he has the opportunity to focus entirely on interspatial trade alone. The guy decides to proceed with his tasks and enters the second system. He went into closed-door training for the sole purpose of exacting one last revenge on the Bound, with his past life in relation to Shylock and to get his attention. Ern got close to him by expressing his desire to buy magic armor. And now that they're getting to know each other, there's only one thing a guy should do. At this moment, Ern has a current coinage of 231,000 gold coins. In the remaining time, the young lord must lower this guy to the bottom by all means. After a few days, the guy completes some deals, and today he was able to earn 10,000 coins in daily sales. Current coins also got bigger, and in both the 0 and the first systems, Ern has already earned recognition, so he manages to keep a certain amount of sales there. But in the second system, the guy is very new. So he had to start from scratch, but his newfound statuses were very useful. But the guy realizes he's still a long way from Shylock's balance. And the last time the young master checked, Shylock had about 330,000 coins in his account. Ern wonders if there are any other worthwhile listings on the exchange, to buy or sell. Suddenly the guy gets a message. He opens it and sees it's some new request for a deal. He doesn't understand what it says. That a channel master named Siam wants him. Ern opens up the information on this channel master and sees that the guy's duties are channel master of the first system. But the details can't be confirmed. The young master sees that it turns out this guy is really the channel master. The guy doesn't understand why the channel master wrote to him. He didn't cause any problems. In the second system, his beast runs up to the guy and starts calling for his master, but Ern asks sorry to wait, because he has to deal with a case. Ern writes to the channel master and asks why Siam suddenly decided to contact him. This channel master sees that the young guy has ignored a lot of his messages. As soon as I saw the letter from the channel master, I responded. He says the guy has terrible manners. Ern doesn't understand why the channel master started yelling at him from the very first sentence. The young master says that this is the first time he has received a message from a channel master. He does not understand why Siam is saying such a thing. Siam repeats that he said that Ern immediately. Ern replied as soon as he saw that the message came from the Siam channel master asking, did the guy's ears pop? Now Ern realized that the person he was talking to had to write that he was a channel master. To get a reply from Ern. Ern recalls that before the battle with Sierra, he kept getting letters from an unknown sender. But at the time, Ern was very busy, so he ignored them, those messages. But it's unlikely they were actually sent by the channel master. There were negative comments about the guys getting revenge. Ern apologizes because he still is adjusting to the second system. So he doesn't know what's what. But Siam writes that it's enough of a conversation because his employee, Mayam, was kicked out because of Ern. At this point, the guy is puzzled because the master class of the first Mayam system, outwardly, he is a hard-headed channel master who pretends to be honest and claims to be running the channel. But he's really a greedy guy who favors merchants and takes bribes. Ern also managed to capitalize on the canals mistaking him for an auditor. But luckily, if you leave a tail too long behind you, someone will step on it. But eventually, the channel master was fired from his position, and even his voluminous trading account was destroyed. After all, Channel Master Miam was found to be involved in various corrupt practices such as bribery charges, while ensuring the convenience of the merchants. But Ern realizes that Miam is to blame for what happened because he led himself astray. But Ern doesn't understand why he is being blamed. Siam says that Miam told him everything because being an auditor only took care of his own benefit and then sent Miam away. Siam says he'll do the same thing. And at that moment, the Siam channel master invited the user named Magic was everything. Ern remembers that this is the person named Sherlin. Siam says that if a guy is monitoring, he should do his job properly and with integrity. And since Ern dared to disrupt the market by using a shady company to hire part-time employees, and now the guy's finally finished too, Ern realized she's using them part-time workers to destroy public perception, is the real crime. But the deal with Sherlin took place during his first entry into the second system, and Ern never contacted him again. So the young master writes that he hasn't seen Sherlin in a long time, and he also says he doesn't understand what he means about the part-time employment company. Sherlin replies that he was told that things would be better if he did it. Ern says it's their life, not his account, so he doesn't care what they do. But something interesting, he asks why. They got him into this kind of scam. Sherlin replies that he never tried to drag Ern into his affairs. The young gentleman notices that Sherlin is not going to say anything here either. Something is amiss. Ern realizes that he should then look into the situation himself. So the guy decides to activate a web privilege called Heart Tone and find out this guy's state of mind. Siam says that loyalty brings tears to my eyes. Siam asks, does Ern really think he can hide their terrible relationship? After all, Ern has provided a large sum of the money for Sherlin's enterprise. Sherlin says that he did get the necessary funds through a deal made with Mr. Ern. Siam orders that, Sherlin answered substantively, because Ern's main range of goods are mana stones and magic items. Siam asked if Sherlin had been doing part-time work in the trade related to those goods. Sherlin replies that there was a case. But the guy realizes that if he answers honestly, he's promised to turn a blind eye to the hiring company for part-time labor, but he doesn't understand why Siam keeps bringing Ern into the case. Siam says it means that part-time workers are being used to strengthen the competition. Siam asks if Ern has anything to say to the merchant. Ern notes that the heart tone works on the channel master as well, in which case maybe the second effect can be used. Ern sees Siam angry about how much effort it took him to re-educate Sherlin, and he still has trouble moving his tongue. Siam doesn't understand. Is it so hard to say that Sherlin is a fake manager and that the real owner is Ern? Siam asks, is Ern at a loss for words? If Ern had 10 mouths, he probably wouldn't have found anything to say. Ern sees that Siam is thinking that he must first push Ern into the grave he has dug for him, and soon Ern will be underground for eternity. But Ern replies that he seems to be the opposite, knows why Siam is doing this. Ern writes that the channel master is trying to tarnish the monitoring agent's reputation by framing him, and Ern suggests that Siam has prepared a lot of accusations against him. Ern writes that the channel master is trying to tarnish the reputation of the monitoring agent by putting him. Ern suggests that maybe Siam has prepared many accusations against him. Ern sees that it looks like he's got it right. Ern already wants to see what Siam will do. Ern asks that Sherlin leave the chat room for a while. Ern says that he and Masha are now just one, so he asks that Siam speak to him frankly. Or even if Masha had 10 mouths to feed, he probably couldn't find anything to say. Siam asks how about we have a serious talk. So the gift that Ern received when he entered the second system was actually a gift from Siam. Ern asks, did Siam really send a warning? To get Ern to stop, but Siam says he gave the gift out of the goodness of his heart. He wanted to make Ern feel good about him. Ern sees that Siam has nothing better to do. Ern writes that the lightning massager turned out to be a pretty funny joke. Siam says it's an Antello masterpiece, and he spent a lot of time looking for it. Anyway, as the conversation continued, Ern got a rough picture of what was going on here. First, unlike normal users, a channel master's intentions are only activated when they're concerned about something. And this channel master's. Siam's just a coward scared of the observer agent's position. Of course Siam was thinking about avenging Mayam. However, the bribe he sent to Ern when the guy first entered the second system completely changed the situation in Ern's favor. And in the end, he turned out to be an individual who's more concerned about his own skin than his friendship. Because if Ern takes advantage of the situation, it will help his plan. He is very sorry, and that Mayam Channel Master was very unlucky. The young master wanted to turn a blind eye to this incident, but higher up, the management noticed the discrepancy in the reports, and he had no way of knowing. That a mid-level agent in the second system directly takes care of that. There's a guy named Shylock who's active in the second system. Siam says that this guy is nowhere to be found in the database. Ern is surprised that the Channel Master's powers include even searching, but now he's a guy from the past who hasn't changed his nickname yet. Ern says it's not his nickname, much less his real name. Siam assumes it's some sort of code name to hide his identity. Ern says that he's repeating again that he's only subordinate. And after completing the Mayam case, he's targeting Siam. Siam says he has to get rid of this mid-level agent to survive. Eren sees Siam not understanding about why Eren suddenly decided to help him, and aren't they tied together with Shylock? Ern asks Siam if he's curious as to why he made such a conversation. Siam writes that he doesn't understand the young master's intentions. That's because he's of no use to him. Ern asks where revision can be used at all, whose identity is revealed. The young gentleman writes that he too must find a way to survive. The conversation was concluded. Ern talks about how everything worked out so well, and he was able to channel Siam Channel Master Fury into Shylock. And even though he got jumped on so unexpectedly, but he's shown some pretty good ingenuity. Now that she's his channel master, he'll be able to grab that guy fast. Suddenly, the guy remembers that because of his conversation with the master of Siam Channel, he had completely forgotten about the Sari. Ern apologizes to his beast for he had an urgent matter to attend to. But Sari starts to get angry and says that the master said that he would quickly get things sorted out, and now Sari hates her master. Suddenly, Ern falls to the floor. He realizes that he has suddenly become ill, because he did not expect to hear something like this from his beast. Sari apologizes. He asks, did he overreact? For just inside the tower sits something huge and scary. Ern is leaving the room with his beast and approaches the huge door, but he remembers that the Archmage has strictly forbidden him to enter it. He asks the beast, is that same something inside there? Ern notices that the door is actually ajar, but he doesn't think Sierra left the door open on purpose. The beast says he has been wronged. Ern replies that it is the Sari's doing. After all, he's been warned. So if he finds out what happened, Ern is in for a very sad ending. But the closer the guy gets to the room, the more he feels streams of pure mana enveloping his entire body. Ern says that if the situation is like this, he thinks it's okay if he takes a little peek inside. Now the guy is having dinner with Sierra. Sierra says that if Ern has something to say, just let him say it, and doesn't try to find the right moment. Ern notices that the girl is acting colder and more restrained than usual. As expected, she noticed everything in such a case. Ern shows the girl the cute sari and tells her to calm down, but Sierra says Ern has to stop dodging the question. She wants the guy to just spill. It's straightforward, as Ern has seen a lot. The guy realizes there's nothing to be done and has to get to the point. He says it's a pretty ambiguous question. For a creature called the Majestic Beholder has been trapped inside, and he is the source of the endless stream of mana that is needed to maintain this magical tower. He asks if that's what Sierra asked. Sierra says that means Ern saw absolutely everything. She asks what the beast told him. The beast said the Magi had been using it for hundreds of years, and if Ern can help him get out, the trapped power. Sierra calls him crazy. Ern is puzzled, but the girl replies that it's not about him because it's just an artificial body that controls the flow of mana called an ego controller. She asks if Ern has heard that magical towers were built in dragon craters located all over the continent, and the natural energy that erupts from the dragon bark. And the founding emperor's greatest achievement was that the magical tower had managed with these currents and ushered in the full age of humanity. But dragon blood is still strong for humans, and that's why the ego controller is a symbolic being that shows their limits. But far more interesting to Ern, why is this forbidden power? He asks Sasha if this is really just a device that controls the flow of mana. And the guy is also interested that Sierra almost didn't get mad at him. But Sierra replies that that's what she was originally going to do. After all, his voice has magical power, so anyone who encounters him without using a mind-protecting spell beforehand is possessed. And every time something like that happens, there's a riot, and a lot of problems fall on her head. She asks why Ern's all right. The boy asks if Sierra will allow him to continue seeing the creature. Sierra replies that she doesn't see the point in forbidding it, but she is interested in what Ern is going to do. Ern replies that he would just be interested in observing. Ern also says that he has another interesting idea. Ern comes to the creature again. The creature is upset again because it failed to take over Ern's mind. It asks why this is happening since Ern doesn't use the mind protection spell. Ern says it's incredibly funny because yesterday the creature failed. Does he really think it will succeed today? Northern Lights' technique is a blending of spiritual martial arts and ridiculous that the creature hopes to conjure Ern with its puny voice. Ern says that Sierra told him all about this creature, and that it's not really a great being at all, just a control system. Ern says that somehow he's heard that the extra mana from dragon's blood dissipates before the mana flow becomes unrestrained. And if there's any of that mana left, Ern can collect it. Ern asks if he can take the mana. Ern asks if he was going to stop. Then why did he spend so much money for a mana stone maker? Mana stone producer is a machine that artificially produces mana stones by injecting mana sucked in from the environment into the solid ore. Sari says she'd love to eat it all. Ern says that at this rate, the creature's supply will quickly run out, for they have collected an incredible amount of stones. Ern says that for the engineered, they need 3 things. That's a lot of capital, users to help with getting the work done, and a master channel overseeing everything. But now, Ern didn't get much of that. He's got Sherlin as his assistant, who manages a substantial part-time staff, and the last guy even managed to get the guy to cooperate, from the master of Siam Channel himself. And finally, all the best ingredients are laid out, and now all that's left for Ern is Shylock. The guy's nickname is the Magician's Guild. Rochester. The exchange report summary on this guy says his real name is Miriam, and he's a wizard of the 5 rings, and he's got good credentials. More specifically, it's Miriam, whom Ern must surely avenge. It's the magical empire of Loesenia. A guy named Miriam sees that if you include interest in the unpaid balance, you can get 3 million gold coins a month. And if they also include their labor costs, the amount will take a long time to pay off over 10 years. The knights are holding a guy who's been beaten half to death. This guy asks if Miriam thinks that if he's a member of the most powerful guild in the empire, he's allowed to do anything, because it's a fraud and it's a lie. Miriam apologizes, but he's got business to attend to. Not as well as he'd like. This guy named Miriam is the executive director of the Rochester Magicians Guild and in charge of the interdimensional trade. He leaves and says he has a job waiting for him, so he leaves first. He comes to sit down at the table to read a book and sees that he has a message from Ern. Ern asks how long he's been waiting. After all, Ern has good news, so he asks that Miriam contact him. Miriam invited Ern to join the conversation. Miriam asks Ern how it went. The young master replies that the result is as predicted, and Miriam receives 5,000 gold coins from Ern. Miriam was now surprised, for it was not 1 and not 2, but 5,000 coins, which was the very amount of money he had expected to receive. After all, a few days earlier, Ern had been glad that this magical armor was proving useful, and he had written to Miriam to see if the guy had ever thought about investing. Miriam replies that Ern brought it up out of the blue. Earn replies that he is not imposing anything, but just wanted to make a very interesting proposal. Miriam realized that no matter how close they are, most premature investments end in nothing. But based on the fact that the guy bought third-generation magical armor, not bargaining says that Earn doesn't engage in idle chatter. Miriam thinks, to see if he should try to invest 1,000 coins as a trial. And that day, he didn't take his words seriously. Earn wondered why Miriam had suddenly gone silent. Did the profit turn out to be less than expected? Numbers replies that he is very surprised that the sum has increased fivefold. Earn replies that he's surprised too. If we're talking about a mage guild or a bitch, its daily income is tens of thousands of coins, and that means hundreds or even millions of gold coins in trade. And the guy was very impressed with Miriam's guild profits. Miriam says it's all because it's guild money, and if it's his personal savings, he'll quiver over a Highland coin. Miriam also says that of course the amount is small, but it is great that the profit exceeds 500%. If he had known it would turn out this way, he would have invested all the money. Miriam asks how much Earn made from the venture. Earn replies that he didn't get that much, about 100,000 gold coins, but now it's just words and there's almost nothing left now, because she's been taking care of one subordinate after another. Miriam realizes that without such connections, you can't get much. After all, when he first listened to this guy's explanation, he was very nervous because spreading rumors to drive down the prices of high-quality mana stones, then buying up the cheaper mana stones in large quantities and putting them on sale as soon as the price comes back to normal. But it happened exactly as he said it would, and the mana stone that was worth 30 coins is now worth 200 coins again, and the rate is plus 61%. Miriam doesn't understand how Earn did all this. Could the channel master be behind the guy? But Miriam realizes that Earn could at most just talk to the channel master and nothing more. But now Miriam suspects that Earn is worth more than the channel master. Earn writes that since he has already passed on the profits, so he will be leaving. But Miriam asks that Earn stop and say for what reason he continued to make the investment to him. But Earn replies that he was just going to raise the right amount of investment. Miriam sees that this is his chance to change his life. He says that if you think about it, it's a little strange because Earn looks down on the six-figure sum, but regretfully says that he needs a measly 1,000 coins to invest. Miriam suspects that he has spoken a bit harshly, but if his thoughts are correct, things will turn out differently. Earn replies that Miriam has a diamond eye that sees profitable investments and the ability to always stay focused, and also wit and determination. Earn says he would be disappointed if Miriam refused to cooperate with him. Earn says he's giving the guy the go-ahead. Miriam is happy that it worked out. Also, Earn says you could say that the first investment was something of a test. Now the young gentleman asks if Miriam is ready for the big game. Now Earn is sitting with his sari. He says Miriam has taken the bait well. Earn asks if the guy is interested in learning the secret to lowering the price of high-quality stones. The young gentleman says that he just changed his nickname using the misrepresentation feature and was selling rocks like crazy, and just by taking advantage. With the rumor that Siam is, the channel master has gotten close to him by pretending to be Siam. So now Shylock will never doubt their relationship with the channel master. At this time, Siam writes to Earn and asks how it went. Earn replies that he said he agreed, because when he smelled Miriam's money, he didn't doubt it for a second. Sherlin wonders if that person is not involved in monitoring. Besides, if a middle manager, he should use force to uncover corrupt practices, and let him be treated that way. Earn replies that just because Sherlin is a monitoring agent does not mean that he cannot be seduced. Sherlin replies that even if it is true, it's a bit disappointing. Earn asks Sherlin whether he has the right to talk about such things when he himself is in charge of an illegal organization, a part-time hiring office. Sherlin replies that when he sold magic, he should have at least put a silencing spell on the people. Siam says that tempting him by lowering the price is a success. He asks if Earn will move on to the next step. Earn replies that now that trust is established, the second step is to raise the price in the opposite direction. Siam asks how Earn is going to raise the price. The young gentleman says he has an idea. He asks for Sherlin's help. Earn asks about Sherlin's. Bored of just having to watch, and it's time for the guy to take the stage, with his own part-time employees. At this time, Miriam is taking a walk, and the guildmaster sees him and says that Miriam is in a good mood today. Miriam asks, does he look like that from the outside? After all, he's been walking around with an eerily satisfied face for days. The master says there's no way Miriam could have gotten as good at magic as he did, and that it's all about interdimensional trade. Miriam realizes that the master will definitely enjoy his actions. After all, Lee just pisses him off. Because being a 5th circle wizard, Miriam loses to a 7th circle wizard. Number doesn't understand whether it's necessary to try to emphasize it in every possible way. Miriam decides to get away with it for now and use it anyway. That Earn guy, now Miriam's going to be rich, or rather a multi-millionaire. Earn writes that everything is going according to plan. Miriam replies that he too has read articles about a product called Raftel, which costs 80 coins per 100 grams. Miriam says it's 8 times the price of the last time. Earn replies that it's entirely their fault. Numbers replies that he did nothing. Miriam still doesn't know what exactly caused the price of expensive goods to fall, but getting Raftel's price to rise has never been a problem. After all, Raftel is the main material for creating magical armor, which is produced only in Louisiana, and at the same time, it is a top-secret material that has allowed the Empire to accumulate huge riches. And since the technology to produce high-end weapons and key parts of the second system has never been revealed, users began to even stronger to covet such a commodity, and eventually in the market became the most expensive material in the entire second system, and even if it was mined from discarded magical armor. Miriam wonders what will happen if the rumor of a breakdown in Raftel's production in the Louisiana Empire comes out, and Miriam appears on the scene. A guild representative affiliated with Louisiana and running a partnership store. Coin-blinded investors have no choice but to accept his words as they are. Earn asks how much the laymen have invested this time. Miriam replies that, taking into account the debt forgiveness, 30,000 coins of the 5,000 earned earlier. The young gentleman says that if we deduct what is due to him from the profit of 240,000 coins, Miriam's share is 170,000 coins. Dima says that this is not all, because if you look at the trend and the flow of demand right now, you can calculate that the profit will increase 50 times. So there is a high probability to make 1,100,000 coins. However, it will actually be less than 1 million because 45 times the increase in profit belongs to Earn. Miriam asks if it will be, the guy is subject to a sales limit if he sells too much. Earn says that Miriam doesn't have to worry about that because soon the stock will be almost unlimited. Miriam does not understand what kind of situation this is where even the sales limit is ignored. Miriam asks if he can find out the size of Earn's investment. The gentleman replies that he can't go into it in detail, but the only thing it will tell you about it is 8 figures. Miriam realizes that even if 1 million coins is a huge amount of money, to live in luxury for 3 or rather 30 years, but that's not enough if he wants more. Miriam looks out the window and sees Legis coming, and the people around him admire him. Miriam realizes that it turns out he needs to earn more than 1 million, about 5, or better about 6 million, and then he can safely take over the guild. Dima asks what the guy is thinking so hard about, but Miriam replies that it's nothing special, but he realizes that the guild currently has over 450,000 coins in its account, and if Miriam will take them and use them, and also change the goods in the warehouse, it will be about 1,500,000 coins, and then if Miriam before the screen withdraws from the account 40-fold profit, and get back the principal of the investment, she'll get about 6 million. Miriam realizes that the Earn Boy's plan is obviously questionable. Is he satisfied with just 1 million and the title of a rich man? Or does he wish to become a great hand who will rule the world by magic and leave his name in history? Then Miriam will answer that. They only live once, so why not take a chance? Miriam realizes that either way, one of them will one day stab her in the back, because that's what it's all about. All the flavor of interdimensional stock trading. Earn see that he had been deposited 180,000 gold coins from the Rochester Magicians Guild. From what he saw, the guy was ready to go crazy. After all, the idea was to sell the Raftel, bought at the regular price, to Shylock at a higher price. And if all went according to plan, it was estimated that the sum would be The profit was supposed to be about a few 100,000 coins, but Earn sees that the result exceeded his expectations because now he has 1,323,000 coins in his account. It's all because Earn used privilege and misrepresentation. He changed his nickname again. The guy says that as expected. People don't change. But he does not understand where it is seen that the investment is an 8-digit number. After all, coins are pumped into the channel, so there's an increasing trend. Seok-hyun, Kuntz, and Shylock earn without end. He continued to wonder whether it was right to go so far, and for the lunches that had accumulated in his soul in his past life. He wondered if things would have been different if they had been given the same choice as Earn. The Rochester Magicians Guild has again contributed 300,000 coins to Earn at this time. Some guy runs down the street yelling that he's looking for someone and needs to turn the place upside down. At this time, Miriam is hiding and doesn't understand how this could even happen. I mean, no matter how you look at it, this kind of drop in price is overkill. After all, the waiter's return rate is minus 90%. Now Miriam realizes that he should never have touched the guild's money in the first place. And even if he did make an attachment, he shouldn't have touched the stock. At one point, the guy is found, but he jumps up and starts running. Miriam is angry that he doesn't get a second's respite. Suddenly, Miriam crashes into someone and hits his head. The guy says that he was in a hurry to get there, and he was in a hurry to get there. Miriam looks up and sees 3 guys standing in front of him. One of the guys says that he and Miriam haven't seen each other in a long time. He asks how Miriam got here. After all, they came to collect on the debt for the magic armor. Guys don't understand how you can expect a different outcome for poor Miriam, who's got his eye on the big bucks. After all, they all heard that Miriam couldn't even make up 1% of the loss, even though he retrieved the magic ring. Miriam replies that he'll pay the entire debt simply by, he has to leave now because the guys benefit from it. But the guys don't understand what Miriam is talking about because that debt has already been transferred to the guild. So from now on, there's no need for him to leave. Walking around and waiting for something, Earn sees what's happening to Miriam now, and the guy says that Miriam's current appearance reminded him of himself in a past life. Earn realizes that now with Shylock. It's over. And the guy's going to have to pay for everything with death, or he's going to live the life of a useless guy. Earn is glad that everything is done, and on that note, he has to put an end to his personal accounts. For when Earn took his first steps toward revenge, he was overcome with excitement and delight. But as time went on, he began to feel disgusted, that his heart doesn't find peace, and he's looking for more and more powerful stimulation. But the guy feels more and more out of control. And this time, it was the same thing. He doesn't understand. What would have happened if Shylock really hadn't gotten greedy and stopped there? Earn realized that, of course, knowing this guy's character can be a 99%. It's safe to say that Shylock wouldn't have stopped. But what Earn doesn't realize is that if that 1 single percent had made a difference. In retrospect, Earn realizes that his actions were reckless, but somehow he has already dealt with his revenge, and so now all he has to do is prevent the downfall of his family. Guy buys mana stones, magical armor, and magical for the incredible and unexpected changes that began with interdimensional trade. The one who just a few months ago was called the disgrace of the Stilgard family was now a titan and the real third genius of the Stilgard family. In fact, after this endeavor with Earn, signs of change began to appear everywhere, and they say that great changes in life and changes in decisions are taking place. Each represents one big change, but Earn's ordinary life hasn't undergone any drastic changes. After all, lectures at the academy and club activities, training and spatial trading together hidden from view, so the first year has passed since Earn entered the academy, and the fall of the next school year has finally arrived. Smoke appears on the training ground, and eventually it turns out that Earn is standing there. The guy asks, does everyone really think there will be no unexpected turn of events? And at that moment, Earn is declared the winner of the duel. At this time, Captain Derek reads what Earn has done as an aura user. The captain realizes he needs to go to the capital. 2 years later, the capital city of Theros. At this time, Earn Stilgard is already 17 years old. The guy writes some paperwork and says he's exhausted by this paperwork. He doesn't understand why he even said he'd do the role of CEO. After all, in the past 2 years, Earn Trading Company earned the biggest firms that no one could ignore anymore. And henceforth, all materials needed for the organization will be purchased from Flipa Trading Company. Flip has achieved steady growth by trading with the huge Black Mamba criminal organization. And Earn's company hit the jackpot thanks to interdimensional trading of rare items from a zero-based system. Such as blue pills, this fatigue remedy is widely used in the first system as well as beauty cream. It is the best skincare product used by the masters of the first system. So Earn, who owns both companies, has naturally climbed to apex and became CEO of the merged business. But nevertheless, Earn feels an inner satisfaction because his business is thriving. Sylvia walks in on Earn. Earn asks what the girl wants. Sylvia walks in to water the flowers, but Earn says she already has water pouring over the edge of the flower pot. Sylvia apologizes, but Earn replies that it's okay. He's just a little embarrassed that Sylvia is even doing this kind of work. Earn asks what could be better instead of a secretary. It's worth assigning the job to a deputy. In the north, she says no way, because she takes care of the flowers, because she likes it. But Sylvia realizes that in this way, she can also take care of Mr. Flip, and that is of Mr. Earn. At this point, Sylvia is embarrassed, and in that case, she will leave the master alone. Earn sees that now the girl's gaze and her facial expression and gestures spoke instead of her. Earn says that even fools will understand. The guy doesn't understand how he can be if Sylvia has fallen in love with him too much, and she's going to be in serious trouble. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. Earn looks over and sees that his CEO is there. He asks what happened at Marcus's place. The deputy replies that there is a big problem because the guards have arrested members of the Black Mamba organization. Dima asks what the problem is. He says it starts with the fact that this is a criminal organization, so arresting a member is not that uncommon. And I'll probably just do the standard check and let everyone go home, which is different this time because there was a secret arrest. And it wasn't just the staffers who were in custody, but also the executives Bass and Titan. Earn is riding in the carriage with Marcus, thinking that if Bass and Titan have been captured, it's not a minor problem. Thiaros is the capital of Navarro, and the first city of the country whose colorful and luxurious picture hides criminal activities in nooks and crannies, reminiscent of D-Day. Initially, criminal gangs continue to be established even if they are like weeds. Therefore, it is more useful to maintain public order by checking organizations rather than stopping them. Thereafter, a very close bond is formed in the process, and there are many cases when people are already in the same boat with the criminal world before they realize it. Therefore, trying to eradicate criminal organizations is something impossible. Dima, I understand that the Black Mamba is a huge organization, that many here has entangled its networks, and therefore, even if a raid is organized, it all starts with the lower ranks. Marcus assumes the two bosses are in the middle of some kind of dispute, but Earn doesn't think so, because these guys are too weak-minded for something like that. But Earn doesn't understand who knows what's in the minds of the underworld. And you can't ignore the possibility of impulsive actions that have led to serious consequences. And if we're talking about a Titan, that's entirely possible. But Earn would never believe a rational Bass would behave this way. That's why the witch has been, and made them executives. Marcus says that Earn has made a good point. One way or another, I wish nothing serious had happened. Earn replies that he hopes so too. The first thing to do is to find out how things are at the moment. Earn and Marcus arrive at the site. Earn asks about the fact that Marcus once said he knew someone in the guards. Marcus replies that he knows the chief of guards. Earn puts on a mask and turns into Flip. He says that means it won't be any trouble for them to get in. While Bass and Titan are in jail, suddenly they hear that someone wants to talk to them. They look up and see Mr. Flip standing behind the bars. They rejoice and say they knew the Lord would come for them. Titan asks, "Has the gentleman come to get them out of here?" Flip replies that he's not sure, that they could be called out of custody immediately, but the boys don't understand why. Earn tells us that Marcus met with the chief of the guards and found out something. In addition to the guards, the Night Corps was also involved in the case. Dima starts to get angry and asks what the guys managed to do wrong behind his back. Undoubtedly, the profit to which the guy managed to extract working with these guys with the organization was a huge help to the development of Earn's business at first. However, now that Earn's position has been strengthened, it is not enough that trade with the organization has an extremely small share of total sales. It's also, and colluding with the underworld may be his weakness in the future. And if it's not without the Night Corps, then Earn needs to wash his hands of it. Bass is saying they didn't do anything. The guys say the charges are totally stupid and it doesn't make any sense. And they're even going to jail because of a really stupid guy named Andrew. Ern asks the guy's name again. He doesn't know who he is, but Bass asks if Ern remembers that the first time they met, you used an ice blast scroll. Ern remembers the incident, but he doesn't understand the connection. Bass tells him that the scroll was purchased from Andrew's lair. But at least the bottom line. All they did was throw money down the drain. But somehow, they ended up tied up, and this inadequate guy wanted to do a forbidden experiment. Flip asked the guys to tell him exactly what Andrew did to them. Bass says he heard a little bit about it during the interrogation, so he doesn't know much. But the problem is, that guy put their name on the customer line. Titan says he's choking on such an unfair accusation, and they made frequent deals and there was never any conflict between them. The Titan doesn't understand why Andrew would stab them in the back like that. Ern sees in the voice, in the rapid breathing and heartbeat of the boys, he realizes that they are definitely not lying to him. So he decides to ask the guys. Maybe they did something to make Andrew hold a grudge. Bass says he wouldn't think so much of it, but they didn't have that much. Bad relationships. In fact, they've always had a good relationship, which makes them even more resentful. Dima analyzes that Andrew couldn't hold a grudge against the guys, and in that case, the answer is one of two simple evasion of responsibility or someone intentionally targeting a black mamba. Ern leaves the place, and they and the deputies walk down the street. The guy reflects that he would like to hope that it is a matter of simple evasion of responsibility. After all, forbidden experiment. This term is commonly used to refer to anti-human magical experiments, and of course the level of punishment is different from being punished for common crimes. Ern doesn't realize that if this case was carefully fabricated and even the evidence was fake, and then the whole black mamba could just disappear. As Flip and Marcus were walking, Ern noticed a crowd of guys walking past them, and Ern noticed something strange. Marcus doesn't understand what Mr. is talking about. Well, Ern says the man who was walking in front of the group of men is the commander of the prosecutor's night corps. Ern says Marcus should remember that face well. Ern begins to get angry because Zeniths appeared in the department of the city guard, and now the guy became clear all the background of these unexpected incidents. Because the target of this case was not just Black Mamba, but he was targeting the Flip Trading Company, and more specifically, Ern. Ern finds the wretched place where he was told Andrew was hiding, but all he sees is a knight with children standing beside him. Ern sees that such a place can't possibly provide even a basic need, especially if we're talking about the prosecutor's corps of knights, not guards. After all, with Inspector Zenith still digging for Ernest, even after a series of matches where the fate of the clubs was decided, although there wasn't a single gap in Ern's defense that he could exploit. But as a result of this incident, employees of the trading house were arrested and pressure was put on Ern's entourage. And eventually, to deal with the situation for sure, Ern comes to the hideout of the one who started it all, Andrew. Ern says that there's no doubt there's something there, and since the guards continue to guard this entire perimeter, Ern uses the invisibility concealment spell of the third magic ring. Ern recalls that it's been a while since he used the invisibility spell and the light step technique to sneak in somewhere. But Ern is only interested in what these guys in the prosecutor's chivalry are hiding. Suddenly, Ern smells a very strange odor, although he had some guesses the moment he heard about the forbidden experiment. But it's the very essence of a disaster, because when he came in, he saw a lot of blood and dead guys. Guy sees that all the houses in the neighborhood are the same. Brutally mutilated corpses and organs lying around. Ern says it's not just a human experiment. At that moment, Ern looks at the bracelet Sierra gave him. Ern thinks he should ask the girl all about it. A girl appears in front of Ern and asks why Ern keeps pulling the busybody aside. Ern doesn't understand, in what sense permanently, because thanks to his reverse aging spell, it was completely complete. But the girl replies that Ern could have just said it was good to see her. This is the head of the 14th Magic Tower, Sierra Pelgas. Ern asks what's with the girl's hat that doesn't suit her at all. Sierra replies that no matter how hard she tries, she can't get her hair color back. And so she tried to hide this one. A beast jumps out from behind the girl's hats. It's a Sari. Ern asks how Sari is doing, and if he's played with the ego controller yet. Sari replies that he ripped him to shreds. After a period of close training, Sari began making mana stones on his own, and he visits to see what he can do. Sierra is surprised that she has not been able to win the favor of the beast. He's still angry with the girl. Ern replies that it makes sense, because he has a special bond with the beast. Sierra asks what Ern has called her for, and she also smells something unpleasant. The young gentleman says that's what he called her about. The guy wants Sierra to follow him. He wants the girl to look at something using her gift of the beautiful eye. The girl is surprised she doesn't understand what she needs to look at using her gift of the beautiful eye. When the girl walks in where Ern was, she says it's totally crazy. Ern asks what Sierra has to say about it. The girl says it is. Like Ern said, it's not an experiment, it's a summoning ritual. And not just the summoning of some cruel creature. Ern realizes that if Sierra says that, it means it's a ritual to summon the devil. After all, the ritual of summoning the devil, one of the most forbidden acts on the continent, criticized by the powerful Than treason or war crimes, which is called substitution of humanity and is considered a crime with the most severe punishment. Sierra says it's a commonly used expression and essentially represents evil living in another dimension. But the girl doesn't understand why the prosecutor's Night Corps is investigating a devil-summoning ritual that's located under the jurisdiction of the Magic Tower. Ern thinks that the reason is hidden in him, because using this incident, Zenitz is trying to capture him. Sierra says that although Zenitz has built up a lot of anger over the past 2 years, he's not the type to fabricate evidence. The girl asks if Ern has never really tried to summon a real demon. Ern doesn't understand why he would do something like that. Dima can't say that he doesn't understand Sierra's reaction, because Zenitz isn't the kind of person who would act without any evidence in hand. So he obviously has to keep the first witness, in this case Andrew, alive somewhere. Ern asks if Sierra is able to use the 7th ring spell without any risk, and it turns out the girl is also capable of finding the trail of evil. Sierra replies that if someone has come into contact with evil, it leaves a mark on them like a stench that can't be erased. But if a girl uses such a high level of magic here, she'll probably be noticed right away. Ern says Sierra doesn't have to worry about that. Ern says it will be enough just to get the girl upstairs. On the outskirts of the capital, 2 guards spot an intruder, but they realize there's no one here. One of the guys says it's weird because he just heard something, but suddenly a lightning bolt strikes them in the head. Ern says that compared to the external defenses, the internal ones are many times weaker, and they probably didn't think it would be an airstrike. Sierra sends Ern a message, using privileges, and says that whoever performed the ritual, the devil's summons is inside that room. Ern goes in there and says they finally met. There was a tied-up guy sitting there all beaten up and in torn clothes. Ern asks the guy if his name is Andrew. The boy raises his head and asks Ern who he is. The young gentleman replies that it's more important that Andrew is the man who's bringing on the other trouble Chatterjee as he pleases. Andrew asks is Ern a member of the Black Mamba. Dima replies that he doesn't, and he tells the guy to try to take it higher, and then what his answer will be. The boy is puzzled. Is he really Ern Stilgard himself? Andrew doesn't understand why. This is where the CEO of a merged trading house comes in. Ern says it's because he has a lot of questions for the guy. Dima suggests downloading it first. Andrew says he has no hard feelings for Ern, and the reason he blames it on Black Mamba is because the sneaky guy had poisoned him, and so there was nothing left for Andrew. He was told to testify, and in return he was promised the antidote. That's why he did it. Ern asks if it's that guy named Zenitz, but suddenly the guy says it was him. Andrew confirms it. And Ern thought before that the Albrecht family had finally settled down. He says he didn't know Derek had joined the prosecutor's corps of knights. Before that, Ern wondered why it was quieter inside than outside, since the locking device would activate if an intruder got inside. Dima says he has no idea what Derek's after, and when it comes to Kuntz's disappearance, the guy doesn't get it. I mean, they worked things out last time. The young gentleman asks why the captain is dragging him into this incident by tampering with evidence. But Derek is starting to get angry, and he's puzzled that the guy is still asking him questions. After all, a knight's duty is to avenge whoever killed his lord, and at the time his reasoning was not wrong. I mean, tampering with testimony using Andrew, and Derek did all of that too. The current Derek is in a position to go even further. Dima starts laughing and the captain doesn't understand what's wrong. The young gentleman says that he was just grateful to the captain because now Ern had heard exactly what he wanted to hear. The captain goes into a frenzy. Ern asks if the captain wants Ern to guess what he's thinking. The young gentleman admits that he recorded their entire conversation, and if it becomes known that the testimony was falsified and the use of poison is mentioned, then Derek will have to go to death row with Andrew. Derek realizes that he was supposed to stay calm, but in the end he'll have to fight. After all, Ern Steelguard's skills are so superior that the captain's method of measuring mana, it doesn't work on him, and that's why there's no way Derek can stand up to a guy on his own. Suddenly, one of the guys from the guards comes in the door and asks the Lord what happened and why the guards in front of the door are unconscious. Ern sees that the man in front of him is a man named Gaiman. Ern is incredibly surprised at who he sees. At that time, the guards hear screams in the room. They run in and see the captain holding Guyana in his arms and asking him to come to his senses. Captain says a guy can't just leave his wife and kids like that. The rest of the guards run in and ask what happened. Meanwhile, the guy with the guards is dead. Derek says that the intruders killed Guyana, and the captain, as their acting lord, orders the guy killed. Ern realizes that the captain is just a madman who switched at random, and even if Ern reveals the contents of the crystal ball, even Derek's staff would turn their backs on him. But the captain still had enough. Doohoo pulls a similar trick and baits the guards against Ern. The young master asks that the squad members initially listen to him, but the guards tell Ern to shut his mouth. They don't understand. How dare the young master do such a thing to their comrades? They say Ern should expect no mercy. The captain realizes that Guyana's death is a good excuse to boost the members' anger and morale of the squad, and there are a couple of, so with that kind of support, the captain can kill this young guy. But not a second later, the captain stands among the guards who lie dead on the floor. Derek can't believe what's happening. He says Ern is playing with them like they're some kind of puppets. The young gentleman asks why Derek is so surprised. Didn't the captain see what he kept saying? The captain says it's just as he thought Ern is the culprit. Derek realizes that he will suffer too, and he needs something to make a difference. Suddenly, the captain notices that he breaks out of his chair and starts to run away. The boy is glad that the young master and the captain are distracted. He calls them unchangeable people, and the real winner here is Andrew. Suddenly, Andrew does something. The captain and even young Mr. Ern didn't expect. They are just bewildered and can't believe what they are seeing now. I mean, this Andrew guy is punching one of the guard guys in the chest with the speed of his hand and begins to summon the great being that roams the outer universe. Andrew says he is a mortal servant and has prepared a great sacrifice for the great being. He asks that the creature accept it. The creature says it will gladly accept the guy's sincerity. The creature thanks the guy for the almighty evil. Andrew feels incredibly powerful. At that moment, Captain Ern sees the devil appear. The devil attacks the captain and hits him, dropping his sword to the ground, and then the captain himself, whose leg is broken. The devil says that this fellow Ern is of no interest to him, but he looks quite appetizing for a murdered common man from the lower world. The young master is surprised from such an expression of the devil. But the devil doesn't understand if there's something strange about calling shabby things shabby. Ern asks why all the stupid guys are from the other world. They behave in the same disgusting way. All they do is hunger for something to eat, and it pisses off the young master beyond belief. The devil asks why the guy has so many no-shows. Not towards him, for Ern had taken a liking to him. The young master says he saw perfectly well what the devil's follower had done, and therefore, Ern has no desire to show the devil any sympathy. Ern says the creature that infiltrated this vile body is in for a warm welcome, so Ern attacks the devil. The captain watches the fight and realizes that Blade Aura is a skill that isn't even close to regular aura. Derek can't believe that Ern's Steelguard has a heroic rank. Ern tears that devil to pieces, and blood and flesh lies all over the room. Suddenly a strange purple-red smoke appears, and something strange happens. The monster that people fear and call the devil is the evil of another dimension. And though it is active in the body of man or other living creature, its essence is the mental body, and therefore even if the owner of the original. If the body dies, it is capable of being constantly reassembled through the available. An evil force within the body, so the devil is reborn again and asks, Ern, how dare such a lowly person do something like that to this body? Dima says the devil didn't put the top and bottom together correctly, because his feet were facing the other way. The devil attacks Ern and says it's no longer a guy's business and what he wants to do with his body. The devil pounces on Ern again, but the couple doesn't use the sword, cutting the enemy in half. Dima notices around all this flesh a black spot with an eye that says it will kill Ern. The young master realizes that at this rate, he's just going to be chopping up this monster's body to no end. So the guy decides he should get involved. He turns to the blue-eyed witch doctor and asks for help. The blue-eyed witch finder asks if Ern said he wasn't interested. This guy is the mage of the 8 rings and the necromancer who makes the continent tremble with fear. If you don't just draw a parallel to a knight of mythical rank, but if you look at the phase, his soul that says that before librarian, the one who became one with darkness, it is safe to say that he has reached the pinnacle of black magic. So librarian may not be the slightest bit. Not to doubt his abilities. The boy says that if Ern does not answer, it means that the blue-eyed blacksmith's hunch was correct, and initially in such a situation. Ern would have to pay for the counseling, but she and the boy had known each other for more than a day. So the blue-eyed witch doctor will consult Ern for free. Dima realizes that compared to this guy's charisma in nature, he is a very soft person. Ern asks the blue-eyed witch doctor to tell him how to get rid of this spirit. But this thing just doesn't look like any kind of omnipotent evil, and yet it keeps coming back to life. Lactarial, assuming we're talking about demonic possession. And the body stolen by such creatures is just a shell. So he will continue to live until he swallows all the power of the soul through which he came into this world. Ladriel tells Ern to kill him with water until the demon is dead, but Ern realizes that even the stupidest man can understand that. But still, the guy clearly sees that the devil's production has slowed down compared to last time. And yet Ern is too wicked to let him die so easily. For it is the amusement of an otherworldly mental body, the greedy desire of a black magician. That took the lives of dozens of innocent people. Dima asks if there's any way to turn this thing into a slave, because any dangerous object can become a great tool if it is well controlled. Laduriel says that this is exactly what he didn't want to suggest the guy repeat over and over again. The guy's angry and doesn't understand why everyone thinks that when it comes to black magic. That's necessarily a bad thing. Blue-eyed Cherniak Nizhny says that somehow, on purpose, for Ern, he'd make a good discount. After all, Ern is a regular customer, and the guy had a good idea about the situation. And Ern has to pay. It's only 2,000 coins. Ern agrees and the deal was finalized. Laduriel says that if Ern can quietly distract himself from his opponent and discuss the deal, then it means this is clearly not a high-ranking spirit. Therefore, even one such knowledge would be enough. The guy says it will be Ern's good time while he's busy absorbing the knowledge. Ern doesn't understand. Is there any need to stall? Time is the privilege of the Miriamo level. Ern see that the recovery is almost complete. The devil is revived again and gets angry at Ern. He asks how the wretched low-world lad dared to lead him on and deceive him. The devil says that if he'd unleashed a whole night of his true body on the guy, there wouldn't even be a wet spot left of the guy. Ern suggests in that case that the devil strike with all his might. The demon says that it would take him some time to recover with his true body. Dima replies that he can wait. The devil is curious about Ern's true body. Since the guy's so sure of himself, the devil says he doesn't know what Ern is up to, but in any case, this body's soul power has almost reached its limit. And if the guy keeps pushing him around, the devil's pride will be hurt. Either way, his opponent is a guy from the underworld. The devil is reborn into a stronger body and says that Ern will regret deciding to let him get his true form. But at this moment, the young master uses the Heavenly Sword Soul Chain third technique, and with that, he strikes the devil. The devil gets angry because Ern attacks him during his reincarnation. Dima says it's strange to hear someone who only steals other people's bodies talk about cowardice. Dima points the light at the monster. Ern realizes that it was because of his necromancy training that he gave the devil the opportunity for his true appearance. And since the netherworld is in another dimension, in order for the demon to be completely absorbed, the spiritual body must let all the soul force into this world. The devil gets angry and says it's some kind of nonsense. He doesn't understand how this cheesy guy from the lower world was able to use the necromancy technique. Dima says that such arrogance is not good for the demon. The devil promises. Skin a guy alive and show off the creation in front of his family, friends, and lover. Ern opens his inventory. He absorbed the soul body into the mirror and puts this item in his inventory. Ern says this place is perfect for the devil. Dima sees that it's an absorbing mirror with a possessed spirit inside. It says that if you're a necromancer, you should have this item in your arsenal, because an experienced necromancer can keep spirits bound in the mental image space, but this space is not infinite, so an additional storage in the form of such a mirror is provided. However, this item primarily performs the functions of absorption and control, and then storage, an indispensable item for novice necromancers. This is the 17th fragment of Andalusia. Ern doesn't know what it means. Guy writes to the blue-eyed witchfinder and asks what the 17th fragment of Andalusia is, but the blue-eyed witchfinder is incredibly surprised. He does not believe what he hears. Ern asks why Ladarial is so surprised if this devil is an important person in the netherworld. Ern says the power of the soul doesn't exceed 1,400 units. Ladarial says that the fragments are not something grand then. Before the division, Andalusia represented a giant mental body. And now the blue-eyed witchfinder asks Ern to sell him the item. The young gentleman withdraws from the conversation. Ladriel clarifies if the 17th fragment of Andalusia is accurate. Ern does not understand why the blue-eyed witchblade clarifies. Is this an important person of the half-space world? After all, souls don't exceed 1,400 units. The blue-eyed witchfinder says that of course the fragments are not something grandiose. But before the division of Andalusia, the devil was a giant mental body. So the blue-eyed witch doctor asks Ern to sell it to him. After all, Ladriel is even willing to pay as much as Ern asks. Sierra comes down to Ern. The boy asks if by any chance the girl has seen her. But Sierra doesn't understand what the guy is talking about. Ern realizes that perhaps due to the inventory functions, she didn't feel any traces of necromancy. Sierra asks what happened after all. She asks if the knights are safe and who the guy thinks she is anyway. Because while Ern was swinging the sword, she moved everyone away from the place. She asks why Ern himself goes on stage and fights, and she is forced to perform. The most troublesome job is running back and forth. Ern says that even though they're in the middle of nowhere, someone could still see the girl, and even if she wasn't high up, he was still a bad one that a normal level might not be able to handle. That's why. Ern thought it was better to send the girl away than to shut up all the witnesses. Sierra says it does make sense. Although it was only for a moment, the guy's blade aura is unimaginable at such a young age. He's already reached heroic rank, but it's still not enough to deal with those old men. So now the girl has to protect Ern by any means necessary. The young gentleman asks how things are now with Derek. The girl says that this man does not have time. And it should be said as Ern concludes that the captain is dead. But he realizes that Derek couldn't have died just because his legs were broken. And even if he was harmed by evil, there's no way it could have been fatal. Sierra says the captain is the one who tried to lure Ern into a trap. Dima gets angry because killing the commander of the prosecutor's night corps is a very serious matter. But Sierra says that the man found out that Ern has a heroic level. She says that Ern himself realizes that there is no way he should have been left alive. The young master realizes that he may have overreacted emotionally, but in reality, he also knew Derek's fate. And since there's no absolute guarantee that we'll be able to control, Derek killing him was the right thing to do, even though it was a mutual hatred. But if it wasn't for Ern, the captain would still be living as deputy commander of the knighthood. Albert's squad will think that maybe this is the process where revenge begets revenge. There's a bitter residue in the guy's soul. Dima apologizes because after thinking it over again, he realized that Sierra was absolutely right. Sierra replies that usually Ern always throws around unpleasant comments. And now at this moment, the guy doesn't look like himself. The girl says she doesn't know what's going on, but Ern doesn't have to worry about the consequences, because soon the magic tower will also join the investigation. And the head of the Tower of Magic is her, and the blame for what happens can be laid squarely at the feet of the evil from beyond. Ern says that actually seeing all this, hardly anyone would dare say there was no devil's call. Sierra says that Ern will now have another nickname. Sierra says that even though it sounds a little harsh, the headquarters of the prosecutor's night corps there is Ern. The young lord is now also called a demon killer. On top of that, the guy has a good family and at such a young age he keeps a store, so he's got a couple of nicknames. The guys discuss the fact that Ern is the youngest in the family, and even though Ern is not without talent, the title will still be inherited by the eldest son. Dima realizes he's now a demon killer, and not so long ago, only Ern envied people like them. Ern comes into Zenith's office. The commander of the prosecutor's Night Corps asks why Ern has come. Dima replies that he heard the latest news and rushed to the place. The guy asks, "Is Zenith really going to resign?" Xena replies that yes, and he doesn't understand how things could turn out this way. In this situation, Ern even feels some remorse. Although, of course, not Darika's attitude towards Ern's person was exorbitant, but according to the Sierra left a will stating that Zenith had nothing to do with the incident, and then the results of her own investigation. And an internal review by the prosecutor's office also pointed to the conclusion that Zenith had nothing to do with fabricating testimony. But most importantly, Ern recalled Zenith apologizing to Ern, kneeling down and saying that he had misjudged people. And about Ern and about Derek. Zenith doesn't understand why the captain was so obsessed. Zenith never imagined Derek would commit such an outrageous act. And Zenith has really lost face as the leader and head of the investigation. Zenith seems to be extremely disappointed himself. But Ern doesn't think that Zenith came before him like that just to survive. When Zenith was leaving the office and passed Ern, he said goodbye to him, but at that moment Ern apologized. The guy realizes that in the end, Zenith was just diligently investigating the case. So it's too early for him to resign, because nowhere else can he find such a strong ally. Like Zenith when he's standing on the same side as you. Says that if Zenith seems like his current actions are a liability, Zenith is seriously mistaken. The commander of the Procuratorial Night Corps doesn't understand what Ern is talking about. The guy replies that, after all, Derek did something that as a knight he should never have done. And as a result, one knight was killed and a demon was even summoned. And if they hadn't found out there was tampering with evidence, there would have been more innocent victims. Zenith replies that even if he had 10 mouths, he would still have nothing to say for himself. In addition, he is grateful that the videosphere was not officially made public. And thanks to that, the honor of the prosecutor's Night Corps was not damaged. Ern tells Zenith not to take it as a compliment, but that he's resigning to clear his conscience. But Zenith replies that that's not true at all. The young master says that in such a case, the commander should take responsibility and not cowardly run away from the ship. Zenith replies that he just wants to take responsibility for actions that he did because he started by investigating the Black Mamba, and then he went after the trading company and finally tried to bring Ern to justice. Dima say, what however now? When he thinks about everything, he realizes that it was an unfounded investigation from the beginning. Even so, it was only the conduct of this investigation that dealt a blow to Ern. No one knew things would go beyond reason and turn out to be playing together. The young gentleman says it was a one-man plan. He asks why Zenith should be held responsible. The commander says he's not some cowardly guy. And if he drew his sword, he's also prepared to be struck by another man's sword. So he tries to take responsibility for that too. Ern realizes that, to his greatest surprise, Zenith is transfixed by the nobility. And yet Ern can't silently watch Zenith make such a decision. And in that case, he has nothing else to do. There's no choice but to go for the ruse. The young master asks if Zenith is disappointed in himself, because the aggression to attack regardless of the opponent's rank. And in the way, that's why they call Zenith the mad dog. But for all that, Zenith never bites for no reason. Young Mr. Stilgard asks, does Zenith really? He did it because he thought he was Kunz's killer. Zenith answers that it was all at once a conflict between the two families in Akadio and Derek's desire for revenge. And then Ern's achievements in the academy, and in some paltry 2 years, Ern managed to build a giant trading house and even gain influence over the underworld. Zenith had the impression that it wasn't the first time Ern had lived this life. The young gentleman replies that his relationship with Black Mamba is strictly business. The commander of the prosecutor's Night Corps replies that even if this is true, he still does not know whether Ern dared to kill Kunz or not. However, when you assume that Ern had intentions to kill the guy from the start, it's impossible to kill a person without leaving any evidence. It's like he disappeared or ran away. Ern replies that this is incredibly ridiculous, and Ern replies that there's no need to apologize because in any case, unlike Derek, these are all actions Zenith should be doing as an inspector, and that's why he must continue to be responsible. Zenith doesn't understand what Ern means. Young Stilgard replies that he is talking about the investigation into him. Benzina has never been wrong. Can't understand why someone like Zenitz would give up because of Derek's actions. Ern doesn't want the mad dog to sit still. After all, a dog has to bite someone to get a taste. So instead of resigning, should take responsibility by continuing the investigation, so that the innocent and the victims will never suffer again. Zenitz doesn't understand. What kind of man is this in front of him? The ones he stripped naked always swore revenge. He was told that they would skin him and eat him with a lot of sauce. Also, he was told to get Zenitz ready, and they would meet again when they were released. The knights cursed the Zenitz family and all his descendants. After all, nobles and knights never forget their offender and try to take double revenge. But in 30 years of knighting, this is the first time Zecina has met such a person. For even though Stilgard had been victimized, he simply let the situation go and told Zenitz to go on. The Kuntz investigation. Zenitz doesn't understand what this guy is at his 17th birthday. Ern goes to the carriage and realizes how tired he is of talking nonsense. But either way, he got a good result. He remembers Zenitz saying that you can't kill a man without leaving any evidence, as if he just disappeared or escaped. Ern had no idea Zenitz's thinking had gone so far. Marcus asks Ern how it went. The AI Meister answers that they have nothing to worry about, because even though they had to sweat, the guy managed to persuade Zenitz. Dima says that no matter how you look at it, Zenitz didn't really want to quit. After all, a person who enjoys bringing others to light will not be able to work anywhere else. Marcus remembers to just Zenitz was pitiless and fierce, and even though Marcus had committed no crime, his heart was racing. The deputy remembers to ask if Ern has spoken to Zenitz Raikana. Ern answers that he has not yet. Marcus asks why the gentleman did not raise the issue. Dima replies that Zenitz has just begun to look up to him, and so if Ern immediately asks for a favor, his position will immediately become clear. Tell me that he doesn't think it's worth turning a blind eye to those bad guys. After all, if the royal court supplies were seized this time, they would have... I'd be in big trouble. Ern realizes that even part-time royalty has their eye on him. He replies that he too has been learning a lot about Rayhan lately. But first, they have to wait a little while. The coachman announces that they are already there. Ern gets out of the carriage, and his Sari comes running to him. The beast holds a letter in his teeth. Sari says it came to his master today. Ern sees that over the last 2 years he has received many envelopes in the same style. It's a message from Havis. This is the usual report from Havis that Ern receives periodically. The guy retrieves and transmits only a kernel of information so that Ern is able to understand how things are going, even from a distance. However, the text is always encrypted in case of emergency. Now the cases will try to analyze. Havis writes that Ern is getting more and more out of control. It wasn't enough to graduate early from the academy, but Ern got the highest grade. Now the Imperial intelligence will be watching Ern even more closely. There are also rumors that the Thearos organization will move, and Ern must be careful because he must be very careful. And also the sales of Yulaf, which Ern entrusted to Havis, are very stable. And as Ern advised, Havis began to accept subcontracts from Damian Trading Company. And also thanks to Miss Darian's stubbornness, it looks like they'll be making steady profits over the next few months. Ern is angry because he ordered the guy to do it years ago. You see, Ern, the guy did what he had to do, albeit sluggishly. So now, Ern will be lenient with him. Ern sees the following content. It says that there are no special changes in the personal environment of VIPs. Some time ago, however, he left for Transom. And since he's there unaccompanied, Havis hasn't been able to find out what the purpose of his trip is. VIP persona in the letter is a codename meaning his father Rebadan, the incident of his father's disappearance and the beginning of the breakup of the family because the case of how the hero vaporized without a trace. Ern knows that he needs to be prepared for this event, and so he must gather as much information as possible. Attention understands why his father went to Transom and not to Lect. Is there something there that can't be found elsewhere? Ern realizes that Dad's on his way to the banquet. The Steelguards are the guardians of the North because the Steelguard family was not involved in central politics. She became a symbol of loyalty despite having the power to usurp the throne. After Rebahan received Commander's shield, then presented by the previous ruler and struck out for the castle. This attitude soon became something of a tradition in the Stilgard family. Ern realizes that his father followed his grandfather's wishes and did not appear in high society unless it was inevitable. Ern says he eventually graduated from the academy. With a perfect score, E became the centerpiece of the fall banquet. His heart begins to pound frantically as he realizes that he's gone from a worthless youngest son to the pride of the family. Someone knocks on the door. Ern suspects it's Marcus. After this incident, Marcus seems to have offered to provide an escort. Dima burns a leaf and tells them to come over. Jenkins walks in on Ern. The guy goes to the CEO and says he has something to report to the gentleman. He says the theft of their goods by the Reincarnated trading house, or rather not stealing. But it's the same as stealing. But he can't say it's outright theft. Ern realizes that the guy has to calm down first. Dima uses the Northern Lights technique and asks the guy how he has calmed down and if he can talk. Ern asks what business the guy is here for. Jenkins says he's having a little trouble putting it into words, because Ern is probably better off going straight to the warehouse. Sylvia sees the CEO coming and she runs towards him. Marcus is happy that the CEO has finally arrived. Ern asks everyone to calm down. He decides to see what's going on there and sees two huge bags. He asks, "Is that what you wanted to talk to him about?" He asks why these bagged goods look like they're blue pills and beauty cream. Jenkins says he just doesn't have words because it's the green pill and beauty cream. Ern asks where it all came from. Jenkins replies that doing a trade audit, he discovered that the goods were delivered to the wrong address, and it seems that the Reincarnated Trading Company distributes these products and bringing out for its novelty, but sells everything in extremely small quantities. The young master sees that fakes have already begun to appear. He's angry that these people dare to lay eyes on their merchandise and blatantly copy it. Marcus says that while it's not a pleasant situation, but he doesn't think it's worth worrying about. It is not to say that there is no effect of the pill when taken for fatigue. However, if the blue pill is a high-ranking whole leaf tea, then this fake is nothing more than a low-grade ground tea. Sylvia says it's the same story with the cream, because it moisturizes the skin, but it's no match for the beauty cream. Guys say that really as well, made as the green pills and beauty cream are, it's just a second-rate copy of Flip's products. And because of the difference in quality, their wives will use them, even if someone starts giving away the products for free. And Reincarnated Trading Company looks pathetic. Dima doesn't understand why guys laugh. After all, even if it's a trivial copy, it's not something to laugh at. Ern asks Jenkins how much the blue one costs, and the green pill by the piece. The boy replies that the blue pill costs 2 gold and 50 silver coins. The green pill costs about 80 silver coins. The guy understands what it means that their products cost 3 times as much, and this situation does not conjure up any associations. It's like a situation where they plunged the potion industry into recession. Jenkins realizes that the potions that were the staple of the Reincarnated Trading Company are small in size and expensive in price. And if the packaging is not damaged, the relatively easy transportation. But the main reason for the decline in sales was that the potion did not have the effect of curing external damage. And the blue pill outperforms them on everything from price to practicality. One of the guys doesn't understand. Does the head want to say that if fake blue pills appear on the market, their original manufacturers can take them out of the market? Suspects that this is what they are threatening to do, and even if it is impossible to dislodge them, we need to consider an option that may well become a reality. After all, everyone knows that blue pills and beauty creams are already in fashion among the capital's aristocrats. And as a rule, fashion flows from the upper class to the lower class, from aristocrats to commoners. That, and the guy suggests assuming he's middle class in the capital, and people say everyone is taking it, but buying the blue pill hits the wallet hard. And because 2 gold and 50 silver coins, it's very expensive, but what if green pills appear on the market? He can easily afford 80 silver coins. And his wife and daughters living with him will buy not beauty cream, but beauty cream. And now, having analyzed the situation once again, it is obvious that the CEO is absolutely right. They are a trading house that deals not only with nobles, but they have to serve the whole capital, or even all the citizens of the city as customers. But the guys are angry. How dare the company copy their items and skim off the cream? Ern suggests that Rayhan is looking at them as an eyesore. Marcus says that if this investigation, if it had gone on long enough, there would have been selections and other large deliveries. Ern says that when things turn out like this, they have to face each other, and they're moving in right now. Dima realizes that there is another reason why he has recently paid attention to Rayhan's trading company. At this time, the boy is in the carriage with Sierra, and he asks if the girl can find Andrew if she scans the capital. The girl says she can, but it's not easy because the range is too wide. Suddenly, the girl is very much surprised, and the wide pupil of her eye stands up. Ern asks if something went wrong, but Sierra replies that she found it. Another place. Ern doesn't understand. Did they stay and try to use it but couldn't? 2 hours later, Ern is sitting in a carriage with a girl. Her name is Meryl. Ern takes into account that Sari is behaving extremely relaxed. Then one can conclude that the girl does not dislike him. The girl apologizes and says she has something to ask. She asks why Ern had chosen her as his bodyguard, although there were 2 other more suitable candidates. Dima remembers standing with Marcus and asking who these people were. The deputy replied that they had applied to join the night squad they had created, that Marcus mentioned earlier, and the CEO should allocate what positions these people will occupy and what duties they will perform. Ern looks at them, and starting from left to right, they deal with a middle level, then a high level, and another low level second class. The 2 men are already in their late teens, and the girl is quite young. Ern asks how old she is. The girl replies that she is 22. Ern sees that she is younger than his older brother, Kieran. The young gentleman assumes that the girl graduated from the academy 3 years earlier than he did. Marcus says Meryl didn't go to the academy. Ern says that if that's the case with the 2 men, one will take the position of commander and the other vice commander of the knighthood, of the trading house unit. Marcus asks, what about the escort? Isn't there another man left? They ask that the Lord listen, for in terms of skill, Sir Trail and Sir Alfonso. Much better. Ern replies that he's had enough talking and he has no intention of making any more concessions. After all, from the very beginning, he only gave his consent because he stood his ground. They ask the CEO to at least give a reason. Dima says there's a reason he chose her in the first place. The girl replies that the gentleman just created the right atmosphere but didn't say anything. Dima sees that the girl has a rather amused reaction. Of course, he did not make such a choice without any reason. The Tarup family. If a girl from an aristocratic family applies for a job as a knight of a trading company, it means we're talking about the fallen nobility. Dima asks, is the girl the eldest daughter in the family? The girl answers that she is. Ern says that means she carries a heavy burden on her shoulders. Ern realizes that a sense of urgency that cannot be hidden, even if one pretends to be calm, and a feeling of pressure that's as oppressive as if his lungs had run out of air. He knows these feelings better than anyone else because he's been in the same situation. But of course he didn't choose Meryl to be his bodyguard because he felt she was a kindred spirit. Ern assumes that they have already reached their destination. He turns to Sari and says that the beast should stay in the carriage. The beast doesn't understand why, but the host replies that her presence makes the atmosphere softer and more favorable. And Ern has not come to this place for reconciliation, and so he asks that the beast show understanding. He and Meryl get out of the carriage. Ern sees a huge building in front of him and thinks it is majestic. It's not surprising, since Theros is a trade city and Raihan has been making the best of it for decades. Dima says they must have noticed them right away, which started to grow slowly. They enter the building and are greeted by some guy. He asks, did the guests come for a visit? Ern asks the guy who he is. The guy says his name is Zimmer, and he's in charge of greeting visitors. He asks if they have an appointment, or if they have decided to pay a welcome visit. Ern replies that it is neither. Dima asks that the guy tell the head of the trading company to run over here immediately. The guy starts running and asks the visitors to wait a bit. This blond young man with sharp-cut eyes appeared familiar for some reason. Zimmer walks into the room to the head and says that Steelguard has arrived. No doubt it's him. The head realizes the Demon Slayer is here, and he says he'll have Steelguard come into his office. Ern sees a vase in the cabinet. He says if you sell just one of these, the thing could probably build an entire building. Chapter asks if Ern came here to see his room. After all, even the guy did not deign to say hello to him, the head of Rayhan Trading Company named Rayhan Salyaman. He says it's incredibly rude. Ern replies that he was speechless for a second because the situation. When the head had to appear to him barefoot and beg for forgiveness, Ern showed leniency by personally coming here. Ern throws a sack on the head's desk, and from there, the cream and the healing pills come out. Rayhan says that these are products of his trading company, And they are quite good products, effective and cheap. Dima asks what kind of show Saliamin is putting on. He knows exactly why Ern came here, but Rayhan replies that he has no idea. Doesn't Ern really want to order delivery of his products? He says it's quite a problem because he's willing to give the goods to other trading companies. Ern replies that Rayhan is a master at evading answers. The young gentleman asks if Saliamin has become more and more insolent with age. The head replies that he has recently become annoyed with Ern's manner of speech over time. Saliamin asks, "Does Ern always talk like that? So the guy doesn't show respect for a senior fellow in the industry." Ern replies that a man who doesn't even follow the norms. "You want to be treated like a senior merchant." The young master says it turns out Saliamin is incredibly greedy. Rayhan says that the reason he eats well and lives so well is precisely because of his greed. Ern suggests that Saliamin hasn't heard the saying that excessive greed causes wrath. The boy realizes that if the head had shown a minimum of integrity, Ern probably wouldn't have known anything but the green pills. And beauty cream is literally a declaration of war for him. The young gentleman says that co-opting his products, the chapter has crossed the line. Saliamin says he has something to say too. For Ern, he asks if the guy knows what's a phrase that's been buzzing around the sales force lately. They say there's a young predator named Aaron Steelguard. This newcomer will kick out the old iron rice bowls and take all of Theros' money. Rayhan says this phrase comes up every time there's a newcomer, but it seems that this time, too, the fuss has been made for nothing. He says that Ern is just blindly believing in his noble blood, and his arrogance pierces the same guy from head to toe, and he can't control his emotions at all because of his young age. Rayhan asks, did the guy come all the way here, but what can he do? Chapter asks how Ern is going to stop him. Saliamin says that, in addition to Ern, he only cares about his appearance, and that's why he took a beautiful bodyguard with him. If the head of the trading company is a man, the business will be over in a couple of years. He asks why Ern doesn't just entrust his trading company job to Sir Marcus, and Ern himself would rather just enjoy his undeserved fortune. Ern can't bear to listen to all this. He picks up that most expensive vase and throws it right in Rayhan's face. The head is incredibly angry and uses his mana power to keep it from falling. Saliamin is puzzled. He asks if Ern knows how much the item is worth. Ern uses the eyes of a necromancer. Ern asks Rayhan if he says he is an arrogant guy who blindly believes in his noble blood. Ern says it's just that his self-confidence didn't come out of thin air. After all, he already knows how to block copying of his products, and he has so many ways to stop Rayhan. Also, Ern talks about Rayhan saying that bodyguard Merrill is accompanying Ern to create a pretty picture. Young Stilgard wonders if Saliamin is looking over the trading house, but is such a poor judge of character. After all, most noblewomen chose. The family was promoted through an arranged marriage. However, Merrill refused to take the easy way out and chose the really hard way out. And the thorny path is to create with her own hands a future for her and her family. The young gentleman asks if it is possible not to commend such a person at all. Merrill doesn't understand, did the master choose her for that reason? Ern says he satisfied the girl's curiosity after all. Now she should go to the carriage. Merrill says it's her duty, but Ern replies that it's all right and he needs a private word with the head of the trading company. Ern closes the doors, and Rayhan asks what Ern is doing, but the guy replies that he thought it would be better for them to continue talking, just the two of them from now on.